Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 67. No Man's Land, somewhere in a valley. Ah! Has anyone seen my item chain? Hiatron walked with heavy steps. The brown and orange back was covered by a ragged rock, and a half-dead weed was planted on the rock. Roar! Take your place, remember your lines. With a bunch of shackles stuck on his back, Ray Cow, dragging a long chain, walked past Hiatron and took his place. Shaman! Ah, Entei, come and bake this Graciacia flower for me again, and this flower is blooming again under my influence. By me. Everyone, hurry up and take your seats, the Silver Demon King Ma, up is coming. A Victini with unkempt hair and a large ear missing from its head flew through the air. In the cave deep in the valley, Ho-Oh was lying on the ground at the moment, without a wing. She said to Mars Haddo in front of her, "You must remember your own position, and you must perform well." Marcia. Mars Haddo clenches his hands above his head, "And I know what to do. Go and see how the others are doing. Silver is coming soon, let them take their places immediately." Marcia. Mars Haddo burrowed into the shadows, but before he had gone far, he was stopped by Ho-Oh. "By the way, after you let everyone else take their places, remember to tell the Pokémon who just moved. Don't come back now, let them come back after we finish our work." Marcia. Mars Haddo nodded, and re-entered the shadow to inform the other Udemons to take their positions and prepare to act with the Silver Demon King. After Ma-07's Yaduo left, Ho-Oh shook the feathers on her body. The originally iridescent feathers were extremely dim now. In addition to her shaking, some of the feathers were taken back into her body, and there were several bald spots on her body surface. Falling spots. Zhi. 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 Ho-Oh, who tried several times to make his voice hoarse, lay on the ground, half-closed eyes, waiting for Duke to come to the door. Last night Duke discussed the script with them all night. Ho-Oh will be the leading lady in this scene, and the key figure to stimulate and guide Feilu. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge sonic boom from outside. After Ho-Oh and other Pokémon heard it, they entered the state one after another, putting on a half-dead but rather dead than surrendered appearance. Outside the valley, a blue ball of light descended from the sky and landed in the valley. When the light of the biological force field disappeared, Seduc was holding an egg, Ursaring was carrying a bag, and Duke was wearing a jacket. "Okay, we're here." Duke's voice also became indifferent at this time, and he took over the hatching device from Seduc and glanced at the Pokémon eggs and the nutrient solution inside the device. The nutrient solution was almost cleaned up by Absorb, but Feilu still showed no signs of hatching. Seeing this scene, Duke directly carried the hatching device to the depths of the valley, leaving a word at the same time. "Go and set up camp. After setting up the camp, go and send some berries to those bastards, so as not to let them starve to death." Ursaring let out a weak growl, and followed Seduc closely at the same time. This is the legendary No Man's Land. A weak, helpless, and pitiful little bear like yourself should follow the boss closely. Don't be caught by any passing Pokémon caught and ate. Seduc glanced at Ursaring behind him. This guy was really turned into a housewife bear by himself. Duke threw out the luxury ball while walking. After Gyarados flew out of the luxury ball, he first flew around in the air, feeling the air of the No Man's Land that he hadn't seen for a long time, and then fell to the ground obediently, following behind Duke. Duke carried the hatching device and walked into the cave deep in the valley. The damp and dark cave was full of stalactites, and cold water droplets dripped from the top of his head from time to time. After carrying the hatching device, Duke moved forward for a certain distance, waved the hatching device down, and took out the Pokémon egg inside, as well as the friend ball and laid on it. Feilu. Duke held the Pokémon egg in his left hand, turned on his Megavision, and while staring at Feilu inside the egg, he also said in a deep voice, "I know you are resisting me, resisting hatching. But now, I'll give you another chance. Duke looked at the dark cave in front of him. It's still too late for you to change your mind, otherwise, you'll just end up here with them. The Pokémon egg didn't respond, but Duke sensed that the heartbeat inside the egg was gradually accelerating. Humph! Still stubborn. Duke stepped forward into the cave, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Inside the deep cave, there are dead bones everywhere. Duke glanced at the bones of these dead Pokémon, and couldn't help curling his lips. Ho-oh, where did they find so many Pokémon bones? Did they throw away the ancestral grave of that group? Just when Duke was puzzled, he also stopped. There was a dim light of fire in front of him. Entei with dirty and knotted hair was lying on the ground, the red hexagram on his face was split in half, and he was blind in one eye. 2 legs are gone. Seeing such a miserable Entei, Duke's expression remained unchanged, he just walked over slowly. Aren't you willing to give in? Duke looked down at the crippled Entei, and Entei opened his only remaining eye, and the unyielding flames flickered in the cloudy eyeball. Roar! I would rather die than surrender. Entei raised his head and roared, and Duke stepped on him, pressing him to the ground again. If you don't give in, then rot here. Duke stomped Entei's big head under his feet and crushed it. Then he snorted and walked deeper. At the same time, the Pokémon egg in Duke's hand shook slightly. Duke noticed such a slight shaking, and immediately said with a sneer, I hope that after you finish the tour change your mind, otherwise, the only value you have left is to rot here. Duke held the Pokémon egg and continued to move forward. After Duke left, Entei carefully opened his eyes, looked at the direction Duke was leaving, and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether he was satisfied with playing Duke. Who's next? Oh yes, that Suicune guy. I don't know what lines he thought of for himself. Not long after, a roar came from the depths of the cave. Woo! You can break my spine, but you can't break the pride in my heart. Entei blinked his eyes listening to Suicune's roar. I wipe. Suicune usually looks cold and arrogant, but I didn't expect there to be so many dramas. The Suicune I've known for hundreds of years is a fake. Entei had just finished feeling, and Raikou's low growl came through. Ah! I would rather die than surrender. Hearing Raikou's roar, Entei's face darkened, the bastard copied my lines, you wait. After Duke took Railu to watch the Ho-Oh guards. He continued to move forward. Railu's heartbeat in the Pokémon egg was already a little faster than before. Apparently, he's not unaware of the world beyond the Pokémon egg. Duke held the Pokémon egg and walked forward. Not long after, he saw Hiatran, who was chained. Hiatran was carrying a rock shell on his back, and half of his body was submerged in the rock formation. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is completely blind. When Duke saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Didn't he say that if you want to hurt yourself, don't focus on your eyes? If you want to do it, you have to be like Entei, leaving one blind. Hiatran is blind and Duke seriously doubts he wants to slack off. Hiatran raised his head, let out a ferocious growl at Duke, and kept trying to stand up with his bare legs, sprinting towards Duke. Ah! I'm going to kill you, kill you. Ah! Kill you, demon! Hiatran was furious, and Duke stomped him into the ground. He seriously suspected that this guy took the opportunity to revenge himself to use him as a barbecue plate. However, the performance is okay, so I won't pursue it too much. Look at him, Railu, the former overlord of the volcano, now he has fallen to this point. If you don't want to be like him, just come out obediently. Railu's Pokémon egg was completely unresponsive at the moment, but Duke could feel that this guy's heartbeat was constantly accelerating, his blood pressure was also rising, and his nerve activity became more intense. It seemed to be on the verge of hatching. Noticing this, Duke snorted in his heart. The cub is tender, can't stand this little stimulation? There are Victini and Shaman in front of them, don't you think they are going to explode after seeing them? After stomping on Hiatran again, Duke moved on. Bimmy, buy me, buy me. The hollow sound echoed in the cave. Looking closer, Victorine leaned against the rock wall with empty eyes. He was in a cage, and he kept talking to an unknown Pokémon piled up with rotten tree fruits. Glancing at Victorine, Duke continued to move forward, and within a few steps, he came to Shaman's cell. Shaman was covered in mud, the lush and fresh green grass on his body was gone, and the flowers on both sides of his body were even more withered. At this moment, Shaman was lying on the ground, tightly holding the Gracidia flower that was about to wither in two front paws, with a gloomy covet in his eyes. Shaman! Seeing Duke approaching, Shaman immediately curled up into a ball, covering the dying Gracidia flower under her body, trembling. Don't hit me again. Please, please. Stop hitting me. Seeing Shaman like this, Duke snorted coldly, if you still want to see the blue sky again, you should submit to me as soon as possible, otherwise. Duke overturned Shaman and took away the withered Gracidia flower. Seeing that the flower was taken away, Shaman immediately approached Duke, but was kicked away by Duke. Kneed into a ball. You are just like this flower. Duke, who threw the dregs of the Gracidia flower in front of Shaman, turned around and left. Shaman looked at the trampled Gracidia flower, with tears in his eyes, and his eyes became hollow. Shaman! My flower! My home! Everything is gone! The Riolu Pokémon egg in Duke's hand became more and more silent, like the last tranquility before the volcano erupted. Duke is now also in the final depths, where the distraught Ho-Oh is locked. What else do you want to do? Ho-Oh raised his head weakly, his voice was hoarse and dry, like the wail of an old hen before dying. You know what I want, Ho-Oh. Holding the Riolu Pokémon egg in his hands, Duke said indifferently, submit to me as soon as possible, and you can see the light of day again sooner. I won't give in. Ho-Oh, turn your head away and close your eyes. Then, you can rot here with them. Duke snorted and kicked casually. Ho-Oh, who was swept by Duke, wailed directly. When he lay on the ground again, a little blood spit out from the bird's beak. We have our own pride. Even if you imprison our bodies, you can't trap our hearts yearning for freedom. Demon King, give up. Seeing Ho-Oh's performance like this, Duke blinked his eyes. I'm sorry, why does Aunt Ho-Oh have more scenes than the previous ones? Could this be the hidden attribute in the legend drama essence? A bit of heat stroke, but not much, I can still write. The 68th poem, Born comes with the protagonist template Riolu. Demon King, give up. Ho-Oh tried her best to raise her head, her eyes were determined and unyielding, and the blood remaining at the corner of her mouth added a thrilling beauty to her. Are you so proud? The corner of Duke's mouth cracked when performing Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, what is this? Pokémon eggs. Ho-Oh lost his voice. Why did you bring the Pokémon eggs here? Because this egg is a diehard like you, so. Duke's fingers tightened gradually. What do you think will happen to me? Stop it, bastard, he's just an unborn child. Ho-Oh whined loudly, blood spilled from his mouth again. Duke stared into Ho-Oh's eyes. Why are you having so much fun? Why didn't I know you could do this before? Those so-called Pokémon stars are no match for you. Otherwise, Aunt Ho-Oh, please make your debut, don't waste your acting talent. After understanding the look in Duke's eyes, Ho-Oh returned his gaze and worked harder. The life response of the Pokémon egg became stronger and stronger, and it was about to hatch when it was stimulated again. Duke raised his eyebrows and stomped on Ho-Oh's neck, making her breathless, and said sharply, "Humph, you can't protect yourself, and you still think about others. Since this is the case, watch with your own eyes, the thing you want to protect is broken in front of yourself." Duke held up Riolu's Pokémon egg, flipped his palm. And the Pokémon egg slipped from his palm and fell to the ground. Do not! Ho-Oh screamed, with blood gushing from the corners of his eyes. The other Pokémon who had completed their roles, heard Ho-Oh's screams, all looked in disbelief. I thought you were here to fulfill the agreement, but I didn't expect you to have more fun than us. We misread you, and Ho-Oh. At the same moment, both Ho-Oh and Duke are staring at the falling Pokémon egg, and the night bursts with a strong light as the Pokémon egg falls. The light dispelled the darkness in an instant, and also illuminated Ho-Oh's unyielding eyes mixed with gloom. Leo. A Pokémon standing upright like a puppy fell from the air along with the eggshell. Its red eyes were fixed on Duke, and the depths of the eyes were full of hatred. Its aura Pokémon, the unevolved state of Lucario, Riolu. Riolu, who had just been born, quickly waved his hand forward, and a cloud of blue air condensed in his palm, which instantly turned into the size of a basketball and hit Duke head-on. Vacuum wave! Duke raised his brows. This Riolu's talent is not so good. He comprehended the vacuum wave just after he was born, and Duke's painstaking efforts were not in vain. In order to make him stronger, he brought a group of phantom beasts and a mythical beast to pave the way for him, and asked which Pokémon in this world has this kind of treatment? Duke stood still, letting the vacuum wave hit his face. When the vacuum wave dissipated, Riolu also fell to the ground and glared at Duke. Leo. Bad Silver. Riolu, who spoke in a milky voice, stood in front of Ho-Oh, but he didn't know that Ho-Oh looked at him with weird eyes. This little dog is very courageous. He even dared to directly face Duke. You know that Rayquaza don't dare to do that. Duke wiped his face and landed a backhand slap on Riolu's head, sending him flying. Boom! Riolu, who slammed into the rock hard, let out a wail, and he bounced up again and fell heavily to the ground. Humph! I'm just as ignorant of flattery as you. Duke glanced at Ho-Oh, killing intent surged. Ho-Oh also said in a difficult voice, if something comes at me, don't embarrass him. So. Red light flashed in Duke's eyes. Ho-Oh's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this. You still said that I had a lot of drama. Your hot eyes were drawn out, and you said that I had a lot of drama. Do you really want to kill my old lady? Seeing this scene, Riolu endured the pain and rushed out again, but was quickly slapped away by Duke. Leo. Bad Silver, you are not allowed to bully her. Riolu lay on the ground, shouting harshly at Duke. Duke squinted at him, and let out a terrifying aura, wrapping him up, and at the same time made Riolu completely lose his will to resist. His eyes instantly became hollow, and he lay on the ground shivering. Red light shot out from Duke's eyes, piercing through Ho-Oh's body. A terrifying hole appeared, and an unpleasant stench was emitted from the wound. A bunch of ignorant trash. Duke turns and walks away. His heat vision only activated 1/1000th of the power, and Duke also avoided the vital point. Just looked scary, but in fact, to Ho-Oh, it was just a wound that could heal in a breath. Enjoy your last night, Ho-Oh. Duke's footsteps gradually faded away. Ho-Oh looked at Riolu with a painful face. Are you okay, child? The trembling Riolu looked at Ho-Oh and whimpered in shame. I failed to protect you. It does not matter. Ho-Oh moved his wings with difficulty, and took out a half-rotten fruit from under his body. Come, eat a fruit. You are still a baby when you are just born, you need to eat more to grow up quickly. Looking at the fruit Ho-Oh handed over, Riolu hesitated, took a bite, but quickly spit it out, almost spoiled and rotten. The taste can be imagined. Isn't it to your liking? Ho-Oh still looked at Riolu tenderly, demonstrated by himself, took a mouthful of the berry, and swallowed it. Look, it's still edible. Seeing Ho-Oh's gentle smile, Riolu was ashamed and ate the fruit in a few mouthfuls. Ho-Oh smiled even more gently when he saw this. It's easy to fool a child. Leo. Why are you and everyone locked up here? After Riolu ate the fruit, he asked Ho-Oh suspiciously. Ho-Oh hugged Riolu under his feathers with the remaining wings, and said softly, because of human greed. They covet our strength, but they are unwilling to take the right path, so they used this method. Leo. I will get you out. Railu opened his mouth with a determined face, and Ho-Oh rubbed his cheek, just smiled and didn't say anything. Leo. How are you? Railu looked at Ho-Oh's wound with concern on his face. Ho-Oh shook his head, it won't hurt. Leo. Lying, obviously so serious. I can't cry out in pain. Leo. Railu tilted his head, confused. Because I am their hope, I support them, I cannot easily admit defeat, nor can I easily surrender, because I am their pillar. Leo. Hope, pillars. One day in the future, you may also become the hope or support of a certain Pokémon. And the momentary bite is only temporary, for the people we cherish, for the people we want to protect, we must do everything. Leo. Railu nodded half understanding. Ho-Oh stuffed him into his feathers. Damp here is heavy, you will be much warmer in my feathers. Now, go to sleep, when you wake up, all bad luck will be far away from you. Ho-Oh held Railu under him, wrapping his long neck around him, like a female bird protecting a chick. Railu felt the warmth from Ho-Oh, leaned against the feathers, and slowly closed his eyes. After Railu fell asleep, Ho-Oh took a look at his wound. Duke was really cruel enough to shoot himself with a hot gaze. However, this scene will only end tomorrow, and it will be finished tomorrow. Can it be done? Before the camp, Saduk asked Duke. Duke looked at the blazing bonfire in front of him, and said lightly, no problem, a newborn child is easy to fool, but the most important thing is tomorrow. The most important link. Having said that, you have worked hard enough to make such a big battle to cultivate Pokémon. Cultivating Pokémon is not one way, but two way, so it's interesting. Duke stirred the fire, stretched, and then lay down on the floor. Okay, go to bed early, there will be a big show tomorrow. The next day. The cave is in. Tread tread. As soon as the sound of crisp footsteps sounded, Railu woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the villain from yesterday was already standing in front of him. Railu stepped out from Ho-Oh's and Mao Zhong, and stood in front of Ho-Oh with open arms. Duke didn't even look at him, instead he said to Ho-Oh, it's time. Ho-Oh nodded, combed the feathers with his beak, nodded and said, finally, this day has come. Let's go. Duke released his biological power, wrapped Ho-Oh, and led him out. Railu tried to stop him, but was quickly ejected. Leo. Bad guy, where are you taking her? Duke ignored Railu and went straight forward, but Railu, who wanted to catch up, was stopped by Mars Shadow emerging from the shadow. Marsha. Don't go, you can't beat him. Leo. Who are you? Marsha. Mars Shadow patted his chest proudly. I am the messenger of Lord Ho-Oh. But soon, his expression became dim. Marsha. But soon I won't be. Railu tilted his head, Leo. Why? Marsha, Marsha. Today is the execution of the great devil Lord Ho-Oth Day, our hope is gone. Leo. Sentence? Marsha. Is to die. Railu's eyes widened, and he hurriedly chased him out. He chased all the way and found that those Pokémon were gone. Mars Shadow followed behind him, dissuading him, Marsha, Marsha. Don't go, run away now, I will take you out of here, this is Master Ho-Oh's instructions. Leo. Railu shook his head, don't go, I want to save her. Marsha. That's futile, let's go. Mars Shadow continued to dissuade, but Railu turned a deaf ear to it. Railu, who was walking all the way, quickly walked out of the cave. When the strong skylight poured out, he could see everything outside clearly. Those Pokémon are chained to the ground, and the one in the middle is Ho-Oh. Seeing him running out, Ho-Oh gave him a reproachful look. Mars Shadow slid into his shadow, only half of his body was exposed. Marsha. Come with me, I will take you to a safe place. Leo. Railu let out a long howl cry, which attracted the attention of all Pokémon. Railu rushed towards Ho-Oh immediately, but was quickly stopped by the biological force field. Duke unleashes the bioforce field, enveloping himself and Ho-Oh in it, with his hand attached to Ho-Oh's head. Last question, are you really not going to give in? Ho-Oh raised his head and said unyieldingly, you can kill me, but you can't kill my spirit. Roar. Ah! Ah! By me! Shaman! The rest of the Pokémon groaned softly when they heard Ho-Oh's words. Railu kept beating the biological force field, but unfortunately it was useless. Then, die with your pride. Duke exerted force with his palm and spat forward, a cloud of blood exploded from Ho-Oh's head, and at the same time, the holy flame burst out from Ho-Oh's body, quickly devouring him. Ho-Oh's silent eyes looked at Railu outside the biological force field, trying to show a pale smile. Be the hope and pillar of your trusted Pokémon. Next second, the flames engulfed Ho-Oh, leaving nothing but ash in place. Leo. Time. Railu snarled, pounding the bioforce field frantically, but Marzhatto, who sneaked into his shadow, knocked him unconscious and dragged him into the shadow. After doing all this, Marzhatto sneaked into the shadow and left according to the script. Duke looked at the departing shadow, and sighed, Ho-Oh, you really worked hard. The flames appeared again, and Ho-Oh jumped out of it, winking at Duke, if you don't fight, how can you stimulate and guide this child? It depends on whether he can live up to his expectations. There is an ant who treats him tenderly and encourages him even when she dies. There is an enemy he hates. There is also a phantom Pokémon who can help hand him a proper protagonist template. Chapter 69. At night, no man's land. In a small clearing beside an embankment somewhere. This is a place full of vitality and tranquility, and there is a clear and shallow stream bubbling in the middle of the clearing. Leo. Railu woke up from a coma holding his head, and after a painful groan, Marzhatto also came out from behind a thick tree, holding a bunch of berries in his arms. Marcia. Wake up, let's eat something. Railu looked around in a daze, then woke up suddenly, and shouted nervously, Leo, Leo. Where's Auntie Ho-Oh? Where's Auntie Ho-Oh? Marzhatto's expression became gloomy, and he came to Railu's side silently, and put the fruit on the ground. Leo. Should not. Railu's expression changed instantly, he turned around and was about to run away, but before he had gone far, he was pulled back by Marzhatto. Marcia. Where are you going? Masha looked at Railu seriously, and Railu opened his mouth and said, Leo. Go to Auntie Ho-Oh. Unexpectedly, what was greeted was a punch. Marzhatto punched Railu's face, knocking him flying for a distance of 7 or 8 meters, and Railu, who fell heavily on the ground, rushed another 5 or 6 meters away. Masha, Masha, Masha. Are you going to let Lord Ho-Oh's sacrifice go to waste? Marzhatto looked at Railu seriously, tears dripped from Railu's eyes, he covered his heart, and wailed sadly. But I'm in so much pain here. Leo. I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do. Marzhatto walked towards Railu, squatted on the ground, and sighed as he looked at the crying Railu. After all, he was still a newborn child with an unstable and immature mind, and he just acted on instinct. But it's also like this, so it's easy to plant a seed in this child's heart, a seed that makes him grow stronger. Duke goes to great lengths for Railu has prepared all of this. If the child can't respond to Duke's expectations, the Pokémon who participated in the show will teach him to be a human being without Duke's action. Ho-Oh is his guide, Duke role plays his enemy and master, and he himself is his golden finger grandfather in the early stage. Coupled with his self-improvement character, he is a proper protagonist template. If it doesn't take off yet, Railu will crash into a tree fruit and die. Marcia. Marzhatto stroked Railu's head, encouraging him. Since you don't know what to do, try to become stronger and become the hope and support of a certain Pokémon. Leo. Be the hope and pillar of a certain Pokémon. There was a pensive look in Railu's eyes, and while Ho-Oh's voice and smile kept echoing in his mind, everything he saw in the egg also searched in Railu's mind. The bad guy named Silver abused those imprisoned Pokémon like that, and after Ho-Oh died, how long can they survive without hope and support? Thinking of this, Railu's eyes became firm. Leo. I'm going to be their hope and support, the hope and support of those imprisoned Pokémon, and I'm going to save them, just like Ho-Oh did. Marcia. Are you going to throw yourself into a trap? Mars Haddo guides Railu according to the script bit by bit. The Great Silver Demon King is very powerful, we have no hope of saving them at all. Leo. I will become stronger. Railu clenched his fist and looked at Mars Haddo for a split second. Brother Mars Haddo, help me. Mars Haddo was silent for a moment, then shook his head. There is a way to defeat Bian, but it's too slim, I can't harm you. Seeing Mars Haddo hesitate to speak, Railu hurriedly said, Leo, Leo. I'm not afraid of difficulties, tell me, brother Mars Haddo. Mars Haddo glanced at Railu with covet on his face, and said the set lines according to the script given by Duke. This method is. The next day, within the valley. Duke was eating breakfast, Ursaring was serving Seduc in an apron. And Gyarados was sitting next to piles of berries, devouring them in big mouthfuls. At this moment, a thin figure appeared in Taniguchi. Duke immediately looked and saw Railu. Seduc also saw Guzi, and whispered to Duke, it seems that your script is being implemented correctly according to your expectations. In that case, let's start training later. I look forward to it. Seduc picked up the bowl and swallowed Ursaring's porridge expressionlessly, but his eyes were full of excitement and restlessness. It's finally here. Railu looked at Duke sitting on the ponytail in the distance, and felt a little uneasy. The psychological shadow Duke left on him was too great, which made him afraid to face Duke. But thinking of the sacrifice Ho-Oh made for him, and thinking of those Pokémon imprisoned in the cave, he regained his courage. Mars Haddo, who was hiding in Railu's shadow, felt Guzi's psychological changes and couldn't help nodding secretly. Master Bian really did not miss anything. Railu walked towards Duke, heart pounding every time he took a step closer. Just because the method Mars Haddo said was too bold. You have to remember. This is the only way, and only this way can save them. Mars Haddo's words echoed in Railu's head, and Railu clenched his fists and stared at Duke. The Silver Demon King will subdue those Pokémon he is optimistic about, train them, and give them trials and wishes. If you pass his trial, you can get his promise, and he can help you realize any wish. And as long as you pass his test, which imprisoned Pokémon he can release. But if you fail the test, you will be punished. So, once you embark on this path, you can only keep winning and succeeding, otherwise, you can't bear the price of failure. After Mars Shadow's words echoed in Railu's mind, Railu also came to Duke. Why, you still have the courage to face me? Duke rested his cheeks and looked at Railu. Under Duke's gaze, Railu swallowed his saliva, but looked at the cave deep in the valley. He mustered up his courage again. Leo. I want to challenge you. You want to challenge me? Duke frowned and said with a chuckle, you have great courage. But with who you are now, can you do it? Railu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few roar from his throat. I heard from Mars Haddo that you will tame your favorite Pokémon, train them to challenge yourself, and fulfill their wishes. I want to have this opportunity. Railu looked at Duke, frowning tightly. Duke shook his head, are you sure? Leo. I'm sure. Then, do you dare to look at me directly? Duke's eyes widened, and his aura was released instantly. Just for a moment, Railu felt that he saw an unrivaled Demon King. The terrifying aura dyed the sky blood red, a pair of captivating eyes fixedly stared at him, and the fear of death constantly ate away at his heart. Railu's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Want to retreat, want to escape. Marcia! Don't give up, think Ho-Oh, think Marshadow's voice rang in Rylo's ear, and Rylo recalled Ho-Oh's last smile, bursting with infinite courage in his heart, and with a low growl, he took a step forward against Duke's momentum. But as soon as he touched it, he felt something hit his head. Looking up, Duke was holding the friend ball in his hand, and the friend ball opened automatically, emitting light to envelop him. Although I don't know the heights of the world, but the courage is commendable. I will give you a chance, do your best to challenge me. Then, get ready to smash your bones to pieces for your dreams. Rylo turned into a red light and was swallowed by the friend ball. After the friend ball was closed, it didn't even shake it, and just let out a thud to indicate that it was successfully subdued. Seeing the friend ball in his hand, Duke smiled. Subdued Rylo. Duke threw the ball and Rylo came out of the ball and gave Duke a growl. Leo! When will my training start? Looking at the eager Rylo, Duke handed him his own bowl, eat first. Rylo took the bowl, paused, and then ate a lot. The newborn Pokémon needed nutrition the most, and they were already hungry after struggling for so long yesterday. Looking at Rylo who was eating so much, Duke felt that this little guy was worth all his troubles. Only. Duke looked at Rylo who asked Ursaring for a refill, with a hint of unscrupulous thought in his eyes. What will Rylo's expression be when he learns the truth in the future? I really look forward to it. Above the sky, Ho-Oh, who was hidden, looked at Rylo who was devouring, with a smile in his eyes. Very cute child. I really hope he can grow up quickly. After taking a look, Ho-Oh turned and flew back to Tianzi Mountain. She was done, and the rest of the scene was for other Pokémon. After breakfast, Duke stood up and moved his body, and then began to undress until he was left with only the 5/4-length pants that Goldfinger gave him. Seeing Duke's action, Seduc put down the chess record in his hand, stood up too, and looked at Duke expectantly. Their training was finally coming. Seeing Duke's performance, Gyarados silently lowered his body and crawled back like a caterpillar. Geez, Duke is going to start that project. With rice porridge on the corner of his mouth, Rylo looked at Seduc, who was full of fighting spirit, and Gyarados, who was cowering, in confusion. What are they going to do? Duke twisted his neck, and in the next second he flew up into the air, looking down at Seduc and Gyarados below. Now, start the first Duke Challenge Conference. Duke's eyes were sharp. If you defeat me, any wish of yours will come true. So, challenge me with the determination to kill me. Chapter 70. Challenge me with the determination to kill me. Duke, who was high above the sky, looked down from a high position, with a different kind of coldness in his voice. Seduc stomped his little feet excitedly, looking at Duke high above the sky with fanaticism in his eyes. Here we come, finally this moment. As soon as the words fell, Seduc had disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was above Duke, holding his head in his hands, his eye sockets filled with blue light. The vast confusion like Wang Yang rushed out in an instant, and the void around Seduc was distorted by the huge confusion at this moment. Woo! Under the squeeze of the huge confusion, the air screamed. Duke did not dodge in the face of the mountain-like confusion, and he also wanted to see the power of Seduc after he had fully recovered. Boom! Confusion fell violently, and the air was compressed and exploded. But Duke didn't respond at all, he just looked up at Seduc with no sadness or joy in his eyes. Gah! Seeing that Duke was so indifferent, Seduc yelled and increased his confusion again, and the confusion light flowed out from his eye sockets. But it was still useless to Duke. Duke twisted his neck, raised his right hand towards Seduc, pinned his thumb to his index finger, and at the same time said, "The total amount of confusion is good, but the foundation is too poor, like loose cotton." Boom! As if a gunshot sounded, Duke flicked his finger, and a large space in front of him was suddenly sunken inward. Siduk opened his eyes wide, and was blown away by the terrifying impact in the next second. It's your turn. Duke turned his head to look at Gyarados on the ground. Gyarados shook his head with a flattering smile. What a joke, he is not the violent person like Siduk with a violent heart, so don't take the initiative to seek abuse. Gyarados has now figured out the personalities of several Pokémon in the family. Siduk usually looks like an old cotter, but once he starts to fight, he is more violent than anyone else, but he is usually very restrained. Ursaring is just a nanny, Du's mother's Raishu and Du's father's Tauros are laborers, let alone. As for Railu, who just joined the team, he is a naive, silly, and sweet person. Didn't you see that he was arranged by Duke so clearly? As the most handsome dragon in the team, he would never take the initiative to send him up to be beaten. Absolutely not. Come up. Duke's eyes were fixed, and Gyarados was crying, his body moved violently, and the moment his tail slapped the ground, he also rose into the air. Roar! Gyarados opened his bloody mouth wide, condensing dark energy, and the energy gathered on the fangs in his mouth, solidified and coagulated quickly. Gyarados, who came to Duke in the blink of an eye, opened his mouth and bit, but the energy fangs shattered into pieces as soon as they came into contact with Duke. Duke raised his hand and touched Gyarados' forehead, pushing gently. Gyarados immediately flew back faster than before. Dark's energy control is too poor, and the materialized fangs are too fragile to be vulnerable. Hoop, 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 hoop. The moment the air was cut and the sound of breaking wind came, Duke followed the sound and saw dozens of spiritual blades coming towards him. Siduk was panting heavily, with fanatical flames in his eyes. Sure enough, it is right to choose you. Siduk flicked his hands. And the energy condensed into stars, but in the blink of an eye, thousands of swifts were ready to go, and under Duke's gaze, they exploded. In an instant, dozens of spiritual sharp blades were the main ones, and thousands of swifts were the supplementary ones, surrounding Duke in the blink of an eye. Duke endured all the damage without blinking his eyes. While the ripples from the energy explosion drowned him, the crisp sound of snapping fingers resounded between heaven and earth. Snapped. There was just a crisp sound, and the chaotic energy ripples disappeared in an instant. The idea is good, but there are too many attacks and the power is too scattered. Duke shook his head at Siduk. Your foundation is too bad, Siduk. After all, pointing his finger towards Siduk, Siduk stored a terrifying hyper beam upon seeing this, and exploded straight away the moment Duke pointed his finger. Brilliant photon energy traversed the sky, but the center disappeared out of thin air, like macaroni. Next moment, Siduk was poked by Duke volley and disappeared into the distance. Hyper beam is very powerful, but the reaction force when using it is greater, which will bring a short-term stiffness. It is stupid to only pursue destructive power and ignore the entire battle situation. As soon as Duke finished speaking, Gyarados' hyper beam flew up. Duke, who turned his palm into a knife/hyper beam, his eyes fixed, and his momentum exploded, crushing Gyarados to the ground. In an instant, smoke and dust rose everywhere. You are even more stupid. In the camp below, Railu stared wide-eyed at Duke standing proudly in the sky, with shock in his eyes. Is this the power of the great Silver Demon King? So scary. The two Pokémon who challenged him were much stronger than him, but they still couldn't beat him. Can he really defeat such a big Silver Demon King? Just as doubts arose in Railu's heart, Ho-Oh's voice and smile surfaced quietly in his heart. He shook his head to dispel distracting thoughts, and his eyes became more determined. I can definitely do it myself. Do it at all costs. Ursaring was sitting on the ground at the moment, holding the fruit in his hand and looking at everything in the sky with relish. Railu noticed him and asked quickly, Leo, aren't you up? Ursaring squinted his eyes and let out a low growl, then threw a fruit over. I'm in logistics, and I won't challenge you. While talking, Ursaring also secretly rejoiced. I am very good at logistics, mopping the floor, washing dishes, and cleaning. It is much better than facing Duke. The former is exhausting, but the latter is terrible. Above the sky, Duke glanced at Gyarados, who was being pressed into the soil, and his voice resounded in all directions. Continue. As I said, attack me with the determination to kill me. What about your killing intent? What about your determination? I didn't see it at all. As soon as the words fell, Gyarados roared away the smoke and dust, and rose into the air again. Ah! Amidst the roar, Gyarados' eyes were red, and his body danced quickly. While using the dragon dance to strengthen himself, he also called for rain clouds to cover the sky. Seeing this, Duke nodded slightly. Yes, that's it, attack me with the determination to kill me. Then, Duke looked at the rushing Gyarados, knocked him into the air with a flick of his fingers, and dispersed the dark clouds with a low drink. Find your weaknesses, discover your shortcomings, make up for them, and challenge me again. Now, the challenge is not over yet, let's continue. Gyarados was knocked far away, and before returning, Psyduck had returned to Duke's sight. The light on Psyduck's body flashed rapidly, and various self-enhancing abilities developed simultaneously. Sharpen, bulk up, calm mind, work up, lucky chant. Psyduck greeted himself with various self-strengthening and changing moves. The light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and even enveloped him completely. Gah! Psyduck loves to shout, the unparalleled confusion that is enough to crush a mountain, twisted into a strand in an instant, rushing directly towards Duke. Self-strengthening, good idea. Duke raised his hand to catch confusion. Confusion was like a river breaking its embankment, but Duke didn't care at all. With a casual wave of his hand, confusion was broken and Psyduck was knocked into the air. 0 Please ask for flowers 0. Psyduck, who tried his best to stabilize his body, could not resist Duke's strength, and could only watch helplessly as he fell on the cliff on the side of the valley. Boom! Psyduck, who had lost the entire duck into the mountain wall, quickly disappeared, leaving only a hole in the mountain wall with the outline of his body. Duke took his eyes away from Psyduck and looked down at Gyarados. Gyarados lay on the ground panting heavily, tried to get up but found that he had no strength left. That's all for today, but in the next few days, if you want to challenge me, I will accompany you at any time. Duke dodged to the cliff, tore open the cliff with his hand, and used the biological force field to roll out Psyduck, and put it next to Gyarados. Wait for me here. Duke turned around and disappeared in place. After a while, he returned to the place with a few Pokémon. Heal them. Duke put these Pokémon in place, and these Pokémon looked at each other, and then used healing moves in unison. A flower therapy ring uses aromatherapy, a melodic condenses life dew, a Gardevoir uses heal pulse, a Blissey uses eggs, and lays down a few eggs produced by itself, which is convenient for Psyduck and Gyarados edible. Not long after, the two Pokémon recovered almost. Duke said to these Pokémon, now, I will grant you one wish. Several Pokémon looked at each other. Huan tentatively stated her request. She wanted to see Shaman. Duke nodded and agreed. Melodic thought for a while, and directly asked Duke to help her expel a Gyarados from her territory. However, Gardevoir asked Duke to help her restore her former territory. Blissey thought for a while and asked Duke to give herself some berries. The Happiny of her own group was short of food recently. Duke agreed one by one, released his biological status to take them away, and helped them fulfill their wishes along the way. Half an hour later, Duke returned again, and Psyduck and Gyarados were munching on Blissey's eggs. Now for the summary. Duke landed in front of the two Pokémon, and he looked at Psyduck first. Psyduck, I've read your experiment log, and you have a mutant gene extracted from the Mew fossil in your body, the destruction gene, which is the source of your power. It is also the source of your belligerence. However, your foundation is too weak, and you can only rely on strength to crush it, so next, you have to start training your foundation and practice each skill in turn. Siduk nodded, he also noticed his shortcomings. Duke looked at Gyarados and said directly, you have too many shortcomings, and things are miscellaneous but not perfect, so you can bully Pokémon who are weaker than you in the wild. So, next, you have to choose a direction for specialized cultivation, discard other useless skills, and specialize in one attribute. Considering your attributes, I suggest you choose water type and study water type energy well. In addition, your talent in rain dance is very strong. No matter how hard you improve, speed up the release speed and try to release it silently. Roar. Gyarados nodded in understanding. That's all I want to say. After eating, go to training by yourself. If you need my helping hand, just ask. Siduk finished eating first, and went to do calm mind while Gyarados flew a little further away to start water type energy training. Riolu saw that Duke had assigned tasks to the other two Pokémon, and hurried to Duke. Leo. What about me, what about me? Duke glanced at Riolu, then pointed to the open space beside him. Let's start by digging holes, said Jin. Chapter 71. Start by digging holes. Duke pointed to the ground mixed with soil and rocks. Riolu looked in the direction Duke pointed, nodded, walked to the ground in a few steps, raised his hand and began to dig down. While pawing hard to the ground, Riolu also felt the reaction force when hitting the ground. Flutter. He frowned when he threw a handful of earth and rocks out. The soil is mixed with stones. If one's claws dig the soil, it will inevitably be scratched by the stones in the soil, and the more stones there are, the harder it is for him to dig. Go on, hurry up. Duke glanced at Riolu who had stopped, and said lightly, of course, it's okay to give up. Anyway, the life and death of the Pokémon in the cave has nothing to do with you. Duke used verbal stimulation, and the speed of Riolu dig immediately increased. For a while, earth and rocks flew randomly, and Riolu continued to dig the ground and go deeper. Seeing Riolu working so hard, Duke also nodded. Sure enough, I still need to be stimulated. Once stimulated, I will immediately get motivated. However, as a newborn Pokémon, Riolu needs to receive high-intensity training while also supplementing corresponding nutrition, so Pokeblocks and berries are essential. Thinking of this, Duke stood up from the saddle. Mo, Hong. Xiao. Fa, I'm going to pick some berries, you look at him here, and give him a proper mention. After instructing Ursaring, Duke immediately flew into the sky, let go of his senses and began to look for the berries he needed. Ursaring came to Riolu's side, looking at Riolu who was flying earth and rocks under his feet, he couldn't help but growl. Brother, you are doing it wrong. Leo. Chihiro Mid-Autumn Festival Welfare. Riolu raised his head, his claws had become red, swollen, and worn out, obviously digging the ground was still somewhat difficult for him now. Ursaring stretched out his bear's paw, growled again and again, and at the same time attached a wave of energy to the bear's paw. You have to mobilize the energy in your body like this, and attach it to your claws, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort. Blindly using endeavor will only hurt yourself. At the same moment, Mars Shadow also came out from the side shadow, pointed at Ursaring and nodded repeatedly. The silly bear Riolu is right, you have to mobilize the energy in your body to wrap your paws, like this. Mars Shadow mobilized the shadow energy in his body, and the dark grey shadow energy immediately wrapped his hands, transforming into sharp shadow claws. Mars Shadow waved the palm covered with shadow claws casually, and several hideous cracks appeared on the ground immediately. Riolu looked thoughtfully at Ursaring and Mars Shadow's palms, then at the crack Mars Shadow left on the ground, and at the same time focused on his own palm. Leo. Riolu tried to mobilize the innate energy in his body and direct it to his claws. Riolu, whose paws were shining brightly, digs again, this time it is much better than before, not only in speed but also in efficiency, and the reaction force and pain are also reduced a lot. Leo. It really works. Ryolu's eyes lit up, and he accelerated the excavation speed. In an instant, earth and rocks flew all over the sky, gradually covering Ryolu's figure. Seeing this scene, Marshado nodded. Xiaoguzi has a good understanding, and he can understand everything. It will be a matter of time before he comprehends skills. After coaching was completed, Marshado dived into the shadow again and disappeared. Not long after, Duke returned to the camp. Hundreds of berries were wrapped in the biological force field, most of which were rare berries. Chili fruit, dragon eye fruit, sand scale fruit, pedia berry, apricot fruit, lanza fruit, star peach fruit, mystery sesame fruit. Each has a special effect, either to increase attack and defense speed, or to increase special attack and special defense, and to restore physical strength to heal injuries. After putting a bunch of berries on the ground, Duke patted Ursaring and asked him to put the berries in separate categories, while he walked towards Ryolu himself. There was a layer of floating soil on the ground, mixed with stones of different sizes. Ryolu, whose claws were covered with a layer of bright silver energy, was digging a hole more than 3 meters deep. Okay, let's go up for now. Duke called to stop, and Ryolu jumped out of the pit immediately. The depth of 3 meters was not too high for him, and he could jump out. After Ryolu reached the ground, Duke looked at his claws wrapped in steel energy and nodded secretly. The talent is indeed very strong. In such a short period of time, I have mastered Metal Claw through dig. It's just that the energy distribution method is still very rough, and the energy level is not high, which can be regarded as a preliminary understanding. Now, eat a few berries to supplement it, and eat it in the order I prepared for you. Ryolu nodded silently, rushed to the tree fruit, picked it up and bit it down. After tossing for a long time, he was already hungry. When Ryolu finished eating, Duke pointed to the deep pit beside him. Keep digging, every time you dig down 1 meter, jump up once. Ryolu nodded again, jumped into the deep pit, condensed Metal Claw and began to dig. For every meter you dig down, you jump out. Ryolu followed Duke's instructions very seriously, and the depth of the pothole gradually increased. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters. Up to 8 meters high at that time, Ryolu struggled to jump up, but stopped at a height of 6 meters. Ryolu, who wanted to use his hands to helping hand to step out of the deep pit by himself, heard Duke say, "You are not allowed to use your hands, you can only use your bounce force and your legs." Ryolu fell silently to the bottom of the pit, looked at the hole above, and tried again. But several attempts ended in failure. Standing at the bottom of the pit, Ryolu looked at the hole above his head, thinking in his eyes, how can he jump out? Cooperate with breathing when you take off, mobilize the energy in your body at the same time as an instant burst, and then jump up in one fell swoop. Duke's reminder at this time, Frillish fell into the hole. Ryolu hesitated, and immediately began to adjust his breathing. While squatting slightly to adjust his breathing, he also jumped up vigorously, and the energy in his body was also mobilized by him. This time it exceeded the previous limit and reached a height of 7 meters, but it was still not enough, and it was still a long way from the entrance of the cave. Looking at the entrance of the cave, which was so close at hand, Ryolu fell down again, and a feeling of unwillingness spread in his heart. Obviously it was only a little bit close. Because of the emotions in his heart, Ryolu mobilized his energy subconsciously and poured it all into his lower limbs and legs. When he fell into the bottom of the pit again, Ryolu squatted down like a soul, and then stomped on the ground. Next second. Whoosh! Ryolu burst out of the pothole like a cannonball and landed on the ground. Duke glanced at Ryolu, kicking comprehension. Seeing that he finally challenged this deep pit, Ryolu couldn't help clenching his fists to cheer up growl. Seeing this, Duke said to him, "Okay, eat fruit to recover your strength, rest for 10 minutes, and then continue. This time, dig 2 meters down each time, and jump out once. Leo. Railu nodded excitedly, isn't it just digging down 2 meters? Once you master the trick, you will be able to continue to succeed. 2 hours later 0. Railu, who was squatting in the 15-meter deep pothole, looked at the hole above his head in silence, blinked his eyes. Was he too happy before? Roar. Ursaring tapped the side of the pot with a spoon. Time to eat. It was noon at the moment. Duke glanced at the deep pit beside him and shook his head. The little guy was too young. Siduk returned to the camp in an instant. Duke pointed to Railu in the pit. Drag him up to eat. Siduk glanced at the pothole, confusion urged, and pulled Railu up. Eat first, take a nap after dinner, and then continue. Duke took the job bowl from Ursaring and handed it to Railu. Railu took the bowl and ate it in big mouthfuls. After training for a whole morning, although he would replenish his energy halfway, the frequent mobilization of energy consumes a lot of energy. After lunch, Siduk left in an instant to stabilize his foundation. Gyarados also took a short break and turned to practice water-type skills again. As for Railu, Ursaring stuffed him into a tent and began to take a nap. After everything was arranged, Duke took out his phone and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was somewhere in Saffron Forest in Baoan City. Duke, who was proficient in starting the machine, first called his mother to report that he was safe, and then called the principal Tian Yiming. I don't know how the relationship with the fighting gym is going. As soon as the call was connected, Duke heard Tian Yiming on the other end say, Duke, did you provoke someone? Duke pondered, and replied, I have provoked a lot of people, I don't know which one you are talking about. Tian Yiming. Tian Yiming, who sucked his teeth on Delia, said with a headache, oh, tell me about you. Forget it, don't mention this. I mentioned it to my teacher in the gym, but the reply letter from him was that he dared not accept it and could not accept it, so I asked you if you have offended someone. Sorry, the principal has caused you trouble. It's not a matter of trouble or trouble. All in all, I will contact you again at gym. Tian Yiming uncommonly lit a cigarette, and said to Duke on the other end of the phone, besides, the news of the school resumption hasn't come out yet, for a while, you can only rely on your self-study. How is your progress now? Railu was hatched, and it was born with a vacuum wave. I just learned Metal Claw and Foot Kick. I'm still doing special training. I guess it will be a matter of time before I learn more skills. Although comprehending skills is not a trivial matter, the basics must not be lost. Don't rush. Railu is an excellent Pokémon. Don't waste it. Duke thought about Railu after hearing the sound, and said decisively, no, this little guy is very hardworking. That's good. Tian Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, and continued, I will contact you about the gym, and you remember to report the progress of the training every day. It is good. That's it first, you train first. Tian Yiming hung up the phone, smoking his cigarette, frowning. How could master not accept such an excellent student? I have to think of other ways. Tian Yiming picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Mr. Zhong, it's me, Xiao Tian, that's right, that's Xiao Tian, that's right, I have something to trouble you. Chapter 72. 5 days later. No Man's Land, no in the famous valley. Metal Claw. Duke's voice has not yet fallen, but Railu has already reacted. Leo. The energy of the steel system spread downward from the elbows, flowing like a stream of water, enveloping Railu's claws. The moment the edge of the metal claw shone with a cold light, Railu rushed forward quickly, and his claws went straight to Ursaring's neck. Roar! Ursaring, who was pulled to be Railu's sparring partner, roared and pushed forward with heavy and powerful bare paws, causing the air to be disturbed endlessly. Arm Hammer. Facing Ursaring's arm hammer, Railu's center of gravity sank. While lowering his body, he dodged the powerful arm hammer. As soon as his toes touched the ground, he jumped again. Leo. At the same time that a paw was picked on Ursaring's chin from bottom to top, Ursaring opened his arms and held Ryulu in his arms, ignoring Ryulu's attack at all. Ursaring, who was holding the dog in his arms, gradually stretched his arms, and Ryulu, who was strangled, let out a scream. Seeing this, Duke shook his head. Okay, let's call it a day. Ursaring let go of Ryulu, who was about to pass out from being strangled by himself, and turned around to pack his things. It's been almost 7 days here, and it's time to go home. Ryulu sat down on the ground panting heavily. Duke waved to him, and Ryulu ran over quickly. The attack just now was too reckless. Ursaring itself was born in the wild Pokémon. The wild Pokémon are the most fierce in battle. They would rather trade their lives for injuries. You still have a poor grasp of the rhythm of the battle. Duke pinned his thumb to his middle finger. Okay, accept the punishment. Ryulu closed his eyes and brought his head closer. In the next second, it was thrown out. Take a rest and let's go home later. Duke stood up and stretched himself. In the past 5 days in 2007, Ryulu not only mastered the metal claw, the bottom kick, but also the 2-stage kick and work up through the pit digging jump method. The results are still gratifying, but Duke's requirements for him have become stricter. He also prepared more training methods waiting for him. Digging pits and jumping is just the simplest point. More to come. Not long after everything was packed, Duke opened his biological position and took all the Pokémon into the air, and returned to the old house of Du's family at an extremely fast speed. But in an instant, Duke had brought them back to the old house for all the Pokémon's eyes. After landing, Duke glanced left and right, and his eyes stopped somewhere on the courtyard wall. You are free to move, I have something to deal with. Duke walked towards the courtyard wall, raised his hand to remove a wall brick, and took out a pocket-sized pinhole camera from the gap in the wall brick. Looking at the camera lens, Duke grinned. Where are you? Yunshan village, in a certain house. The man who was photographed by the mysterious old man looked at the surveillance screen in horror. How did he find out? But as soon as the words fell, Duke appeared behind him. You are too sloppy. The figure of Duke, who put his hand on the opponent's shoulder, flickered again, and when he appeared again, he returned to his old house. Duke, who stuffed the squeezed brick back, also took out the phone. I don't know if the principal has made arrangements. Tianzu Mountain, the Lake of Purification. Lakeside. Where am I? The man looked at the Lake of Purification not far away with a confused face. He was still monitoring the boy in the rented house in Yunshan village just now, but the boy suddenly realized that he didn't say anything. Here. Hey, aren't you the bell next to Mr. Deng? Sima Wushuan, a psychic elite in tattered clothes, noticed Zhongming, and just as he greeted him, Zhongming turned to look at him. Are you psychic elite? Aren't you missing? Why did you appear here? Sima Wushuan touched his nose and said melancholy, it's hard to say. Afternoon. Tian Yiming's house. Ding dong, ding dong. At the same time as the doorbell rang, Mr. Mime of Tian Yiming's house also opened the door, and poked his head out curiously. Is it? I'm here to find the principal. Duke mentioned the durian in his hand, the unfiled kind, and at the same time, Ryulu beside him looked at Mr. Mime curiously. Bari. Mr. Mime opened the door and made an inviting gesture. Duke walked in with Ryulu directly. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tian Yiming's wife. Duke smiled. Teacher. Come here, what else do you bring? Tian Yiming's wife glanced at the durian in Duke's hand, with a smile on her face. At the same time, she noticed Ryulu, and she was pleasantly surprised. Oh, so cute Ryulu. Leo. Ryulu raised his hand as a greeting, and Tian Yiming's wife nodded with a smile, very polite. Ryulu's eyes wandered a little. If he was not polite, it would hurt his brain to collapse. Can you believe that a brain collapsed and flew 7 or 8 meters away? Old Tian is in the study, you can go in by yourself, I will prepare tea and snacks for you. Troublesome teacher. It doesn't matter. Let Mr. Mime took Tian Yiming's wife who took the durian and went into the kitchen, and Duke also took Rilo into Tian Yiming's study. As soon as he entered the house, Duke smelled a strong smell of smoke. Hey, how much did you smoke, principal? Duke hurried to open the window. Tian Yiming waved his hand, strangled the cigarette in his hand, rubbed his face, and said at the same time, I'll contact you about the gym, but this gym is a bit special. Special? After Duke took his seat, he looked curious. What kind of gym? Well, Tian Yiming glanced at Duke, he was a little hard to say, but in the end he smiled wryly, your situation is too special, most gyms don't accept you, but in the end I found a gym for you. Willing to accept your gym. It's just that this gym can be said to be the weakest in history. Duke blinked, what kind of weak method? Do you know about gym ranking competitions? Tian Yiming lit another cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and before Duke could answer, he explained, the so-called gym ranking tournament is a comprehensive inspection of all domestic gyms by the Pokémon Association and the Alliance. During the inspection, the major gyms will conduct a ladder challenge to determine the strength of the gym and the allocation of resources. And once a gym fails to achieve excellent results in the ladder challenge for 5 consecutive times, it will be removed from the list and replaced with a new gym. The company I found for you has lost 5 ladder challenges in the past 5 years. If it fails the double review of the association and the league this year, it will be directly removed from the list. In addition, the gym leader of this gym lost his main Pokémon due to some experiences in his early years. There are very few Pokémon in his hand, and the resources cannot be allocated well. So, this gym can be said to be the weakest gym in history. Speaking of this, Tian Yiming took a deep breath, exhaled the smoke, and at the same time said, this is the basic situation of this gym. I personally don't recommend you to go. If you go to such a gym, you won't get any resources. If you don't say it, it may delay your progress. There are 3 months left until the college entrance examination. So you have to think about whether to continue with your choice or find another way out. Tian Yiming said that he should shut up properly and not continue, leaving time to Duke, who leaned on the back of the sofa and thought slowly. After a while, Duke said directly, I want to go to the field to have a look. Tian Yiming was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Which gym is in the Lion City next door, so it's fast. I have a pilot's license, so I can fly directly there. It's better this way, go early and come back early, and you can have dinner when you come back. Tian Yiming immediately packed up and was ready to go, and Duke also went to the entrance to wait ahead of time. 10 minutes later, Tian Yiming came to Duke with a bitter face. Let's go. It is good. Taking a look at Tian Yiming's face, Duke remained calm, and Tian Yiming coughed only after the two walked out of the residential building. Well, come here later, don't take anything. You don't have much income as a student. It's not good at all to bring things with you every time you come. You spend all your parents' money. You have to learn to be sympathetic to your parents. Especially things like durian, you're not married yet, so you can't grasp it. Facing Tian Yiming's warning, Duke threw out the Gyarados with a smile, and said, then I rubbed the thorns for you. Ahem. Tian Yiming coughed twice in embarrassment, and slapped Duke on the shoulder. You kid is talking nonsense and telling the truth. Let's go, principal. Duke took Tian Yiming to board Gyarados, and Gyarados immediately soared into the sky and flew towards Lion City. Lion City, Pajun Gym. The first time Gyarados fell from the sky, Duke saw the dilapidated gate of this gym at a glance. Not only that, there were a few people standing lazily outside the gate, scanning the passers-by. After Gyarados landed, Duke Wada Yiming got off him and was about to walk into the gate of the gym. Several people at the gate slowly got up and blocked the gate. Sorry guys, I don't see any visitors at Pajun Gym today, please go back. The leading young man made a gesture of invitation. Duke glanced at Tian Yiming. Tian Yiming frowned and said, I remember that there is only one disciple left here, where did these people come from? While Tian Yiming was muttering, the young man also said casually, Hey, don't care where we came from, just remember one thing, Pajun Gym has no visitors today. Go back quickly. Facing the obstruction of the young man, Tian Yiming rushed in. What do you mean if you say you don't see customers? You don't see customers. I have to meet the gym leader who breaks the army today. Hey, old man, you don't have to drink a toast, don't you? The young man raised his hand to push Tian Yiming, but Duke grabbed his wrist instead. Duke glanced at the young man and shook him casually, be respectful, don't be fussy. Hey, what are you doing? That's right, do you want to fight? Bullying people. I said, I don't see any visitors in the gym today, you can't understand people's language, right? When the rest of the people saw that Duke dared to fight back, they immediately rushed forward and kept pushing forward. The young man who shot earlier looked at his swollen wrist and gasped. This kid looked only 17 or 18 years old. How could he be so strong? His wrist was pinched by him. As if pinched by iron clamps same, it hurts like hell. You the first to strike, I was just in self-defense. Duke was not afraid of everyone's responsibilities, but the young man raised his hand and pointed at his swollen wrist. You crushed me and lost money. Duke looked at the young man with an unscrupulous face, and slowly frowned. Do you want to touch porcelain? Chapter 73. Do you want to touch porcelain? Duke looked at the young man who raised his right wrist, and the other party snorted, don't frame me. You did it first, and you hurt me. Is it reasonable for me to ask you for medical expenses? Duke nodded slowly, it's really reasonable. While speaking, Duke raised his hand to pinch the opponent's face, and while exerting a little force, the young man immediately let out a scream. Anyway, I have to pay the medical bills, so it's reasonable to waste you and pay more in one breath, right? While the cold light in Duke's eyes was cold, the other party screamed again and again. The young man who barely opened his eyes noticed Duke's eyes, and his heart immediately felt cold. I'm going to suffer, I'm going to be kicked to the iron plate. Seeing that their brother was being manipulated, the rest of the people tensed up one after another, but before they could gather around, Gyarados had already moved over, hanging over Duke's head, with a fierce look in his eyes, and even more low growls. What are you doing? There was a loud shout, and Duke and Tian Yiming followed the sound. A man with a bushy beard and wearing exercise clothes was standing at the door of Pajun Gym, frowning at them. Duke looked away and asked Tian Yiming, is he the leader? It's not him. I've seen the leader of Pajun Gym, and he's a little thinner than him. Master, this kid is looking for trouble. Before Duke could speak, the people on the other side quickly cried out, accusing Duke one after another. This kid came up to beat people indiscriminately, and the senior brother's wrist was pinched by him. Yes, he even clamored to abolish senior brother. Look, he's holding a Gyarados to scare people. During the condemnation of several people, Duke kept his movements unchanged, and turned to look at the bearded man, are these people your apprentices? So what? The bearded man narrowed his eyes, with an air of calm and prestige. It's nothing, I just suddenly understood why these people are so rotten, the root cause is you. Boy, you are courting death. The moment the man's eyes widened, and the soles of his feet stomped on the ground, he was like a rock spreading its wings, spanning the distance between him and Duke. Seeing this scene, Duke raised his eyebrows. This guy's explosive power and speed have exceeded the limit of the human body. It is still difficult for human beings to break through the limits of the human body through pure exercise, but this guy stomped his feet and took off, spanning a distance of 7 or 8 meters, breathing smoothly, and his arm muscles continued to contract and rhythmically. It seems that fighting gym still has something. Facing the bearded man rushing forward, Duke took a step forward silently, pinched the young man's head and lifted him up. Facing the bearded man frowned, changed direction while volleying, and changed the angle. Duke flicked his arm casually, and the young man directly threw it out, hitting the bearded man heavily. Knock him out of the air. Oh, my waist! The young man let out a scream, and was quickly pushed away by the bearded man. He stood up and was about to make trouble, but was stopped by someone. Why, is Mr. Ling going to get angry with a child? A thin middle-aged man with a white face and beardless body stood at the door of the gym, wearing a white exercise suit with a sneer on his face. You failed to rob my gym, and turned to attack others. You really deserve to be a rising star, Mr. Ling. After glaring at Duke, Ling Tiancheng flicked his sleeves, and said to the man at the door with a half-smile, Leader Li was joking, where did I, Ling, say that I wanted to snatch your gym? Besides, I'm just happy to see Li Xin, and I just want to give some advice to the young people. Tips. Li, leader of Pajun Gym, snorted coldly, tell me to go to your house, don't make trouble in front of my house. Ling Tianken's face twitched for a while, he shook his hands and left, and the rest of the people followed behind him, also leaving resentfully. Seeing this group of people leave, Li Chengfeng turned to Tian Yiming, senior brother Tian, long time no see. Leader Li, it's true that I haven't seen you for a while. This is the young man I mentioned to you. He plans to come over to have a look and make a decision. Okay, since that's the case, let's come in and have a look, anyway. Pajun Jim will be gone in a while. Having said that, Li Chengfeng showed a trace of loneliness on his face, turned around and walked into the gate. This man looks very decadent. Duke raised his hand to put away Gyarados. Tian Yiming shook his head and said, I'm almost exhausted, what else can I do? Duke thoughtfully followed Tian Yiming and approached the gate of gym. As soon as he entered the door, Duke accidentally stepped on the threshold, and stepped on the threshold directly. The corner of Duke's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the threshold that had been trampled down by himself. The threshold of other people's gyms had been trampled down, perhaps because there were too many students, but this gym was simply in disrepair, right? No wonder they failed miserably in the ladder challenge in the past 5 years. Even the gate that serves as the face of gym has been broken like this. The decline of gym is inevitable. After entering the door, the first thing that catches the eye is an extremely wide yard, which is paved with blue stone slabs, but the gaps are full of grass, and the stone slabs are also covered with fallen leaves. A Macamp is squatting pulling weeds at the door, the 4 arms take turns to fight, and the cleaning speed is very fast. Across the front yard, Duke saw the main hall of the gym, but there was no decoration inside, and the only signboard with the word Miracle Eye on it was eaten by moths, which happened to be a little heart. But Li Chengfeng waved from the side of the front yard, come here. Tian Yiming pulled Duke up, and at the same time whispered, it's really not possible, I'll find you a school, you can go to assault for a while. Duke glanced at Tian Yiming, Principal, your Menfa can't even beat my Gyarados. Besides, I have also mastered Mega Evolution. Which school do you think I will learn something from? Makes sense. Tian Yiming nodded in agreement. Even now, he still feels shocked by the Mega Evolution that Duke used in the finals in the Magic City competition. That's a power that elite trainers can master, but it appeared in the hands of a high school student. Duke with that Gyarados and the Mega Evolution in his hands, it's true that ordinary schools can't teach it. But what can you learn here? Duke and Tian Yiming walked around the corner and saw the courtyard behind. It can be said to be a courtyard, but in fact it is just a pile of weeds. The only bright spot is that there is a flat land in the middle of the weeds. At the same time, a girl with short grey hair and brown skin was sparring with a machoke. Every punch can make the air crackle, and every kick can make the crisp sound of whipping air. Duke looked at the direction of the muscles under the girl's clothes, as well as the rhythm of her breathing, and seriously suspected that this guy could blow a person's head off with his bare hands. For example, Tian Yiming next to him. Although Tian Yiming was also a member of fighting gym at the beginning, but after becoming the principal, he neglected to exercise, was tired of socializing, and as he got older, his responsiveness was not as good as before. It's not for nothing that boxing is afraid of the young. When the girl saw that her father had brought others in, Ma Shan stopped the duel with Ma Choke, and looked over with cold eyes. At this time, Li Chengfeng also said, "This is my daughter Li Bea. And she is also the only apprentice of Pa Jun Jim. The conditions here are just like this. Young people, if you want to study here, you should think about it." Tian Yiming looked at Duke, waiting for his opinion. Duke scanned his surroundings and noticed that there was a mountain forest outside the wall behind the gym, and there was the sound of water flowing. "What can you teach me here?" Duke asked, while looking at the place. Although the facilities here are dilapidated, the advantage is that there are few people and cleanliness. Duke just wanted to find a gym to act as a cover. "I have one for Pokémon here, which can teach Bullet Punch, Thunder Punch, Brick Break, Arm Hammer, and Swords Dance move cheats. In addition, there are combat techniques for trainers. It's just that it's much more expensive. I still need to charge money." Duke frowned, and Li Chengfeng snorted, "Doesn't Jim need to eat? If it wasn't for the development of BEA, I wouldn't advertise outside to recruit people." "Advertise?" Duke looked at Tian Yiming on the side. Tian Yiming coughed, "My senior sister told me about this, and she said that I can bring you here to try. In addition, his cheats on swords dance moves are really good, and his family's combat skills are also well known in the circle. Only..." Tian Yiming didn't continue talking, but Li Chengfeng said with a face full of indifference, "It's just that I didn't live up to it and ruined my family property. Now I can't even give my daughter the money to raise Pokémon. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Anyway, a person like me." Li Chengfeng shook his head while speaking, and Li Bea glared at his father, then turned to look at Duke, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for making your trip in vain. How much is the tuition?" Duke picked a piece of dogtail grass and put it in his mouth. Anyway, he was just looking for a place to use it as a cover, so let's spend some money. As for the tuition fee, I can give you a discount for the sake of acquaintances." Li Chengfeng regained his energy immediately and told the price of the tuition fee. "A full set of 108,000. Hey, Leader Li, you. Senior brother Tian, I can't help it. BEA also needs money now." Li Chengfeng showed an apologetic smile, and Duke nodded upon seeing this. 180,000 is 180,000, cash or transfer. All support." Li Chengfeng trotted to get his mobile phone. Li Bea frowned and looked at Duke, "Is this guy a fool with a lot of money?" Tian Yiming also said, "Duke, why did you agree so simply? The place here is big and spacious. It's convenient for me to train Railu, and it's also safe for my family. But 180,000 is too expensive. I saved some money in the game before, and besides, if there are really intensive moves here, I can still make a profit." Duke spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth, but Li Bea came over and asked curiously, "Do you have Railu?" "There is one, what's the matter? Can you come to a battle with me? I want to see what the rumored Pokémon looks like that all fighters dream of." Chapter 74. Fight. Duke touches out Railu's friend ball, "Grasp it in the palm of your hand and weigh it." The serious girl in front of him looked at him expectantly, and Duke shrugged his shoulders and said, "Okay, let's do it once." "Okay, since that's the case, I'll get the poke ball." Li Bea turned around and ran away. While Duke watched her go, Tian Yiming who was beside him smiled bitterly and said, "You are really capricious. You can lose the little 100,000 if you want. I think it's worth the money." Duke didn't care. He might have been worried about money before, but now he doesn't need it. Not to mention that Gyarados can make damp rock to sell for money, just say that he can just pick some precious tree fruits from no man's land to realize it. In addition, Chi Wanyu also gave him a bank card, and money would come in regularly every month. Said it was thanks to him for the information. Duke can now say that it is not bad money. Okay, but save some money. Pokémon needs money everywhere, not to mention Pokémon props, but the consumables used by Pokémon. Money is everywhere. Tian Yiming snapped his fingers and said, high-quality poke blocks, precious tree fruits, special props for special moves, such as Learning Iron Tail and Metal Claws Metal Coating Liquid, this is still a small number, waiting for the Pokémon you will cultivate in the future. The more you have, the more places you can spend your money. A friend of mine currently has 6 main engines, which cost him more than 1 million yuan a month, and more than 10 million yuan a year. This is still the cost of food. Know that high-quality poke blocks are sold by the block. Speaking of this, Tian Yiming began to chatter. If you don't want Pokémon to regress, you need to keep feeding high-quality poke blocks. If you want Pokémon to go further, you have to find various resources. The trainer sounds very glamorous, but it is also a glamour before others, and suffers after others. I don't know how many trainers are working hard to make money to support Pokémon. The road of a trainer is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Okay, I know. Duke nodded, and Bea also appeared in his line of sight at this time. He tilted his head and looked at Tian Yiming and said, so the best way is actually to let Pokémon support yourself and the trainer. Mature Pokémon will make money. Your friend is so distressed because his Pokémon is not mature at all and won't share the pressure of the trainer. Tian Yiming blinked his eyes, what else is there to say? Pokémon support trainers? Those Pokémon used for work are another matter, which is itself classified as a labor force. But the Pokémon of the trainer is not supported by himself. He really dares to think that Pokémon supports the trainer, and he is not afraid that his Gyarados will teach him to be a human being when he sends Hyper Beam? While Tian Yiming was muttering, Li Bea also pressed the Pokeball switch and released his own Pokémon. My choice is her. An octopus jumped out of the Pokeball, its soft tentacles rolled into a ball, and it was raised above its head like a fist, and its pair of horizontal pupils were full of fighting spirit. This is my Earl Dervish Pokémon, and it's just right to play against your Earl Dervish Pokémon Riolu. Li Bea mistakenly thought that Riolu was Duke's Earl Dervish Pokémon. Duke threw a friend ball, and Riolu jumped out of the ball, growl loudly. Wow! Riolu, who was full of fighting spirit, stared at the octopus with burning eyes. At the same time, Duke also said, Riolu is my third Pokémon, not my Earl Dervish Pokémon. The third one. Li Bea frowned, you look 18 years old like me, how can you be qualified to hold 3 Pokémon? Ahem, there are many reasons. Then what are your first and second? Gyarados and Psyduck. Gyarados, Psyduck. Li B's face froze, seriously suspecting that Duke was shaking him. Gyarados, forget it, Psyduck? Are you kidding? Will someone take over Psyduck, one of the 3 Pokémon? Forget it, don't tell the truth if you don't want to. Li Bea clenched his hands and raised his fists above his head, exhaled and made a sound, and at the same time as he fell down hard, Duke and Tian Yiming heard a crisp air explosion. Tisk, it's no wonder that Leader Li has given everything to help her cultivate Pokémon. This girl's talent in martial arts is really good. Okay, Captain, don't be envious of others, you come to be a referee, if you are envious, you will have a baby with your teacher's wife. What do you mean I am envious? The principal refused to admit defeat, and while walking towards the middle of the field, he also yelled at Duke, my daughter is also very talented. But how did I hear that your daughter learned to dance? One sentence made Tian Yiming's expression stiff, and he muttered, what's wrong with dancing, anyway, it's all about exercising the body, what's wrong with it? Stop whining, principal, Do your refereeing job well. Duke waved his hand, and Railu stepped forward. Punching an octopus is also a normal movement. Tian Yiming saw that both sides were in position, and directly said loudly, "The rules of the battle are one-on-one. When one party loses the ability to fight or loses the will to fight, it is considered a loss gone. Now, the battle begins." The principal raised his right hand high, then swung it down vigorously. At the same moment, above the sky, dark red rays of light gushed out from the void, like the eyes of demons gushing out from the depths of hell, opening and shrinking, as if they were breathing. Just as the breath of light reached its peak, the dark red light dyed the surrounding sky dark red, and the clouds instantly changed from white to dark red. At this moment, the energy radiance in the void exploded, and meteor-like light beams burst out from the void, splashed from the sky to the ground. Each meteor left a faint trail of light in the void, and there were a lot of them, and their directions were in no order, falling randomly. Fist octopus, bulk up! Li Bea waved his fist, and the fist octopus immediately tightened its tentacles, just like it appeared on the stage. The tentacles curled into fists, raised high, and at the same time, energy rays of light circulated on the surface of the fist octopus. Railu, work up! Like Li Bea, Duke started by strengthening his skills. While Railu looked up to the sky, a dark red meteor streaked across the sky, flew over the gym, and hit the forest behind the gym. Boom! A dull and loud noise came from the forest, and at the same time, it also attracted the attention of several people in the gym. What was that just now? Li Bea frowned. Tian Yiming stared blankly at the long-lasting dark red tracer in the sky, and suddenly exclaimed, "It's a huge energy meteor! Extremely huge energy meteor? Oh, it turned out to be this thing, I haven't seen it for a long time." Duke looked in the direction where the meteor fell, and understood what it was. As I said before, this world has the same power system as the Pokémon world, Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, and Dynamax, but unlike the first two, Dynamax has very few masters. This is because the Dynamax of this world is very different from the Dynamax of the Pokémon world. In the Pokémon world, Dynamax can be used as long as you are in the designated location in the Galar region and have a giant wristband. But in this world, the Rotten country that originally corresponds to the Galar region does not have the energy points that the Galar region should have. However, this does not mean that these energy points do not exist. It's just that all the energy points of Dynamax's energy eruption have been transferred to the sky. According to the hypothesis of the scholars who study Dynamax, all the energy points of Dynamax's energy eruption are actually in a secret territory. When this secret realm and the main world overlap each other, the energy point will explode, resulting in a huge energy meteor. When the extremely huge energy meteor falls on the ground, it will react with certain substances in the main world to form dark red crystals similar to Lucky Chant star stones. When Pokémon ingests these crystals, it will directly perform Dynamax. The Dynamax mastered by trainers is also realized based on this dark red energy crystal. Because energy crystals are extremely rare, very few people master Dynamax. Whenever a Dynamax meteor comes into the world, it will attract a large number of trainers to compete for it. Although I can't use it myself, but this thing is expensive, some people want to buy it when they are taken advantage of. I wipe. Li Chengfeng, who was going to get his mobile phone, threw the mobile phone and POS machine on the ground, and then ran to the back mountains and forests. Bea, your housekeeping at home. Like Tian Yiming, Li Chengfeng, who understood the value of Dynamax energy meteors, left the gym after a few jumps after leaving a word. Seeing this, Duke also knew that the battle could not continue, and he was also very interested in the Dynamax energy meteor before, not because of Dynamax, but because this thing has a special effect. He had obtained the crystallization of the Dynamax energy meteor that fell to the ground, and then he force-fed it to Rayquaza. Then, because of the energy incompatibility, Rayquaza fell into a frenzy, chasing Duke for a hammer, and after returning to normal, he had diarrhea for a long time. That's why Rayquaza hates Duke so much. This kid is too inappropriate. But now, collecting those dark red energy crystals is fine. He remembered that when he saw the journey, Gyarados could also Dynamax, and the conditions required for Dynamax were not very complicated. In this world, only Dynamax's unique energy crystals and special Dynamax props are needed. With this in mind, Duke took Railu back and changed hands to find a red and white ball. Seduck, teleport. Seduck jumped out of the poke ball, looked in the direction of the forest, and the middle-aged confusion flickered in his eyes, and disappeared in place with Duke. How can Duke run so fast? Seeing Duke disappearing suddenly, Tian Yiming smacked his lips, but Li Bea was full of unexpectedly, a Seduck can use teleport? Isn't this thing only tail whip? And Duke didn't lie, he actually tamed a Seduck. He has been cultivated to this point, is this really his peers? For a moment, they fell into contemplation and shock. On the other side, Duke and Seduck appeared in a deep pit, filled with steam, and from time to time there was dark red shiny. Is this the impact crater where the Dynamax energy meteor fell? Seduck glanced at Duke, who nodded, that's right. Now take all the crystals here before the others come. Understood. Seduck nodded in response, dodging quickly into the impact pit. Boy, if you dare to touch the crystals in the pit, I will kill you. While Duke was waiting, there was a loud shout, and following the sound, a man who was following Medicham also came to the edge of the impact pit. It seems that there are people who are not slower than me. Duke glanced at the man, then returned his gaze to the impact crater. Dynamax made 2 settings according to the needs of the plot. Chapter 75. It seems that there are people who are not slower than me. Duke glanced at the man following Medicham, and immediately put his gaze on the impact pit. Seduck's movements were not slow, and he had already searched for 2/3 of the crystals, and the remaining third was quickly taken by him. Remove. Seeing Duke ignoring him so much, the man couldn't hold back his face, but he didn't wait for him to make any moves. Just listen to Duke, the association stipulates that the first to discover resources has the priority to exploit. So what? The man sneered, you really think that someone will follow this rule? No, what I care about is the second point of the rule. Duke turned his head and grinned. Once there is a dispute over resources, the life safety of the trainer who first provoked the dispute will no longer be legally guaranteed. In other words, if you dare to attack me, I can kill you. Boy, who are you scaring? You can give it a try. Duke looked in the other direction, the third person arrives in 20 seconds. Within 20 seconds, I can kill you tens of thousands of times. How do you choose? You decide. While Duke was speaking, Seduck also searched for all the crystals, and Seduck, who wrapped the crystals in confusion, returned to Duke, and after indifferently looking at the man with Medicham, Seduck said coldly, are you going to kill him? This sentence made the man even more horrified. This is a child of whose family, who always talks about killing people. He's still sensible, so don't move him. Learn. Seduck looked away from the man and Medicham. Duke stretched his waist, okay, let's go back to the gym, we will spend the next period of time in the gym below. In addition, Guz's basic training will also be completed here. It is good. Seduck released confusion, wrapped Duke teleport and disappeared in place, leaving only the man with an ugly face and his Pokémon. Not long after, a female trainer riding a Charizard rushed to the scene, glanced at the man, and said directly, how about 5 or 5 points? 50-50 farts, they were all searched away. The man spat, with a flail on his face. What is the background of that kid? Seeing his appearance, the female trainer directly rode Charizard into the impact crater to investigate. Sure enough, all the Dynamax energy crystals inside were searched. Where did that person go? The female trainer walked out of the impact pit with her own Charizard. The man heard the sound and patted his own Medicham. The Medicham with dual attributes of fighting and psychic immediately transmitted the boy he saw just now to the female trainer in front of him via telepathy. Thank you. The female trainer left behind a few words, and Charizard turned around and left. The female trainer who got on Charizard left here in the blink of an eye. The man looked at the impact crater in front of him and stomped his feet fiercely. Fighting geese all day long but being pecked in the eye by geese today, bad luck. But soon, another person came to the impact crater, and before he landed, he said loudly, "Friend, I'm at a disadvantage, how about 4 or 6? Fuck you, I've been searched long ago." What? The visitor yelled in disappointment, but immediately said, "Then do you know who took it away?" "No." "Can you tell me?" The man rolled his eyes, smiled at the visitor, and rubbed his fingers together. "Okay. 500,000 pieces of information. Damn, you are too dark. Do you want love?" "Okay, 500,000 is 500,000, my energy crystals are almost used up, I have to replenish them quickly." Ding, Zaoke Bayo has 500,000 in the account. Hey, get rich. Inside the gym. While Duke reappears, Siduk also followed him. "How is it, have you gained anything?" Tian Yiming came up to ask Duke. Duke shrugged his shoulders, "It's okay." "What do you mean, I wipe?" Tian Yiming noticed the energy crystals floating around Siduk, and swears directly. "Are you just digging out all the crystals there?" "Almost, the first one arrived, so I threw them all away." "You're so ruthless, no wonder you don't care about the tuition fee of more than 100,000 yuan. The corner of Tian Yiming's mouth twitched slightly. There are so many energy crystals, it is estimated that there are hundreds of millions. Energy crystals priced in grams can be demanded by millions of alliance coins per gram, and they are still priceless. Generally, those who buy Dynamax crystals abandon the currency and directly select top-level resources for barter. Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, and Dynamax are the abilities that the world's top trainers must master. Some people specialize in Mega Evolution, some specialize in Z-Moves, and naturally some specialize in Dynamax. As for the people who gather the three, it is not uncommon, but no matter which talent, and family background are top-notch. You really can't play these things without money. I plan to keep this thing for myself and study it slowly. Duke took a look at these crystals. The extremely giant wristbands exist in this world, but they are very different from the ones in the original book. If you want to use them, you need to grind the Dynamax crystals into powder in advance and store them in the wristbands. And wait until it is used. And the explosion of Dynamax energy meteors is not regular at all, so a group of extremely huge energy meteor hunters has also been born in this world. Okay, shall we continue to fight now? Duke looked at Li Bea, but Li Bea didn't look at him. Instead, he pointed to the sky and said, "I want to come, but you probably don't have time." Duke looked in the direction Bea pointed, and a female trainer riding a Charizard with Metagross by her side was swooping down towards the gym. Not long after, the female trainer landed in the gym, glanced around, and then focused on Duke. To be precise, it was on the pile of crystals controlled by Siduk next to Duke. "Make an offer for your Dynamax crystal." Before Duke could speak, the female trainer said directly, "I don't think you have a giant wristband either, these things are just a bunch of decorations in your hands. If you are willing to bid, I can exchange Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ide and Z Pure Crystal with you. I have both of what you said." Duke made the female trainer silent for a while, and before the other party opened the conditions again, another shout came from a distance. "Wait a minute, keep the Dynamax crystal for me." A male trainer riding a Dragonite fell from a high altitude. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the other party saw a female trainer riding a Charizard. "Hee, Loxy, you came fast enough. Hi Bin, you are not slow." The female trainer responded with a cold face, and the male trainer named Haben came to Duke. rubbing his hands and looking at the pile of Dynamax energy crystals controlled by Seduc. Brother, let's make a price, brother, I will never treat you badly. Megastone and Z Pure Crystal are not a problem either. The other party also offered the same conditions as Luo Xi, but Luo Xi said mockingly, it's useless, the other party has all these things. 0 Please ask for flowers 0. All of them. Haben blinked, looked at Duke, pondered for a moment and said, in this case, money, resources, props, Pokémon eggs, or others, as long as you ask for a price, I will be satisfied. Duke looked at Loxi, who also nodded. Me too. I'm not even interested in what you said. Duke refused again. Ho-Oh's iridescent feather and sacred ash he could grab at will, let alone others. Hey, this is going to be difficult. Haben scratched his head, and Loxi also stared at Duke. They must get the Dynamax energy crystal, which is related to their combat power. Seeing that the other party kept proposing favorable conditions, but being rejected by Duke one by one, even Li Bea, who was moody and silent, felt a little envious. Who the hell is this guy to have such confidence? If these things fall into his own hands, his father will not have a headache because of the resources he has to cultivate Pokémon. And this change made Tian Yiming grow up his mouth, he is rushing to give money. But the kid Duke was indifferent, so irritating. How about this? Duke glanced at the Dynamax energy crystal, and said directly, whoever can provide me with a giant wristband, I will make a deal with the other party first. Loxi and Haben looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Sorry, we don't have the right to mobilize such important strategic materials as the giant wristband. How to say? Duke touched his chin when he heard the words. Dynamax crystals can be bought and sold at will, but the giant wristband cannot be circulated at will, and it is also stipulated as a strategic material. Behind it there's something hidden? Extremely giant wristbands and extremely giant crystals are the relationship between guns and bullets. You have nothing to do with bullets, and you can trade them privately. However, extremely giant wristbands that are equivalent to guns are strictly controlled and cannot flow into the market at will. I say so, you can understand. Luo Xi explained to Duke simply and straightforwardly. Duke nodded knowingly, if this is the case, then how can I get the giant wristband? Generally speaking, a certain number of extremely giant wristbands will be released every year. Some of these extremely giant wristbands will be used to reward some people who have made outstanding contributions, some will be released for resource exchange, and the rest will be used as prizes in certain competitions stimulate healthy competition among trainers. Haben explained clearly how to obtain the giant wristband. Simply put, either you have made meritorious service, or you have precious resources that the association covets, or you are strong enough. At present, there are only these 3 items. In addition, the second item is basically a decoration. The association will only exchange resources with the alliance. Ordinary people are not qualified for this. If you want an extremely large wristband, I have a piece of information here. In mid-July this year, there will be a trainer competition aimed at those young people who have outstanding talents after the college entrance examination. And the champion reward for this game is the giant wristband. If you want to participate, I can help you get an internal quota. As soon as Loxi finished speaking, Haben said anxiously, how can you steal the house? Who made you speak slowly, and you can do this? Loxi glanced at Haben, eyes full of disdain, and at the same time Haben quickly said, brother, without further ado, I just need 50 grams of crystals, and the conditions are up to you. Although I can't give what this woman Loxi gave, but everything else is fine. Chapter 76. Brother, aren't you afraid that I'll renege on my debt? Haben looked at the Dynamax energy crystal in his hand, and looked at Duke with a smacking face. After Duke sealed the remaining energy crystal with the special device provided by Loxi, he looked at Haben with a half-smile. You won't renege? Duke's expression made Haben shudder. Why is this kid's aura stronger than his father's? But thinking about it in his heart, Haben still gave a thumbs up. Okay, grand. I have made an appointment with Haben as your friend. Your things will arrive tonight at the latest. If you have time, go to Gujing and report my name. I will entertain you. Haben, who got on Dragonite, waved at Duke, then I won't stay any longer. Dragonite took Haben soaring into the sky, and Loxi also took his own Charizard. I will send your things as soon as possible, and I owe you a favor. I will help you with the competition in July. It is good. After Duke watched Loxi leave, he also handed over the sealing device in his hand to Siduk. Look at this thing, don't throw it away. Understood. Duke glanced at the two small black spots that were drifting away in the sky, and shook his head slightly. A little Dynamax crystal made them see themselves closer than their own father. It seems that if you run out of money in the future, you can get some Dynamax energy crystals and sell them, or you can grab Eternatus to manufacture crystals in batches, but that will have to wait for him to come. As for the sold crystals, he exchanged a lot of resources, evenly distributed, Gyarados Inc., Hiroshi, Head, Hair, Siduk and Railu each, plus recipes for 6 top-tier poke blocks. Of the 6 recipes, Loxi contributed 2 and Haben contributed 4. Just relying on these 6 recipes, you can start a company and make a lot of money. It can be said that it is a real laying hen. But what he is most interested in is the competition in July. It is now the first 10 days of April, and there are still about 3 months before the college entrance examination. By that time, the initial training of Railu is basically completed, and there is a game where you can go to test Railu's strength. In addition, after digesting these resources, the second Duke Challenge Conference can also be held. After all, there is no progress without spurs. Okay, do you want to fight again? Duke looked at Li Bea, but Li Bea looked at the back door. Li Chengfeng opened the back door of Gym helplessly and walked in. It seemed that he got nothing. Sorry, Bea, I'm still a step late. Li Chengfeng was a little embarrassed to face his daughter. Just now, an opportunity to change her daughter's life was presented to her, but she didn't seize it. Li Bea nodded slightly, I guessed it. If you guessed it, wait, you said you guessed it. Li Chengfeng opened his eyes wide, don't you have some expectations for Dad? No, in fact, after you left, Duke also went and searched all the crystals. The buyer just left. Li Bea pointed to the 2 small dots that were about to disappear in the sky. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes fell on Duke. Who the hell are you? He's just an ordinary newcomer trainer. Duke shrugged, by the way, do you still charge the tuition? Li Chengfeng glanced at Duke resentfully. It wasn't that he didn't live up to expectations, but that someone was ahead of him. And he always felt that he didn't fit in with this kid. Accept, 108,000, transfer or credit card. It will be all right. Duke took out his bank card, and Tian Yiming smiled wryly, since you want to play, don't forget about breeding Pokémon properly. Understood. Duke responded casually, and Li Chengfeng took the POS machine that he had just lost and swiped away nearly 110,000 yuan from Duke, and said to Duke, you can choose the room as you like, and you can eat whatever we want. If you want to go out and open a small stove yourself, just let me know in advance. Row. Duke nodded and turned to look at Tian Yiming. Principal, shall I take you back? You send me back, and don't forget to sprint hard in the last 3 months. Your principal, I just point to your top scorer in the college entrance examination, so that I can move forward. Rest assured. Duke and Tian Yiming left the gym with a smile, but Li Chengfeng felt very heartbroken. Li Bea glanced at her father, turned her head and went back to continue sparring with Ma Choke. She was still weak and needed to become stronger, strong enough to support the entire gym. That night, Duke settled in Pajun Gym with his big bags and small bags. and he will spend the next period of time here. After Bea took him to choose a room, Duke directed Saduk and Rilo to put things in order, and he took out some white paper and pencils and started drawing. Bea just got out of the shower, her tied hair was loose behind her head, she passed by the door of Duke's room with a towel hanging, and saw Duke sitting at the door, drawing drawings. "What are you doing?" Bea curiously picked up a picture that Duke had finished drawing. In the picture was a canal with several wooden balls connected in series by a rope on the canal, and there was a diagram of operation below it. Putting down one, Bea picked up the other, which was a maze of wooden doors that could be rotated. After reading the two pictures, Bea probably understood Duke's idea. "Are you drawing a picture of a Pokémon training device?" "Yes, the first one you saw was for training speed and stable footwork, similar to plum blossom piles, but driven by the water flow, the wooden ball will be more unstable, which can effectively train the speed and stability of Pokémon. The second one is for training reaction speed and observation. Each door overlaps with each other. Only when it is rotated will there be a passage. If you want to pass through safely, you need to have keen observation and excellent reaction speed. As for this one..." As Duke spoke, he drew the third picture. "It's here to build your Pokémon's muscle groups and strength." Bea took the third picture, which is a very simple frame, with movable ropes at the four corners of the frame, and heavy objects on the other end of the rope. If you ignore the training effect, it's okay to regard this thing as a torture tool, the kind that directly tears people into pieces. There are also practical training and others, and those need the assistance of my Pokémon." While Duke was speaking, there was also a burst of noisy human voices outside. Hearing these voices, Duke put the drawings aside. It seems that the deliverer has arrived. "I'll go and have a look." "Okay, go and have a look, I'll continue to study these blueprints." Bea sat in Duke's original position, and while concentrating on looking at the drawings, she also substituted her own Pokémon into it to see what step she could do. As soon as Duke reached the gate, he saw a group of people moving boxes one after another inside, and Li Chengfeng watched from the side. "You are Mr. Duke." A young man and a woman approached Duke. The young man took the lead and said, "I was sent by Miss Loxi to transport the supplies for you. Now please sign here and confirm that the goods have been delivered." "I was sent by Mr. Haben, and I was also in contact with you about supplies." Duke glanced at the boxes that had been moved in, as well as those that hadn't been moved in, and stretched out his hand. "Bring over the form, there's no problem, I'll just sign it." The man and the woman looked at each other, a little surprised that Duke did things neatly, but he was also very cooperative. Not long after, Duke signed 2 orders and contracts, and all the resources were put into the warehouse respectively. "Thank you." "No trouble." Mr. Haben said that he hopes to entertain you in Gujing in the future. Miss Loxi is the same. Duke nodded. "There will be new Dynamax crystals in the future, and I will keep them." 0. "Then we won't bother. Goodbye." After sending the 2 away, Duke went straight into the warehouse, followed by Li Chengfeng. Duke opened a box at random, and took out 2 sand scale fruits from the inside. This thing was described in the Association Pokédex as containing the essence of the sky. Powerful treasure tree fruit, can increase the speed of Pokémon 0. But this thing, Rilo and the others almost vomited, and Duke didn't want it. It seemed that it was a gift from the other party himself. "This is the sand scale fruit." Li Chengfeng looked at the sand scale fruit in Duke's hand, and his eyes were about to protrude. "This thing is eaten by newborn Pokémon, which can directly affect the talent of Pokémon. Do you want to eat?" "Eat, eat, eat." Li Chengfeng hastily took it and put it in his arms, with a look of rejoicing and secret joy on his face, which made Duke shake his head and took a casual bite of the sand scale fruit, then opened the other boxes again, Li Chengfeng also yelling constantly. "This is a special metal coating for learning to refine Metal Claw and Iron Tail. Holy shit, is this Combi's honey for top Pokémon nutrition?" This is the characteristic enhancement capsule produced by the SPW Consortium. This thing is priceless. There is also this special environment simulation cabin. This thing is impossible to get without some background. Looking all the way, Li Chengfeng was breathing heavily, and his eyes were flickering constantly. Duke gnawed on the sand scale fruit and watched this guy's reaction. Li Chengfeng took his eyes off these resources with difficulty. Bayo then thought about running away with his daughter. But, thinking about it carefully, he didn't dare. This young man can be the first to search for all the Dynamax crystals, which proves that his strength is stronger than himself, and he really did what he wanted, and he is a fool. After closing his eyes, Li Chengfeng used the special breathing method inherited from his own gym to calm his mind, and then looked at Duke with a wry smile. You really trust me? It's nothing, it's just a little thing anyway. Duke threw away the gnawed sand scale fruit in his hand, and this action made Li Chengfeng swallow his saliva continuously. This half-sand scale fruit should be edible after being washed with water. It must be possible. Giving 1.5 sand scale fruits to his daughter's Earl Dervish Pokémon can also make his daughter's cultivation easier and the trainer's journey can be smoother. But Li Chengfeng held back, and it wouldn't be too late to pick it up after Duke left. Duke looked at Li Chengfeng's tangled expression, sighed, took a few berries and patted his palm. Afterwards, he took 2 top berries and left. Alas, poor parents in the world. Wait a minute. Li Chengfeng suddenly stopped Duke, who stopped and looked at him curiously. What's wrong? You? Li Chengfeng struggled for a moment, then said with difficulty, do you want to buy a gym? Buy a gym? Yes, it's my house. Although it's a bit dilapidated, it has the qualifications of the Alliance certification. If you walk away from the relationship, you can completely avoid being delisted. In addition, I can also hand over the inheritance of the gym to you. What's the price? Resources. These resources are divided into 2/3 for my daughter. Looking at Li Chengfeng, Duke calmed down for a moment. Buying a gym sounds like a lot of fun. Not only is it convenient for him to obtain resources from no man's land, but he can also do other things in the future. Not to mention anything else, it seems quite interesting to tie those mythical beasts and phantom beasts here. In the future, Groudon will watch the gate, Kyogre will watch the back door, Rayquaza will be in charge of air security, the 2 dragons of time and space will be the security guards, the 3 dragons of Unova will be the sparring partner, X-Deer will heal Pokémon, Y-Bird will train Pokémon, and God Y will take care of the flowers and plants. If Ho-Oh, build an attic for her and let her be the instructor of the flight department, and she will be in charge of the guards and the 3 silly birds. The Kapu family is a Z-movement instructor, and Zodeo Sunlian moved here. The more Duke thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. If there is a chance in the future, if he captures the alpaca to suppress his luck, this gym will be the #1 gym in the world. Chapter 77. The next day, in the morning. Don't tell BEA about this for now. Li Chengfeng and Duke stood in front of the Taoist temple, and Duke held a certificate of qualification and transfer in his hand. With these 2 documents, Pa Jun Jim will be his from now on. Afraid that she will blame you. Handing the document to Sedux Duke who went out to greet him, he turned to look at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng sighed, a little bit, but I'm more afraid that she will be disappointed. Well, junior sister BEA will understand you. Duke patted Li Chengfeng on the shoulder, and Li Chengfeng glanced at Duke. Based on the entry time, she is your senior sister. Forget it, you can call it whatever you want, anyway, gym is yours, and I will help you purchase the materials you need. Trouble, Li leader. Li Chengfeng smiled wryly, and left the gym with a Macamp. Glancing at the dilapidated door of gym, Duke took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Feel good. Set a small goal first, take a ladder and challenge for the first place. Just going to find that divine beast to fight. While Duke walked into the gate of his own gym talking to himself, he also walked towards the backyard. Siduk swayed and followed behind him. As for the two documents, he shook his hands and disappeared, hiding them. His own private stash. As soon as he entered the backyard, Duke heard the sound of punches and kicks. Following the sound, it was Bea. This grey-haired and brown-skinned girl started exercising early in the morning. Her clothes were already soaked in sweat, and the sweat flowed down her slender neck, but her eyes were still extremely determined. Bea took a step back, the ground under her feet exploded out of thin air, she twisted her waist, swung her arms, and punched, and the air exploded. Excellent fighting skills. Siduk moved two small horses and sat next to Do 07Ke, one for him and one for him. Where's Ryalu? Duke sat on the Mazza, and Siduk used confusion and teleport to fetch objects from a distance, and brought 2 ice creams. Going for a morning jog and Ursaring is watching him. How much weight do you carry today? 30 kilograms, I have given him a nutritious meal before departure, and after running around, I guess in terms of nutrition, it will be similar to absorb. Well, let's put the Everstone on him later. The most important thing now is to accumulate the foundation. Only by laying a good foundation can we usher in a rapid increase in combat power after evolution. I know. One person and one duck were eating ice cream while watching Bee's training, but within a few minutes, Bea stopped and stared straight at Duke. No, he was staring at the ice cream in Duke's hand. Do you want to eat? Duke held up the ice cream in his hand, and Bea took the towel from the fist octopus to wipe off his sweat. Eat. Siduk brought another ice cream and a ponytail to share with Bea. Bea sat on the ponytail, holding the ice cream and eating seriously. Noticing the girl's serious expression of enjoyment, Duke smiled and said, like sweets. While Bea nodded vigorously, she took a big mouthful, but immediately covered her head, closed her eyes, raised her head, and kept stepping on the ground with her little feet. I ate too much, and the ice arrived. Eat slowly, no one will fight with you, if you want to eat. There is still in the refrigerator. After Duke finished eating the ice cream in his hand, he also began to scan the backyard, searching for the location where the training facility would be built next. During Duke's search, Bea also finished eating ice cream and wiped off her sweat. The girl went back to her own open space. This time, she was no longer training alone. Her Earl Dervish Pokémon also put on a fighting posture and started sparring with her. After a few rounds, one person and one octopus got entangled together. All the tentacles of the fist octopus stretched to the limit, locking Bea tightly, and the legs, arms, and slender waist were all tightly strangled by the fist octopus. Duke and Siduk watched with relish. Not long after, one person and one octopus stopped training, and Bea knelt down and touched the small head of the octopus. You did a good job, but Bind's strength is still a little too weak, you need to work harder. The boxing octopus raised its pair of tentacles that looked like gloves, and let out a cry full of fighting spirit. Very good. Bea, who squinted her eyes and praised the octopus, stood up and turned to look at Duke, who had been watching for a long time. Are you going to try it? Try what? Duke got up from the saddle and walked towards Bea. Bea passed her left hand under her right armpit, pinned her wrist to her big arm, turned to this side, and stretched vigorously. Hearing the crackling bones on Bee's body, Duke raised his eyebrows slightly. This little girl should have touched the edge of the limit. The secret combat technique of our Pajun Gym, the fist and gun tactics. Bee's expression became serious, and she began to explain to Duke. Do you know the first War of Warcraft? Yes, I remember it was 80 years ago. Yes, thermal weapons were at their peak at that time, and everyone believed that thermal weapons could dominate the future of the world. Pistols, rifles, machine guns, shells. However, after the War of Warcraft broke out, hot weapons were gradually eliminated by the powerful power of Pokémon. Although hot weapons still exist now, they have already withdrawn from the stage. The punching and gun fighting method was born on the basis of simulating hot weapons. A simulated thermal weapon. Duke raised his eyebrows in surprise. He knows how to create martial arts by simulating animals. But simulating thermal weapons to create combat skills, how is this possible? The human body has limits, and the instantaneous explosive power of gunpowder cannot be imitated by humans no matter what. That's right. Strictly speaking, the ancestor of my family was not the founder of the gunfighting method, but he learned it from a young man in a white coat when he met a young man in a white coat in the early days of the War of Warcraft. When my ancestor met the other party was already drunk. It happened that a monster attacked at that time. The ancestor who wanted to drag the other party to escape together was rescued by the other party at a critical moment. According to the ancestor's memories, the other party seemed to like the enthusiasm and courage of the ancestor, so after feeding the ancestor a sip of wine, he taught him the method of boxing and gun warfare, and told him to carry forward this method of warfare in this world. According to what the young man said, after the fist-pistol combat technique has reached its peak, it can completely reach the destructive power of a single-punch nuclear explosion. Actually, the ancestor did not disappoint that young man. Relying on the fist-fighting method, the ancestor shined in the First World of Warcraft War, and founded the Pajun Gym, but it did not touch the vigilance that the young man said. This is also the regret of the ancestors. Although the ancestors passed down the fighting method of the fist and gun, for some reason, the descendants will never be able to cultivate to the level of the ancestors, let alone a nuclear explosion with one punch. Everyone speculates that maybe there was something weird in the drink that the young man in the white coat gave to the ancestor, or maybe there was no such thing as a nuclear explosion at all. After Bea explained the origin of the fisting and gun fighting method inherited by her family, she put on a slight posture. Although the fisting method is inherited from the fighting system that simulates hot weapons, it is a method for close combat. It pays attention to punching like a blunderbuss. Every time you punch, there is damage caused by the trigger of the blunderbuss. Power, most suitable for point-breaking attacks. There are many types of boxing and gun tactics, such as this one. Bea slipped forward, left foot as if nails were nailed to the ground, the figure jerked and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was several meters away. It's called a smoothbore. Bea, who seemed to be gliding on the ground, appeared in front of Duke in the next second. And swung her fist with her right hand, but in Duke's eyes, everything about Bea was captured by him. The direction of the fist, the direction of muscle force, the trajectory of bone movement, and the traces of the mutual cooperation of muscle groups and bones all over the body, as well as a unique breathing method. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom exploded like a gunshot, and while the fist wrapped in the strong airflow stopped in front of Duke, the strong wind also rushed towards him. But Duke didn't even bat an eye. Call! Bea exhaled a foul breath and slowly withdrew her fist. Her fist had turned red at the moment. Not only that, the girl's body temperature had just exceeded 42 degrees, and now it was cooling down rapidly. This is the normal punch of the boxing method. Bea tilted her head. Did it scare you? Duke shook his head, smiled and said, no, but I probably understand your punching and gun tactics. Understood. Bea frowned. Without the corresponding breathing technique, novices can't get started. Do you think you understand it? I see. Duke took a step back, his right leg nailed to the ground like a nail, recalling in his mind all the movements, body reactions, and breathing rate when Bea punched just now. Boom! At the same time as a low-pitched gunshot sounded in the yard, Duke's fist also stopped in front of Bea. The fist was steaming hot at the moment, and the strong wind it brought was directed towards Bea, and whirlwind hit her. The tie used to tie her hair made her subconsciously take a step back, cover her face and close her eyes. Duke withdrew his fist and looked at the scorching and steaming front of the fist. After Bea opened her eyes, she didn't care about her gaffe and grabbed Duke's arm instead. You actually typed it out. Is there anything strange about that? Duke asked Bea back, and Bea squeezed Duke's arm with a look of amazement. I was called a genius by my father before I started learning for a month. It's unscientific that you learned it just by reading it once. Is your body all right? While Bea was groping Duke's body, he was also checking his muscles, and even put his head on Duke's chest to listen to Duke's heartbeat. When Bea tried to lift up his shirt, Duke pressed grabbing her palm. Ahem, don't use the name of curiosity to be a hooligan. I don't have it. It was only then that Bea realized that what she had done just now was presumptuous. With a blushing face, she looked at Duke, whose fist was slowly cooling down, and said, "It's unbelievable. Even those veteran martial arts masters who tried to imitate my family's punching and gun-fighting method would end up with serious muscle damage if they hadn't been exposed to fundamental breathing techniques. You actually learned it after just watching it once. This is simply unbelievable. Maybe I'm a genius." Duke hugged his arms with a smile, and Saduk rolled his eyes, disdainful of Duke's shamelessness. Bea pondered for a moment, looked at Duke tentatively and said, "Why don't you try again?" "Okay, you are demonstrating it to me, let me take a look." "It is good." Half an hour later, after purchasing, Li Chengfeng walked into his backyard with a lot of things in his arms, and at the same time, he saw his daughter sitting on the ground with a distraught face, muttering that it was impossible. Duke was sitting on a ponytail, eating ice cream. What's going on here? Li Chengfeng was puzzled by the scene in front of him. Duke looked up at Bea, and then said, maybe he realized the difference in reality, so he was hit. Chapter 78. That afternoon. Installed. Li Bea, who was followed by a boxing octopus, came to Duke and looked at the newly built training facilities in the backyard. A canal runs across the east and west, not to mention the circulation of the water. It is even more turbulent, and there is a pontoon bridge connected by wooden balls on the water. Whenever the water surges, the pontoon will continue to shake and sway, and it is even more difficult to stand when it is wet by water. Installed. Duke casually threw away the drawings in his hand, and Li Bea also looked to the other side, where dozens of doors were erected, not to mention the perfect fit between the doors, let alone a single gap. And all the edges of the doors are nailed with iron sheets, and there are rotatable bearings under the doors. Once an external force is encountered, all the doors will start to rotate, and there will be a space for movement, but if you are deeply trapped in it, without sensitive reaction ability and keen observation ability, you will definitely be seriously injured. On the other side, there is a wooden frame similar to a gallows. In the middle is a rope for restraint. The other four corners have trays on which heavy objects can be stacked, and a heavy weight is placed in one corner. Would you like to try it? Duke asked Bea, and Bea looked down at his octopus. Would you like to try it? 4. The boxing octopus held up its tentacles that looked like gloves, showing high fighting spirit. Bea waved his little hand, then try the water bridge first. 4. The octopus bounced a few times and landed on the wooden ball in the ditch. The suction cups of the tentacles were firmly attached to the wooden ball, constantly bouncing on the wooden ball. But when the water hit the wooden ball began to sway and rotate with the water, and the octopus was thrown flying. 4. The fist octopus that fell to the ground shook its head, and raised itself again like a fist set of tentacles. Seeing this, Duke shook his head. This training mainly focuses on Pokémon's lower body coordination and speed. In other words, to complete this training, you need not only stability, but also speed. Your boxing octopus has a washing machine, so don't worry about its stability, but the speed is too slow, and as the training progresses, the water flow will become faster and faster. In my prediction, while passing this training, Pokémon will comprehend at least one of dash, quick attack, and agility, or all of them. Of course, the most important things are quick attack and agility. So it is. Li Bea nodded suddenly. Duke clapped his hands and called Saduk, "Okay, you use these facilities for training first, I have something to leave for now." "It is good." Li Bea didn't ask much, just frowned and looked at the 3 facilities that had been built, thinking about how to use these 3 training facilities to cultivate his own Pokémon. Seeing Li Bea immersed in it, Duke didn't say much. Saduk came to his side and used teleport to take Duke away. When Duke and Saduk came to the mountain forest, Duke released the biological force field, took Saduk into the sky, and went straight to the no man's land. After a few seconds, Duke arrived in no man's land, flying wantonly in the sky. He quickly finalized a suitable place for him and Railu. Duke, who landed quickly, looked at the huge lake in front of him, and suddenly felt familiar. "Isn't this the blue scale lake where Gyarados was captured? Young man, we meet again." At the same time as an old voice came, the huge Torterra walked towards Duke with heavy steps. "Old sir, we meet again." Duke threw out his Pokeball, and when Gyarados and Railu appeared, Gyarados stared blankly at the sapphire-like lake in front of him, and then rushed into the sky, having fun. "Your ethnic group has occupied this place." How could Duke not understand what happened when he saw Torterra appearing in Blue Scale Lake? Torterra didn't hide it, but said with a smile, "Thanks to you." "Well, where's the original Pokémon here?" "Still surviving here, we just need a habitat, not like some narcissistic homicide." After Torterratus took a wave of Gyarados, he also asked Duke with a smile, "Are you going to catch a new Pokémon this time? If yes, I have a few more good targets to recommend to you." "I don't think about taking in new Pokémon now, these 3 are enough for now." "Well then, have fun here." Torterra said and swore his sovereignty at the same time, but Duke didn't care. The patriarch of an ethnic group must have the wisdom to survive. After exchanging pleasantries with Torterra, Duke looked at Railu. "Railu, since you have just joined the team, you need to pass the test before you can participate in the Duke Challenge. Are you up for the challenge?" "Leo." Railu nodded heavily, expressing that he was always ready. "In that case, let's take a look at the 3 trials I prepared for you." While Duke was speaking, he looked at Saduk, "Go and find a big rock. Wait for me for 10 seconds. Saduk disappeared in place, and 10 seconds later, he moved a rock larger than a house. "Now, let me tell you about your trials." Duke pointed at the huge rock in front of him. "The first item is to break the rock with bare hands." Duke came to the boulder the size of a house, raised his hand and punched out. The moment his fist landed on the boulder, the whole boulder shattered into pieces the size of his fist. Railu's eyes widened as he looked at the boulder that had crumbled to the ground. "This test is your basic strength." Duke emphasized, "You can only use strength, not skills, and your energy." The second item is speed. Duke looked at the blue scale lake in front of him. As he stepped forward, he stomped steadily on the lake, as if a strong wind was blowing across the lake. In just one breath, he turned back and forth on the wide blue scale lake. "This test is your speed." Duke stood in front of Railu and said to him, "It's still the same as the first item, and the use of energy and skills is not allowed." Railu glanced at the vast blue scale lake, and swallowed his saliva. "Can you really do it yourself?" Just as doubts arose, his eyes immediately became firm again when he thought of Ho-Oh. He can do it, he must do it. As for the third item, Duke looked into the lake and greeted Saduk. Saduk immediately gave birth to a shield of confusion and led Railu into the water despite Duke. Duke went straight to the bottom of the lake and started doing push UPS on the bottom of the lake. When the 100 push UPS were completed, Duke surfaced and raised his body temperature to dry his clothes at will. He said to Railu, "The third item requires you to complete 100 push UPS under a certain water pressure. The test is yours endurance and comprehensive quality. These 3 tests, my request to you is to complete them before evolution." Duke put his hands behind his back, looking down at Rylula from a height. Are you confident you can do it? Rylula swallowed his saliva, looked at the boulder debris, and then at the calm blue scale lake. After a moment of silence, he nodded heavily. Do it yourself, even if you can't do it. Very good. Duke stroked Rylula's little head. When you complete 3 challenges, I will grant you 1 wish. It doesn't matter if it's just one of the Pokémon that's in the cave. Do you understand? Rylula was startled when he heard the sound, but Growl, who was full of fighting spirit, immediately spoke out. He will definitely do it. Very good. Duke nodded slightly. Since you know, let's stay for a while and go back. While talking, Duke also showed a smile. This dog is really fooling. Seduc next to him curled his lips repeatedly. If Guzi really did this before the evolution, then those so-called Royal 3 adult Pokémon would be hit by Rylula at will in the early evolution stage. Duke is really unreasonable. Take a look at what you did. Is this a human thing? But that's what I like about him. 10 minutes later, the tired Gyarados was scored by Duke, who returned with Rylula and Seduc. When they returned to the gym, Lee Bea was still challenging the 3 training measures with the boxing octopus. Seeing this, Duke also glanced at the dogs beside him. Okay, let's start with the most basic exercises, and complete the water bridge challenge within 3 days. Pointing to the wooden ball in the ditch in front of him, Rylula immediately growled and began to try. With his hands clasped behind his back, Rylula rushed to the water's edge and carefully moved to the first wooden ball. After Guza stood still, he blinked his eyes. Hey, it's not too difficult. The next second, the water rushed, the wooden ball swayed wildly, and with a bang, Rylula fell into the ditch, only splashing a few splashes. Immediately afterwards, one of Rylula's paws came out of the water with difficulty, and then climbed up. Remember, the gist of passing this training is to be fast, and steady. Duke reminded Rylula. After shaking off the water on his body, Rylula looked at the pontoon in front of him thoughtfully, and tried again. This time, instead of cautiously probing, he sprinted quickly, stepped forward as soon as he stepped on the wooden ball, and passed the pontoon bridge in the blink of an eye. Leo! Rylula let out a loud cheer as he watched himself pass the pontoon. Duke tossed Gyarados' poke ball, letting out a sluggish Gyarados. Roar! Boss, what's the matter? To control the flow of water and form waves hitting the pontoon, Gyarados stuffed the berries rolled by his beard into his mouth to restore his strength, and was soon sent by Duke to the other end of the canal to manipulate the water flow to form waves and hit the pontoon bridge. Now, go on! Duke pointed to the swaying pontoon, and Rylula returned to the starting point full of fighting spirit and started the challenge again. This time, he just stepped on the first wooden ball, but soon lost his balance and fell into the water because of the choppy current. Seeing this, Duke said to the fat Seduc, "Write it down, the first time you fail." Gah! Seduc wrote the first stroke of the orthographic, held up the teacup expressionlessly, and continued to watch the dog training. Continue. Duke sat on the ponytail and directed Rylula to train again. When the wooden ball is gone, change to a balloon, and when the balloon is gone, change to a paper ball. In this way, quick attack and agility will be mastered quickly, and at the same time, the foundation can be further strengthened. Plop! Not far away, Rylula sank into the water again, and all he got was a cold continuation. Gritting his teeth, Rylula crawled out of the water and looked at the floating bridge in front of him with firm eyes. This is the beginning, I must not fall down here. Chapter 79. 2.5 months later, on June 21st. Partly cloudy. Leo! 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 Rylula, who punches quickly, keeps hitting the fast-rotating target in front of him. Every time he hits, the hit target will drive other targets to turn towards Rylula. Rylula, whose lower body was immobilized, was unable to dodge and could only punch continuously. However, every time Railu hits the target hard, he will quickly throw his fists to hit the next target, and because the punching force is getting heavier, the target's rotation speed is also getting faster and faster. In an instant, the target looked like rapid spin's gyro ball, and Railu's fists were constantly alternating in the air, leaving after images. As the strong wind howled, Railu's fist was covered with a layer of silver-gray energy light. Next second. Leo oh. Railu, who kept growing, punched like lightning, and while striking with precision, his fists were as fast as lightning. Clap clap. After a while, all the targets were broken, and Railu also stopped punching. Click. At the same time that the fixing device of the lower body was automatically unfolded, Railu left from the target and walked to Duke, took the berries that Duke handed over, sat on the small horse beside him, and ate sweetly. It took a day and a half to learn bullet punch, very good. Duke patted Railu's little head, Railu glanced at Duke, and then continued to eat the berries. God knows how he's spent the past 2.5 months. It took him half a month to successfully complete the training for the wooden bridge alone. At the beginning, it was a wooden ball soaked in water. After the wooden ball was finished, it was a balloon filled with water. Once the balloon is subjected to force, it will burst directly, so he can only go faster. And after passing wooden balls and balloons, he realized quick attack. After the balloons, they are just paper balls that get wet when they meet water. If you want to pass the paper ball, you must pass it faster before the paper ball gets wet. For this level, he spent 5 days. Finally, I successfully comprehended agility. As for the second revolving wooden door, which trains avoidance, reaction, and observation, he only tried 3 times before falling to the ground with serious injuries. Gyarados was blown by a storm, and all the wooden doors rotated rapidly. He wanted to use quick attack and agility to pass through, but he was stuck in the crack of the door within a few seconds. In the end, I listened to Duke's coaching and focused my energy on the senses to pass. Therefore, I comprehended and mastered detect and foresight. And in the strength training of the 3rd level, I comprehended bulk up, focus energy, howl, macamp, and quick guard through the exercise equipment that can be called a torture tool. As for the target just now, it made him understand bullet punch and close combat. Close combat is understood much earlier than bullet punch. Bullet punch is completely mastered by day-to-day practice after adapting to the strike and rotation of the target. As for others, there are swords dance, thunder punch, brick break, and arm hammer. In addition, he also used an awakening fruit in the resource that can awaken hidden power to successfully awaken the hidden power of electric attribute. Now, according to Duke's words, his basic literacy is complete, and the rest only needs to accumulate experience and combat awareness in actual combat. Beep beep. After a burst of beeps, Duke took out his cell phone and saw that it was his principal calling. Hey, principal. Duke, how's the training for these 2 months? Tian Yiming was sitting in his brand new principal's office, with several documents in front of him. He looked at the title of the top document, the Early Enrollment Plan for National Key Universities. Railu's training has basically been completed, and the rest is to accumulate experience and sharpen his combat awareness through battles. That's good. In fact, there is a good thing on my side now. Would you like to hear it? What good thing? Duke took the watermelon brought by Li Bea, took a bite, and while tasting the sweetness of the watermelon, he also spit out a few watermelon seeds. Now that the 3rd middle school has been rebuilt, a new document has been issued from above, called the National Key Universities Advance Admissions Document. This document is mainly aimed at seed students with excellent performance in major high schools across the country. Once you pass this early admissions test, you can choose any of the key universities in the country. So, I thought of you the first time I received the document. Your strength is already excellent, and this must be a pinch. Well, do you want to try it? While Tian Yiming was speaking, Menfu at the side glanced at himself, the trainer who was secretly delighted. Oh, shit, the first time I thought of him, I obviously wanted Duke to save face for you, and by the way, that Wu Sen who was so angry. When advance enrollment is 1 week earlier than the college entrance examination, which is on June 30th. If you go, come back quickly and bring your materials to me, and I will help you sign up. Okay, I've been out for 2.5 months, I'll pack up and go back. Okay, see you at school then. See you at school, principal. After hanging up the phone, Duke pondered for a moment, looked at Saduk aside, clean up and get ready to go home. Gah. Saduk nodded, and handed the unfinished watermelon to Ryalu. After wiping his hand full of watermelon juice on Ryalu's body, Saduk staggered to the room to pack his luggage. Going back. Li Bea, who was sitting next to Duke, asked him curiously, but at the same time, she didn't forget to wipe the mouth of the fist octopus next to her. Not only has her strength improved by leaps and bounds due to training in the past 2 months, but she also has the strength of Duke. The nurturing of marginal resources brought her close to the edge of evolution. However, Bea, like Duke, also used Everstone to suppress the evolution impulse of the octopus, intending to allow her to accumulate for a while and continue the evolution. Well, just now my principal called me and said that the higher-ups have issued a document for early enrollment, and they want me to go and participate and win the prize. Which school are you going to apply for? Hearing him mention this, Bea asked curiously. Duke thought for a while, it's probably the capital city. Where there are acquaintances, it is convenient and easy to handle. The devil is big. Li Bea nodded thoughtfully, and Duke patted her on the shoulder. Hurry up and work hard, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. I know. That afternoon. Mom, I'm back. Duke, who yelled as soon as he entered the house, didn't see his mother, but a lively girl in shorts and a short shirt came bouncing over. Brother, you are back. When are you on vacation? Seeing his sister Dulin, Duke smiled and opened his hands, but who would have thought that this girl would grab his belt and take away Duke's 3 Pokeballs? Brother, let your Pokémon play with me. In the next second, Dulin, who was holding 3 Pokeballs, was held down by Duke on the head, and walked on the spot. I've been out for more than 2 months. If you don't say you miss me, forget it. Pick my Pokeball when you come up. Do you think I'm in your eyes? Duke pinned his sister's temples with both fists and began to spin. Oh, it hurts, brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong, I missed you, really. I missed you. Okay, stop fighting, you two. Wang Yongxia showed her head from the living room and stopped the 2 siblings from fighting. Mom, look at him, he keeps bullying me. Dulin, who was covering her head, immediately complained to her mother. Wang Yongxia rolled her eyes and tapped her daughter's forehead with 1 finger. You are not a good thing either. Slightly. Dulin made a grimace and grabbed the Pokeball and sat down on the floor of the living room, but before she could make a move, Duke took the luxury ball back. Ryalu and Saduk are easy to talk about, Gyarados bring it back. Duke, who put away the luxury ball, hit his sister on the head again. You let Gyarados out, our whole family has to move back to the old house to sleep. Know it? Dulin rolled her eyes, and then pressed the switches of the 2 Pokeballs in her hand. The moment Saduk and Ryalu jumped out, Dulin's eyes lit up, and she rushed forward to hug Ryalu. Wow, Ryalu is so cute. Quack. Saduk tilted his head and looked at Ryalu who was being bullied in Dulin's arms. Ryalu couldn't relax being held in Dulin's arms. Dulin, who was holding Ryalu, glanced at Saduk, and quickly looked away. Brother, take back Saduk too. Why, don't you like playing with Cat-a-Duck? You are so ugly, you are not as cute as Ryalu. While Dulin and Ryalu were getting close, they kept rubbing against Ryalu's face. Wow, so cute. Saduk rolled his eyes, he still had a day to be called ugly, Siduk took back his pokeball and handed the ball back to Duke, while he came to the sofa in the living room, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, start watching the news feed. Recently, the Beacon State has conducted military exercises near Celadon/Rainbow State, and the Celadon/Rainbow State Assembly has repeatedly protested to no avail. Judging from the current situation, the Lighthouse country still hasn't given up its plan to take back the territory of Celadon/Rainbow State. However, for Celadon/Rainbow State, Dragon Kingdom has always maintained its independence and autonomy recognized by the Alliance. While the news reports continued, Duke also glanced at the pictures on the TV news, and couldn't help complaining to Siduk, "The people in the Lighthouse country are still so arrogant. Have you dealt with them?" Siduk asked in a low voice. Duke glanced at Dulin, who dragged Ryolu into the room. Dulin grabbed Ryolu's legs and forcibly dragged him into his room. Ryolu grabbed the floor with both hands and threw to Duke for help. "Gaze. Leo. Save me." After a helpless glance at Ryolu, Duke and Siduk continued their conversation. In the past, they destroyed one of their aircraft carriers and dozens of fighter jets. By the way, they smashed their country's landmark statues with meteorites. Now people from the Lighthouse country are still looking for me all over the world. Do you think they can take back the Celadon/Rainbow State? Wishful thinking. Duke shook his head. The Celadon/Rainbow State was originally the 50th state of the Lighthouse State, but because the Kapu family came along with the secret land, the entire Celadon/Rainbow State was occupied by the Kapu family, and because of the unique Z-movement nature, and other countries do not want the Z-move to fall into the hands of the Lighthouse country. In addition, the Kapu family's combat power is extraordinary, and the Alliance has always focused on making good friends with Pi. So Helping Hand Celadon/Rainbow State broke away from the Lighthouse State and gained independence. However, the Beacon country suffered such a big loss, and always wanted to take back the Celadon/Rainbow State, but the Kapu family obviously disagreed, and the two sides had been at odds with each other for a long time. Do you know why the Beacon country claims to be the world's #1 technological power? Why? Because there are rumors that there are very few Pokémon, or there is no one, and there are very few champion-level combat powers, let alone those above champion. It seems to be the insulator of the legendary secret realm. Except for the original Kapu family, there are no other legends or champion Pokémon secret realms coming to them. So, they can only brag about their own technological strength, but in fact, everyone knows that this guy is just bragging about each other. What a stupid country! Yet, who said no? Chapter 80. The next day, June 22nd. Clear. Brother, just let Ryolu play with me for a day. Elder brother. Dulin, who was holding Duke's hand and kept charming, opened her big eyes and looked at her brother eagerly. Duke, who was annoyed by his sister, held his forehead helplessly. Okay, just for one day, don't take him to bully people. Don't worry, I definitely won't. After receiving the pokeball from Duke, Dulin jumped and ran out of Duke's room. Looking at Dulin's back, Duke knew that this girl would definitely take Ryolu to bully others. Among other things, the current Ryolu has no problem beating on the ground with the Royal 3 Just evolution. After all, when Duke nurtured Ryolu, he not only gave him high-level resources and even top-level resources that ordinary Pokémon and trainers would not dare to think of, but also horrible special training in hell. Ryolu's potential has been fully exploited, entering a stage of terrifying rapid progress. And Duke also kept suppressing Ryolu, making his foundation more solid, and suppressing him to prevent him from evolution. Due to multiple factors, even though Ryolu was born less than half a year ago, his strength has already surpassed the category of rookie Pokémon and entered the senior level. If it is evolution, the strength will directly leap to the master level. Duke also has Lucario's Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite, which can Mega Evolution. At that time, the elite class was a trivial matter. However, in order for Ryolu to become stronger, Duke intends to let him grow to the professional level before evolution. In this way, once he evolves, his potential will be greatly stimulated, and his strength will once again usher in a period of rapid improvement. Siduk. Duke called Siduk, and Siduk walked into Duke's room with a newspaper and a cup of hot tea. What's wrong? Siduk, who took a sip of hot tea, asked, and Duke pointed to Dulin who had just left. Please take a walk and watch Dulin, and don't let her have any problems. Understood. Siduk teleported away, took away the newspaper and the teacup, and saw that the arrangements were made. Duke also left the house with the things he needed. It's time to prepare for the early admissions. Set a small goal first. Let Shangjing University, Shuimu University and Modu University compete to beg themselves to choose them. Duke left the house and went straight to school. Battle Park, Battle Park. Dulin held Rylo's Pokeball and ran directly to the nearby Battle Park. If you ask the children in this world, what is the first thing you do when you have Pokémon? Of course it's a battle. Battle is always the most popular sport in this world, and it is also a competitive sport that the whole people are passionate about. The second movement is naturally to have children. In other sports, such as football, basketball, tennis, and table tennis, the proportion of human participation is getting lower and lower, and most of them are Pokémon. Relative rules have also been changed. Pure sports competition is pure resistance, and some performance competitions. Have you ever seen Incineroar kick a flaming ball across the entire football field, and then Wobbuffet defends the goal with mirror reflection? That's about it. Dulin, who was trotting all the way, didn't realize at all that there was a duck with a newspaper under its arm and hot tea in its hand staring at him with great interest. This girl really came to Battle Park, as Duke said. Siduk shook his head, put the teacup aside and fixed it in the air, opened the newspaper and read it leisurely. Not long after, Dulin came to the largest battle park near the community Jingzhou Battle Park. It's called Battle Park, but it's not just for battles. There are also a lot of training grounds in Jingzhou Battle Park. Of course, Pokémon can't just find an open space in the city to train physical fitness and moves. Therefore, Battle Park came into being. It's just not for nothing, you need to buy a door ticket. Dulin came to the ticket office of the park, bought a ticket with 30 Union coins with her pocket money, released Rylo from the Pokeball, and took him for a stroll in the park. The greening of Jingzhou Park is very good, at least on a hot day in June. There are patches of shade trees, and there are flowers and plants taken care of by grass-type Pokémon on both sides of the road. Wow, look Rylo, it's Ralts. Where is Bound Sweet? That Chikorita is so cute. Rylo followed Dulin, listening to Dulin yelling and looking at all kinds of Pokémon, but when Dulin was looking at others, others were also looking at her. I wipe, am I dazzled? Is that, Rylo? The Pokémon that all fighters in the world dream of, Rylo. My god, am I dreaming? Pinch me quickly. Oh, you're really pinching. Who is this little girl? There is a mine at home. Bring Rylo with you. Are you kidding me? If you have a mine at home, you may not be able to get Rylo. The possibility of having a home in the mine is very low. While everyone was watching, Dulin also noticed the eyes of the people around her. Dulin blinked and touched Rylo's head. Rylo, they are all praising you. Leo. Rylo nodded, but then looked at a battlefield not far away, where two Pokémon were fighting. It's just that Rylo's expression gets weirder the more he looks at it. Why does he look so weak? It feels like the nanny bear at home can press them to the ground and beat them. While Rylo was fascinated looking at the battlefield not far away, a high school senior came to Dulin with a charm Leon. Hello, little sister, do you want to have a battle? The high school senior's attention was all on Rylo, which really made people drool. Charm Leon beside him noticed his trainer's idiot expression, and raised his foot to step on his foot with a displeased face. Charm Leon, what are you doing? Charm Leon didn't say a word, folded his arms and turned to the side, his eyes were still squinting at his trainer. "Ha, trainers are big pigs." As soon as they saw someone asking Du Lin to fight, many people flocked to him. "Little sister, fight with me. Don't come with them, come with me. Fight against me, no matter whether you win or lose, I will give you 100 alliance coins. I'll pay 200. 500. I'll give you 1,000, don't anyone try to grab it from me." Looking at a group of enthusiastic passers-by, Du Lin twitched the corners of her mouth slightly. Railu was quite natural, she had seen all the magical beasts, and a group of passers-by were nothing to be afraid of. "That, I won't." Du Lin put her hands behind her back and drew circles with her right foot shyly. At the beginning, she called out to the 1,000 female trainer and said, "It's okay, it's really confusing for the first time to fight this kind of thing, but after a few times, you'll feel better." Saduk in the sky rolled his eyes. The words of Tiger and Wolf, "Let Duke know that you are not afraid of being pinched and blown out of your head." Du Lin glanced at the enthusiastic big sister in front of her, and said hesitantly, "But this is my brother's Pokémon, I just brought him out to play." "It doesn't matter, it's just a fight, you will get money if you win or lose." That's right, that's right. We just want to see the performance of the legendary Railu. It would be even better if we can take a picture and masturbate." "Yep. I want to masturbate too." Then, Du Lin rolled her eyes, "Then can I follow? Are you coming one by one?" Facing Du Lin's answer, the surrounding crowd was silent for a while, and then the female trainer at the beginning gave a thumbs up. "Sister, you are this, you know that you have a thick face and a dark heart at such a young age, and you will achieve immeasurably in the future. Let's go and find a suitable one. Battlefield, my sister will teach you how to fight. 0 Please ask for flowers 0. Add me. I also want. I don't care about the battle, let your Railu and my Ditto have a blind date, my Ditto can meet Railu's various needs. Get out, he's just a kid." Not long after the venue was selected, staff from Jingxiu Battle Park also came here to serve as referees. The trainers on both sides are in place. This battle adopts a one-on-one competition system. When one Pokémon loses its fighting ability or fighting spirit, it will be judged to lose. Now, both sides shoot Pokémon, and the blue team Railu goes first. "Railu, it's up to you." Du Lin shouted energetically, and the female trainer on the opposite side threw out a Pokeball. "Come out, Beedrill." Buzz. A Beedrill with a knight's spear appeared on the field, and the female trainer put one hand on her hip. "Little sister, you attack first." "Wait a minute, I was asking what skills my brother Railu has." Du Lin was holding the phone, and seeing him like this, the people around him were even more convinced that this Railu is indeed not her Pokémon, otherwise it would not be the reaction. Not long after, Duke's reply came, not only with Railu's skill list, but also an exhortation. "Be careful, don't let Railu kill the opposite Pokémon." Seeing Duke's words, Du Lin stuck out her tongue. How could such a cute Railu do such a cruel thing? Du Lin, who was holding the phone in one hand, swung the other hand. "Railu, quick attack! Beedrill, pin missile!" Railu turned into an afterimage in an instant and flew over the battlefield, and arrived in front of Beedrill in an instant. Before Beedrill could condense the pin missile, Railu punched him right in the face. Leo. It wasn't enough for Railu to drop one punch, another fist was ready to go. Bullet punch. In an instant, Railu's fists were covered with silver-grey light, and his fists blasted out like a storm, each punch firmly imprinted on Beedrill's body. Poor Beedrill didn't even have a chance to resist, so he was blown away by a few punches. Boom! Looking at Beedrill, who fell to the ground and lost his fighting ability, the referee immediately announced, "Beedrill has lost his fighting ability, and the blue team Railu wins." Railu fell from the sky and stood firmly on the battlefield, his eyes were calm, showing no sign of timidity. Such a clean spike left the audience speechless in amazement. I'm going, this is too fierce. Railu used bullet punch just now. Look at that punch speed, it's bullet punch. This is too strong. Who raised this Railu? It's amazing. She said it was her brother's Pokémon. Who is her brother? The female trainer took back the beedrill and looked at Railu thoughtfully. Little sister, you said this is your brother's Pokémon, so what's your brother's name? My brother's name is Duke. What's the matter, sister? Fine. The female trainer frowned and shook her head, feeling that the name was a bit familiar. The trainer at the side had the wit to start Beidou immediately, and found relevant information about Duke. I'll go, no wonder he's so strong, his brother was the champion of the Demon City Rookie King competition not long ago. No wonder I feel familiar, it turned out to be him. The big devil who used Gyarados to ravage players all the way to the top. No wonder it's so strong, it turned out he cultivated it. It's too stupid, is this the strength of the Rookie King? This Duke is really terrifying. Towel. Chapter 81. Aha, Railu, you are amazing. Dulin, who was carrying a bag of snacks, clamped Railu's head under her armpit with her other arm. The corners of Railu's mouth twitched slightly, but she couldn't attack. Today, he and Dulin fought a total of 16 trainers, and after defeating each other, they won nearly 4,000 yuan of alliance coins. With the money, Dulin, who bought a lot of snacks first, took Railu home, and at the same time, behind her, 2 pairs of dark eyes stared at Railu next to her. It's her. That's right, that Railu is not only extremely rare, but also very powerful. If you can get it, then there will be no problem eating, drinking and having fun for the next 6 months. Then find a chance to do it. While the two were discussing, a confusion that fell from the sky enveloped them, and then the phantom followed them like a shadow, covering them. Sure enough, a defenseless little girl is walking on the street with a very precious Pokémon, and anyone will jump out. Siduk slowly fell from the sky, holding a water glass in his right hand and a newspaper in his left, looking down at the 2 Pokémon hunters. So, how do you deal with you 2 scumbags? Siduk, who was grinning grinningly, gradually approached the 2 Pokémon hunters. Their eyes were wide open, and a pair of cold and ruthless pupils shot out from their pupils. Save! Do not! 2 beeps suddenly came to ink, Hong. Head. Growl was strangled by Siduk. After reading the memories of the 2, Siduk burned their clothes and bodies to ashes, and the Pokémon in the Pokeball was also crushed to death. Siduk, who swept the ashes of the 2 into the sewer beside him, looked at Dulin, who was carefree in front of him, and touched his chin. Looks like I can go out with Duke tonight and have fun. Siduk, who remained invisible and followed Dulin and Railu, thought maliciously. In a blink of an eye, it was evening. Come on, Railu, try this, woohoo! Dulin, who was feeding Railu, heard the sound of the door opening and turned her head to see Duke. When Duke entered the house with a bag in his hand, he also waved to Dulin. Friend Ball, hand it over. Brother, why don't you let Railu play with me for another day? What are you playing? Duke asked. A brain crashed on Dulin's head, he still has training in the future, playing with you for a day is enough. All right. The flat-mouthed Dulin reluctantly handed over the friend ball. Duke turned and went back to the room. After tidying up, he stepped on his slippers and walked out of the room to sit next to Siduk. Siduk, who was still flipping through the newspaper, sent a voice transmission to Duke without changing his face. Today, the little girl came back and was followed by 2 Pokémon hunters on the way. Is there a home? Duke asked in a low voice, and Siduk nodded. I searched my memory, and their previous family opened a transportation company in Baoan City. Then after dinner, you can come with me, and treat it as a digestion. It is good. Siduk readily agreed, but also a little excited. Dulin raised her head and looked at Duke curiously. Brother, what are you mumbling about? It's nothing, just play with you. Cut. Dulin clicked her tongue, and then continued to play with Ryalu. After dinner, Duke led Saduk out of the house. After one person and one duck left the house, Saduk first covered the figures of the two with an illusion, and then teleported away. Baoan City, Shunda Transportation Co., Ltd. CEO's office. I will ship that batch of goods to you as soon as possible, don't worry, don't you believe my reputation. They are all top grade with very good qualifications. Well, let's call half of the payment first. If the money is in place, I will arrange delivery immediately. The middle-aged man who was playing with a string of Buddhist beads hung up the phone, got up from the boss's chair, stood in front of the glass window and let out a long breath of foul air. Finally finished this batch. While looking at the lights of the city, the man noticed a boy and a Saduk behind him through the reflection of the glass. Before he could make a move, a tyrannical power room controlled him and quickly invaded his brain. Ho ho! Ho ho ho! The man who kept screaming out of his throat, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the pupils in his eyes dilated rapidly. Plop! When Saduk put the man down, the man's brain had melted away. Okay, next place. Duke patted Saduk, and Saduk immediately left with Duke teleport. Full Moon City, within a Taoist temple. Calm Mind Room. A man in a white exercise suit was cross-legged on the floor. Calm mind, but soon he opened his eyes, only because there was a teenager and a Saduk in front of him. It's him. Duke looked at the gym leader in front of him. It was unexpected that such a character would participate in Pokémon poaching and trading. Yes, that's him. He is in charge of the entire benefit chain of Yi Province. Search the memory. Duke waved his hand, and the middle-aged man frowned and looked at Duke and Saduk, but before he could do anything, Saduk burned his brain and took away his memory. This time, it was Duke who left with Saduk. The speed of the two was very fast, retrieving memories along the way and melting the brain, destroying more than half of the entire Pokémon Hunter organization. Chongyuan City, above the tallest building. Who is the next? Duke threw the body downstairs and patted the non-existent floating ash on his hands. Saduk closed his eyes, retrieving the memories he had just obtained. Not long after, Saduk opened his eyes and said, Shang Jing, the owner of PM Club is the top of this Pokémon poaching chain. Then go there. Shang Jing, PM Club. A skyscraper towers above the clouds, and there is a projection device on the outer wall of the building, which is continuously playing various Pokémon found today, from the Earl Dervish form to the evolution form, from the most common to the most advanced, everything that one expects to find. Top floor, inside the restaurant. Miss Luo, I'm really glad you can come. Mr. Qian, stop talking nonsense, I came here to see you only for the crystal in your hand that contains the power of an ultra-ancient Pokémon. The current world champion, Lorna, sat opposite PM Club owner Qian Shengtang, with an extremely indifferent expression. Anyone who knows her well knows that she is a person who only saves her smiling face for Pokémon. Although Lorna, who likes Pokémon more than humans, is usually a cold-faced god, but because of her beautiful appearance, graceful figure, and strong strength, there are not a few people who follow her. We're not in a hurry, let's talk about other things first. Qian Shengtang crossed his fingers and supported his chin, and looked at the face of Lorna opposite him with a smile. Facing Qian Shengtang's unscrupulous gaze, Lorna lowered the brim of her hat, although she really wanted to release Dragonite to beat him up, but for the sake of the overall situation, she could only hold back temporarily. This guy's ancestors were ministers of merit in the First World of Warcraft war, and now the family has also been blessed and flourishing. Not relying on the family's helping hand, Qian Shengtang started from scratch and founded a giant like the PM Club. There are dragons and phoenixes among people. Others. Rona frowned, what? As far as I know, Miss Rona hasn't accepted any corporate endorsement yet. No, those things will only drag me down. I don't want to be like a certain fairy champion, because I have to deal with endless commercial performances and endorsements, and eventually my strength will regress, and I will even become a shame zero. Loving Pokémon and betting all your enthusiasm on Pokémon is your specialty, Ms. Luo, but strength alone is not enough in this society. Qian Shengtang tugged on his tie, and talked eloquently. Wealth, power, connections, all of these can bring infinite power, it just depends on how the person uses it. Miss Luo, as the champion of the world, you should also understand this truth. I know, but that doesn't mean I'm going to run around. Rona raised her legs and took out the Pokeball of her ace Pokémon, with a hint of sarcasm on her face. Besides, your money doesn't seem to be very decent. It doesn't matter where the money comes from, the result is the most important, Miss Luo. With a smug expression on Qian Shengtang's face, he stood up from his chair and tugged on his tie again. Even if many people know that my money is not coming from the right place, so what, do they dare to touch me? In the entire Dragon Kingdom, if I stomp my feet, the ground will tremble 3 times. If I am not happy, it will rain. If I am happy, the weather will be sunny. It's come to this point. Qian Shengtang came in front of Lorna and said with a smile, we are already different from ordinary people. The difference between high and low class has already determined everything. Besides, I'm standing here, who dares to touch me? Who dares to kill me? As soon as the words fell, the glass on one side of the building shattered directly. And at the same time as the glass shards splashed inward, a figure shrouded in the biological force field slowly floated into the restaurant. Qian Shengtang. Qian Shengtang also turned his head away when a voice that didn't sound like a human voice flew out of the light sphere. It's me, you are. Before he could finish speaking, a hot red line of sight shot him out of thin air, and his whole body exploded into a bloody mist like a water-filled balloon falling from the sky. At the same time, Lorna stood up abruptly. It's you. Lorna looked at Duke with fanaticism, and Duke swept over indifferently. Who are you? It seems that it has been forgotten. Rona turned the hat around her head, and at the same time the brim of the hat was at the back. She also released Dragonite. Boho! The Dragonite who had just appeared stared at Duke in the biological force field with a fighting spirit. Rona threw 2 Pokeballs again, and a Garchomp and a Flame Ace appeared in front of her. Forget it, forget it, forget it, you just need to remember one thing, I am the one who wants to subdue you. As soon as Lorna said this, Seduc in the biological force field looked at Lorna with a strange expression. This woman is very courageous, and even said that she wants to subdue Duke. In her eyes, is Duke a Pokémon? Or, was it mistaken for a Pokémon? Conquer me! Duke snorted, big words. How do you know if you don't try? Lorna raised her hand and took out a lipstick inlaid with a keystone. After unscrewing the cap, she pinched the keystone on the lipstick and wiped it on her lips. Garchomp, Mega Evolution! Roar! The device inlaid with the Mega Evolutionary Stone/It on Garchomp's body immediately radiated light. The keystone and the evolutionary stone/It resonated with each other, and when the bright photon flow attracted each other, Garchomp also roared and quickly changed his shape. Not long after, Mega Garchomp appeared in front of Duke. This is not over yet, Rona once again showed the giant wristband on her hand, and with a slap on the gigantic wristband, Rona took Flame Ace back with her backhand, and growled, Flash Flame, Dynamax! Dynamax and Mega Evolution! Duke looked at the huge Pokeball thrown by Lorna, and snorted disdainfully. A pointless struggle. Chapter 82. A pointless struggle. Duke snorted disdainfully. Dynamax's Flame Ace's body didn't show any special changes, only a pair of long ears grew rapidly and dragged behind Flame Ace like a cloak. Fine sparks gathered quickly, turning as a huge fireball with an expression. He stepped under his feet. The fireball instantly ignited the entire restaurant, and the ceiling of the restaurant was also broken. Flame Ace with his arms folded on his chest stepped on the fireball, looking down at Duke, and Mega Garchomp kept yelling at Duke. I must subdue you. Lorna revealed the Z bracelet on her left wrist, took out a Dragon-type Z pure crystal and inlaid it on her bracelet, crossed her arms on her chest, and put on a full-strength posture. O distant light of Alola! Lorna began to chant with high spirits, and the Z bracelet in her hand also emitted the same light. Like a dragon roaring through the world. Extreme. Extreme. Giant. Dragon. Shock. Sky. Land. Looking at Lorna who put on a full-strength posture, Duke curled his lips. What a second. Seduct nodded approvingly. When you come into contact with Z moves in the future, don't play such a secondary thing. Agree. While Duke and Seduct were talking to each other, Rona punched forward forcefully, and Dragonite was also in a normal posture. Not only that, Dragonite's aura quickly changed from invisible to real, and it broke away from him, becoming a roaring dragon with its head held high. After the dragon roared, it aimed at Duke and charged quickly. Garchomp also dodged to Duke's side, and raised his hand to see Giga Impact. While roaring violently with a frightening momentum, G07 Giant Flame Ace jumped backwards, while raising his right foot back high, his body also leaned forward. Whoosh! Flame Ace volleyed quickly and kicked the fireball at his feet like a football. The Mega Destroyer fireball turned into a bolide rolling in, cooperating with Dragonite's Z movement, and Mega Garchomp's Giga Impact had already landed on Duke's biological force field, trying to break through the defense of the biological force field and let the Duke reveals himself. Boring. Duke raised both hands at the same time, and then gave a high five. Snapped. A crisp clapping sound instantly overwhelmed all the sound. Rona and her 3 Pokémon heard the clapping, and the terrifying shock drowned them out in a second. Garchomp was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, and at the same time as he rushed out under the impact, the light of Mega Evolution quickly dimmed and shrank back into his body, while Dynamax's Fireball and Z movement Aura Dragon were also wiped out in less than a blink of an eye. The rest of the shock, too, will be whirlwind across the top floor. How much strength did you use? Seduct stared blankly at everything in front of him. Champion Lorna and his 3 Pokémon disappeared. Except for the foothold under their feet, the whole building seemed to be bitten by a giant beast. The upper floor disappeared completely, except for the next part held on stubbornly. Millionth. While Duke was born uncertain, he also shook his head. Anyway, it's a small force. If I try my best, this planet is just a harder glass ball in my eyes. Having said that, Duke stretched his waist. Okay, go home and rest, you've been out long enough. Duke disappeared here with Seduct, leaving only a crumbling building. Within 3 minutes after he and Seduct left, the people from the association rushed here. Seeing the building that seemed to have been bitten by a giant beast, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. What's the matter? Could it be that someone's Dynamax failed, causing Pokémon to go berserk? Are you kidding me? Dynamax is more than 20 meters at most, but this gap is almost 40 meters. Then what's going on here? You ask me who I ask. Stop chatting, I'm calling for reinforcements, you guys hurry up and start saving people. The association's reinforcements came quickly, and investigations and evidence collection were conducted around the area. I just heard a slap and that's what this building is like. I didn't see Dynamax's huge Pokémon. This building suddenly became like this. By the way, I heard the sound of clapping. When I was setting up a stall here, I suddenly felt that everything around me became quiet for a moment, and then I heard the sound of slapping hands, and finally looked up again, and this building became like this. 0. Okay, thanks for the message. After the forensics officer nodded at the stall owner, he turned around and walked away. The urban management at the side walked forward with Pokémon. Okay, hurry up and close the stall, don't set up a stall here next time. Shangjing, Pokémon Association. President's office. How's the situation? A beautiful woman in her 30s pinched the center of her eyebrows, and immediately asked her secretary when she saw her come in. Reporting to the president, through forensic investigation, we learned that before the incident, Qian Shengtang, the owner of the PM Club, had an appointment with champion Lorna. Lorna. The beautiful woman slapped the table and stood up. Is this related to her? No, President Pan. The president's secretary shook his head, and took out a few photos. In the photos, there was a scarred Lorna and her 3 Pokémon. In fact, Rona is also a victim. We found her on the beach 2 kilometers away from the crime scene. Before she woke up, no one would know the real answer. President Pan walked behind the table a few times, and finally patted the table. Send me a few musharnas. First use Dream Eater to find out about Lorna's dreams, if not, use Hypno or Pokémon with stronger telepathy. This, isn't that good? The president's secretary said hesitantly, that's champion after all. The situation is too serious, and extraordinary measures are used in extraordinary times. Go. Under the strict request of President Pan, the secretary had no choice but to follow through. Not long after, 3 musharnas, 2 hypnos and 1 gardevoir came to Rona's operating room after the aseptic treatment. The 5 Pokémon took turns to mobilize Lorna's subconscious mind and read her inner thoughts. Soon, a scene was captured by Pokémon and then recorded by gardevoir. After all this was done, the 5 Pokémon left the operating room, leaving the rest to the doctors. Because of the addition of Pokémon, the level of medical treatment has also been greatly improved. The condensed life dew fell to replenish vitality, and the heal pulse radiated. As for the trauma, confusion swept across, checked the body condition, and was cleaning and suturing. When several Pokémon left the operating room, gardevoir was immediately taken away by the president's secretary. Soon, the president's secretary brought gardevoir to President Pan's office, and gardevoir transmitted the sensed images to the president. President Pan closed his eyes to check the screen, only to see a sentence of boredom coming out of a blue ball of light, and then the clapping suppressed all the noise, while the shock of terror drowned everything. President Pan, who suddenly opened his eyes, was panting continuously. This scene was really appalling. It turned out to be this guy who did it. President Pan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he patted the table. Help me hold a high-level meeting of the association, I want to start the Zero Plan. President, is Plan Zero? Our view of this guy before was still too naive. We need to conduct a new round of discussion and do it right away. After President Pan arranged everything forcefully, the secretary of the president did not dare to speak more, so he had to follow suit. Sitting on a chair, President Pan, whose eyes flickered for a moment, took out an old-fashioned flip phone, and dialed the only number on it. Say. As soon as the phone was dialed, a gloomy and indifferent voice came. President Pan took a deep breath and told the other party everything he saw just now. It is good. The other party cherished words like gold, and after only replying a word, he immediately hung up the phone. Chairman Pan looked at the hung-up phone and fell into deep thought. She closed the phone and stared at the front of the phone in a daze. World Tree. In the sky, there is a super-large airship hidden in the clouds. Azatu entered the command room through the electronic door that opened automatically. Report. Zeta said with a gloomy and indifferent voice, according to Anzijing P025's report, that Pokémon that Dragon Kingdom focused on reappeared and seriously injured the current champion. Pokémon. Wearing a orb mask and covered by a robe, the masked man turned around and said with a deep smile, "Those guys are still so stupid. How to deal with it? That guy and we are old friends. He destroyed the Asgard base. I thought I would hear about him in a long time, but I didn't expect to come here now." While the masked man was talking to himself, the command room became extremely quiet, and it was worth mentioning that, except for the masked man, Pokémon were operating everything in the command room without exception. "Forget it, Don't worry about him, just collect information. The masked man waved his hand. The most important thing now is to land on Deoxys in Celadon/Rainbow State. That guy is very strong. If we win over him, it will be a big help. Yes. Zeta nodded slightly, turned and left. The masked man stood on the stand in the command room, looking at the night sky outside. Oh, rule breaker. The masked man let out a low laugh. You can only trample on the rules of this old world, and the new world has no place for you. Similarly, there is no place for humans. At the same time, video data of several Pokémon appeared on the screen. Hone 2 Silly, Unova 3 Dragons, Time and Space Double Dragons, Giratina, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, X-Deer, Y-Bird, Z-God. Shangjing, Pokémon Association. Top meeting room. Everyone, I don't think we can continue to sit still. As the initiator of the meeting, President Pan stood at the first place, behind the curtain of the projector, and the picture displayed on it happened to be Duke, who was wrapped in a biological force field and couldn't see clearly. The advent of secret realms has become more and more frequent. In recent months, secret realms have descended all over the world. According to statistics, the total number is 32. And in the past 10 years, the number of secret realms that descended around the world was only 22. What does this mean? This represents a huge change that the whole world is undergoing unprecedentedly. Then what do you want? An old man asked aloud, and at the same time his figure flickered slightly. Looking carefully, it was a projection, and most of the people in the venue were also projections. I want to start Project Zero. Project Zero. The projection of a middle-aged man pondered. Has the situation really deteriorated to the point where we start the pocket money plan? I abstain and do not participate in the discussion. Same. Plan Zero is too crazy, it will shake the foundation of Dragon Kingdom. That's right, launching Project Zero is tantamount to ushering in a wolf. Our exploration of the secret realm has not yet come to an end, it is too early to talk about Project Zero. Agree. Seeing that the presidents of many associations were vetoing her own ideas, the beautiful woman showed a trace of hatred in her eyes. These goddamn wimps. Chapter 83. A week later, June 30th. Bayonne City, high-speed railway station square. Duke, who came to the square early in the morning and waited, was sitting by the flower bed with sleepiness in his eyes. Today is the day for his early assessment. As long as you pass and get excellent grades, you can choose any key domestic university at will. With a special Pokeball container on his waist, he ignored the curious eyes of passers-by around him, just crossed his arms and lowered his eyelids. You came very early. A pleasant voice came, and Duke followed the sound, and saw a girl in a combat uniform, staring at the other. Duke blinked his eyes, and only after seeing Grovel behind her, Duke remembered who it was. This girl was impressively one of the other 3 students who had been selected into the seed project with him. Trico Evolution. Duke looked at the opponent's Trico. The height of the ordinary Trico was 0.9 meters, but the height of this one fluctuated by 1 meter. It seemed that he had eaten a lot of nutrients. Well, evolution just happened not long ago. Well cultivated. Thank you for the compliment. The girl patted Grovel's head very well. Grovel squinted his eyes and arched the girl's palm. Here, if you want to build a good relationship with other people, it is absolutely right to praise Pokémon. This is equivalent to praising other people's cars. However, compared to Duke's previous life, the luxury car industry in this world has been hit hard. After all, no matter how expensive the car you drive, there is no Pokémon to attract attention. You can drive a Maserati at most to go out to fry the streets, but if someone rides a Dragonite to go out to buy groceries, it is equivalent to driving a J40 to go out to buy groceries. The two are not of the same magnitude at all. By the way, how is your Gyarados doing now? The girl's eyes fell on the Pokeball container on Duke's waist. It was said to be a container, but it was actually a metal box that could be passed through with a belt and had hemispherical grooves. However, high-end storage containers have various functions, such as healing, teleportation, and anti-theft functions. Duke's storage container is just the simplest, it just makes it easier for him to carry Pokeballs, instead of putting Pokeballs in his pocket. Wait a minute, 3 Pokeballs. The girl's eyes widened. Do you have the extra qualifications to subdue? Not long ago, I participated in a competition, found someone to operate it, and got the qualifications for the other 2. Duke chatted casually with each other, and at the same time a teenager followed by Magneton came over. Lu Zhao, you came very early. Yo, Mengbo, Magnemite evolution is here. Well, I took him to a secret realm not long ago, and through the lightning there, he successfully evolved. Mengbo, who was carrying the Magneton, touched the Magneton, but the Magneton immediately exploded a static electricity and landed on the opponent's palm. Mengbo, who was electrocuted, didn't care. Duke took a look and then looked away. This Magneton has been raised and abandoned. He was forced to evolution without laying a solid foundation in the Magnemite stage. Now after evolution, he still cannot control your energy well. This kind of cultivation method of pulling seedlings to encourage growth is completely overdrawing the potential of Pokémon in advance. It will be very difficult and easy for this Magneton to evolve into Magnezone in the future. The difficulty is that if you want to make up for the lack of the previous foundation, you need to work 100 times harder than before, but the ease is that you can use Thunderstone or special magnetic field waves to carry out evolution at any time without completing the lack of foundation. An eager trainer. Duke shook his head slightly. There was only one person missing. He remembered that the guy was carrying a Charmander. If he guessed right, that Charmander should also evolve into a Charmeleon. Because of the existence of Pokeblocks, an evolution of a Pokémon in this world only needs to be well fed and trained to evolve easily. Lu Zhao's and Mengbo's are both evolution, and the other's estimate is not much worse. Sure enough, a boy with Charmeleon also came to the square of the high-speed rail station to have a meeting with the other 3. Ruanming, your Charmander has also evolved. Well, I took him to participate in a small competition, and after the competition, it will be evolution. The boy named Ruanming touched Charmeleon's head, and Charmeleon raised his paw and let out a cry. Now we are all here, but when will the principal arrive? While Lu Zhao spoke with the class bell, Duke shook his phone. I have already notified the principal, and he said he will be there soon. Oh. Lu Zhao nodded clearly, but immediately said in surprise, why do you have the principal's contact information in your hand? Duke put his phone away and glanced at the startled girl. Get his contact, is it difficult? It's true, after all, you won a champion in the Rookie King contest. Lu Zhao scratched his temples, and the other 2 teenagers also fell silent in a timely manner. Compared with their peers, they were indeed very good, but the boy in front of him was even better than them. Not long after, the principal Tian Yiming rushed to the high-speed rail station square with his Pokémon Menfu. After seeing the 3 students, he smiled and said, they all came very early. Hi principal. Well, students. Tian Yiming glanced at the Pokémon of Lu Zhao, Mengbo, and Ruanming, and nodded in approval. Yes, they are all well cultivated. When to set off? Duke glanced at the time on the phone, and the principal immediately said, leave immediately. The examination room for early enrollment today is in the provincial capital. We need to enter the station now to check the tickets and take the high-speed train there. We are in the 3rd batch. After the exam, we can come back this afternoon. Tian Yiming immediately took a few people into the high-speed rail station to check the tickets, and took the high-speed rail to the provincial capital 10 minutes later. 45 minutes later, Duke and his party of 5 successfully arrived at the provincial capital, and under the arrangement of the principal, they quickly headed for the arena in the provincial capital. Where will be the examination room for early recruitment? Finally, at 10 o'clock, Tian Yiming brought Duke and the others to the arena and registered and authenticated them. After completing the registration and authentication, Tian Yiming led the three of them straight to the main battlefield. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, several people heard the shocking explosion from the battlefield below. It seems to be the explosion sound of explosion. After Lu Zhao heard the explosion, several people quickly moved forward, stood in front of the guardrail of the auditorium, and looked towards the battlefield below. All I saw was that a Stunky had lost the ability to fight, and Agran, who was covered in black smoke and covered his head with his arms, also shook, but finally stood still. Obviously, Stunky's trainer chose to put all his eggs in one basket just now, trying to get the highest score for himself, using the parting gift, and combined with Stunky's detonation feature, gave the opponent strong damage and impact. Okay, the exam is over. The examiner picked up the Pokeball and took back the Agran, which was full of farewell gifts. The examinee on the other side also took back his Stunky. After bowing, he turned and left the examination room to find a healing point to heal his Pokémon. Dare to breed Stunky, this is also a warrior. Meng Bo released his Magneton, allowing him to experience the atmosphere on the battlefield in advance and observe the examiner's Pokémon fighting style. The same is true for Lu Zhao and Ruan Ming. After the two released the Pokémon, Duke found Railu's friend Ball and released it. As soon as Railu came out, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Fuck, that's Railu. Really, I can't be dazzled. It's the unevolved Railu of Lucario, one of the top 3 most handsome Pokémon in the world. I still think Greninja is more handsome. But Lucario after Railu evolution is not bad either. Compared to Railu and Lucario, Greninja's Earl Dervish Pokémon is easier to obtain. But this kind of Pokémon that cherishes both appearance and strength, I really love it. In the auditorium on the battlefield, there was a buzzing sound, and everyone cast envious glances at Duke. Duke pointed to the battlefield and asked Railu to take a good look and feel the atmosphere here. At the same time, Tian Yiming also began to look around for a familiar figure. Not long after, Tian Yiming, who saw the principal of No. 2 Middle School Wu Sen in a corner, his eyes lit up, and he pulled Duke and thought about going there. Seeing Tian Yiming's actions, Lu Zhao asked curiously, why did the principal take Duke? Ruan Ming touched his Charmander, glanced at Tian Yiming and Duke, and said with a smile, didn't you notice that the principal took Duke to find the principal of No. 2 High School? Go show off again. Meng Bo leaned against the railing with a spectator smile on his face. The principal of our No. 3 Middle School and the No. 2 Middle School have always been at odds. Everyone knows that they hurt each other every chance they get. But why haven't I heard of the principal of No. 1 Middle School getting involved? Of course our principal and the principal of No. 2 Middle School didn't take him to play. Makes sense. On the other side, Tian Yiming, who brought Duke to the principal of No. 2 Middle School, said with a smile, oh, isn't this old Wu, the principal of No. 2 Middle School? It's pretty early. Wu Sen with Alakazam glanced at Tian Yiming, who was smiling brightly like a chrysanthemum, and squeezed out a sentence, well, you must come early. That's right, after all, your No. 2 Middle School has to be a little nervous, unlike our No. 3 Middle School. Tian Yiming patted Duke on the shoulder, and said embarrassedly, because the students are too good, I can't be like you, so I can only catch the last bus. It can't be helped, who made meth students at home are so good that they can even win the Rookie King competition in an international city like Shanghai. While speaking, Tian Yiming also looked at Railu. Look, this is the Pokémon hatched from the Pokémon egg presented by the champion of the Newcomer King contest in Shanghai. Veins were looming on Wu Sen's forehead. Looking at Tian Yiming's embarrassing show-off, it was like a blast of confusion on his face, but considering that there were teachers and students from other schools present, Wu Sen held back. Well, to be honest, it's an annoyance for a student to be too good. The teachers in our No. 3 Middle School have no place to worry about it. This child will take care of it all by himself. By the way, Duke, when are you going to be admitted to that school? Duke said lightly, the devil. Ambitious. Tian Yiming patted Duke on the shoulder and laughed out loud, feeling very elated. Wu Sen was so angry that he gritted his teeth. At this moment, an announcement came from the loudspeaker in the arena. Now, Duke, from Baoan City No. 3 Middle School, please prepare. Duke heard the sound and looked down, seeing him. It's time to torture the examiner again. Chapter 84. Now, Duke, from Baoan City No. 3 Middle School, please prepare. In 3 minutes, the assessment will begin. While the exam notice was echoing in the arena, Duke also said to Tian Yiming, Principal, it's my turn. Good performance. Tian Yiming patted Duke on the shoulder to show encouragement, don't stress. I think it's the examiner who shouldn't be under pressure. Duke grinned, turned, and left the auditorium, and came to the battlefield through a special passage. On the marble-paved battlefield floor, the sound of Duke's footsteps was very clear. When he came to the battlefield in front of him also began to change. Not long after, the huge alloy floor opened to both sides, and the water station field specially used for battles appeared. In the huge pool, there are scattered rocks for footholds, while the surface of the water is calm, but the undercurrent is turbulent below. When the examiner on the opposite side picked up Duke's information sheet, he immediately began to check his Pokémon. After Gyarados, Riolu has a Psyduck. The examiner frowned. Gyarados and Riolu could understand, what the hell is Psyduck? This kind of stupid duck was sent to the dining table with far-fetched and was almost eaten to extinction. If the Alliance hadn't made an emergency move to stop it and issued strict laws to restore the wild population, I am afraid that Psyduck would have become an endangered species. However, the doubts are all doubts. Upholding good professional ethics, the referee put down the report card in his hand. Since the number of Pokémon held by candidates is 3, the rules of this battle test are 3 versus 3. When one Pokémon loses all combat capabilities, it will be judged as a loser. In addition, the teachers in the scoring department can get ready. While the examiner spoke out as usual, several people in the first row of the auditorium who were individually circled in the scoring department and Pokémon also picked up the banknotes and waited intently for the next battle. But there was a discussion in the audience. 3 Pokémon. Are you kidding me? Isn't there only one and only one you can train before university? That's not the case. Some students with excellent grades will be given the qualification to breed the second or even the third Pokémon in advance. But this only applies after being admitted to a university. Who knows, maybe he has a background. With a background, you can't do something like this. I know this guy, he used Gyarados to break through the Demon City Rookie King competition. It turned out to be him. Damn it, that big devil is by our side. Quiet. The staff who were patrolling and maintaining the order of the examination room yelled loudly and lowered their voices. Everyone was silent, and they were also waiting for the next game. Tian Yiming sat next to Wu Sen, watching his students' competition with a smile. Should I use Gyarados or Riolu? There is a high probability that it is Riolu, that Riolu is bred very well, whether it is coat color, body shape, or eyes are very good, just enough for him to make a blockbuster. Candidates, please release Pokémon. An instruction came from the speaker, and Duke took out the only red and white ball on the container, pressed the switch, and released the Pokémon inside. With a flash of blue light, a thin, expressionless Psyduck appeared on a rock in the water field. Choosing Psyduck. The examiner was slightly taken aback. Didn't this kid have a Gyarados and a Riolu? If Gyarados is used for the water field, it is easy to pass the test. For Riolu, it is not good for the field and can score high. But why use a Psyduck? It's true that Psyduck is a water type, but what can this useless Pokémon that was originally used as a food material do? This is too messy, it simply doesn't take your future seriously. Many grading teachers on the grading table at the side also whispered to each other, and began to score the first impression points. Impression points are observations on the cultivation of Pokémon for the cultivation of players. By body shape, coat color, temperament, and overall mental state make a score. But Seduc's severely malnourished appearance made them all get an X. The ordinary Seduc is not fat, but it is also healthy. Once you take this one out, it is easy for passers-by to report you for abusing Pokémon. And the sound from the auditorium that had just been suppressed erupted again at this moment. Is that Seduc? Are you kidding? This is an early recruitment exam. He actually used Seduc to cope with the exam. And this Seduc looks so pathetic. That's right, look, this duck is skinny, and it doesn't have the usual Seduc's silly expression. One thing to say, this duck's expression makes my scalp tingle. What a mess. Is this food delivery? If this duck can pass around in the hands of the referee, I'll make my own small hamburger on the spot. It's ridiculous. Tian Yiming's complexion also became a little ugly. Why did this kid take out this malnourished Seduc? Isn't this the wild Pokémon they adopted? What a mess. Seeing this, the principal of number 2 middle school teased, "Oh, is this the confidence of an outstanding student?" The corner of Tian Yiming's mouth twitched slightly. Excellent students, they have their own personality, there's nothing wrong with that. Ha ha ha. Tian Yiming, who kept laughing dryly, looked at the skinny Seduc sweating on the field. "Duke, don't roll over. Can I go further? Can I face Wu Sen? Can I revive my husband?" "Wait a minute, just revive Fu Gang. This matter has nothing to do with Duke. Anyway, he is calling the wind and rain outside, and he still has to kneel down on the durian when he returns home. However, if you pass the exam, I am qualified to call you to my house, and use your prestige to do my best. Please examiner release Pokémon, the battle begins. Come out, Kingler." A big red crab with huge claws jumped out of the Pokeball, and the first time it fell into the water, it held up the huge crab claws. Boo-hoo! The battle begins, candidates attack first. Seduc, confusion. As soon as Duke finished speaking, Seduc didn't even move, but his eyes were covered with a light blue light. As soon as the light came up, Kingler flew straight backwards as if being hit by a big truck head-on. The carapace is visible to the naked eye. The examiner and everyone present stared blankly at Kingler, who flew out 30 to 50 meters and hit the wall heavily, and all opened their mouths. After landing, Kingler lost his fighting ability on the spot, and his hard exoskeleton carapace was completely broken. Confusion. The examiner glanced at Kingler, who was seriously injured and dying, and looked at Seduc in the field in disbelief. Seduc, who was still expressionless, was standing on the rock when he came out, motionless, but the blue light in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The grading teacher on the grading table also looked at this scene in astonishment. After a few people and a few Pokémon looked at each other, they silently tore off the grading sheet in their hands, replaced it with a new one, and then put it in the first impression column. Full marks were given, and by the way, full marks were given in the first item in the battle column. Seduc, who knows how to confuse, can't be messed with. Mastered Seduc of confusion. I'll go, isn't this thing only tail whip cute? Are you kidding me? A pure water type Seduc has such a tyrannical confusion. Is this still Seduc? This is clearly the Mega Duck God. The students and teachers in the auditorium were talking a lot, and Tian Yiming also looked at Wu Senator. The malicious smile on his face made Wu Sen's eyelids twitch. "Oh, my student is like this, he always doesn't take the usual way. It's too good, but it makes me too distressed." Wu Sen said with a half-smile, "Hee, yes, I really envy you." Alakazam, who was knitting a scarf beside Wu Sen, also dropped the spoon in his hand, and looked at Seduc on the field in disbelief. Even he felt a little shivering when he felt the powerful confusion just now. Who is the psychic Pokémon? Examiner, can we continue? Duke copied his pockets with both hands, his expression flat. The examiner nodded and took out the second Pokeball. The teacher on the scoring table beside him also scored and marked in the candidate impression column. Stay calm in times of crisis, calm, and rationally judge the situation on the field. All kinds of praise words are thinking about the indiscriminate bombardment in Duke's grading column. After all, such students, let them get low grades, their conscience will not be able to bear it. As soon as the examiner released the second Pokeball, a Lapras with a grey back appeared in the water. Lapras, use mist. Ah! Lapras immediately opened his mouth and spit out thick mist. Confusion, whirlwind. The light waves of confusion in Seduc's eyes radiated light again, and the white mist spit out by Lapras had not yet enveloped the field, and was instantly whirled by confusion whirlwind. At the same moment, the water in the battlefield also began to press down on Lapras. Just for a moment, Lapras was blown away by Seduc along with the current. Crash! At the same time that the flood drowned the referee, Lapras also fell to the ground and passed out. Examiner, the third one. Duke took out his phone to check the time, then put the phone back. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The corner of the examiner's mouth twitched. It was the first time he saw such a students who torture people's mentality. Are you the examiner or am I the examiner? Who is assessing whom? Show. The mentality collapsed, and the examiner threw out the third Pokémon, a Toxic Roke. Toxic Roke landed on the field, submerged his body in the water, only his eyes were exposed, and looked at Seduc not far away with malicious intent. Confusion. Duke waved his hand, Seduc confusion struck again, Toxic Roke followed in the footsteps of the first two Pokémon, fell heavily to the wall, passed out and lost consciousness. After finishing all this, Duke took out the Pokeball and took a photo at Seduc. Destiny Knot shot and landed on Seduc, turning Seduc's body back into a ball of red light. Thank you for coaching. After the routine, Duke nodded slightly, he turned and left the match table, leaving only the examiner whose mentality had completely collapsed. Woo woo woo. Who is coaching? I have been in the industry for 15 years, and this is the first time I have met a student like you. You are not here to take the exam, you are here to torture my mentality. Ma Dan, this psychological shadow can't be relieved by Gardevoir's big sword a few times, and the association has to be reimbursed. Oh, this year's examiner can't do it. Tian Yiming squinted at Wu Sen, his small eyes were very trembling. Wu Sen turned his head away, and silently clenched his fists. It seems to flatten him, Zhou. Chapter 85. 3 days later, the Du family's old house snapped. A brain collapsed on Rylo's forehead, sending him flying more than 5 meters high. Woo! Rylo, who fell heavily on the ground, bounced up again, but soon fell down again. Do you want to continue? Duke withdrew his finger, and Rylo, who got up from the ground, nodded and yelled, indicating that he would continue. Well, let's continue. As soon as Duke finished speaking, his figure flickered, and several clones of him suddenly appeared in the yard. Each avatar has its own movements and expressions, and it is difficult to tell the real from the fake at a glance. In fact, these doppelgangers are under agility after images are just shadows. Seduc, who was sitting under the pomegranate tree, raised his eyelids and glanced at Duke, who was playing happily with Rylu, and shook his head silently. There are not many people in the world who can coax a child to such an extent. This kind of speed is better than the double team of Pokémon who specializes in speed. But this is just a trick played by Duke and Rylu. Of course, it is a trick for Duke, but it is a challenge for Rylu. Leo. The cyclone was born under Rylu's feet when work-up started, and the moment focus energy exploded, the energy blades around his body circled around, and the sword's dance was strengthened. Rylu, who leaned forward, turned into an afterimage, and began to dash back and forth between Duke's afterimages. It's just that every time the entity that can't catch Duke falls down is an afterimage. Leo. Under the agility, spark flickered on the surface of Railu's body, and his speed increased again. The dog who pulled out the spark behind him frowned, carefully observing the difference between the residual substitutes. Beep beep. At this moment, Duke's cell phone rang, and Railu rushed over with his eyes lit up. Leo. However, Railu, who had just touched the afterimage clone, was emptied again and fell to the ground in vain. Plop. Railu, who fell to the ground, watched all the afterimages disappear, while Duke took out his phone from his pocket and clicked to answer it. After hammering the ground, Railu got up, went to the faucet and unscrewed the water pipe, took a few handfuls of water to wash his face, and took a towel from the nanny bear to wipe his face. Only then did he come to the small table under the pomegranate tree and sit down. After sitting down, Railu picked up a berry swallow to replenish his strength. Hey, Principal, what's the matter? Duke was also sitting at the small table, and while turning on the speakerphone, he picked up his teacup and slowly sipped it. Your results are out. The total score is 360 points. You got full marks. You are currently number 1 in Yi Province. Oh. Duke is not surprised at all. If Seduc fails to get full marks, they could find a Rayquaza and kill them. Now, teachers from the admissions offices of several universities have come to the school and want to meet you. When Tian Yiming spoke, he smiled and nodded to the 3 admissions teachers in front of him, and the 3 admissions teachers from Modu University, Shangjing University, and Shuimu University also nodded in response. Now. Duke frowned and looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were 2 hours left for lunch. Yes, if they want to meet you, the number 1 scholar who recruited in advance, please also call your parents here. Parents must be present. I see, I'll call them now, and I'll be at the school in another 15 minutes. Okay, be careful on the road. After hanging up the phone, Duke called his father and mother respectively, and then looked at Railu. In the chasing game just now, you relied too much on your skills. Although detect and foresight are divine skills can have miraculous effects in battle, but you also have to trust your intuition and aura. Duke flexed his fingers, and Railu moved his head closer with his eyes closed. Snapped. After a painless brain collapsed on Railu's forehead, Duke also taught him a lesson. Then your training will focus on the perception and application of aura, as well as hidden power. Stimulate your body through electric current, so as to gain stronger explosive power, strength, and speed. I don't know where Zapdos, Zeraora, and Zekrom are electric-type phantom and mythical beasts. If you find them, it's not bad to catch them and give you a little trouble. Leo. Railu slammed his fist on the table, shook his head at Duke, and said that he can do this, and he doesn't need to harm other Pokémon. It depends on your performance. But regardless of Zapdos and Zekrom, who doesn't love Zeraora, a big cat that can generate electricity? While Duke was speaking, Railu also secretly made up his mind that he must practice hard, strive to complete the 3 tests related to strength, speed, and endurance, and rescue the Pokémon trapped in the cave. Forget it. Don't talk about it, let's go to school first, the principal and the others are still waiting for us. Duke stood up and went to change clothes. Seduc also stood up with a newspaper and a cup of hot tea. It was time to go out again. Not long after, Duke packed up and rode Gyarados, took Railu and Seduc out of the old house and went straight to the school. Wearing an apron with a towel on his shoulders, Ursaring, with a fierce face, silently cleaned up the mess for them. Sweeping the floor, cleaning the table, tidying up the tea sets, planting flowers and plants, clearing weeds, and cleaning up inside and outside. Alas, as a nanny bear, I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world. Number 3 Middle School, the door. Roar. At the same time as a roar fell from the sky, Gyarados also fell from the sky and landed steadily at the school gate. When Duke brought Seduc and Railu down, he also took Gyarados back with the luxury ball. It's you that's written on it. Siduk looked at the huge red banner hanging at the school gate. Duke looked up, his expression froze immediately. His photo is printed on the huge banner, and there is also a line of words. Warmly congratulate Duke, a student from number 3 middle school in Baoding City, who got full marks in the early recruitment examination and was awarded the province's manor. At the same time, there is a group of boys below, gifted by Wu Sen, the principal of Baoding number 2 middle school. After reading all the words, Duke touched his nose. This is what Lao Tian deliberately used to disgust Principal Wu of number 2 middle school. Duke skipped the banner and took Siduk and Ryulu to the campus, heading straight to the principal's office. Not long after, Duke came to the office building and brought Siduk and Ryulu to the door of the principal's office. After knocking on the door was opened directly. You are Duke's classmate. The man who opened the door grabbed Duke's hand. I've heard of you for a long time. Duke looked at the overly enthusiastic man in front of him, and couldn't help asking, who are you? I'm the admissions teacher of our magic city. My surname is Hai, and my name is Hai Deifu. You can also call me Teacher Hai. Oh, the champion of our magic capital really has an extraordinary response. Teacher Hai dragged Duke into the principal's office. In the office, the other two teachers who were talking with Du's father and Du's mother noticed the hand of the teacher in Modu University, and their expressions were frozen. Zhou, this bastard has such a hand, why didn't I think of it? Let him get ahead. Gritting their teeth, the two teachers watched Hai Deifu from the admissions office of Shanghai pull Duke to sit on the temporary chair in the principal's office. Is this the Ryulu hatched from the Pokémon egg rewarded by Champion? 0 Please ask for flowers 0. Hai Deifu looked at Ryulu, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. It was not a compliment deliberately expressed to attract people, but a sincere compliment. This figure, this hair color, this state, this spirit, really deserves to be the rookie king of our demon city and the champion of Yi province. Ahem. The admissions office of Shangjing University coughed twice, then looked at Du's father in a blink of an eye. Mr. Du, a good university is related to the child's future life. Yes, Ms. Wang, although going to Beijing University is not very good, but teacher Zhao is right. A good school can really affect a child's life. Mizuki Big, the female recruiting teacher, held Du's mother's hand and persuaded, choose us at Shuimu University. If nothing else, we have a lot of female students at Shuimu University. It will be easy for Duke to find a partner in the future. When the female teacher at Shuimu University said this, Mr. Hai from Shanghai University and Mr. Zhao from Shangjing University clicked their tongues. This woman is really a chicken thief. She even used her girlfriend as bait. Really? Mother Du's eyes lit up when she heard the sound, but Duke coughed, forget it, Shuimu Academy of Fine Arts advocates squinting eyes, so I won't go there. Okay, now I want to hear what terms Shanghai University and Shanghai University can offer. Duke directly skipped the admissions teacher at Shuimu University. The squinting incident at the Academy of Fine Arts of this university disgusted him. The teacher from Shuimu University's face became stiff when he heard the words, and he didn't expect to lift a rock and hit himself in the foot. Our conditions here are excellent. As long as you go, we will provide a Pokémon cub or Pokémon egg with excellent qualifications. There is a special single dormitory, and the facilities in the school will be open to you for free for 3 months. The conditions here at Shanghai University are better. If you come here, among other things, we will arrange a set of detached villas. In addition, you can choose the Pokémon eggs from the well-known Shanghai University Breeding Center, as well as on-campus facilities. Years of free use. Hai Deifu glanced at Mr. Zhao of Shangjing University, who immediately changed his words. I misremembered just now, we are also a single-family villa, and you can pick all the Pokémon eggs of Shangjing University. In addition, all the facilities in the school are open for free, and the school team directly join without trial. We have free board and lodging in Shanghai. We went to Peking University with generous scholarships and accompanying students. We have doubled the scholarship at Shanghai University, get the money before enrolling, and one-on-one coaching with our kind senior sister. We're going to Beijing University to send our girlfriends off. We are sending Gardvoir to be our girlfriend. Horse riding, surnamed Hai, are you sincerely against me? Teacher Zhao from Beijing University slapped his thigh and stood up, pointing at Hai Deifu and yelling. What does it mean to fight against each other with sincerity? You are clearly the one who finds fault. Hai Deifu confronted him tit for tat, not giving an inch. Do you want to fight? I see you want to fight. Come on, who is afraid of whom? I'm afraid of you. Seeing the fight between the two universities, several people at the scene stepped forward to persuade them. Duke watched all this with great interest, and Saduk was also sipping hot tea and eating melon. After finishing the tea, rubbed Tian Yiming's menfus scald, and dragged him to eat melon together. Beep beep. The unpretentious mobile phone rang. Duke picked it up and found that it was an unfamiliar number. He immediately walked out of the principal's office and connected it. Which one? It's me, Loxy. Have you run out of giant crystals? Duke raised his eyebrows, but Luo Xi said, no, it's just that the giant wristband competition has been settled for you, and the venue is in Shuezong City. In addition, a new ice-type secret realm has come here, and I want to invite you. Let's explore this ice-type secret realm together. What's so interesting about that ice-type secret realm? Where did someone find Articuno's feathers? Towel. Chapter 86. 2 days later, in the south of the Dragon Country. Shuezong City, Snowpoint Airport. Call. Ryulu let out a sigh of relief and looked at mist who was gradually dissipating in the air. He had never seen snow since he was born, but now he saw the snow-covered street in front of him, and he couldn't help being very curious. Look out for Ryulu. Duke glanced at the curious Ryulu, gave Saduk a faint order, and then took out his mobile phone to call Loxy. Hello, I'm here. Where are you? The voice from Loxy sounded a little vague, and Duke also heard the whistling wind through the receiver of the phone. Just at the Snowpoint Airport exit. Don't move where you are. I'll ask my local friend to pick you up. You'll stay with him for the time being. When I'm done with my affairs, I'll go find you right away. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and Duke couldn't help but put away the phone and glanced at the screen. What is this bitch doing over there? Charizard, fire blast! Loxy's sonorous and forceful voice came through the phone, and at the same time, he hurriedly said, You play in Shuezong City now, and I will go to find you in the past. By the way, I will share your extremely giant crystal. Doduo beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Duke covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. He knew this bitch was up to no good. Sure enough, he is still greedy for his Dynamax crystal. However, there was a lot of movement over there. It seemed that Emo Hong started a battle and was fighting. Moreover, Loxy's first impression to Duke was that she was a sensible and calm cool girl, but now it seems that this girl doesn't want to be what she seems on the surface. Thinking about it, after all, the signboard is Charizard's trainer, so his temper will be a little hot. What should we do now? Saduk was still attached to his teacup and newspaper, with the newspaper under his arm and the teacup in his hand. He didn't look like he was going out for a long distance, but more like a veteran cotter going out for breakfast. This also attracted the attention of many people. Wait for the people arranged by Loxy to come and pick us up. Duke rubbed his face, but Saduk said, By the way, you don't plan to wear a down jacket or something? I'm afraid that the cold and heat won't invade. What kind of down jacket should I wear? Duke shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't know that wearing only a shirt and a pair of trousers in Shuezong City's extremely sub-zero temperature was more noticeable than Saduk. Fine. Saduk rolled his eyes and ignored Duke. One person, one duck, and one dog stood at the exit of the station and stared for half an hour, during which they rejected many taxi drivers and hawkers who came up to solicit business. Beep. At the same time as the car whistle sounded, an old car stopped in front of Duke. When the window was lowered, a young man in a white coat and black-rimmed glasses poked his head out. Duke. Is it me, Loxie's friend? Ginger Tang, a doctor who specializes in grass. The other party showed a very friendly smile. Duke nodded, and replied, Duke, an ordinary trainer. Haha, Loxie's friends may not be ordinary people. That woman is the crystallization of Dynamax who is greedy for me. Duke opened the passenger door and got in. Seduc opened the back door and took Railu in. Zhang Tang turned on the left steering, started the car, and said with a smile, Your Dynamax crystallization is indeed Loxie's style. She can even sell her old father for the Dynamax crystal. What are you drawing? Duke put on his seat belt. Zhang Tang was unexpectedly talkative, and he talked freely. That guy just likes big and mighty Pokémon, and the Pokémon after Dynamax is just what she wants, so she has also become a person who spends all day in the world looking for the trainer of the Dynamax crystal. If you need to find her, a gram of Dynamax crystal is more effective than an expensive gift. But someone has to give it to me. While Duke was speaking, Zhang Tang turned on the radio beside him, and the song of Meowth was playing on the radio. Listening to the melancholy tune, the conversation between the two became more and more intense. Speaking of which, the extreme environment in Shuezong City is also due to the coming of the secret realm. Duke looked at the snowy weather outside. Zhang Tang turned on the wiper, nodded and said, That's right, because 7 years ago, a large-scale ice and snow cave in the secret realm came to Shuezong City, and when the secret realm and the main world merged, it caused the secret energy to leak out, thus permanently changing the weather here. Some people say that it's because there are ice-type beasts in the ice cave. However, the feathers of Articuno found in a mysterious territory that just arrived recently broke this statement. People are more inclined to think that the ice and snow cave itself is extremely strange. However, in my opinion, the ice and snow cave can affect the main world, perhaps because this secret realm can continuously produce non-melting ice. Bing, I don't know if it's true or not. This is very strange. Duke touched his chin. After the arrival of the large-scale secret realm, once the energy leaks when it merges with the main world, it will affect the local environment. This is why Shuezong City is located in the south of Longguo, but has an extremely cold climate. Strange is very strange, but the reason why is left to those Pokémon professors and researchers. Let's not worry about it. Makes sense. While the two were talking, the car also stopped in front of a medical clinic in the suburbs of Shuezong City, and Zhang Tang, who parked the car skillfully in the parking space, said, Okay, get out of the car. You opened a clinic. After Duke got out of the car, he looked at the medical hall and raised his eyebrows. These days, the Pokémon Center is enough to meet the needs of most trainers. Some medical halls cannot easily survive unless they have special inheritance. It's been passed down from my family, and I'm just inheriting my father's business. Ginger Tang brought Duke, Seduc, and Railu into the medical hall. As soon as he entered the door, Duke smelled a strong herbal smell, and there was a trace of other smells in it, but it was covered up by the herbal smell. Let's go, let's talk. An Audino wearing a nurse's hat quickly rushed to Zhang Tang with a medical record in his arms. Seeing Audino's anxious expression, Zhang Tang realized that a patient had come to the door. Are there any patients? Just right. Audino nodded vigorously, and dragged Zhang Tang to a ward. Duke followed curiously, wanting to see Zhang Tang's skills. After Audino brought ginger soup into the ward, a young man lying on the bed seemed to see a savior, and hurriedly said, Dr. Zhang, you are here, if you don't come, my little brother and I will be lost. Seeing this patient, Zhang Tang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Yan Ren, are you going to do that kind of thing again? I don't want to, but I can't control myself. Yan Ren cried and said, Dr. Zhang, I swear this is the last time, please help me quickly, I can't feel my little brother anymore. Help me, Dr. Zhang, I don't want your money. It's not bad for money, but it's hard for me to deal with the relapse of your old illness every few days. Although Zhang Tang looked disgusted on the surface, he still lifted the patient's quilt. When the quilt was lifted, Duke suddenly gasped, and even took a step back. And the reason for all this is because Yan Ren's legs and crotch have been completely frozen by frost, and even the little brother all covered with a layer of frost. Most of the muscles and skin have been necrotic, and an icy blue seeped into the deepest part of the skin. Seduk sensed the movement in the room, poked his head in and saw the scene in front of him, silently covered the eyes of Ryla who was curious, and dragged him out. Don't look, hot eyes. Dude, what are you doing? Duke stood aside, looking at him with twitching corners of his mouth. Yan Ren quickly covered his face with his hands when he saw there were outsiders. Damn, it was seen by outsiders, the society is dead. What else can he do? While Zhang Tang was dealing with Yan Ren's injury, he exposed the opponent's faults at the same time. Run to be ashamed with Fros Lass, and then become like this. I rub, Fros Lass. Duke opened his eyes wide, another sad wind like Qi Wenli. No, this young man named Yan Ren is the real warrior. Qi Wenli harassed Gardvoir at most, but this buddy dared to attack Fros Lass. Not to mention Fros Lass' appearance, just saying that Fros Lass has ghost attributes is enough to make ordinary sad wind warriors flinch. But this brother not only thought about it, but also acted. The most outrageous thing is that this guy doesn't seem to be the first time. True and realistic version of the undead knight. Ordinary trainers will walk around when they see Fros Lass, for fear of being caught and go to the player's house to drink, but this kid has a unique taste, so he prefers to find Fros Lass. This also caused the Fros Lass nearby to hear his name, and their expressions changed drastically. Of course the most outrageous thing is not this. Zhang Tang took the pliers from Adino, pointed at him and said, the most outrageous thing is that when someone encountered Fros Lass in the secret realm, he yelled that Yanren is here, and then put Fros Lass scares away. Tell me what the hell did he do? Scared Fros Lass away, this horse riding is outrageous. Zhang Tang used a little force while speaking, and Yan Ren immediately howled like ghosts and wolves. Oh, Dr. Zhang, please be careful, it hurts. You still know it hurts. After Zhang Tang treated Yan Ren, he ordered Adino to use heal pulse to speed up the recovery of the injury. Tell me, where did you go to harm Fros Lass this time? Isn't it the secret realm that just arrived? Yan Ren grinned as he felt his body was rejuvenated, and Zhang Tang rolled his eyes. Oh, you know how to go to the new secret realm. Oh, I still blame me for being too greedy this time. Not one. Ginger Tang glare, Duke also took a step back, not for anything else, this is admiration for a true warrior. Ha ha ha. Yan Ren laughed dryly, Fros Lass is so cute, I couldn't control it. How many? Not many, just one group. You ride a horse. Zhang Tang clutched his forehead, no wonder the injury was so serious, a Fros Lass of an ethnic group, you are not afraid of being sucked out of your essence, and your soul will be eaten. Ha, I thought Qi Wenli was already invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Qi Wenli. Yan Ren and Zhang Tang looked over with curiosity. A sad wind who wants Gardvoir to lay his eggs. I'll go, this brother can do it. Yan Ren straightened up suddenly, but when he turned around, he was slapped down by Adino. Brother, you must introduce me to this brother named Qi Wenli. If this is done, I will take you to enjoy the free Fros Lass sword. Roll rough. Ginger Flail's voice resounded throughout the hospital. You are enough for a beast in clothes and clothes. Chapter 87. Inside the Ginger Soup Medical Center, a certain ward. Brother, I have found an organization. Yan Ren, who had just recovered from his injuries and was still lying on the hospital bed, cried to Qi Wenli on the screen with snot and tears, you don't know, they say I'm a pervert. I set an example to practice the harmony between people and Pokémon, but they slandered me. Brother, don't cry. Qi Wenli felt his nose tingle when he saw his colleague's expression, and comforted Yan Ren through the screen. Duke, who was leaning against the window, rolled his eyes. He finally couldn't bear Yan Ren's stubbornness and gave Qi Wenli's WeChat message to Yan Ren. But having said that, Brother Yan, you are really a fierce person. Froslass dares to lead by example. Qi Wenli was extremely shocked and admired by Yan Ren's taste. Yan Ren touched his nose, laughed and said, the main thing is that Ice and Snow Girl can let you understand what is called an ice skating ladder. Skating ladder. Qi Wenli opened his eyes wide, and said impatiently, I would like to hear the details. Let me tell you, actually, hee hee, and then, hee hee hee. Hearing Yan Ren's mean laughter, Duke rolled his eyes and walked out of the ward. As soon as he went out, he saw Si Zhongtang is bandaging a wild Pokémon. As for why it is not domesticated? Not to mention that there is no trainer waiting by the side, and the taste is different. Are you doing voluntary labor? Duke came to Zhongtang's side. Zhongtang shook his head, no, I just saw the injured Pokémon and couldn't help but go to treat them. Over time, my place has also become an ambulance station for some wild Pokémon nearby. I have piled up the medical expenses sent by these little guys in a warehouse. Oh, not bad. So 07 Tiger. While taking good care of the Pokémon in his hand, Zhongtang said, by the way, do you want to take a break next, or try our special hot pot? Me. Before Duke could speak, several people rushed in, Doctor, come and see what's wrong with my Lapras. Seeing this situation, Duke shrugged his shoulders, it seems that you can't arrange me. So sorry. It's okay, you are busy with your work, I will go and get acquainted with this place myself. Okay, let's get in touch again. It is good. Zhongtang turned to get busy, and Duke found Siduk and Ryula who were waiting for him on the bench at the door. Let's go out and settle a lunch, and then go to the secret realm to have a look. Leo. Ryulu nodded, and Siduk also folded the newspaper in his hand, then put it aside, picked up the medical center and put it here to give newspapers to patients. He was still holding the newspaper under his arm, holding an enamel jar in his hand. Seeing that Siduk and Ryulu were getting ready, Duke also left the hospital with them. Let's go, try the hot pot here first. Taking 2 Pokémon to finish lunch, Duke took a taxi and went straight to the hottest internet celebrity restaurant in Shuezong City. Duke walked out of the gate of this restaurant after having lunch once in an hour and a half, and silently gave a 5-star praise. The good shop that doesn't charge any money for this kind of chili definitely needs more people to try it. After eating this kind of shop, the store will give a chrysanthemum remnant as a gift, so more people must see it. After leaving the eating place, Duke took Siduk and Ryula straight to the newly arrived secret place. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the place, Duke saw the flow of people from the street shooting to the end. Is it so hot? Duke took Siduk and Ryula to watch the team move slowly, and at the same time wondered why this secret place was so popular. The secret place where Articuno's feathers have been discovered will definitely attract a large number of trainers. Even if you can't subdue Articuno, you can still see his true face, or pick up some parts that fell from the opponent's body. Among other things, a single feather from Articuno can be called a top-level resource, and a piece of ice shaken off can also become a precious ice-type prop ice that does not melt. With such a Pokémon full of treasures, even a trainer would be tempted. If it doesn't work, see if the Pokémon in the secret area are compatible with each other, and it's also good to take one home. However, after looking at the overcrowded team, Duke silently took out his mobile phone and dialed Luo Xi's number. After hanging up the phone, within 3 minutes a Mediterranean came to Duke and asked, Duke, Mr. Du. It's me. Please follow me, Miss Luo has already arranged for you. Trouble. No trouble, no trouble. Mediterranean took Duke all the way into the temporary reception hall, and many trainers frowned at this queue jumper. "I'll go, why does this guy jump in line? If you have the ability, you can also intervene. Hey, with Ryalu, you're rich or expensive. I understand with Ryalu, but what is the purpose of bringing Saduk, and it's only Saduk with such a personality?" While the crowd was discussing, Duke also walked into a room led by Mediterranean Sea. In the room stood a strange machine that looked like a ring. "This is the secret shuttle device. After you go in and finish your tour, just come out from the entrance, and I won't bother you much. You get busy." "Okay." Although Mediterranean Sea said that he was leaving, he was relieved after watching Duke enter the secret realm. The staff operating the machine asked curiously, "Director, what is the origin of this child, and you have to go to greet him?" Hai changed his flattery and humility just now, and raised his brows upside down. "Don't ask what you shouldn't, and do your job well." Entering the space channel, there is still endless light oncoming. The gorgeous light spots make people dizzy. Ryalu only watched for a short while before being covered by Saduk's eyes. Duke and him are safe and sound. After a few breaths, one person, one duck, and one dog stepped on the ground again, and they also walked out of the teleportation site and outside. Just one glance gave Duke a sense of space-time change, as if he had appeared in a place similar to the western town in the western cowboy movie of Lighthouse Country. Simple cross-shaped layout, all buildings are arranged around the central Pokémon Center, horizontally or vertically. There are people coming and going in and out of the makeshift simple house, and there are trainers taking Pokémon along the street to sell. People kept walking into the Pokémon Center in front of Duke with tired faces, and some people were getting ready to leave town full of expectations. It's only a few days, but many trainers are already in. Camps were set up here, and a small town was quickly derived from this base. Human beings are really adaptable. Duke walked around the town with Saduk and the dizzy Ryalu, bought a few secret medicines to relieve the dizziness caused by entering and leaving the secret realm, and fed them to Ryalu before leaving the town. After walking out of the town, I saw a white and boundless ice field. Isiris was rolled up by the cold wind and hit the face like a small stone. At the same time, Duke looked up at the sky, only to see that the sky was covered with branch-like blue clouds and mists, and these clouds and mists stretched across the sky, as if there were inherent cracks in the sky. Looking away again, Duke found that the entire secret territory was full of natural bridges formed by ice condensation, at least dozens of them. And some Pokémon also survive around these natural bridges. "Where do we go next?" Saduk asked Duke, and after pondering for a moment, Duke said silently, "Turn around first, and then look for Articuno. It is good." Not long after, one person, one duck and one dog disappeared into the wind and snow, and moved forward quickly. When they came near the nearest ice bridge, Isiris suddenly exploded, and a white shadow rushed towards Duke and the others. "Is this Berdic?" After Duke saw the attacking target clearly, Saduk also released confusion. It was a 3-meter-tall giant bear covered in snow-white hair, and its huge claws gleamed with pitch-black edges. Berdic, who was frozen by Saduk with confusion, froze in mid-air, and Saduk said indifferently, "Are you going to kill him?" "No, let him fight Ryalu twice, let him go if he wins." Saduk put Berdic down, and simply conveyed Duke's meaning to him. Berdic said that a man was born between heaven and earth, and he would rather die than surrender, and he would not surrender easily if he was killed. Click! After Duke smashed the ice bridge beside him, he looked at Berdic silently. Berdic looked at the ice bridge who had been beaten into scum, and then at the expressionless Duke and Saduk, with a flattering smile on his face. "Grandpa, can you see what pose I pose?" After a while, Ryalu returned to Duke's side panting, while Berdic lay on the ground with small circles in his eyes. Saduk frowned and looked at Berdic, and said to Duke, "This bear. Forget it, just practice as a sparring partner, you can't ask too much. Go and find the next victim, cough cough, let's find the next sparring partner. Okay, then let him go. Siduk followed Duke and continued to move forward, while Railu trotted behind him. Duke could cover a distance of 7 or 8 meters with every step. Siduk followed behind and used confusion to fly effortlessly. As for Railu, he could only trot to keep up. Not long after Duke left, Bertik suddenly opened his eyes, touched his head and then sat up and looked around. Coincidentally, a male trainer with a backpack walked over with a tired face. Human eye to bear eye. I boil. Roar. The male trainer turned and ran without saying a word, and Bertik pounced on it like a vicious dog seeing a kebab. Uncle Xiong can't deal with the two fierce gods just now, can't he also deal with you? Keep the food in the backpack, and send it to Froslas for rations. Die to me. Call. Amidst the snow and ice, a Pokémon with the shape of a blind bear and the shape of a snow-white pine tree was slowly moving on the ice. This Pokémon looks just like the Dryad in Western fantasy stories, and it can also be regarded as the cute version of the Dryad's grandma. Abamas now. Suddenly, a surprise growl came into Abamasno's ear, and just as Abamasno turned his head, he saw a two-legged beast looking up and down his body with a greedy gaze. It seems that the next second will pounce on him and do something to him. If it's an ordinary Pokémon, if you see this strange thing suddenly, if you are timid, you might run away with a shiver and a cry of surprise. But Abamasno is no ordinary Pokémon. Not only did he not run, but he ran wildly. Running at the speed of a cheetah with a tree-like figure. The trainer who made the sound was stunned when he saw this scene, and it can't be blamed that he is so rare. The problem is, if you see a tank weighing more than 200 kilograms running towards you with a sprint speed of 100 meters, will you not be afraid? It's unscientific to step on a horse. How is it possible for Abamasno? I step on a horse. As soon as the trainer turned his head and raised his legs, he felt an extremely cold shadow enveloped him. Boom! Abamasno suddenly pressed the trainer under him, rubbing while roaring, thumping vigorously. After Abamasno got tired of playing, he stood up comfortably and glanced at his body. The trainer was frozen into an ice lump without even taking out the poke ball, his body was covered with frost, and he kept moaning as he trembled. Moan. The frost on the eyebrows and hair fell off like powder. Oh! Abamasno, like a savage, raised his arms high and let out a roar of excitement, bouncing around the trainer, mocking him to the fullest. In the end it condensed into a huge popsicle, just like playing hockey or golf, and it hit the trainer's ass. There was only a bang, and Abamasno's popsicle made zero distance contact with the trainer's buttocks, and the trainer was directly sent flying by the stick. Oh! Seeing this scene, Abamasno's eyes lit up, as if he had found a plaything. He twisted his body happily, swung the popsicle stick left and right, and chased after him. He discovered a new way to play two legs. Chapter 88. Ah! The miserable growl rushed into Duke's perception from a distance through the wind and snow, and Duke, who was stepping forward, paused, arousing Siduk's doubts. Why did you stop? It's miserable growl. Duke looked towards the direction where growl was coming from, and also listened to that side at the same time. Oh! The voice of cheering followed closely behind growl. Duke looked through the wind and snow, and saw the funny and tragic scene ahead. An Abamasno carrying a thick top and a thin bottom is just like a skater. It is stabbing and slipping in the ice and snow. One foot lands on the ground and slides forward, and the other foot is tilted backward. When the speed drops, Abamasno just replaced the other foot. And the growl was a horrible trainer, his face was distorted, and his whole body was bowed backwards, like a cooked prawn. When Abamasno approached the trainer, the popsicle poked hard on the trainer's butt in front, adding momentum to him so that he would not stop. Oh! The happy Abamasno was skating while cheering. And the direction of the two happened to be their own party. Duke, who had witnessed everything, said with a strange expression, "There is an Abamasno who is with a trainer, how should I say it? Have fun. Noticing Duke's weirdness, Siduk let out his senses and saw what Duke saw. After a moment of silence, Siduk asked, this Abamasno really has character. It's not just a character, it's simply cheap. During the exchange between one person and one duck, Abamasno poked the trainer all the way like playing hockey. In the blink of an eye, the screaming trainer came to Duke's feet. The unlucky guy had passed out completely, and Abamasno also slid to Duke. Abamasno, who turned a blind eye to Duke, Siduk, and Railu, poked the fainted trainer and made a roar sound of excitement, but no matter how he poked, the other party did not respond, and even the thin end was bleeding, and the other party seemed to be as if dead, without saying a word. Oh! Abamasno, who growled in disappointment, lowered his head, but his eyes fell on Duke randomly, with malicious intentions in his eyes. Another Tuleg. This guy seems to be eyeing you. At the same time that Siduk spoke with a suppressed smile, Abamasno also picked up his stick again and carefully looked at Duke, Siduk, and Railu. A two-legged beast that looks weak, a yellow duck with an expressionless face, and a puppy with an angry face. Well, it doesn't look threatening at all. Abamasno nodded vigorously while thinking, and seemed to have seen Duke being rubbed under his body, Siduk being used by him to wipe his ass, and Railu being thrown into Froslas's lair and ravaged by him. Oh! Abamasno, who raised his stick and shouted a few times, took a few steps back, and then swooped down on Duke. This is body slam. Recognizing the skills used by Abamasno, Duke raised his eyebrows. This guy seems not only cheap, but also has two brushes. The shadow of Abamasno shrouded Duke and expanded rapidly, but when it reached Duke's head, Duke Frillish raised his hand, lifted Abamasno, and threw it out. Abamasno, who was thrown backhand by Duke, sat on the ground and shook his head vigorously. What just happened? Why am I sitting here? Abamasno looked at Duke with a puzzled face, and while frowning, he tried again. Then, he was thrown out again by Duke. This time, Abamasno understood what happened. He stared at Duke with wide eyes. How could this two-legged beast have so much power? But there isn't even a little bit of energy aura all over his body. What the hell? Facing the scene that he didn't understand, Abamasno decided, run. When you encounter something you can't understand, if you don't run away, you still rush up with your neck stupidly, how can you not retarded? He's the smartest of Abamasno here, he won't be stupid. Abamasno, who ran hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, didn't forget to turn his head to mock Duke, and at the same time, made a small sculpture of Duke out of ice and snow, and then crushed it. And then, Abamasno's expression froze, and he found that he was 1 meter away from Duke at this moment. Yashao, didn't you run out? Why? Was it the Tulegs who did the trick? Abamasno turned his head to stare at Duke, then opened his mouth to spit out icy cold mist, and fled away again. The enemy is too weird, wait for me to observe, and then come to fight. Why did I step on my horse and come back? Looking at Abamasno, who returned to the original place again, he had to re-examine Duke at this moment. Is it the ghost of this two-legged beast? It seems that I have to be serious. Oh! Without any warning, Abamasno slammed a fist at Duke, and the edge of the fist was surrounded by freezing air, pointing directly at Duke's face. Duke raised his hand with the help of Abamasno's ice punch, and with his backhand, a head collapsed on Abamasno's forehead, and it flew out, flying away like a cannonball. Don't kill him! Siduk really didn't like this kind of cheap Pokémon. After rubbing his fingers, Duke looked at the blue clouds in the sky. Looks like fun, and don't we get tired of walking all the time? As soon as Duke said this, Siduk immediately understood what he meant. Besides, since he likes to play so much, I'll play with him. Siduk instantly understood Duke's meaning, his figure disappeared in place, and he caught the bounced Abamasno back. The dizzy Abamasno stood on the snow and only swayed, Feeling that everything in his sight was constantly spinning, the Duke in his eyes changed from 1 to 6 and from 6 to 1. Help him wake up. Duke picked up the unlucky ghost abused by Abamasno on the ground, dodged to send him back to the camp, and returned again. At this time, Abamasno also woke up under Siduk's helping hand. He just focused his eyes and found that a brain collapse landed on his forehead again. Whoosh! Abamasno took off again, this time farther than before. Siduk teleported away and reappeared bringing Abamasno back. Then, forced to wake up, Duke talked about brain collapse, Siduk teleported back, then forced to wake up, then brain collapse, and then teleport back. After going back and forth hundreds of times, the first thing Abamasno did after waking up was to kneel down and hold Duke's thigh and cry. Stop playing him, stop throwing him around like a ball. Although he has a lot of miracle eyes, his heart is so small that he can't bear the stimulation. Oh! Abamasno, who was crying loudly, had icicles in his eyes. Stop abusing him, give him an accurate word if he wants to be killed or cut. If it doesn't work, it's okay to bury him. You come to negotiate with him. Duke kicked away the crying Abamasno. Siduk dislocated his position and stood in front of Abamasno. Stand up! The indifferent words made Abamasno startled, and Abamasno stood up hurriedly, rubbing his hands and looking flatteringly at Siduk, who pointed to the forest in the distance. Where are you looking? Abamasno looked over. Siduk swelled and raised his palm, a blue ball of light condensed in his palm. Under his control, the light ball quickly floated up and disappeared without a trace. But soon, in the forest that Abamasno was looking at, a ball of light appeared in the sky, and the moment it fell quickly, a white shiny struck from a distance. Boom! Under the strong white shiny, the ice and snow forest was directly destroyed, and the strong wind generated by the explosion also hit quickly. Soon, the strong wind swept the ice and snow and came to Abamasno, throwing snow on his face. Abamasno, who didn't even bother to smear the snow and ice on his face, stared blankly at the forest that had disappeared in the distance, and his neck turned slowly like a gear lacking lubricating oil. Caw! Siduk looked at him blankly. A ball of light was condensing in his palm. You can run, as long as you can be sure that you are faster than my pre-future sight. Google. Abamasno completely succumbed at this moment. What kind of god is this? He is obviously an ordinary-looking duck, but he is stronger than the overlord of this secret realm. Clear. Siduk's words made Abamasno kneel on the ground directly, and Abamasno, who hugged Siduk's thigh, cried loudly. Oh! Dad, you will be my dad from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will absolutely beat a chicken. Dad, you believe me, I am your own son who is thicker than blood. Abamasno's crying made Siduk's brows twitch constantly. This guy is really shameless. Do not. It's just unethical. Stand up. Don't make me say it a second time. Abamasno stood up in a jerk, slapping his chest and shouting. Dad, you order. A moment later, Abamasno, who was dragging a sled made of ice, galloped across the hospital. Duke, who was sitting on the sled, looked around with a glint in his eyes. Haven't found it yet. Siduk knew what Duke was looking for, Articuno, one of the legendary 3 holy birds. I've found it, but there's something interesting here. Duke looked towards a certain direction in the secret realm, where there was something he was interested in, and it was far more interesting to him than Articuno, who was sleeping here. What? You'll know it when you see it. Duke pointed in one direction, and Abamasno galloped away immediately. At the same time, a group of 5 people also entered the secret realm through the secret realm transmission device. The leader is a hot girl with red lips, wearing goggles on her forehead, standing at the door of the teleportation station and scanning everything in front of her. After scanning for a moment, Spice Girl left the town with the 4 people behind her, and headed straight to the wilderness amidst the ice and snow with a clear goal. Behind Spice Girl is a person holding a strange device in his hand. Inside the device is an ice blue feather, and the device is looking for similar fluctuations through the feather. Not long after, this person whispered, "Master Yansu, I found it." "What about that thing?" "According to Lord Nibelheim, as long as you wake up Articuno, you can find that thing. In this case, speed up." "Yes." Chapter 89. On the ice field, an Abamasno was pulling a sled and galloping. The speed was fast, but it was also very stable. The most important thing was that it did not bring up any cirrus or ice debris during the running. Siduk sitting on the sled looked at the newspaper in his hand, and sipped the hot tea in the enamel mug from time to time. After drinking the tea, use psychic to gather water molecules from the air to form a ball, then heat it to a suitable temperature and put it into the enamel tank. When the tea tasted stale, he would take out the tea bag that he didn't know where to hide from his body and replace it with a new one. In this way, drinking tea and reading the newspaper word by word, Siduk enjoyed his own good time leisurely. Not long after, Abamasno suddenly stopped and turned to look at Duke, Siduk, and Ryolu on the sled. Oh! You said the front is impassable." Siduk raised his eyelids, and looking at Abamasno made him feel cold all over. He obviously had ice attributes, but Abamasno felt the cold murderous aura from Siduk's dull to indifferent eyes. "Keep going." Siduk looked down at the newspaper in his hand again, and Abamasno plucked up the courage to move on, and further on was the territory of the overlord of the secret realm. Duke was thinking about what he saw, which in his opinion was more important than Articuno. He already knew where Articuno was, but when searching for Articuno, what he found was more interesting to him than Articuno. You know, Ho-Oh once asked him to do something, asking him to help find some things that disappeared in the world. And the thing hidden in the depths of this secret realm was one of the things Ho-Oh had asked him to find. Abamasno dragged the sled on, and the wind and snow became more urgent. In the blizzard, even the Ice King had difficulty moving an inch, but under the pressure of Siduk, Abamasno still dragged the sled forward with great difficulty, and every step would be very strenuous. Siduk propped up his confusion shield to protect himself, Duke, and Ryolu from the wind and snow, but Ryolu looked at the increasingly violent wind and snow outside, but was eager to try. "Why, you want to go out and hone yourself?" Duke saw what Ryolu was thinking, and Ryolu nodded heavily. Seeing this, Siduk once again controlled confusion to manipulate the ice and snow to produce a rope directly connected to the sled. "Then go out and pull the sled." Ryolu jumped out of the confusion shield, grabbed the rope, and was level with Abamasno, enduring the wind and snow and struggling in the snow. Every time a foot falls, it will directly reach the root of the thigh. This made every step of his life very difficult, and the ice and snow were constantly sucking away his heat, making it difficult for him to maintain himself in the ice and snow. The strong wind carried Osiris and hit him on the face, making him unable to open his eyes, but the tenacity in his heart kept supporting him. With less and less physical strength, Ryolu grabbed the rope and leaned forward nearly 70 degrees, but most of the burden fell on Abamasno, who just moved mechanically. "Are you going to bring him back?" Siduk asked Duke for his opinion. Duke took out Ryolu's friend ball and nodded, "Training is fine, but it should be done in moderation. If you continue, he will be frozen." At this time, Ryolu couldn't help but half kneeled on the ground, but the faith in his heart was burning like a flame, and the fighting energy in his body and aura were even more entangled with each other. Next second, a huge force surged from the depths of Ryolu's body and spread to his limbs, which gave him the strength to stand up again. After this scene fell into the eyes of Siduk and Duke, Siduk asked uncertainly, "This is reversal. It seems hard work always pays off." Duke raised his hand and took back Ryolu, who gained physical strength through reversal. Although he regained strength through comprehension of reversal, this power is only temporary and will not last long. Ryolu is already at the end of his strength. After taking back Railu, Duke handed friend ball to Siduk. Watch him. Siduk put away the poke ball, stuck it on himself with confusion, and then left it alone. After leaving the secret realm, go to heal and recover him. Woo! The boundless roar sound came from the wind and snow, and at the same time a huge Pokémon made of ice rocks tore through the wind and snow and appeared in front of Abamasno. It's a Valage. Siduk's eyes flickered. Shall I do it? It's easy to provoke the old ones if you hit the young ones. You guys wait for me here, and I'll go by myself. Duke stood up from the sled, and without waiting for Siduk to speak, he took a step forward, and with one step, the world in his eyes became extremely slow. The blizzard froze in the air, and the frightened expression on Abamasno's face also froze. While Siduk was about to speak, Duke bumped away from Osiris, who was stagnant in the air, and slowly paced forward. Duke glanced at a Valage, missed him and continued to move forward. This guy was nearly 4 meters tall and seemed to be an overlord Pokémon, but in Duke's view, it was just a little guy. Because, under an iceberg in front of him, there is a huge Valage comparable to a hill. That guy's body is completely hidden in the ice and snow, and half of the iceberg is supported on his back. Why is it called half a block? Because the back of this iceberg has a smooth and flat cross-cut mirror surface, as if it was chopped into this shape by something unknown. Duke, who had a panoramic view of everything, quickened his pace, and soon entered an ice cave in half of the iceberg, walked along the twists and turns of the ice cave, and finally came to the hollow interior of the mountain. And in the mountain, there is an ice altar with a narrow bottom and a wide top. There is a different kind of energy flow in the altar, and there is this strange lavender flute inside the energy cover. The shape of this flute looks somewhat similar to the back shell of Lapras, full of protrusions with holes, and the surface is extremely smooth, and it is impossible to tell what material it is. The selected person enters the spear pillar and walks to the flute of heaven. The sound of the flute of heaven will call the void, leading the person selected by lands/crossing to the land of Earl Dervish to witness the god of creation. While Duke muttered to himself, he probed into the energy shield and took out the flute of heaven from the energy shield. As a result, the energy shield was also shattered. Duke, holding the flute of the heavens, rubbed the flute with doubts in his eyes. But how did this thing appear here? Naturally, what attracted Duke's attention was the flute of heaven, an important item that could be summoned to the Hall of Origin where Arceus was located. That's why he came here in the first place instead of going to trouble Articuno. Duke couldn't figure it out. It's fine for this thing to appear here, but why is it with Articuno? No matter what, let one of Sanshung Mushroom or Space-Time Double Dragon and Giratina guard it, so that it will be compelling. After thinking for a while, Duke didn't come up with an answer, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The reason why Pokémon appeared in this world is because countless secret realms descended and merged with this world, thus creating a world where people and Pokémon coexist harmoniously. But what happened before that, how the secret realms came to this world, where these secret realms originally belonged to, why these things happened, and when the gods and beasts came, no one knows, and no one can know. Maybe Mew, who guards the World Tree, knows it, but even her best friend Ho-Oh can't sense the breath of World Tree and Mew, so these questions are even more confusing. Forget it, don't want to. Now it's time to clean up Articuno. Duke played the flute of heaven, returned to the sled, and released Siduk and Abamasno wrapped in the sled into the sky in a biological position. Articuno is indeed in this secret realm, but unlike what other people imagined, he is not sleeping somewhere in the snow in the secret realm, but in the sky. The blue cloud is the leak of Articuno's power. At the same time, Yanzhu led his men to a frozen lake somewhere in the ice field. After coming here, the instruments in their hands began to frantically warn. Report to Lord Yanzhu, the homology tracker shows that it is here. The team members manipulating the special Pokémon hunting equipment respectfully greeted the hot woman in front of them according to the report. After the hot woman walked a few steps around the icy lake they were in, her eyes shone like fire. After observing for a long time, Yan Zhu looked up at the sky, saw the blue clouds and mist gathering here, and showed a different smile. No wonder I looked around and found nothing, it turned out to be in the sky. He took out a flame pillar of a pokeball with flame patterns, and pressed the switch to release the Pokémon in it. Crazy! While the Talonflame with a wingspan of more than 3 meters flapped its wings and landed, Yan Zhu rode on the Talonflame and pointed to the sky. One person stays where he is, and the rest follow me. Yes. Among the remaining 4 people, one stopped to stay behind, and the other 3 quickly released the flying Pokémon and followed Yan Zhu to fly into the sky. Soon, the 4 people who approached the blue cloud rose again, but one of them accidentally touched the blue cloud, and the next second they and their Pokémon were frozen into ice balls. Seeing that one of his second-level team members touched the strange blue cloud and turned into ice, Yan Zhu secretly raised his vigilance, and told the others, "Don't touch the blue cloud." Yes. Several people went up again, searching for the place where the blue cloud and mist gushed out, and entered a continuously rotating vortex. Here is also a twin secret realm. And after Yan Zhu and the others entered the lower secret realm of the twin secret realm, they immediately felt that the temperature around them dropped rapidly, and the blue clouds became denser. One of the remaining 2 was once again touched by the blue cloud and turned into ice balls. Seeing this situation, Yan Zhu clicked his tongue. Although the second-level team member sacrificed, he didn't feel sorry for him, but who can avoid the next crisis? With one more person, she can have one more to block the knife. I knew I would have brought more people here. Yan Zhu murmured in a low voice, but randomly said loudly, "Prepare to unseal the orb, it's about to drop." "Yes, Lord Yan Zhu." After flying carefully for a while, Yan Zhu and the only remaining second-level team member landed quickly. After the pillar of flame landed on the ground, her eyes widened. Just because in front of her, there was a person, a Seduc and an Abamasno, who turned their heads and looked at them with weird eyes. "He called you just now." Yan Zhu. Chapter 90. He just called you. Yan Zhu. Duke tilted his head to look at the incomparably hot Yan Zhu, with a different kind of light in his eyes. Yan Zhu, he remembered that he had killed one, and by the way destroyed the experimental base that produced Seduc. But now, another pillar of flame appeared. "This stuff is Chinese cabbage, can it be wholesaled? Who are you?" Yan Zhu touched the arrow sparrow beside him with one hand, and put one hand on his hip with the other hand. His eyes were filled with the bright luster like fire. "It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is to spit out what you know." Duke scratched his head while speaking. "Also, you can stop making small movements, otherwise, I will crush you to death in the next moment." Yan Zhu looked at the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him, and couldn't help squinting his eyes. "Squeeze me to death." While Yan Zhu laughed lowly, realization also focused on Duke. "Can you do it?" Suddenly, Duke was surrounded by raging flames. Raging flames emerged from his body, licking him continuously. "Small tricks that can't be put on the table, you little grasshoppers always like to play these little tricks." Duke exhaled casually, and while blowing out the flames on his body, he also looked at the pillar of flame that had released the Pokémon. Imbor, Infernape, Blaziken, Camerupt, Magmortar, Incineroar. As soon as the 6 fire-type Pokémon appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly increased. Seduc next to Duke glanced at the 6 Pokémon and frowned. 6 elites. That's right, the only condition to become Zhu is that all 6 main players in a team are all elite. Yan Zhu looked as if he had the chance to win. Duke touched his chin. "Interesting, your organization seems to have a lot of high-end combat power in this world. Then, tell me more." The moment Duke took a step forward, all 6 fire-type Pokémon released raging flames. "It can be next second." The terrifying pressure like a mountain swept across the audience, turning Yan Zhu's 6 Pokémon into meat. Yan Zhu also collapsed in an instant, and Duke came to her in the blink of an eye. and raised his hand to pinch her pretty face. Now, tell me everything you know. Duke's eyes were extremely deep, and while looking directly into Yan Zhu's eyes, he also used his aura to continuously oppress her heart, making her reveal everything she knew. Me. Yan Zhu said tremblingly, I belong to the World Tree Nibelheim base, and my boss is Nibelheim. The purpose of my coming here is to liberate Articuno and destroy Shuezong City. Why do you want to destroy Shuezong City? The return of the gods requires sacrifices. Yan Zhu's eyes were glazed, and Duke would say whatever he asked. How many bases does your organization have? 11, head, me, currently, 10, 1. What is the ultimate purpose of World Tree? Summon all, gods. Yan Zhu's breathing became more and more rapid, but his body began to turn transparent without warning. Under Duke's eyes, it gradually faded away, like a picture on a drawing paper that was erased by an eraser. Wow! A pile of clothes and a few pokeballs fell on the ground. Duke watched this scene, frowning. This is... Siduk and Abamasno on the side were also taken aback when they saw this scene. Abamasno covered his mouth with his hands and pointed to the suit of clothes on the ground. Why did the two-legged beast just disappear out of thin air? How is this going? Siduk asked Duke curiously. Duke looked to the void ahead and left a sentence. Wait for me. As soon as the words fell, Duke disappeared in place, and a crack suddenly shattered in the void in front of him. When the crack closed instantly, Duke also disappeared without a trace. Siduk and Abamasno waited in place, while the only second-level team member left beside Yan Zhu watched all this in horror. That legend is true. Seeing that there was only one set of clothes left, but he was Yan Zhu who had disappeared immediately, the second-level team members yelled in horror. Siduk confusion evaporated, grabbed the neck of the second-level player, and asked indifferently, what legend? I can't say it, I can't say it. The second-level team members shook their heads frantically, you kill me, I can't say it. Tisk, I've been scared out of my wits. Siduk saw that the second-level player's mind had collapsed, and immediately threw it to Abamasno. You take it and play. Abamasno took over the second-level team member and looked at Siduk tentatively. Siduk waved his hand. Abamasno looked at the second-level team member in his arms, showing a malicious smile full of excitement. Soon, the second-level player was rubbed under Abamasno's body as hard as he could, but for a moment the second-level player was covered with a layer of frost, and Abamasno stood up with his mouth smashed, condensed a popsicle, and hit the second-level player heavily with the stick. On the ass. Ah! In the miserable growl, there was also the vile cries of Abamasno. Oh! Siduk glanced at the cheap Abamasno, retracted his target, and took a sip of his tea to look in the direction where Duke disappeared just now. Click! Suddenly, the void was pierced by a palm, and this palm seemed to be the chick of Shell Smash, treating the void and space as eggshells, breaking and tearing apart bit by bit. When the space was torn open by Duke with his bare hands, he also walked out of the space rift and closed the space rift with his backhand. How about it? Seeing Duke coming back, Siduk couldn't wait to ask. Duke touched his chin. This organization called World Tree is very interesting. What have you found? The sudden disappearance of the pillar of flame just now was not caused by her. In fact, in the past timeline, the starting point that belonged to her was obliterated, which is why she disappeared in the current timeline. Timeline. Siduk stared at Yan Zhu's pile of clothes with wide eyes. Duke nodded. Yes, in simple terms, she was wiped out by a force at the beginning of the timeline corresponding to this time and space. In other words, she died in the womb. According to the law of causality, the cause can be traced back to the effect. Relatively, the cause can also be erased, so as to realize the elimination of the effect. This Yan Zhu was obliterated because of this. The past she was not born, so the present she does not exist. But what exactly exists that can do such a thing? Seduk's eyes widened, powers involving time and cause and effect, all of which can be achieved by top-level beasts. Duke stared at Yan Zhu's clothes. I just followed the source of that power to have a look. Go in the era before Yan Zhu was born, her mother died due to an accidental miscarriage. When I wanted to pursue it again, I was blocked by the complicated timeline. After chasing for a while, more and more timelines were extended, like a pile of garbled codes. It can't be done, but it will trigger a chain reaction of space-time collapse. I'll just come back. For a small matter, it is completely unnecessary to cause the collapse of time and space. 0. Please ask for flowers 0. In addition, time and space have collapsed, and I have to find a way to remedy it. It's too troublesome. Then do you know who is most likely to do this? As far as I know, there are 2 Pokémon that can do it. One is Celebi, the god of the forest, and the other is Dialga, the dragon of time. It's just that the 2 haven't arrived yet, and they don't know where they are sleeping. Then this world tree can do this, which is a bit interesting. Duke stroked his chin and muttered to himself, but Seduk asked, what are you going to do next? Fix Articuno first. I will go out to find them in this world tree, see if I can find a few bases, and ask for more news. All right. Seduk turned his head and looked at the huge iceberg in the lower secret realm. On the top of the iceberg was a piece of unmelted ice, and on the ice was a bird Pokémon with blue feathers. In deep sleep. Duke also looked in the direction Seduk was looking at, and at the same time came to the second-level player who was about to be beaten by Abamasno, and took out a blue orb from him. The orb is no more than the size of a steamed bun, and its whole body is icy blue, crystal clear, exuding a bitter cold air. This thing. Duke stared at the orb in his hand. He heard Yan Zhu call this orb a broken orb through the monitor, but the orb contained extremely pure ice energy. Holding this orb was like holding an ancient orb. Like an unmelted iceberg. This is clearly a top-level ice-type resource. Why is it called a broken orb in the hands of this group of people? After playing with the blue orb for a while, Duke threw it in the direction of Articuno with his backhand. The orb flew through the air and hit Articuno directly. The moment the blue orb hit Articuno opened a pair of eyes as cold as winter. Next second. Kang! A very penetrating growl pierced through the wind and snow, and transmitted to the entire secret area. At the same time, the wind and snow in the outer secret realm suddenly became rapid and violent. All the trainers looked at the secret realm with a drastic change in climate and didn't know what happened for a while. What's going on? Damn, what happened? Why did the weather suddenly change? Blizzard is coming. All the trainers who know Sunny Day stand up for me and release Sunny Day to resist the wind and snow. The Pokémon in the secret realm is rioting. Stop them, stop them. The lower secret territory. On the iceberg, Articuno broke through the snow and went straight to the sky. Although Articuno was about the same size as Pidgeot, the oppressive force Pidgeot radiated was something that Pidgeot couldn't match anyway. Articuno, whose feathers are carved from ice, has a blue mist all over his body, a crown of 3 dark blue prismatic feathers on his head, and extremely red eyes. The short grey beak is the same color as the long and thin legs, and the long, bunting-like tail flutters wildly. Just by flapping its wings lightly, you can see large pieces of a cirrus swiping down quickly. This kind of power is already above that of Champion, just a little worse than that of Ho-Oh. Could this guy be the god of ice in the 3 silly birds? Duke looked at Articuno who was holding high above the sky, and touched his chin, but immediately there was a different kind of light in his eyes. Forget it, anyway, to me, the ice god is no different from ordinary Pokémon. While Duke was speaking, he took out an empty Pokeball from Yan Zhu's clothes not far away. Conquer first, and then introduce my gym as the first beast to settle in. Jin. Chapter 91. Kang. Articuno's song growl pierced through the wind and snow, and the wings spread out over the sky above the sky. His red eyes shone with a cold light that was colder than winter, overlooking everything below. But soon, a figure broke through the wind and snow and arrived opposite Articuno. "Hello, Articuno." Duke greeted Articuno, and Articuno looked at the human standing in the air in front of him, with a flash of disgust in his eyes. "Humans, die!" Articuno vibrated the air with his mental power, and at the same time as he let out a sound full of murderous intent and disgust, his wings vibrated, turning into a blue sun across the sky. The blue light radiates towards the entire lower secret realm. Soon, everything in the lower secret realm was frozen by blue light, like mosquitoes sealed in amber. Blue mist stretched across the sky like branching branches, followed by 0-degree cold that could freeze everything. Feeling the chill in the air, Duke took a deep breath, vacuuming everything in front of him, and then exhaled forcefully. In an instant, a freezing storm more terrifying than Articuno's volatile chill hit Articuno. Sensing the power contained in the storm, Articuno's eyes froze, and he was swallowed by the storm in the next second. Not long after, a huge lump of ice fell from the sky, hit the iceberg, and rolled down the slope of the iceberg. In an instant, a huge snowball came to the foot of the mountain, and when it stood in front of Seduc and Abamasno, it was as huge as a house. When Seduc released confusion to stop Snowball, Duke also dodged to Snowball, raised his hand and crushed Snowball, revealing the frozen Articuno inside. Articuno, who could cast sheer cold but was frozen by a breath, was frozen in solid ice, his eyes full of disbelief. Duke took a step forward, breaking the ice and causing Articuno to fall to the ground. "Now, can we talk?" "Humanity." Articuno was still full of killing intent and disgust, but in the next second, Duke exhaled an extremely cold breath, Articuno was frozen, and then smashed into pieces again. "Now what?" "Humanity." Breathing out, Articuno was frozen, and smashed again. "People." Freeze, smash. Freeze, smash. After repeating it countless times, Articuno was smashed by Duke again to smash the surface ice layer, and when he fell to the ground, only shock and fear remained in his eyes. He is the head of the Articuno family, the strongest, Articuno with the title of the God of Ice, but he was frozen dozens of times by the human in front of him with just his breath. For a long time, the pride and hatred in Articuno's heart were also forcibly crushed by Duke. "Can we talk now?" "Who are you?" Articuno asked in a low voice. Duke scratched his head. "I know Ho-Oh well." "Ho-Oh?" Articuno's eyes on Duke changed. "This guy is the Celadon/Rainbow hero chosen by Ho-Oh?" "But, no. How could Ho-Oh choose such a strong person to be his hero? Is she out of her mind? Or, that Ho-Oh was transformed by Mew, and then deliberately joked with Ho-Oh? It was Ho-Oh who sent you to find me." Articuno couldn't help asking Duke. Duke shook his head. "I came to find you myself." "What are you for?" "Goal." Duke took out Yanzu's pokeball, grinned at Articuno, showing his big white teeth. "That's impossible, even if you're chosen by Ho-Oh." Before Articuno could finish speaking, he was forced to swallow the following words by Duke's eyes. "She didn't choose me, but I chose her. Also, you only have one option to score goals." Duke threw the ball on the ground, and said calmly, "I just trampled to death a Moltres not long ago. If you want to be the next one, if you help me earn an achievement of killing 3 silly birds, I don't mind." Under the murderous intent, Articuno froze in place, her eyes were struggling to move, and she looked at the pokeball on the ground. "If I don't obey his statement, I will definitely be killed. This guy is not joking, this killing intent is very pure and terrifying. If you refuse, then..." Articuno could imagine his own head being trampled into a pile of ice balls and then lying dead on the ground. With this in mind, Articuno closed his eyes and probed to touch the pokeball. His body turned into a ball of red light and was swallowed by the opened pokeball. The pokeball didn't even shake it, and just made a thud to show that it was successfully conquered. Duke probed the space, using the stretching and shrinking properties of the space, to move the pokeball from the ground to his palm. Duke, who grabbed the pokeball, played with the pokeball, and said to Seduc on the side, "It seems that the first resident beast of my beast gym has appeared." "Divine Beast Gym?" Seduc tilted his head, "I haven't heard you talk about it. I just thought of it on a whim before. Didn't I buy Pajun Gym?" Seduc nodded, and immediately understood Duke's meaning. "Are you planning to?" "That's right, I want to turn Pajun Gym into a beast gym. In the future, whether it's the double review of the Alliance and the Association, the ladder challenge of the catheter, or teaching apprentices in the future, we will use the beast to talk. Articuno is just the first one, and the powerful beasts like Hone Urful and Taoist 3 dragons will come next. You're playing too big." Seduc followed Duke. One person, one duck, and one Abamasno walked towards the secret border. Duke put Articuno's pokeball away, and said to Seduc, "Come back with me to the ozone layer and invite Rayquaza to join the gym." "What if he doesn't come?" "He will definitely come back." The red and white ball invited him. "If he dares not come, I will tear down his secret realm and make him homeless." While speaking, Duke took Seduc out of the lower secret realm, and Seduc felt a moment of silence for the review of other gyms, alliances, and associations from the bottom of his heart. A gym full of mythical beasts, some of those guys have suffered. Ginger Soup Medical Hall. At the same time that a Charizard fell from the sky, Luo Xi also got off the dragon's back, and broke into the medical hall directly after getting off. "Ginger Soup, where's Duke?" The lecture hall came out of a ward, and said to Luo Xi, who was in a hurry, "He has gone to the secret realm. I just received news that Pokémon riots and climate change occurred in the newly arrived secret realm. Now the entire secret realm is evacuating the trainer urgently. Has he returned?" This kind of thing happened. Zhang Tang stared, and understood the seriousness of the matter. "Wait for me, I'll go out with you to find someone right away." "Who are you looking for?" At this time, Duke also opened the door and came in. Seeing that Duke was safe and sound, Luo Xi and Zhang Tang also breathed a sigh of relief. "Duke, are you going to a secret place?" "Go. Just came back." When Duke entered, Blizzard was also following behind him. This guy was begging to follow Seduc, saying that he wanted to do bullshit for Seduc, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this guy just wanted to hug Duke. Grams of thigh 0. Considering that Ursaring, a bear at home, would be busy with all the housework and might be overwhelmed, Duke simply took Abamasno out of the secret realm. Of course, not through the front door. If he walked through the main entrance, he couldn't bring them out at all. He directly opened the biological force field and brought Seduc and Abamasno back to Swezong City through the space. "So did you meet those rioting Pokémon in there?" "No." Duke took out the Pokeball containing Articuno while speaking. "By the way, do me a favor, register this Pokémon for me, and exchange it for a better ball by the way." "Where did you get the ball?" Loxi took the Pokeball from Duke, and found that the Pokeball had grey as the background color, with flame-like patterns painted on it. This is clearly an Ultra Ball among the black market balls that have not been investigated. I picked it up at random, because I didn't bring an empty Pokeball with me, so I used this as an emergency. "What Pokémon?" Zhang Tang leaned over, with a curious expression on his face. Loxi directly pressed the switch of the ball, and at the same time as the blue light flew out of the ball, a chilling air descended on the room. At this time, Duke slowly opened his mouth and said, "Articuno." Clang! Articuno came out of the ball and immediately let out a cry, and then covered the whole room with a layer of frost. "Urgent! Urgent! Frozen!" Before Zhang Tang finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Duke looked at the fainted Zhang Tang, and couldn't help shaking his head. Dr. Jiang's psychological quality is really bad. In the next second, Loxi also fell straight to the ground. Not long after, Zhang Tang and Luo Xi, who were wrapped in quilts, held a bowl full of brown sugar water tremblingly, and looked at Articuno, who fell on the counter in disbelief and was grooming his feathers alone. "You really subdued Articuno?" Duke nodded, then looked at Zhang Tang and Luo Xi, and said with a smile, "It's just a second-level god, what are you doing?" Zhang Tang's eyeballs are about to pop out. "Level 2 god? You only have one. What a joke! Ordinary trainers will never see divine beasts in their entire lives, even those elite and champions who stand at the top of the trainers, they want to see them but can't get them." Duke's act of subduing Articuno is no less than pointing to the angel next to God on the church mural, and then saying that "I have one at home and grabbed it casually." Just ask, whoever sees it, who doesn't slap it over? "Loxi, can you register for me?" Luo Xi looked at Articuno and nodded, yes, but after registering for you, the big shots above will meet you as soon as possible. After all, a legendary beast is no different from a country's most important weapon. From now on, you will attract attention. It doesn't matter, you register this Articuno for me first, and we'll talk about it later. It is good. With a complicated expression, Loxi took out her phone and dialed a number. Not long after, she said to Duke, "Everything is arranged, and someone will come to see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Duke scratched his chin. "I guess I won't have time tomorrow, let them come back when I have time." "But..." Loxi hesitated to speak, and after glancing at Articuno, she silently made another phone call, telling him to meet Duke when he had time. The other party also agreed. After all, if you have a second-level god, you are the uncle. Chapter 92. The people from the association came very quickly, as expected and unexpectedly. As expected, it was Loxi who made the call. This rich woman seems to have a lot of energy in China. According to Zhang Tang, her family's power tentacles also involve foreign countries. Unexpectedly, just after Loxi finished the call, the other party came to the door within 3 minutes. The speed was so fast that even Duke was a little surprised. "Where is Articuno?" A slovenly old man knocked open the door, and yelled with a pale face as soon as he entered the room. Luo Xi, who was wrapped in a quilt, saw the visitor and stood up immediately. "Old Mr. Hai, why are you here in person?" "Before the president sent me a message, I rushed over from Gujing immediately." The old man called Mr. Hai looked around the room, and finally fixed on Articuno. Articuno, who made himself a pair of ice braces, held the braces firmly with his paws, and Red's eyes were filled with disdain for anyone but Duke. "My dear, it really is the legendary Articuno." Mr. Hai wanted to approach excitedly, but was soon forced back by Articuno's freezing beam sprayed on the ground. Seeing the icicle rising quickly after the freezing beam hit the ground, Mr. Hai also asked Luo Xi, "Where is the person who subdued her?" "There it is." Loxi squirted while sneezing. He also pointed at Duke. As soon as Duke raised his head, Mr. Hai rushed over, grabbed his hand, looked him up and down, and said, "Good boy, what a good boy. How old is this year? How many people are in your family? When will you get married? What kind of girl do you like? What are your plans for the future? Are you interested in challenging the World Series to win glory for your country?" Seeing the old man who kept asking a lot of questions, Duke smiled awkwardly and politely. "I was only 18 in 2007. I haven't thought about what you said, old man. I'll talk about it when I think about it." 18 years old, just in the prime of youth, very good. Mr. Hai nodded with a smile. Duke looked at Mr. Hai holding his palm without leaving a trace. Seeing this, Duke narrowed his eyes slightly, and at the same time let the old man in front of him widen his eyes. At this very moment, Duke pulled his hand back and said with a gentle smile, "Old man, look at the certification." Oh. Certification, soon." Trembling, old Mr. Hai withdrew his hand, and took out a master ball to Duke at a speed that made Loxi's tongue smack. "Let Loxi tell you the details, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Mr. Hai, who came and left in a hurry, quickly disappeared in the Zhongtang Medical Hall. Duke played with the master ball in his hand, and looked at the gate of the medical hall with a hint of teasing. This old guy doesn't look old, but he has a strong mental power and confusion, and the energy level in his body is not low, at least he can compete with Seduc. It can be said to be a humanoid Pokémon. In addition to certification, coming here is more about getting your own bottom line. But, which faction does this old gentleman belong to? The current Dragon Kingdom is in chaos. After thinking about it, Duke replaced the Pokeball for Articuno. Replacing the Pokeball usually requires special equipment, but Duke directly released her first, and then smashed her with the Master Ball, even if the ball was changed. At the same time, in a certain hair salon in Shuezong City, Mr. Hai, who was sitting in the hair salon, dialed a number on the phone. "Hey, old Lu, you've made me miserable this time." As soon as he dialed the phone, Mr. Hai said with a sad face, "Where is this young man who came out? His aura is stronger than any Pokémon I have ever seen. I was almost scared to pee by him on the spot." An old voice came from the other end of the phone. "Do you think there's something wrong with him?" "Do I think there is something wrong with him?" Old Mr. Hai yelled on the spot, which made the technician who was preparing for work look at him in astonishment. It is rare for people at such an age to come out to have their hair done. "If I think there is something wrong with him, do you think I can call you alive? Is he stronger than you? Powerful?" Mr. Hai nodded silently. "At least according to my perception, he wants to kill me, it's just a thought." "I see." The person on the other end of the phone replied, "In that case, don't bother him for the time being. A person who holds a second-level god and has unfathomable strength is not something we can provoke at this stage. And we can no longer establish a no enemy." The group of people headed by Pan Fenglian from the Shangjing Association is trying to launch Project Zero, and the family members are also making noise. From the outside world's perspective, the Dragon Kingdom is in full swing, but we ourselves know what kind of situation we are in, burning fire, cooking oil. Hearing these words, Mr. Hai was silent for a long time, and then said hoarsely, "I see. I've given him the specially certified Master Ball, and I won't contact him rashly again, but I can't control people from other factions." "Then leave them alone. If this young man is really as unfathomable as you said, I'm afraid he won't easily accept the recruitment of other factions, and let those people help us find the way." "You're right." Not long after, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly heard Mr. Hai gasp. "By the way, where did you call me?" "Hair salon." "Hey pig!" A roar came from the other end of the phone. "What time is it now? You still have to go to the hair salon? Horse riding, I should really consider kicking you out of the 12 earthly branches. Last time. In 10 minutes, I will see you at the headquarters of the association, or I will let Viang cut you off." The next day, early morning. "I'm going out for a walk." When Duke opened the door of the medical building, Seduc on the second floor also sensed the movement. He quickly came to the door, but found that Duke had disappeared. "Gah!" Seduc, who hugged his head and screamed, stomped his feet angrily, "And this bastard ran out to fly solo again without me. Oh!" Abamasno poked his head out from the second floor and looked over curiously. Seduc turned his head indifferently, and Abamasno shrank back immediately. "Shit, brother Seduc has a bad temper early in the morning, so stay away, lest he be caught making sandbags." Beyond the planet, extraterrestrial space. Standing in space overlooking the entire planet, Duke's eyes were piercing and his ears were trembling. He was monitoring the whole world. The so-called Yanzhu he met yesterday made him interested in the organization behind that woman, and they wiped out one of their bases at the beginning, but now it seems that it is just a drop in the bucket. "I still have time today, so I just uprooted this organization called World Tree." Duke wanted to destroy them, but Arceus couldn't stop them. Soon, the star-studded conversations of the entire world entered Duke's mind, and Duke quickly read them and screened out effective information from them. What are you doing? He's just a child. Brock, you're watching this crap again. Sir, we have searched all the nearby sea areas, but we still haven't found the target meteorite. Detective Fengdu is expected to be screened on August 1st, remember. Tsarina, step on me with your feet, come baby. These goddamn thief cats are stealing again. Master Niflheim, are you going to start a new selection for the Pillar of Flame? Duke suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the polar region, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I found you. Duke, who disappeared into outer space in a flash, went straight to the pole. At the same time, the Arctic zone. Inside an iceberg. A first-level researcher held a document and asked the masked man wearing the ice blue orb mask in front of him, waiting for the other party's reply. The masked man known as Niflheim pondered for a moment, and then said, let's start the selection of the new Pillar of Flame. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. When the first-level researcher turned to leave, Duke appeared in the central control room where Niflheim was. Seeing that the masked man in the base he wiped out before him was dressed exactly the same, Duke frowned, could you be a robot too? Niflheim looked in Duke's direction, his voice was indistinguishable. You can come and see. Forget it, just crush you and see if you bleed. As soon as Duke's words fell, Niflheim directly turned into a ball of debris, and at the same time as metal dust fell, Duke also caught the mask inlaid with ice blue orbs. Sure enough, it's still a robot. Duke looked at the base, turned on the computer at the main console, and began to browse all the past research materials of the base. Not long after watching all the Dukes, he stood there for a moment, stretched out his right hand, and while trying to spread his 5 fingers, he also exerted force quickly, distorting the space in the palm area. As Duke continued to exert force, a smear of darkness emerged in his palm, and the darkness expanded rapidly, turning into a mouthful of dark void in an instant. Squeeze dark void with bare hands. After pinching out a dark void that was only the size of a ping-pong ball, Duke sent it forward at will, and then disappeared in place. The dark void began to expand disorderly, devouring everything around it. In the blink of an eye, the dark void expanded to the size of a wash basin, and the central control room was swallowed out of thin air. Over time, the entire base is captured by the dark void's gravity field and dragged towards the center. In just 3 minutes, this ruin hidden in the iceberg was completely swallowed by the dark void and disappeared without a trace. And as the base was swallowed, the dark void collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only within the iceberg, an incomparably huge space was left. Duke also appeared in a certain tropical forest at this moment. Looking at the huge pyramid hidden in the jungle in front of him, he twisted his neck and rushed directly into it. Not long after, Duke flew out of it, his eyes flashing red, and his thermal sight slanted outward like a torrent, burning the entire base to ashes. And there were some miscellaneous things floating in the biological force field stretched all over Duke. Looking at these things he had scavenged, Duke thought for a while, and stabbed into the space on one side with his palms turned into knives. Make a space bag and come out. The space shattered in response, revealing the dark nothingness inside. Chapter 93. Above the clouds, inside a super-large airship. Report, the Niflheim base has been destroyed. Report, the Yalfheim base has been destroyed. Report, Vanaheim base has been destroyed. Amidst the hasty and frightened reports, the masked man wearing a transparent orb mask stood quietly on his own observation deck. Finally, with the final report from an NDD vibrating the air with psychic force, the masked man moved his body. Report, except for Asgard and the already destroyed Asgard base, the other 9 bases have all fallen silent in the communication channel and have been destroyed. It seems that our old friend came much earlier than I expected. The voice of the masked man was still indistinguishable, and all the Pokémon in the command room looked at him. Everyone, I am very happy to work with you for this period of time. Now, get out of here. Master Asgard. Grown-ups. My lord, we will not leave. This is an order, it is enough for me to be buried alone. The masked man codenamed Asgard became tougher at this moment, and all the Pokémon looked at each other and left their seats one after another, as if they were in advance. As rehearsed, leave quickly. After the last Pokémon left in the command room, the masked man looked to one side and whispered, still coming out. Can you see me? Duke, who walked out of the subspace, happily looked at the masked man with the orb mask in front of him. He came to a driving seat as if no one else was there, sat on the chair and looked at the masked man. The killing intent is too strong, it's hard not to pay attention. That's right. Duke nodded. He really didn't hide his killing intent. It's not difficult for a strong killing intent to penetrate the space. However, I'm curious. There is not a single human in your air search ship, and all of them are Pokémon, but other bases are carrying out experiments on Pokémon. I don't understand these two extremes. Sometimes, for some things, you need to make sacrifices. Can I take this behavior as hypocrisy? Duke casually clicked the button on the console to call up the internal information, and at the same time, he heard the mask say humanely, you can read it however you want. Tell me about what your so-called world tree is going to do. Our purpose is to summon legendary Pokémon and create an ideal world. As the masked man opened his mouth, a blue light screen was projected in the air, on which Duke appeared very familiar figures, such as Rayquaza, who could not fly, Kyogre, Dialga, Giratina, Kyurem. Many Pokémon that only existed in legends and possessed the power of legends passed before Duke's eyes one by one. Nice idea, but they don't seem to be at your mercy. Duke looked at the masked man teasingly, and the masked man said indifferently, it doesn't matter whether you listen or not, as long as you come to this world. The world I am looking forward to is not comparable to the current world. Is the world bad now? Under the bustling environment, it's full of dogs. When the masked man mentioned this, his tone fluctuated, but Duke jokingly said, you are also a part of that dog. However, I used practical actions to practice my ideas, which is different from yours. To be honest, I have an indifferent attitude towards everything in the world. Duke rested his cheek, browsed the information in the empty ship, and said to himself. All existence in the world is nothing to me. Ants. And the actions of ants are not worthy of attention at all to me. Whether it is an individual, a force, or a country, in my eyes, they are just ants with different sizes. No one will observe ants while walking, even if they are stung by ants, they can kill them with a raised hand. In short, the difference in height leads to a different perspective, just like adults will watch children laugh and play, and laugh at their naive speech. Our world tree is an ant in your eyes. The masked man mocked, you are so arrogant. Arrogant. Duke shook his head, I just have the power to decide and deny everything, and power determines altitude, and altitude determines my opinion of you. I don't care about you, you can play rough as you like, but if you attract my attention, I will uproot you so as not to block my eyes again. Speaking of which, my personality is pretty good. Duke chuckled, and the masked man also laughed out loud. It seems that we accidentally broke into your sight. You can say it this way. Duke nodded, and at the same time read everything in the entire empty ship. Also, tell me about how you did the timeline strike. Duke's eyes became extremely deep, I'm very curious about this. It's really interesting to directly attack the past and eliminate the traitors from the source. Tell me, how did you do it? Time travel is not difficult for us, everyone's past is backed up by us. While the masked man shook his head, the electric ember flickered on his body surface. But let's talk about this matter next time we meet. That's it for this time. Looking at the self-destructing robot body, Duke lowered his eyelids. You think you can self-destruct in front of me? As soon as Duke finished speaking, the body of the robot was frozen except for the head, leaving only the head exposed. It's just a body, I can change it anytime. The robot's voice suddenly changed, becoming a woman's voice, with a different kind of captivate in the hoarseness. See you in the future, new rule trampler. As soon as the other party's voice fell, his head drooped weakly to one side, apparently abandoning this body. Duke looked at the mechanical body, recalling the voice just now in his mind. Female, between the ages of 30 and 35. Talking to himself, Duke immediately began to monitor the world. Zianson, Technician 9438 is at your service. Hey, why did you hit someone? Back, back, back. We found the guy, just west of the Celadon/Rainbow State. Please, save. Lily, wake up, Dad is calling you. Jinx, hi. There's something wrong with you. Sorry Lang, sorry Lang. After some monitoring, Duke opened his eyes. I didn't find the target. Did you use a false voice to mislead me? Or did you deliberately enter a silent state to avoid my monitoring? After pondering for a moment, Duke laughed. Forget it, I haven't met such an interesting ant for a long time anyway, so let's let it go for now. When we meet again in the future, let's see what kind of surprise this guy will give me. Duke turned and left, and the airship turned into metal debris shortly after Duke left, floating in the sky with the wind. Somewhere unknowable. In the darkness, a pair of pink eyes opened, and then moved forward quickly, through the long dark corridor, and came into a huge room. What's wrong? During the fluctuation of mental power, a smart-wielding orangutan holding a lupin looked over, and also responded with mental power. It still needs to be developed for a while, and this little guy has been a little messy recently, I put a limiter on him. Very good. The owner of the pink eyes looked towards the center of the room, where a huge culture tank stood. There was a green nutrient solution in the culture tank, and in the nutrient solution, there was a figure that was humanoid but somewhat similar to a cat. The body surface of this figure was covered by a thick restrictive device, only revealing a pair of closed eyes. But from other angles, it can be seen that he has 3 ball-like fingers, a long tail trailing behind him, and silver-white skin. The owner of the pink eyes looked at the mysterious Pokémon in the cultivation tube with anticipation in his eyes. Grow up quickly, my child. The strongest Pokémon ever. Mewtwo. Next second. In the cultivation tank, a pair of indifferent eyes opened, looking indifferently at everything outside the cultivation tank. At noon, Ginger Soup Medical Hall. Dr. Zhang, what should we have for lunch? At the same time that Dukla opened the door with a long voice, he also heard the miserable growl coming from the side ward. Ah, Dr. Zhang, please be gentle, it's about to break, it's about to break. Yeah, take it easy, if you break it, it won't grow back. In the beginning, it was only Yan Ren who was a bastard, but now there is another one, so it's better to cut it off. A strong and helpless voice came from Ginger Flail, and Duke also followed the sound and took a look. Just one glance, Duke's expression froze. I saw Yan Ren and Qi Wenli both lying on the bed, with extensive frostbite on the lower body, and large-scale necrosis of the skin and muscles. The two were being treated by Ginger Soup. Seeing Qi Wenli with a face full of pain, Duke silently pushed him out. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given Yan Ren's boy Qi Wenli's number. It's all right now, Qi Wenli has also been led into evil ways by Yan Ren. If this kid becomes a eunuch in the future, will Qi Wanya find herself desperate? Duke. Qi Wenli saw Duke who had retreated, his eyes lit up, and at the same time he greeted loudly, Duke, you are finally back. Is there something wrong? Duke, who was standing at the door of the ward, looked at Qi Wenli with unrecognizable eyes. This guy is really unrepentant. Fortunately, he and Yan Ren are the only 2 weirdos among the people I know. Otherwise, if the number of such weird freaks increases, this world will be destroyed. Really will be destroyed. My sister asked me to bring you a message. Going to Celadon/Rainbow State. Duke remembered Qi Huanyu's invitation to him when he left Shanghai after the Shanghai newcomer competition. Yes, but something happened to my sister, so I went to Celadon/Rainbow State first. She asked me to come here to find you. After you finish the game, I will take you to Celadon/Rainbow State. Private jets, beautiful stewardesses, blue sky and sea, beach swimsuits, everything is ready for you. Understood, after I finish the game, you can arrange the flight. Okay. Qi Wenli winked at Duke as soon as he finished speaking. By the way, can you not tell my sister about this? As long as you don't tell me, I will invite you to use the Great Sword of Gardevoir. The call has been dialed. So, you'd better explain to your sister what happened between you and Fros Lass. Duke put his mobile phone next to Qi Wenli's pillow, and he left the ward. Just a few steps away, he heard a loud roar. Qi Wenli. Explain to me, what is an affair with Fros Lass? Chapter 94. On July 8, Zioxiu. Shuezong City, Jinjiatang Medical Center. Are you planning to go out again today? Zhang Tang, who was doing daily care for his orchid mantis, saw Duke with a pokeball containment device on his waist, and asked immediately. Duke, who was following Siduk, nodded. I heard that there is a good fighting gym in Shuezong City. I plan to go and have a look. Loxi has already arranged it for me. Siduk was still holding the enamel cup and the newspaper, but this time he had a red scarf around his neck and a knitted hat on his head. Both the scarf and the knitted hat are in the shape of Golduck and were given to him by Loxi. Duke thought it was fun, so he put it on casually. By the way, where's Qi Wenli? I don't know, no, but I guess he and Yan Ren are likely to harm the Pokémon in the secret realm again. Talking about Qi Wenli, Zhang Tang looked confused, so how could a sunny boy be as perverted as Yan Ren? Damn, it's really knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing people's hearts. Well, that guy came here to have fun. Duke also covered his forehead and sighed. The two sad wines mixed together, and the female Pokémon in the entire Shuezong City were in bad luck. It is estimated that their legends will spread in the world of Pokémon in the future. Forget it, don't care about him, anyway, this guy has made troubles outside, and he will definitely come back here. While Duke waved his hand, he also opened the door of the hospital. I am leaving. Be careful on the road. Qi Wenli, who didn't raise his head, responded casually, and continued to take care of his Lanmanhua's body. Lanmanhua's posture needs to be maintained by careful care, and it takes a lot of effort to maintain a bright body color. It seems that there are no patients today, and taking care of Lan Tanghua's body is a small pleasure to pass the time. On the other side, Duke took Siduk out of the gate of the hospital and walked along the road towards the nearby bus stop. There are still 4 days left for the Giant Wristband Challenge. During these 4 days, there will be national auditions. Many trainers aiming at the Giant Wristband will rush over. It's just that Duke has already entered the list of internal contestants because of his Loxi helping hand, and he only needs to start from the top 128 at the beginning, so he doesn't need to participate in the audition. As soon as Duke walked to the bus stop and was waiting for the bus, he found a group of old men and women doing Tai Chi in the park behind the bus stop in the weather of -5 or 6 degrees. And the team leader is a rogue panda. This big guy is holding a bamboo branch in his mouth, squinting his eyes. His huge body is slowly moving stroke by stroke according to Tai Chi moves. Obviously long and vicious, but in the end he led the team to play Tai Chi. What a waste of that tendon. Just as Duke watched the rogue panda lead the team to play Tai Chi, the bus also stopped in front of the platform. Siduk took the newspaper and patted Duke's thigh. Duke recovered and took Siduk onto the bus. Full ticket for trainers, half ticket for Pokémon. The driver glanced at Siduk next to Duke, and reminded him kindly. Duke voted 3 union coins with a denomination of 1 piece, and took Siduk to an empty seat parallel to the left and right. As soon as Siduk sat down, he noticed a Sunkern looking at him curiously. Siduk, who was in a good mood, showed a reluctant smile at Sunkern. As a result, the little guy was taken aback when he saw it, and then jumped into his master's bedroom. Arms. Sunkern, blah blah. Siduk, see. A woman at the side comforted her Sunkern, and said to Siduk and Duke, sorry, this kid is very shy. Fine. Duke smiled and nodded with the other party, and at the same time teasingly said to Siduk, it seems that you don't have the slightest affinity for larval Pokémon. Siduk clicked his tongue, and the sound reached Duke's ears. Children are the most troublesome. Then I'll just find a few larvae to raise for fun in the future. Don't make trouble. Haha. Seeing Siduk, who is usually the most serious, have this reaction, Duke also smiled and rubbed his head. Siduk, whose hat was messed up by Duke, put the newspaper on his lap, and straightened himself expressionlessly. Hat. A few quarters of an hour later, the bus stopped at a bus stop near the gym in Suzhong City, and beside the bus stop there was a young man in combat uniform, trembling in the cold wind with his arms folded, looking around. Young looks to be about the same age as Duke. After Duke got out of the car, the young man's gaze fell on him by chance. He was taken aback for a moment, and then the young man happily ran over. Is this Mr. Duke? Yes, it's me, are you? I'm Agi, an apprentice of Lindong Gym. The master of gym specially asked me to come here to wait for you. He said that you are here. So I will take you to gym. Seeing Agi's expression, Duke patted him on the shoulder. This young man must have been freezing in the cold wind for a long time waiting for him. Let's go to the gym first. It is good. Agi led the way, he couldn't stand the cold anymore. Accompanied by light snow falling in the sky, Duke, Agi, and Siduk came to the gate of Winter Gym, and the gate of this gym was much stronger than that of Pajun Gym. Although it is not resplendent, at least it will not happen that one foot steps on the threshold and the threshold rots. Agi led the way, Duke and Siduk followed behind. As soon as they entered the front yard, they saw a lot of apprentices striding in the cold wind, and the cold wind blew light snow into their clothes. Some people dyed a layer of white on their eyebrows and hair, but they still didn't stop. In contrast, in addition to these apprentices, there are also some Pokémon who are also struggling in the cold wind. Under Agi's leadership, Duke and Siduk entered the gym dojo, where several people were practicing with each other. A bald man in his 30s with a headband tied on his forehead was sitting cross-legged under a painting, squinting his eyes at all this. Seeing Agi bring Duke in, the bald man stood up from the ground and walked towards Duke. Duke was introduced by Miss Loxi. It's me. Duke nodded with a smile, and the bald man immediately said, I am Feng Zhen, the current head of Lindong Gym, and the 12th successor of Feng Xuanlu. Hello Feng leader, I heard Loxi mention you. After exchanging greetings with Feng Zhen looked at Agi who was at the side, and said sternly, okay, you can go down and continue training. Don't forget, you need to be brave and forge ahead in fighting, and don't slack off. Yes, leader. Agi left immediately. Feng Zhen also turned his head to Duke and said, are you here this time to give your Ryulu special training? Yes, my Ryulu has mastered a lot of skills now. I want to add a little more combat experience to him. In the next few days of the challenge, I will let him play first and hone it. Also, I heard that you can teach focus punch here, and I want Ryulu to learn one more skill. In this case, then I will arrange an opponent for you first. Let's fight a battle first, and see the cultivation level and strength of your Ryulu. It is good. After Duke nodded, he took out the friend ball and released Ryulu. As soon as Ryulu appeared, the people around immediately cast envious eyes. Whether in the wild or in the city, Ryulu is an extremely rare type of Pokémon. Many trainers will never see it in their lifetime. It is rumored that Ryulu and Lucario have their own hometown, and that place is hidden in a mysterious place that most people can't see in their lifetime. And Ryulu's character is loyal and brave, and he is the dream lover of all fighting trainers. It can be said that there is no fighting trainer who is not greedy for Feilu. I'll go, it's Feilu. I just heard about it before, but now I finally saw a live one. This little guy is a new challenger, I want to fight him. I want, too. But why does this kid carry an Everstone? Probably for the sake of accumulating more and not letting him evolve. So envious, so cute. Amidst the whispers of the gym apprentices, Feng Zhen raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Shut up." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone shut their mouths and obediently stayed where they were. Xiaomei, come and fight him. Feng Zhen picked out Duke's opponent the moment he patrolled the crowd. Yes, leader. A girl with a long ponytail, wearing an orange combat uniform, and a bulk-up physique came out. The other party came to Duke and bowed slightly. Mei Xiaolan. Duke. Okay, both sides take their positions, and I will be the referee. Feng Zhen pointed to a separate battlefield in the dojo, and at the same time, he himself came to the referee's seat to stand still. Duke and Mei Xiaolan also took their seats at the north and south ends of the battle. Feng Zhen whispered, the rules of the battle are one-on-one. Both sides click as far as they can. Now release the Pokémon. Duke pointed forward, and Feilu immediately rushed out and stood still on the battlefield. Mei Xiaolan took out an orange-painted Pokeball from her combat uniform. Monferno, clench your iron fists and go bravely. The specially painted orange Pokeball opens and closes up and down, and a Monferno with a red and blue pattern on his face, orange hair, and a raging flame on his tail appears in the arena. Acha! As soon as Monferno appeared on the stage, he showed extraordinary fighting spirit, and the flames on his tail suddenly rose. After Monferno came out, Feilu clenched his fists and looked at Monferno with the same fighting spirit. Duke strikes first. Adhering to the idea that the visitor is the guest, Feng Zhen directly announced that Duke would attack first. Upon seeing this, Duke waved his hand directly, swords dance. Woo! Feilu howl sounded, and the light and shadow of the sword blade around her body spun around, and the hair on her body was automatic without wind, and her momentum suddenly skyrocketed. Seeing this, Mei Xiaolan shouted, since they have improved their status, we will come too. Focus energy. Acha! Monferno let out a low cry, and the air wave exploded under his feet, and the flame at the tail exploded again visible to the naked eye. Agility. Feilu's figure disappeared in the same place in a flash, and the speed surprised everyone present. How could this Feilu be so fast? My Pidgeotto's agility isn't even half as fast as his. How did this come about? Hearing the amazement of the audience, Siduk silently sipped his tea, and Duke took Feilu to play ghosts and chase people when he had nothing to do. Under Duke's training, if Feilu hasn't made any significant improvement, he might just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Just in a flash, Feilu, who came in front of Monferno, suddenly paused. As the solace of his feet slipped in front of the ground, his legs spread apart one after the other, and the moment his fists shone brightly, at the moment Monferno could not sense, the fists come out like a dragon. Bullet punch. Previous I don't want to stay with this shitty reality. Next. Back to list. Duke's order came late, and Monferno also took dozens of punches in an instant, and flew backwards uncontrollably. Monferno, who fell to the ground with a thud, passed out without making a sound. This scene made Feng Zhen's eyes widen, and the gym apprentices around him were instantly blown away. Are you kidding me? Instant kill. Monferno used focus energy. In the focus energy state, his attention is more concentrated and his senses are more acute, but why is he still killed instantly? How was this Feilu bred? Not only is the speed fast, but the punching speed is also amazing. After the initial shock, Feng Zhen on the side slowly narrowed his eyes and let out a long breath of foul air. A top senior who is only one step away from an expert is incredible. Chapter 95 July 11th, cloudy. Winter gym. While squatting slightly with his legs, Rylul stretched his left hand forward, bent his right arm and hit his fist on the side of his right abdomen, closed his eyes, and focused on focus energy. Time passed by every minute and every second, and after an unknown amount of time, Rylul suddenly opened his eyes. Leo. The moment Rylul yelled and retracted his left arm, his right arm popped out like a spring, white light lingered on the front of the fist, and as the powerful momentum continued to flow, the front of Rylul's fist was imprinted on the target in front of him. Boom! With one simple touch, the target shattered into pieces. Feng Zhen and Duke on the side also stopped chatting and looked at Rylul, who was panting slightly. Feng Zhen put down the teacup in his hand and praised, "Your Rylul is the most qualified fighting Pokémon I have ever seen. 1 day to understand Focus Punch, 3 days to master it. He's still far behind." Duke glanced at Rylul, who was appreciating the punch just now, and shook his head. "This little guy is just at the beginning, and he is still at the end of the team." Abamasno, who had just become a nanny candidate, was not even a little better than him. Siduk, who was drinking tea from a teacup, put down the exquisite teacup in his hand, and glanced at Duke. This old boy was too demanding, but it was precisely this high demand that allowed Rylul to grow rapidly. Only 4 months after birth, he already has top-level senior strength. Are you going to let him evolve after he advances to the profession? While beckoning Makahita from gym to deliver a towel to Rylul and herbal tea to restore stamina and enhance quality, Feng Zhen also looked at the Everstone hanging around Rylul's neck and asked Duke about his plans. Duke nodded, "That's right, I have this plan. If he wants evolution, he is still far away. The requirements are too strict." While shaking his head, Feng Zhen continued, "There are 3 stages of Pokémon's strength, and the transition of each stage represents the progress of life level. Among them, senior advanced experts are the most difficult. From the entry level to the senior level, all you need is the continuous accumulation of nutrition and continuous training, so that Pokémon can fully release their potential, and you can achieve it. But without evolution, it's very difficult to go from a senior to an advanced expert. Most Pokémon rely on evolution to successfully advance from senior to expert and move towards master. Nothing is unachievable." After Duke picked up the teapot and refilled the tea for Feng Zhen in front of him and Siduk beside him, he looked at Rylul, who had a happy chat with Makahita, and said, "I can't do it, I can only say that I didn't work hard enough. Young people nowadays." Feng Zhen sighed with a smile, and Duke didn't continue to delve into this topic. Instead, after talking with Feng Zhen for a while, he got up and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, Duke." Feng Zhen, who seemed to have remembered something, suddenly stopped Duke, who was about to go out, and walked quickly to his side. "There's one more thing. Let's talk about this as we walk." While walking out with Duke, Feng Zhen said to Duke, "I heard you mention that you are now in Pajun Gym, right?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Duke and Feng Zhen stood at the gate. Feng Zhen pondered for a moment, and said earnestly, "I advise you to get out of Pajun Gym as soon as possible." "Why?" Although Pajun Gym is on the verge of being disqualified, Duke is confident in pushing this gym to its peak again. "Have you come into contact with the combat skills inherited by their gym?" "I've been in contact with it, the fist and gun tactics." "That's right, it's because of the gunfighting technique." Feng Zhen looked left and right, and then said to Duke, "Someone above has taken a fancy to the gunfighting technique and is about to annex Pajun Gym." "It's just a combat skill, what about it?" Duke frowned. The punching and gunfighting technique is indeed very strong, but for him with superhuman strength, that's all. Again, the position is different, the angle and idea of looking at things are also different. Don't you know the evaluation of the boxing method in the circle? Feng Zhen slightly opened his squinted glasses, and said word by word, Zong Zong in the CIRC Lethe master figure once said that the boxing and gun fighting method is most likely not a technique system born in this world. Different world. Duke laughed and waved his hands. It's an exaggeration. Feng Zhen took a deep breath. Believe it or not, get out of this gym as soon as possible. Okay, be careful on the way back. I see, Feng leader. After saying goodbye to Feng Zhen, Duke took Railu and Siduk away from Winter Gym, walked a long way, looked back, and saw Feng Zhen standing in front of the door, gazing towards this side. It's a nice person. When Duke looked back, he also commented on Feng Zhen, and Siduk nodded. Should I say it or not, his tea is delicious. CO author, you paid attention to this. Otherwise. Siduk rolled his eyes, and Railu quietly followed the two, listening to their conversation, while thinking about the previous training. Not long after, one person, one dog and one duck got on the bus. On the bus, Siduk is still the same, but Railu always attracts other people's attention no matter where he goes. I'll go, it's Railu. Really? I'm so lucky, I can see such a precious Pokémon by taking a bus. TCH, what is Railu? Today I saw the legendary Udemons in the audition of the Challenger League. Phantom Beast. True and false? Of course it's true. I still have photos here. Look. A young man took out his mobile phone. In the photo on the mobile phone, there was a red Pokémon with a streamlined body that looked like a jet. The opponent had wing-like wings, fish fin-like feet, and a blue triangle on the chest. Sign. A photo directly attracted everyone's attention, and they all exclaimed. It's really a phantom beast. You said this is the audition venue for the Challenger League. Is that the challenge where the champion prize is a gigantic wristband? Where can I book a ticket? I want to see it too. With just this Udemons, going to the game is worth the price of admission. Duke also looked away, seeing the Pokémon in the photo, and he couldn't take his eyes away after just one glance. Because this is the younger sister of Little Airplane's brother and sister Latia's. When he first went to Tianzu Mountain, Duke saw all his old friends except the Little Plane brother and sister, Ho-Oh said that Latias left Tianzu Mountain suddenly for some reason, and Lashios, the older brother, went out to find her. As a result, both siblings disappeared and were never seen again. Unexpectedly, I saw my sister Latias here. Siduk followed Duke's gaze and saw Latia's photo. Why, you know him? Yes, I am very familiar with that little girl. Duke withdrew his gaze and said to himself, at the beginning, some people asked me to look for them, but I forgot about them. Now that I saw them, I just took her back. But it looks like this little girl already has a trainer. It's okay. I will observe this trainer when the time comes. If it's true, it's fine. If it's false, I'll make him regret it. After Duke replied Siduk, he also silently remembered the matter in his heart. Latias, a very nice and gentle little girl. Although always because he was too close to Duke, he was chased and beaten by the dream god Cresselia. There is one thing to say, regardless of race, women are always jealous, and Pokémon is no exception. A quarter of an hour later, the bus stopped at the bus stop near Zhongtang Medical Hall. After Duke, Siduk, and Railu got off the bus, they looked up and saw the rogue panda leading a group of old men and women doing Tai Chi. After taking a look, Duke took Railu and Siduk back to the infirmary. As soon as he entered the gate of the hospital, Audino found him. What's wrong? Duke looked at Audino who was pulling his clothes, and Audino pointed to the second floor. Just right. You mean, someone came to see me? Audino nodded. Duke understood and immediately said to Siduk, you take Railu to practice, I'll go to the second floor to see who is coming. Understood. Duke turned his head and went to the second floor. Siduk looked at Railu. Boy, training. Leo. Railu nodded and followed Siduk to the backyard of the infirmary. The backyard of the medical hall is actually a large botanical hall. Under the translucent canopy glass, there are various lush plants and herbs, and the green leaves that can be seen everywhere make the place full of greenery. At the same time, all the main force of ginger soup are taking care of the plants of ginger soup in this plant hall. In addition to the Audino in front, there are Venusaur, Surprior, Orchid Mantis, Septal, and Charizard. Venusaur and Surprior take care of the medicinal herbs, Orchid Mantis takes care of the flowers, Septal takes care of some poisonous herbs, and Charizard is in charge of the temperature regulation in the botanical hall, and is also responsible for security. It's just that at this moment, Zhongtang's 5 main forces are all shivering and hiding aside, because there is still a great god in the botanical hall. Articuno. It's not the first time that Saduk brought Rylul here. After entering the botanical pavilion, he greeted the Pokémon, then sat in his usual position, asked Venusaur to use Frenzy Plant to make a few targets, and then began to let the Pokémon Rylul starts training. Rylul kept punching the target made of Frenzy Plant, and each punch brought the sound of howling wind, but he didn't use skills, and he couldn't smash the target made of Frenzy Plant with his physical strength. Boy, don't endeavor. Saduk glanced at Rylul and reminded him, every time you punch, you must use your aura to feel the changes in your body. Skin, muscles, bones, and blood must be well sensed, and then mobilize the strength of the whole body. In addition, use skills more, experience your body's instinctive reaction when you activate skills, and then use pure physical strength to reproduce them during training. Blind endeavor is not enough. Leo. Rylul nodded, and while closing his eyes, he punched slowly, using his innate aura talent to perceive his physical condition. Don't forget your awakening electricity, the electricity is also very useful for physical stimulation. Leo. At the same moment, on the second floor, Zhongtang was chatting with a dignified and generous beautiful woman in the tea room. As soon as Duke appeared, the beautiful woman immediately stood up and said, "You are Duke, right?" "You are." Duke frowned, and the beautiful woman smiled and said, "I'm Loxie's aunt. I came to see you this time to talk to you about something." "About what?" Articuno. Chapter 96. Articuno. As soon as Loxie's aunt said this, Zhongtang immediately lowered his head, silently filled the teapot with boiling water, got up and found an excuse to leave the tea room. What follows is not something he can listen to, because it will involve the family. Although he is not afraid of people from the aristocratic family, in order to avoid suspicion and cause trouble, it is better to take the initiative. Seeing Zhongtang leave the tea room, Loxie's aunt invited Duke to sit in the tea room. "I thought you would come very early, but I didn't expect you to come to talk to me now." Duke sat directly on the main seat, without any cowardice and restraint, which made Loxie admire him. After all, his niece is a super fanatic. For the super crystal, even his father is willing to sell. In the very beginning, the information she obtained recorded the transaction between the young man in front of her and her niece on the Dynamax crystal, which created a connection. In addition, Duke's family connections were also taken by them. But now it seems that this young man is not as simple as it seems. Because many people are arguing. Luoqia Shui, Loxie's aunt, shook her head with a helpless expression on her face. Duke was non-committal about this. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are disputes. Not to mention aristocratic families, there are more dirt and disputes inside. So, you came to see me this time to invite me to join you with Articuno. Mo Hong first release. Duke picked up the teapot, and after brewing tea, he pushed a cup to Luoqia Shui on the opposite side, while he held the exquisite teacup to play with. Luoqia Shui pondered over what to say next, and subconsciously went to hold the teacup, but the teacup soaked in hot tea lay down and withdrew his hand. Luoqia Shui, who was pinching the delicate earlobe with her burned fingers, fell silent while looking at the teacup in Duke's hand. This young man gave himself a blow as soon as he came up. However, I am a lobbyist, and the rest is for others to worry about. It can be said that after all, many people are staring at you now. Luo Chu calmed down, and said to Duke, a second-level god above champion, not only domestic, but even foreign forces covet you. Then what you want to say next is that in order to keep the second-level god in my hand, I need to join you and help me share the pressure. Duke said with a sneer on his face. Similarly, for an equivalent exchange, I need to lend you Articuno's combat power. After saying those words, Luo Qiushui was immediately speechless, and Duke robbed her of her lines before she could speak. Damn it, he was a lobbyist after all, he was a lobbyist at first. The initiative has been completely taken away by the opponent from the very beginning, and has been suppressed all the time. Is this really just an 18-year-old boy? After a moment of silence, Luo Qiushui said, that's what it means, whether you want to decide or not is up to you. Of course, in addition to what you said, we will also provide resources for your growth. Not to mention anything else, at least it's much better than the resources you got from Loxi. I don't really care about resources. Duke swallowed the tea in the cup in his hand, and refilled it with a new cup. After all, the original resources were just to train Railu. You can't provide the resources my other two main players need, and there's no way to provide them. Railu's current achievements, in addition to Duke's strict requirements and hard training, are purely the result of those resources. On the second day after Railu was born, he ate the top-notch rare tree fruit as a snack, and he almost got tired of eating it. Even top-level people dare not use this method to cultivate Pokémon, because it is too wasteful. If these resources are spread out, several high-quality Pokémon can be cultivated. Giving only one Pokémon is not worth the candle. Also, Gyarados and Psyduck usage are also top resources. That's Ho-Oh's Sacred Ash. As a legendary resource that can revive any life, the preciousness of Ho-Oh's Sacred Ash is self-evident. The damage caused by Gyarados' first Mega Evolution, and the injuries Psyduck suffered after escaping from the World Tree base were all healed under the action of Sacred Ash. Healing damage is a great waste for Sacred Ash, and more energy is hidden in the body by Psyduck and Gyarados absorb, only waiting for the follow-up practice to excavate it. Therefore, Duke is not giving these two more resources now. Among other things, before Sacred Ash was fully digested, Duke would not give them more resources. Otherwise, all kinds of resources in the world can be used by them. Among other things, go to Rayquaza and ask for a scale, how dare he not give it? Kidnapped to the gym as a security guard. Therefore, Duke doesn't like the conditions provided by these so-called big forces at all, and he has no shortage of Mega Stones. After sweeping the World Tree, he has collected all the Mega Evolutionary Stones/IT. For Z Pure Crystals, there are 18 pieces in the whole series. The extremely giant wristband will be available soon, and Dynamax crystallization is just a matter of thinking. As for the cherished fossils, what fossil is more cherished than Muse fossil? As for other resources, Duke itself is the best and most buggy resource in the world. With Silver Superman as a sparring partner, Arceus didn't even dare to think about it. Don't talk so full. Luo Qiushui tried to persuade him again, but Duke shook his head. Forget it, please go back and tell those people behind you. I won't participate in your house playing games. Play house. Luo Qiushui was shocked, how dare this young man say such a thing? But her good self-cultivation still made her nod slightly. Seeing Duke pick up the teacup, Luo Qiushui left the ginger soup clinic with interest. After Luo Qiushui left, Zhang Tang came to the tea room on the second floor and sat opposite Duke. Is the negotiation over or is it over? I didn't agree. Duke brought Zhang Tang a new teacup and poured him tea. A group of aristocratic families playing house is not enough to arouse my interest. You are this. Zhang Tang gave a thumbs up and shook Duke. On the other side, after Luo Qiushui left, a car stopped beside her, and before Luo Qiushui opened the door to get into the car, there was an old man with a Haxorus-shaped crutch in front of him. Why, he refused. Rejected, very simply. Luo Qiushui said, do you need to take any other measures? No need. People who can take in a second-level god, even if they are young, are not to be underestimated. If you do it rashly, it will only become a stone to explore the way. This is what those people want to see, so let's not be stupid. Yes. Now go touch the other one, I remember he had a Latias. That's right. What about the name? Sen's Hizi. While the two were talking, a pair of eyes silently stared at them through the void. A moment later, in the plant pavilion in the backyard of the medical building, Siduk raised his head and seemed to be listening. The next second, he put down the rare enamel cup and newspaper, and disappeared in place. Siduk's actions attracted Articuno's attention. Looking at the position Siduk left just now, a thought flashed in his red eyes. There seemed to be some familiar fluctuations just now. Illusion? July 12th, sunny. Shuezong City Arena. The step seats in the magnificent arena are already full of people at the moment. Looking around, there is a dense crowd of people, everyone is looking forward to the battlefield below with excitement zero. Today is the start of the Giant Wristband Challenge. Many spectators came to the arena early in the morning to watch the game. In addition, there were City Hall leaders watching the game, high-level association officials, big shots from the provincial capital, and many famous trainers and breeders all gathered together. The media came earlier than everyone else. Although they had arranged their positions in advance, they needed to come to the arena in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment and feel the atmosphere. And started warming up. Hi everyone, this is the live broadcast of the Spicy Tomato video platform for the Giant Wristband Challenge. Now we can see that the arena in Shuezong City is full of spectators, and everyone is looking forward to the next one. Contest, the opening ceremony and the upcoming battle. Hello everyone, I'm Leal, an expatriate reporter from the Mantine live broadcast platform. Today I came to the Shuezong City Arena to watch. Everyone in the audience, follow me to the auditorium. So many audiences are looking forward to the next battle, and the guest seats are full of stars, which also makes me very concerned about the next battle. People from many video sites or live broadcast platforms started to warm up the game. At the same time, in the commentary booth, the two specially invited gold medal commentators also drank their last sip of water, ready to start the next game commentary. Not long after, the two gold medal commentators sat upright, speaking into the microphone in front of them. Welcome everyone to the Shuezong Arena. Today is the opening ceremony of the Extreme Wristband Challenge. I'm explaining fireworks. I'm the commentator Alamos. Today, the two of us will give you a multi-day commentary on the Giant Wristband Challenge. That's right. First of all, let's focus on the guest seats. This time, the visiting guests include Xiao Haiqiang, CEO of the SPW Consortium, followed by inside the player lounge. Duke is sitting on a soft sofa, with 4 Pokeballs in front of him, Railu, Gyarados, Siduk and Articuno from left to right. Duke looked at the 4 Pokeballs in front of him and said, this time the event is 3-on-3, and I will choose Railu as the starter. As for Gyarados, Siduk, and Articuno, it depends on the 3 of you. Gyarados, get ready for Mega Evolution. You haven't fully tapped out the full power of Sacred Ash, get ready for serious injuries. Gyarados' luxury ball shook, obviously hearing Duke's words. Also, Siduk, you come out first. Siduk jumped right out of the ball, looking at Duke blankly. How did you do what I asked you to do? Good. In the next game, keep watching that guy for me. No problem. I told you to come back. Then I'll go first. Just as Siduk was about to leave, he stopped and looked at Duke. Where's my teacup and newspaper? You. Duke pierced the space with his bare hands, and took out Seduc's enamel jar and newspaper from the space bag he made earlier. Holding the enamel jar in one hand and the newspaper in the other, Seduc nodded in satisfaction, turned around and disappeared in place. As soon as Seduc left, there was a knock on the door from Roar. Enter. Mr. Duke, you will start the next game. I see. Please wait in the entrance channel within 10 minutes. Ro. I wish you all the best. Thanks. Seeing the staff leave, Duke picked up the remaining 3 balls on the table and put them in the container on his waist. Well, it's bullying victim time again. Chapter 97. Ladies and gentlemen. The first round of the Giant Wristband Challenge is about to begin. Let us take the lead in introducing the contestants from both sides of this battle. First of all, playing as the blue team is Hu Feng, who specializes in bug-type Pokémon. His Caesar once scored 3 in a row in the audition without any effort, and achieved a strong instant kill. Following the impassioned voice of the commentator, a young man in his mid-20s, wearing a jacket, walked along the blue lane to the battlefield, and stood still on the battle bench. As soon as Hu Feng stood still, there were sparse cheers from the audience. Obviously, the support rate is not high, and of course it is. Except for the players who received a lot of attention in the audition, the popularity of the rest of the players is not high. Those who pay special attention to the players are also those who rely on opening games to gamble for a living. After all, if you want a higher degree of attention in a game, you need good looks. Whether you are a player or a Pokémon, you must have a good look. The second is strength, where strength is a good stepping stone. The third is topicality. As long as there is topicality, no matter where you go, the popularity will remain high. But now, except for a very few players, all players are at the same starting line. If you want to gain more attention and support, you need to show your own strength and prestige in the next game. Hu Feng also understood this, so he didn't care about the perfunctory applause from the audience. The 2 commentators did not grasp this pain point, but continued. The next player on the red side is Duke, who won the title of Newcomer King of Shanghai in March this year. Now nearly 4 years have passed since 2007. What kind of surprise will he bring us in the next month? When Duke walked out of the player-only passage, his young face caused a burst of tongue-tapping in the audience. How old is this kid? 18. It looks as big as my child. Come to participate in such a grand event at such a young age, can he do it? I don't know, but I'm very brave. Yes, you can pass the audition and enter the main competition. Even if it's a one-day trip to the main competition, you will have the capital to talk about everything in the future. Accompanied by the voice of the audience, a certain person in the referee's seat was taken aback when he saw Duke walking out of the passage. After the other party confirmed that it was Duke, he immediately stood up and said under the astonished gazes of the other referees, "Is there any rain gear? Do we have any rain gear here?" "Yes, but today is a rare sunny day, and it won't snow." "What do you want that for?" Wen Zhu, who once served as a referee in the Shanghai Rookie of the Year competition, looked at Duke standing still on the player bench, and smiled wryly, "You will understand." At this moment, Duke also noticed the movement on the referee's bench, looked over curiously, and saw a referee begging for rain gear. Duke smiled after some memories. Isn't this the referee he used in the rookie competition? Why did you come to Shuizong City? And what is that looking for? Duke listened attentively and found that the referee was looking for an umbrella. He couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. It seems that when he played in Shanghai, he always used rain dance, which left a psychological shadow on him. However, today it will not be used again. After all, Duke himself didn't hold an umbrella. Just as Duke was thinking, the referee for this match had also arrived at the referee's seat and stood still here. The rules of this game are 3-on-3. When 3 Pokémon on one side lose their ability to fight, or lose their will to fight, they will be judged to lose. Now both parties send Pokémon. Go, Caesar. Railu. Both Duke and Hu Feng released Pokémon, and as the blue light from the Pokeball flashed, Riolu and Caesar appeared in the field. Hu Feng was taken aback when he saw Riolu jumping out of Duke's friend ball, but immediately looked at Duke with malicious intent. This Riolu doesn't seem to be too strong, maybe it's only superior, and it's a senior. His own Caesar has already advanced to an expert, and he has been immersed in this level for a long time. It seems that the first victory in the first battle, I can win it. Hu Feng from the blue team goes first, the game begins. As the referee raised the flag in his hand, Hu Feng immediately sipped it down. Caesar, quick attack. Woo! Responding to his trainer, Caesar immediately turned into an afterimage and charged forward quickly. This scene fell in the eyes of the commentator, and the commentator Hua immediately said, player Hu Feng used quick attack when he came up. It's a very aggressive style of play. Could it be that he has confidence kills Riolu instantly? Dodge, self-strengthen. Riolu, who had been silent since his appearance, squinted his eyes, trying his best to capture the trajectory of Caesar's movements, and at the same time aura radiated out. Under the double perception, Riolu successfully predicted Caesar's trajectory, and when the opponent's giant pincers hit him, he jumped away first. Boom! The giant tongs fell into the air and hit the ground directly, and a wash basin-sized depression appeared on the ground of the venue, with cracks all over the edges. During this period of time, Riolu has carried out multiple self-strengthening, work up, bulk up, howl, swords dance, focus energy, while various energy lights are shining on Riolu's body surface. The commentary also saw the clues. Duke's Riolu managed to evade Hu Feng's Caesar, but he seems to be. Another commentary continued. Obviously it's a self-improvement skill, but it looks like this Riolu has used a lot of it. With so many self-enhancing changing skills, this kid's Riolu will definitely not last long. Hu Feng also heard the referee's voiceover. Pokémon can indeed strengthen itself through skills, but Pokémon has limits. Once multiple enhanced skills are superimposed continuously, let alone how powerful the effect is, whether the Pokémon can withstand it is a big problem. Some trainers discovered this and focused on tapping the power of changing moves. There are even trainers who can make their Pokémon perform multiple dragon dances. However, this is always an exception. And how long can the Riolu in front of him hit him with various strengthening skills? But Hu Feng didn't know how much resources Duke spent on this Riolu team. Air slash. Woo! Caesar's eyes turned upside down, and his eyes became fierce. With a wave of a pair of giant pincers, countless air cutters flew forward immediately with the swing of the giant pincers. Riolu, who had just strengthened a wave, took off on the spot and backed up the next moment when he saw the densely packed air cutters coming. Vacuum wave. Leo. Combining his hands and condensing a vacuum wave, Riolu pushed forward, and a basketball-sized energy bullet shot out immediately. After the vacuum wave and the air blade collided with each other, a fierce explosion occurred. In the explosion smoke, a figure broke through the thick smoke and rushed straight towards Caesar. Riolu dispelled Caesar's air slash very well, but now he quickly broke through the smoke screen and rushed towards Caesar. You must know that Caesar is more suitable for close C than air slash. Ombat. Hidden power, bullet punch. While spark was filling Riolu's eyes, his speed suddenly increased to a higher level. Between spark and the flint, Riolu rushed in front of Caesar, his fists covered with bright light. Next second, Riolu's fists bombarded forward like a torrential rain, and the coefficient hit Caesar. Caesar, who was suddenly beaten, was sent flying upside down, but before he landed, Riolu quickly followed. Double team, vacuum wave. Riolu's figure flashed and quickly differentiated into several double teams, and each Riolu closed his palms in the same way to condense the vacuum wave. Caesar, keep. Before Hu Feng could finish speaking, countless vacuum waves submerged Caesar in an instant. At the same time as the vacuum wave exploded, the restraining effect of the fighting system on the steel system made Caesar immediately lose his fighting ability. At this time, the commentator also said loudly, Caesar, who started Hufeng's first match, was defeated so easily. This Riolu is simply unbelievable. What Pokémon will Hufeng use next to reverse the disadvantage? Hufeng is not affected by the commentary skills. Apart from explaining the schedule, these commentaries also have to arouse the atmosphere of the arena and even provoke the players. It can be said that everything is used to the extreme. Young man, Riolu bred 633 well, but this one, can you still beat it? Venomoth, the paralyzing powder. Hufeng opened the second poke ball, and the Venomoth flew out of the ball. As soon as he entered the field, he flapped his wings and sprinkled a large amount of paralyzing powder. Seeing this, Duke raised his hand and took Riolu back. Leapfrog instant kill. Not bad. After complimenting friend Ball, Duke put away Riolu's poke ball. Oh, Duke player actually chose to replace Riolu when facing Hufeng's Venomoth. Does he have any Pokémon that can restrain Venomoth? The commentator slapped the table with an impassioned voice, provoking the nerves of the audience. Venomoth's paralysis powder is really difficult to get, but it's not the time to replace Riolu. Yeah, I still want to see him more. Why did you change it so quickly? What Pokémon does this little brother use? I don't know, no matter what, I don't think it's as good as that Riolu. Duke, who didn't care about the outside discussion, took out Gyarados' luxury ball and turned on the switch. With a flash of blue light, Gyarados appeared in the arena. As soon as he entered the arena, he roared. Roar! Under snarl, the paralysis powder released by Venomoth was forced back by the sound wave. Duke took out the Keystone and Evolutionary Stone/Ite prepared in advance from his pocket, and sandwiched them between the 5 fingers of his right hand. The camera also quickly turned the lens, aiming at the Keystone and Evolutionary Stone/Ite in Duke's hand. That is. The commentator Hua opened his eyes wide, and the commentator Alamos said in a difficult voice, the Duke player actually took out the Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite. Could it be that he wants it? Gyarados, Mega Evolution. When Duke threw the Evolutionary Stone/Ite in his hand towards Gyarados, the keystone in his hand also shone brightly. In an instant, the bright light of the evolution photon stream was projected into the eyes of every audience. The corner of Hufeng's mouth twitched when he saw this. This is the first game of riding a horse. You took out the Mega Evolution in the first game, can't you afford it? Chapter 98. It's Mega Evolution. The excited voice of explaining fireworks exploded in the arena, and the audience also stood up one after another, stretched their necks, opened their eyes wide, and looked towards the battlefield. The brilliant stream of evolution photons unfolded in front of Duke and Gyarados, meeting each other in the void. At the same time, the evolution glow directly enveloped Gyarados. Feeling the power brought by the Mega Evolution, Gyarados made an excited roar sound. And Seduc somewhere in the arena clicked his tongue. I'm afraid this idiot has forgotten how great the evolution was, and how painful it is after it's over. However, Gyarados believes that evolution is cool for a while, and evolution is always cool. As the roar resounded across the battlefield, the evolution glow condensed in front of Gyarados a piece with the same pattern as the leaf spiral pattern in the Evolutionary Stone/Ite, and then the light exploded suddenly, and Mega Gyarados made a stunning debut. This is truly an unprecedented and unique scene. Mega Evolution appeared on the first day of the Giant Wristband Challenge. Commentary Alam, the voice of OS reverberated throughout the arena through the loudspeaker, and the audience also erupted in great response. Today's game was so worth it. Seeing Mega Evolution in the first match, it's worth the ticket price. No, it's right to exceed the ticket price. Mega Evolution, which can only be performed in the lowest elite exhibition competition, is actually seen here. It's great, today's trip is worthwhile. Brother, come on. Duke, come on. Duke. 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 I don't know who started it first, but when Duke's name was called out in unison by all the audience, the sound pierced the sky, and made pedestrians and vehicles outside the arena involuntarily stop and listen. At the guest table, many guests also watched this scene with a smile. Many people have invested money in this game, and now they react so much, they are naturally overjoyed, and even thought about today's hot search title. Shocked, the giant wristband challenge, the first battle on the first day unexpectedly appeared. This young man is very good. You know the rules of the arena very well. Whose family is it? Why don't you see any adults come? Isn't this young man the trainer of a level 2 god? It turned out to be him, no wonder he can master Mega Evolution. Hey, it seems that we have no fate. Yet, maybe it was cultivated by some big force. Watch the game, watch the game. In the center of the battlefield, Duke, who was playing with the keystone, grinned at Hu Feng, who was opposite, but Hu Feng didn't even have the thought to respond. As soon as he came up, he ran into a player who lost the king bomb, and he was really unlucky. But that doesn't mean he's giving up. Venomoth, Dance of the Butterflies. Under Hu Feng's calm voice, there is also a determination to die. Isn't it Mega Evolution? Today, he wants to see the true face of the most advanced power that the legendary trainer can master. Water Pulse. Duke directly ignored Hu Feng's thoughts of struggling. When Mega Gyarados opened his bloody mouth, the moisture in the air was gathered by him, and quickly formed a constantly shaking water ball in front of him. Water Pulse quickly condensed into shape, and kept shaking, as if it were an extremely unstable bomb. Venomoth, sprinkle sleep powder, flap your wings and evoke a strong wind. Emission. As soon as Duke finished speaking, Gyarados straightened up suddenly, and then roared forward. Roar! Water Pulse burst out immediately, bombarded Venomoth with lightning speed, and blasted him out of the field. Everyone could only see a flash of water in the void, and the next second, Venomoth disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the wall of the arena, soaked in a ball of water stains, and his wings became tattered. What a beautiful water pulse, perfectly exerting the penetrating power and destructive power of the wave to the extreme. As soon as the commentary on fireworks finished speaking, the commentator Alamos immediately picked up. Oh, Mega Gyarados really lived up to its reputation, a water pulse successfully made Venomoth lose the ability to fight. What should contestant Hu Feng do now? Caesar was eliminated by Riolu, and Venomoth was killed by Mega Gyarados. Now Hu Feng has only one Pokémon left, can he turn the tables into victory? How can it be so strong? Hu Feng's eyes trembled, and he looked at the miserable appearance of his three main forces, Venomoth, in disbelief. However, being a good trainer, he quickly took back the Venomoth. And then found another Pokeball. Then it's up to you, Stag Farmer. Wow! A stag beetle with long and short jaws appeared on the field, and the humming of its wings was accompanied by the explosion of electric current. Zap Cannon! The four-toothed mandibles quickly began to intertwine wisps of blue current, and the electricity spilled into the air with a crackling sound, while the straight and long mandibles of the stag beetle were just like the real Zap Cannon, rapid charging, and the electric ember also surged. Dark Pulse. Feeling the turbulent electricity in the air, Duke's face remained unchanged. This stag beetle was bred well, but it was only good. Maliciousness, murderous intent, destructive desire, rage, ferocity, and many other terrifying auras are condensed by Dark Pulse, turning into substance, condensing into a black energy ball, while the edge of the energy ball is constantly shaking, it is also constantly releasing a shocking energy. The terrifying oppression of the mind. Stag Farmer Cannon Bug, launch! Wow! At the same time as the spade cannonade, Zap Cannon, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, exploded directly, and a bright golden beam of light rushed forward, passing through the void, like a golden sword pointed directly at Gyarados' head. At this time, the dark pulse in front of Mega Gyarados also erupted at this time, like a volcano, swallowing all the light sources in the arena. Next second, Dark Pulse devours Zap Cannon's spark, which in turn devours the Stag Cannon bug. At this moment, the entire audience also felt a coldness scratching their skin like a blade. Dark Pulse itself uses dark energy to transform its malicious aura into substance and destroy it. And the malice contained in the Dark Pulse of Mega Gyarados successfully made the audience feel the horror of dark Pokémon. After all the energy fluctuations dissipated, the audience in the arena also saw the situation in the arena. The whole body of the stag farmer was embedded in the wall and completely lost the ability to fight. The stag farmer has lost the ability to fight, so the winner of this game is the Red Team Duke player. Let's cheer for him, cheer for the first winner of the Giant Wristband Challenge, and thank him for the wonderful game. Duke! 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 The cheers lasted for a long time, and Duke also let Gyarados enjoy all this under the watchful eyes of the audience. After a while, Duke left the arena, and the staff began to clean up the field and began to change the field. At the same time, some people came to the door of the players' lounge ahead of time. As soon as Duke returned to the players' lounge, he saw Seduc sitting on the sofa, drinking tea and reading the newspaper, with a very comfortable expression. Finished. Leave a substitute over there. Go back now. Go back. After smoking a cigarette in the dugout, Duke and Seduc left the dugout, but were stopped by a reporter before they could leave the arena. Hi, I'm Yuan Xiaoi, a reporter from the Pidove platform, can I have an interview with you? Looking at the sweet girl holding the microphone in front of him, Duke stopped in good time and said, yes. First of all, congratulations on your first victory today. Secondly, I want to ask, is there any special consideration for you to use Mega Evolution on the first day of the game? After all, other players would use Mega Evolution as their trump card and save it for the most critical time. After Yuan Xiaoi finished asking, she extended the microphone to Duke in front of her, and the camera behind her also moved a step to this side to capture Duke's expression and face. You said it all, other players would do it. Duke looked at Yuan Xiaoi in front of him and said, but I'm not someone else. You mean to say that you are confident that you can still win your first victory even though you have exposed your whole cards? Yuan Xiaoi asked Duke again, and Duke glanced at the reporter in front of him who deliberately tricked him. This question is very difficult to answer. But this is for ordinary people. That's right. Then you are not worried about other players making tactical arrangements to target you. Duke stroked his chin and held up a finger for the camera. One sentence. What is it, please? I am invincible, they are free. As soon as Duke's words came out, they were directly broadcast to thousands of viewers who watched the live interview through the camera. Tranquil not Pidove, fuck, this is crazy. As long as 298, this is simply ignoring other opponents. Darmanitan doesn't understand love, young man, it's easy for you to be beaten by the society like this. Bulbasaur is wonderful, on the top floor, it is easy to be hit by strangers. Drill's ass-piercing eyes open, the screen has been recorded, waiting for the result of the game quietly, hoping to slap the face. It's Trevenant, not Deadwood, +1. Misdreavus has no magic, +1. Pick up poo, +1. Later, Duke returned to the ginger soup clinic. Zhang Tang, who was sitting in front of the counter, saw Duke coming back, and handed over the tablet in his hand. You really have confidence. The interview about you just now has been reposted more than 5 million times. Many people are recording their screens, waiting for the result of the game. It doesn't matter, champion is mine anyway. Duke glanced at the tablet and handed it back. Seeing this, Zhang Tang didn't say much. Instead, he said, your courier has arrived. Because it's an expensive item, the courier from Extreme Speed is still waiting for you. Understood. Duke nodded, and found the courier of Extreme Speed Express to sign for his courier. Not long after, the courier of Extreme Speed Express took the Dragonite and left the hospital. Duke also unwrapped the brick-like package in his hand. What string is this? Jiang Tang approached curiously, and saw a thread-bound book. On the cover, there are 4 messy characters: the method of fighting with fists and guns. It looks like it was written by an alcoholic while drunk. This is the original of the inherited combat skills of the gym I took over. I am a little concerned things, let them send them over. Duke picked up the thread-bound book, which was the original thread-bound book that the ancestor of the Li Bea family and the first head of Pajun Gym got from the mysterious young man in a white coat. After decades of baptism, it has never changed its color. Duke flipped through the original text of the fist and gun tactics in his hand, and at the same time remembered what Feng Zhen said. Fighting skills that do not belong to this world, what made those people make such an evaluation? Chapter 99. The backyard of the hospital building, inside the plant building. Ah! Doctor, take it easy. Kirato's miserable growl caused Jiang Tang's old man to look down on him. What a big deal, it hurts you. Brave dragons, not afraid of difficulties. Kirato's immediately stared back at the old man's contempt. And you try to step on the horse, that kind of pain that feels like your muscles are peeling off and your nerves are twitching after you move your whole body? This hurts too much. Doesn't Mega Evolution let Pokémon temporarily release the hidden potential to evolve again? How could it cause such a serious injury? Ginger Tang, who was treating Gyarados, looked at Duke, who was sitting on a recliner and flipping through the original gunfighting method, and the latter said nonchalantly, "Oh, you are talking about a complete Mega Evolution, the big worm and I used incomplete Mega Evolution of. Is there an incomplete term for Mega Evolution?" "Yes, I just enveloped him with my aura, forcing him and me to reach the point of emotional resonance, thus forcing the Mega Evolution. It's not complete, it hurts Pokémon a lot, but for me, it's nothing to lose. Isn't that inhumane and forbidden?" The corner of Jiang Tang's mouth twitched, and Duke turned the page and said at the same time, "If it is completely banned, where do you think I learned it from? Makes sense." Jiang Tang continued to treat Gyarados. Hearing Gyarados' feeble screams, Jiang Tang asked, "Do you need to anesthetize him? Is there any good anesthetic here?" Speaking of this, Jiang Tang looked excited, and Duke said without looking at Jiang Tang, "You just want to test the medicine with Gyarados. Hey, I was spotted by you." Forget it, Gyarados hides top-level legendary resources that have not been fully tapped in his body. For him, a serious injury is also a process of digesting that part of the incompletely digested resources. Duke rolled his eyes. When he first entered the ginger soup clinic, the smell other than herbs was the smell of narcotics. This guy, as he got to know him better, Duke understood him. An old Chinese doctor obsessed with the development of anesthetics. Also a thief loves to reclaim land. So, don't use anesthesia, just come here directly. After simple treatment, let him heal by himself. Okay, since you, the trainer, have said so, then Gyarados, you have to be patient. Ginger soup comforted Gyarados. Gyarados gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Evolution was happy for a while, coveting the evolution crematorium. Fortunately, there are still sacred ash residues in the body, so if you are seriously injured, you will be seriously injured. Inspire the power of sacred ash, repair the body, and make yourself stronger. Seduc glanced at Gyarados' plight, and silently shielded himself with the newspaper. Speaking of which, he also has residual sacred ash in his body. If Duke remembers, then he will be miserable. But just as Seduc held the newspaper to block himself, his head felt a sharp pain. But with a blank face, he ignored the pain. This kind of pain is inherent, but the long-term bide force has made Seduc never show this pain in front of others. And every time I get a headache, my confusion and mental strength will increase. Over time, Seduc got used to it. In addition, the most important thing is the matter of sacred ash. Once Duke remembers it, not to mention being dragged to forcible friction. But just relying on the self-healing of serious injuries to stimulate the power of sacred ash, it will be miserable enough. Duke didn't have time to pay attention to Seduk's little thoughts, and all his mind was immersed in the original method of boxing and gun warfare. The handwriting of the original description was very scribbled, and the pictures were like graffiti. Some footers even have dry wine stains. Like a writer, he casually wrote down this boxing manual while drinking wine. But the more Duke read it, the more he could feel a different kind of charm, a kind of spirit hidden between the lines. That is the coldness and indifference of treating everything as a dog and dissecting everything. And as Duke discovered this spirit, Duke's attention was also drawn into the content recorded in the book. For a while, a figure in a white coat appeared in front of him. He couldn't see his face clearly, all he saw was a white coat with wine-stained corners, and a silver jug that never left his body. Fist and blunderbuss combat method, punches explode like gunshots, and when the edge of the fist arrives, it will destroy the dead, and a nuclear explosion will destroy everything. At the same time that Duke spit out a sentence word by word, the handwriting on the book in his hand suddenly became blurred. The original combat method suddenly changed to look like it was soaked in water and then dried again. It was also at this time that Duke woke up suddenly, and was surprised to see the original in his hand turned into this appearance. Duke flipped through the entire book and found that all the writing and pictures had become blurred. Is it ruined? The absurd but real scene in front of him made Duke believe in the words Feng Zhen said. Rumor, that is a combat technique that does not belong to this world. Maybe it's true. Duke turned the book to the last page, glanced casually, and saw a small line of handwriting on the footer of the last cover. The world is infinite. Duke frowned when he heard the words. He knew the size of the world very well. After all, he had measured it himself, but this sentence obviously didn't mean it. Multiverse or heavens and worlds. New thoughts arose in Duke's heart. No matter what, these words made the inheritance of the boxing method confusing, and also cast a veil of mystery on the author of this book. Duke knows the concept of the multiverse. After all, he has personally set foot in the timeline, breaking dimensions, and traveling through time and space can also be done. However, after his initial attempt, he didn't continue. Because the adjacent time and space are fucking Pokémon worlds, and they are worse than this world. Rather than going there, it is better to live here leisurely. And best of all, there's no cute Rayquaza playing with him over there. It seems that the author of this book is really not from this world, but where did he come from? World number 1, world number 2, or world no 3? Duke rolled the book into a ball and patted his palms. While thinking, he also set his eyes on Railu, who was not far away. He has mastered all the fisting and gun fighting methods, and the Li family father and daughter have no way to compare with him. Forget it, never mind. Duke stood up. Anyway, if we can meet in the future, let's have a good chat with him. Let's teach Railu the punching method first. Let's see how far he can use this method. Duke threw the book to Seduk, who was on the side. Seduk took the book, opened it for a glance, then threw it aside with his hand. The handwriting was blurred, not as good as the newspaper in his hand. Railu, come here. Duke called out to Railu, who was training himself with a target made by Frenzy Plant. Railu, whose body was sparkling with spark, kept punching while his eyes turned white. Every punch hit the target with a muffled sound. After Duke called him, the spark on Railu, who stopped training, dissipated, turned to look at Duke, and Duke waved to him. You played well in the game today, I'll give you a small reward. Leo. Railu tilted his head, with confusion in his eyes. Isn't it punishment? Seeing Railu's expression, Seduk silently covered his face with the newspaper. This dog must have been abused to be stupid. Hurry up if there are benefits. The benefits given by Duke, no matter how small, cannot be given by any existence in this world. Come here, come here. Railu trotted over. Duke clenched his fist and made a gesture in front of Railu. Seeing Duke clenched his fist, Railu subconsciously jumped back and assumed an attacking posture. Come here, I didn't hit you. Railu walked up to Duke step by step. Duke pointed to his fist and said, look at my fist. The next thing I want to give you is that you don't need skills, but you can blow it up with your physical fitness. All tactics. Want to learn? Railu looked at Duke's rapidly heating up fist, his eyes slowly widened, and then he nodded vigorously. Want to learn? Very well, Siduk, come over and make a target. Siduk, who was holding the newspaper, shook his hands, folded the newspaper slowly, and walked towards Duke resentfully. Am I not your favorite cub? You actually made things difficult for me, the main palace, because of a concubine? Ignoring Siduk's resentful eyes, Duke said to him directly, set up Reflect. Siduk held up Reflect helplessly, and Duke said to Railu, look good. Fist and gun tactics. Duke clenched his fists, creeping steam rose from between his fingers, and the temperature rose rapidly. Flintlock. Duke let out a low cry, and a crisp gunshot exploded in the plant hall, which startled Zhang Tang, who was taking care of the herbs. Zhang Tang, who habitually jumped forward, looked around quickly, only to see his fist popping out. Smokes. Duke punches Siduk's Reflect. Boom. After the gunshot, Siduk, who was supporting Reflect, rubbed his feet on the ground and fell back more than 3 meters. Duke bent his elbow several times, and said again, load. The bone-rubbing sound was like the sound of a gun being loaded, and then he punched again, pointing at Siduk's Reflect in the air. Boom! There was another gunshot, and ripples rippled on the Reflect propped up by Siduk. Duke let go of his overheated fist, looked at Railu and said, do you understand? Railu eyes wide open, with shiny in them. Just now I was simply using the power of ordinary people. Through this method of warfare, I can reach this level. As a Pokémon, your physique is stronger than that of humans, so with this method of warfare, you will make great progress. Duke shook his palm, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. Next, what you need to do is to continue training in aura and hidden power to become proficient in boxing and gun warfare. In addition, in the next battle, you can only use the punching method. Duke squatted down, looked at Railu in front of him and said, it will start tomorrow. Clear. Railu nodded, and Duke's head fell on his forehead. If you understand, then get ready to learn the breathing method of the punching and gun fighting method. This breathing method is called overheating. It can speed up your blood flow and increase your body temperature in a short period of time. In the early stages of boxing and gun warfare, these 2 points are used to cause damage. Leo. Railu nodded vigorously, and Duke put his hand on Railu's chest. Now. Follow my command to breathe. Inhale, exhale, 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 long inhale, deep breath, exhale. Chapter 100. July 13th, sunny. The sun is shining and the temperature is picking up. Shuezong Arena, inside the player lounge. According to your thinking, you are still the starting player today, and this is the opponent's information. Do you need to take a look? A woman in professional OL attire stood in front of Duke, holding a document in her hand, which was about the players who played against Duke today. I don't need the information of the opponents. You just need to arrange me for the first match every day, so that I won't waste my time. Also, that sends Hizzy with Latias. Duke looked at Siduk, who was beside him. That's his name. Siduk, who was reading today's newspaper with relish, nodded. Duke turned to the woman in front of him and said, no matter which game it is, put me with him. This. The woman was a little hesitant. Since Hizzy was the seed player handpicked by the competition. Although Duke was arranged by someone, his strength and hot topic made him rank among the top players. The collision of such 2 seeds is not something she can arrange. If you can't make up your mind, go find someone who can. Duke's phone beeped, and when he took it out, he saw that it was his mother calling. so he waved his hand casually. The woman bit her lip and nodded slightly. I'll get in touch with the supervisor right away. Faster. Duke connected his mother's phone, and at the same time the woman left the players' lounge and went straight to the room dedicated to the arena staff. Director. The woman who approached the manager of the competition told the other party about Duke's request. After pondering for a moment, the manager waved to a person beside him, "Show me the schedule and player information sheet." The staff next to him handed over the information requested by the supervisor. After looking at it for a while, the supervisor said to the woman, "After the game, go and reply to him. Sen Mingzi is a person handpicked by his superiors, so we cannot meet him at the very beginning. However, both topics are very hot, so they will be arranged in the semi-finals. As for the finals and the champion, whoever wins will be the champion. But relatively, since he made this request, he must cooperate with us to copy a wave of popularity. There is another person in the tournament who is also the master of Mega Evolution. You tell Duke that you have to fight him and win, so you can talk about the next thing." "Okay, I'll tell him right after the game." "Well, let's go rest first." After the supervisor waved the female staff to go to rest, he immediately said in a loud voice, "Why are the clouds gathering again? I asked the people from the Meteorological Bureau to maintain sunny day for me. We paid for it. I don't care about other times. During the race, there can't be any abnormal weather." Admission channel. In the dark passage, there is only a little light at the entrance, and through the front, you can hear the enthusiastic cheers of the audience in the arena. At the same time, Gyarados, who was curled up next to Duke, had a pendant on his chest, which happened to be inlaid with a Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite, and Duke also wore a pair of gauntlets. The gauntlet is red and blue, with an abbreviation of S, and has a hemispherical depression on the surface, which can hold the Pokeball, and a keystone is inlaid on the back of the hand. In addition, there is a groove on the wrist to hold the Z bracelet, and the gauntlet can be rotated, and the bottom can be opened, and 18 pure Z crystals are inlaid inside. Duke put on the gauntlet, but the storage container on his waist was gone. This gauntlet was made by himself when he was training Railu. After all, it is too troublesome to throw the keystone and evolutionary stone/Ite to Gyarados every time. Duke relied on the materials obtained from the World Tree base to DIY a multifunctional Pokeball containment gauntlet. The same goes for the Gyarados pendant, which Duke made in a hurry. Thermal vision heats metal into liquid, and then little by little, the whole process is very easy and freehand. After adjusting the pendant for Gyarados, Duke took the luxury ball and put it in, and stuck it in the groove of the gauntlet. Players enter. At the same time as the reminder sounded in the passage, the indicator lights embedded on the ground in front of Duke also quickly lit up. Before any indicator lights were lit, Duke took a step forward. When the last light came on, Duke also appeared on the battlefield, under the sight of all spectators. "Oh, he's here!" The commentator Hua shouted excitedly, "Our big devil Duke has appeared! Can we see Gyarados Mega Evolution again today? Let's wait and see." During the shouting of growl in the commentary, Duke calmly came to the battle bench and stood up, while a female trainer also stood on the opposite side. About the same age as Duke, looks like the same age. Being able to enter the top 64 is very good. At this moment, the players from both sides are already in place. Let us invite the referee to enter the arena. The quiet and magnetic voice of the commentator Alamos just sounded, and the referee immediately came to the referee's seat, with a red and blue flag in his hand, and said loudly, "The rules of this game are 3-on-3. Please release Pokémon and take your positions. Go, Leafian." The female trainer Hone threw out a Pokeball specially painted in leaf green. The Pokeball spun rapidly and opened automatically. A brown body with leaves growing on her body, Eevee, appeared in the field. Cloth. As soon as Leafian came out, it attracted the attention of a large number of spectators. The commentator also praised, "Hone's starting is Leafian. Judging from his body, leaves and eyes, he has been cultivated with great care. So what's the starter for the Duke player? Duke buckled the friend ball on the gauntlet, threw it forward, and Rylul came on the scene. It's just that Rylul surprised everyone this time, and the commentator Hua even stood up directly. It's just because while Rylul's limbs are wrapped in bandages, he also has some injuries on his body that haven't fully recovered. The Duke player is still starting with Rylul, but Rylul's state doesn't look right. Is this intentional? Some supporters of Duke in the auditorium also had doubts on their faces and whispered to each other. Why did Rylul become like this after only one day's disappearance? Is this being abused? Did you go back yesterday for assault training? But for training, this injury is too serious. Playing with an injury, what does he think? The picture of Rylul covered in bandages appeared on the big screen and attracted much attention. At the same time, there were many accusations against Duke. An off-court referee quickly ran towards Duke at this time, came to him, and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to let Rylul play in this state? You can replace Pokémon. Sure, just let him fight like this. If I replace him, he won't necessarily come down." Duke's eyes were extremely calm. This was the injury left by Rylul when he practiced punching and gunfighting. In the past 10 hours, Rylul had been studying hard and practicing hard until he was scarred all over himself. 0 Please ask for flowers 0. And now, it's time to check the results. The referee hesitated for a moment, but nodded, and at the same time held up the flag to indicate that everything was normal. What? The Duke player insisted on letting Rylul fight in this state. Is he planning to give the opponent the first match? Rylul is in this state, it is very difficult to achieve results. But the Duke player insisted on letting Rylul play. Let us wait and see how Rylul and the Duke player perform. As soon as the voices of Hua and Alamos fell, the referees in the referee's seat immediately raised their flags. The Duke player on the red side goes first, the game begins. Rylul, overheat. As soon as Duke's voice fell, Rylul immediately took out the success that Duke spent more than 10 hours yesterday and last night, and Rylul's body temperature began to rise rapidly like the sparks of a prairie fire. Rylul, whose blood was flowing too fast, could hear the dull sound of blood hitting his heart in his ears. Woo! With a sound of howl, Rylul's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and the moment the ground shattered in response, he also rushed out quickly. Leafian, Razor Leaf. Hone was startled when he saw Rylul rushing towards him so fast, and Leafian threw out several pieces of Razor Leaf quickly. Sharp blades pierced the air, making a whistling sound. But Rylul, whose eyes glowed blue, just fine-tuned a few angles, and avoided all the Razor Leafs. Rylul's heartbeat became more and more deafening, and his breathing rhythm became more and more rapid. Ri, who was covered with blue light Olu, has entered into a mysterious feeling at this moment. In his line of sight, everything in Leafian is so clear. Whether it's the slightest movement of the other party, or the change in the eyes, or the change in the airflow caused by the shaking of the leaves on the body, everything can be seen. Next second, Rylul rushed in front of Leafian like a gust of wind, and quickly clenched his fists with lightning speed. The steam between his fingers escaped outwards, and there was a blasting sound of airflow screaming. Boom! A gunshot exploded in the arena, and Rylul's fist landed heavily on Leafian's face. The powerful force forced Leafian's face to distort along with the force of the punch, and at the same time it was sunken inward. Rylul took a step forward and exerted force again. Boom! Leafian immediately flew upside down like a cannonball, and the Leafian that fell on the ground rolled 7 or 8 times unabated, before lying slumped at Hone's feet. Rylul maintained his punching posture and was still short of breath, but now his mind was calm, overlooking the entire arena with a detached view. This kid's aura is boiling. It is estimated that he will be able to master the aura sphere before evolution in the near future. Seduc's voice echoed in Duke's ears as he watched Rylul silently from somewhere on the field, admiration in his eyes. It's not in vain to be a target for him, not bad. Insta-kill with one punch. The sharp growl explaining the broken sound of fireworks ignited the whole venue. Feilu, who played with an injury, killed Hones Leafian with just one punch. This is unbelievable, audience, this is unbelievable. Let us give our applause to this little guy who fought hard. Perhaps today, we witnessed the birth of a legend. Chapter 101. Acha! Hone's third Pokémon Monferno arm showed an irregular bend, and at the same time it flew backwards, like a gourd, grunting on the ground 7 or 8 times before falling directly to the ground. Feilu was panting heavily, maintaining his blunderbuss fighting style. The steam overflowed from his clenched fists, and the breath he exhaled was extremely hot. He was like a furnace. Monferno lost the ability to fight, so the winner of this game is the red player Duke. When the referee raised the red flag in his hand, the commentator Huohua stood up and stepped on the table, applauding loudly. It's amazing, the first one in the history of the giant wristband challenge to fight with an injury, and won all 3 games in a row. A Pokémon is born. He is the Feilu of the Duke player. At the same time, the most commendable thing is that Duke's Feilu didn't use a single skill in the whole 3 matches, and played with pure physical skills. This is quite rare in the history of the league's competitions. Now, audience, give your applause to today's MVP Feilu, thank him for bringing such a wonderful match, and encourage him to fight hard. Feilu! 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 In an instant, the audience cheered Feilu's name. Feilu, who was standing in the arena, resumed his normal standing posture, raised his head and looked around the auditorium. His eyes widened, and there was a different kind of emotion. At the guest table, many guests looked at Feilu with unusual colors in his eyes after winning. It's not easy to not use a skill in the whole process. It seems that this kid wants to train his Feilu in the direction of pure body art. There was this kind of training method before, but under the cruel training, without corresponding resources and a solid foundation, once Pokémon can't stand it, it will be completely destroyed. This road is not easy to walk. But why does the combat technique used by this Feilu look a bit like the one those guys talked about? Which gym isn't ruined, and there is a successor? I don't know, things in the fighting circle are mysterious and the most xenophobic. The fighting circle is exclusive, but the psychic circle is even more exclusive. That's right. Psychic people look down on fighters, and fighters look down on psychic people. It's not a day or 2 since the 2 genres are fighting each other. I really don't know what surprises this kid can continue to bring us. Yeah, thanks to him, the popularity of the challenge has risen again. After the game, Duke returned to the player lounge as usual. This time, as soon as he entered the door, the woman who had looked for him before the game was already waiting at the door. Mr. Duke, it's like this, our supervisor gave an answer. What? Duke took a sip from the water glass offered by Seduk, and the woman also said, it's okay to arrange a match between you and Sen Mingzi, but it can only be in the semifinals. The supervisor said that whoever wins the semifinals will get the champion. In addition, you need to cooperate with us to continue to stir up the topic. Tell me, how do you do it? Duke, who put down the water glass, gave Seduk a color, and Seduk started to pack up his things. The woman also said, you need to fight against a trainer who has the same mega evolution as you in the next round. That's it. Yes, I see, you go back and tell your supervisor, let's arrange it like this. Okay, you go slowly. Ginger Soup Medical Hall, in the ward. It's just nonsense. Zhang Tang's voice came from the ward, full of anger. It's caused extensive injuries all over the body due to the practice of tactics, and now it's even more lung burns, myocardial strain, and overheated muscles that dissolve. When you let him play with injuries, did you really want to kill him? It's not as serious as you said. While Duke replied from the outside, he also handed Seduk the Mizi fruit, which is also a precious tree fruit, which can quickly recover the Pokémon's injuries and enhance the Pokémon's self-healing ability. Right now, Seduc is making poke blocks out of the berries. In front of Seduc is the vortex of the confusion process. In the vortex, some berries have been smashed and rotated rapidly. With the centrifugal force, a large amount of impurities are eliminated, and under the action of rapid spin's centripetal force, the energy essence of the berries themselves it is quickly concentrated to the center. When enough pure energy continued in the rotating core, Seduc squeezed his hands toward the middle, and several poke blocks were made. After you're done with Mizi fruit to speed up recovery, you're making some other poke blocks that increase energy resistance to various types. Duke collected the poke blocks that Seduc had just made, turned his head and sent them to the ward. Zhang Tang was almost treated by Railu at the moment. Railu, who was covered in bandages, looked miserable. Zhang Tang frowned. For Duke quite angry. Here, eat some poke blocks and replenish. Duke handed the poke blocks to Railu, who struggled to sit up, picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Tang picked up a poke blocks and frowned. What kind of fruit is this made of? Mainly use Mizi fruit as the main ingredient, and others are paired with Huangli fruit, lemon fruit, dragon eye fruit and apricot fruit. Hearing that Duke named the berries that make up poke blocks as if he was reporting the name of the dish, Zhang Tang's eyelids twitched. No matter which one of these 5 berries is an extremely cherished variety. Basically, there are no more than 5 Mizi fruits in circulation on the market every year. That's why they are sold out as soon as they come up. Most of them will be used by the major forces to cultivate Pokémon for their heirs. This fruit can enhance the vitality of Pokémon, improve the self-healing ability of Pokémon, and it is most effective to eat when it is seriously injured. As for the other 4, regular consumption of the first 2 can make Pokémon stronger, and the latter 2 can strengthen the defense and special defense of Pokémon. Are you planning to let him stand up after breaking through? Understanding what Duke meant, Zhang Tang also fed the poke blocks in his hand to Railu. Duke nodded, and at the same time, Seduc also sent other newly made poke blocks, a total of 6 types, with 6 attributes for fighting, fire, ground, water, electricity, and general. After these poke blocks are consumed, Railu's resistance to the energy of these attributes can be enhanced. That's right. Duke gave Railu the poke blocks that Seduc had just made. The poke blocks mainly made of Mishiba fruit are his staple food, and these are snacks that can increase the energy resistance to other types. In the long run, his physique will become stronger and stronger. It's really a simple and crude cultivation method. Zhang Tang covered his forehead and sighed softly. Although Duke's cultivation method seemed extremely simple and crude, it was extremely effective. After identifying a cultivation direction, the Pokémon is continuously trained with the most rigorous training methods, and after the Pokémon accumulates injuries, the Pokémon is given targeted food supplements to enhance their physical fitness. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and more intense stimulation is applied to make Pokémon stronger and stronger. 30 years ago, this method was the mainstream cultivation method. However, there are also disadvantages. Firstly, the effect is slow and the cultivation period is long. Secondly, Pokémon needs to have a good foundation. Otherwise, it is very likely that during the cultivation process, due to serious injuries and insufficient foundation, it will be abolished or die suddenly. In the end, it consumes too much resources. The Pokémon cultivated by this cultivation method is strong enough to suppress for a lifetime, but the resources consumed are counted at sky-high prices. It is even said that the resources spent by the Pokémon cultivated in this way can be used to cultivate other Pokémon, and several powerful Pokémon can be cultivated. No one can afford it. Even more than 30 years ago, there was only one person who succeeded in cultivating it with this cultivation method, and the Pokémon cultivated has now become the pillar of a country. But because it takes a long time and consumes a lot of resources, this cultivation method has been eliminated. Even once upon a time, some people joked that this is not the cultivation method of Pokémon, but the cultivation method of physical sanctification in fantasy novels. But as you go deeper, you need to invest more and more resources, even countless. And the foundation must be firm. Are you sure you want to use this cultivation method? Zhang Tang looked at Rilo, who was eating poke blocks tonic. Duke said indifferently, "This kid has been eating top tree fruits since he was a child, and his foundation has already been built extremely solid. And resources are nothing to me. Resources are for use, otherwise they will be left in the warehouse to eat ashes." Facing Duke's answer, Zhang Tang just responded with a wry smile. "Okay, you're right, you're right. Well, please take care of Rilo. I have something to do with Saduk, and I will save some poke blocks. You remember to let Rilo eat. As for how to eat, you are a doctor who understands better than me. It's okay to eat the extra Pokémon. Okay, just give him to me." After Duke and Ginger Tang made an agreement, Saduk continued to make poke blocks, making a week's worth of poke blocks in one go before stopping. "I'm sorry, Zhang Tang." Duke took Saduk out, leaving Ginger Tang in the ward looking at Rilo shaking his head and sighing. "Hey, it's hard work to have this one trainer." Ginger Tang, who touched Rilo's little head, shook his head and sighed, but Rilo looked as usual, taking a bite of poke blocks, and didn't stop until he was full. Rilo, whose eyes were filled with blue light, felt his body recover quickly under the nourishment of the energy contained in poke blocks, and at the same time he squeezed his fist slightly. Now these are not enough, he needs to become stronger, stronger, stronger. Tianzu Mountain, the top of the mountain. When Duke and Saduk landed on the top of the mountain, Hongqiao also fell from the sky, and Ho-Oh followed Hongqiao. "What? There is another Pokémon that needs acting." Ho-Oh just met Duke, and teased Duke teasingly. Duke gave Ho-Oh a blank look. "I think you haven't had enough drama, right?" Ho-Oh smiled and said nothing. Duke scratched his head and said, "What about the Moltres? Why are you looking for him? You've already killed him once. No matter how angry you are, let it go." "No, I just asked him for a fire of life." "That's not a problem." Ho-Oh nodded in agreement. Let alone a fire of life, even the entire Tianzu Mountain, if Duke opened his mouth to take it, Ho-Oh would give it to him. The premise is that Duke wants to abandon the human world and come here to live with them. "By the way, I'll show you an old friend." Duke took out the Master Ball in his hand and released Articuno. With a flash of blue light, Articuno appeared on the top of the mountain. Ho-Oh looked at Articuno with a hint of joy in his eyes after a long absence. "Long time no see, God of Ice." "Ho-Oh." Articuno bowed his head in respect. "You guys catch up first, Saduk, and I have something to do." Seeing that Ho-Oh and Articuno had something to say, Duke patted Saduk on the head. Ho-Oh looked at Duke curiously and said, "What are you going to do?" "Try a Z move with my Saduk." Chapter 102. Try Z moves with my Saduk. Duke rubbed Saduk's stupid hair, and Ho-Oh looked at Saduk beside Duke. Facing the legendary beast, Saduk was still expressionless, but his brain began to hurt. Ho-Oh looked at Saduk for a moment, then raised his head and said to Duke, "When I saw this little guy before, I felt that his aura was a bit familiar. Now let's see." Ho-Oh turned to look at Saduk. "You smell like Mew." After all, this guy got his current power by relying on Mew's mutant gene. Mutant gene? Ho-Oh's eyes turned serious. When and who did it? "A group of lunatics, but I have already wiped them out." Duke waved his hand indifferently. Although the masked man named Asgard of the World Tree said goodbye in the future before self-destructing, Duke didn't want others to know about it. Because such small pleasures are rare. He would not share such a fun thing with others. "That's fine, but I didn't expect there to be lunatics in this world who would be involved in this kind of thing." Ho-Oh sighed, but Duke didn't want to inquire at all, because the old ant was just trying to whet his appetite. If he asked, he would probably bring down the matter of Tianzu Mountain and the gods on earth. "It's all dead," what are you doing talking about these things? While Duke was speaking, he also looked towards a certain side of Tianzu Mountain, where there was an endless desert of yellow sand. As the center of no man's land, Tianzu Mountain and multiple areas of no man's land intersect, including but not limited to, forests, grasslands, deserts, swamps, rainforests, lakes and many other terrains. Okay, I'm taking Saduk to practice, you two catch up first, remember my 07 fire of life. Duke with Saduk is slowly fading in Ho-Oh and Articuno seeing this, Ho-Oh sighed, sometimes this guy is so smart that it makes people feel ashamed, and sometimes he's so smart that makes people gnash their teeth. This child. Articuno looked at the place where Duke stood just now, and asked hesitantly, who the hell is that? He calls himself Silver, and we call him that, but in the hearts of other Pokémon, he is the only god in the world. It appeared in no man's land about 2 years ago, and caused a lot of trouble. Ho-Oh smiled wryly with reminiscence in his eyes, when I confronted him, I was almost beaten to death. You were? Articuno's eyes were filled with surprise, how is this possible? How is it impossible? Ho-Oh sighed, and continued, don't look at him with such a foolish look, he is very strong, he could carry my holy fire and charge over me 2 years ago, pinch my neck and beat me. I don't know how far it has reached now, but it should be stronger. Then such a dangerous existence. Articuno hesitated to speak, afraid of saying the wrong thing. But Ho-Oh said, you don't have to worry too much, although 2 years ago he was lawless and wanted to beat everyone up, but now he is much better than before. Whether it is mature or see-through, we don't know. However, you only need to remember one sentence. What is it, please? Never offend Silver. Ho-Oh looked towards the desert area, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, he will find you and kill you. In the desert region, Duke and Saduk appeared out of nowhere on the yellow sand. Duke, who was stepping on the yellow sand, looked up at the huge sun above his head. While feeling the blazing sun, he also groaned happily, it still feels comfortable. Duke, who took off his clothes and left only his shorts, exposed himself to the scorching sun, and at the same time Saduk said, you brought me out for the Z-move. Aren't you going to deal with this after you go to the islands of Celadon/Rainbow State? Rylul won't be able to play in the next few games, so you and Gyarados need to be on top in the next game, and Articuno needs to be a little behind. Also, tomorrow I will be facing a player who also has Mega Evolution, so I thought about it, and I might as well play Z moves and send him out. But we haven't received the study and training of Z Pure Crystal systematically, what should we do? Duke weighed his head and said to himself, all knowledge is in it. When the world tree was destroyed, every time I destroyed a base, I would read all the information in that base. Now I can completely experiment with Z moves with you. However, I still need the assistance of a little guy. When Duke said this, he thought of a key point. The Z move can only be used when the 3 conditions of glowing stone, Z pure crystal and full power posture are all in place. And after one hit, it will drain the strength of the trainer and Pokémon. He himself doesn't care, his physical strength is unlimited, but Saduk probably can't, so he has to find a charge treasure for Saduk. Thinking of this, Duke said to Saduk, just wait for me. As soon as the words fell, Duke's figure disappeared, but in the blink of an eye, Duke appeared in front of Saduk again, holding a Pokémon that looked like a little mouse in his hand. Bimmy! Holding a tree fruit in his hand, Victorine looked at the changed environment with a dazed expression. Isn't he in his own home, eating fruit? How come here suddenly? Who is this expressionless silly duck in front of him? And this familiar feel? Victorine raised her head subconsciously, meeting Duke's gaze. Bimmy! Victorine, who was taken aback by Duke, opened his mouth wide. Why did he fall into the hands of the Silver Demon King again? What are you going to do this time? Who is this little guy? Seduk looked at Victini, who looked loveless in Duke's hands, and Duke lifted Victini and put it on his shoulder. This is the charge treasure I found for you. Charge treasure? That's right, this little guy is called Victini. He has a special ability, that is, he can create infinite universal energy in his body. This energy can be transmitted to any existence, except me of course. Duke put Victini on his shoulders and said with a smile, because I am too strong. His energy is not even a drop in the bucket for me, but for you, it is a charge treasure that can last forever. Considering the energy consumption of the Z move, he will make you a charge treasure. Once your stamina is exhausted, he will replenish it for you. So it is. Seduk nodded to show his understanding, but Victini still looked unlovable. Completely, damn it, it's about to be squeezed by the Silver Demon King again. Last time, he was caught and given to Rayquaza charge, but this time he was directly replaced by a stupid duck. Why is my, Victini's life so miserable? Okay, don't look resentful, this time it's over, I'll let those lazy guys play a game later, so that you can eat well, how about it? Hearing what Duke said, Victini moved her ears and looked at Duke with wide eyes. Bimmy. Really? Of course it's true. Bimmy. Victini clenched his little fist, saying that he would leave the rest to him. At the same time, he was also thinking, who should fight with whom first? Entei and Suicune? Forget it, or Entei and Hiatran, these two fight, it is easy to play real fire, and the strong will to win can let you taste very delicious victory fluctuations. After completing the necessary conditions, Duke opened the interspatial bag and took out the Z bracelet and Z pure crystal presented by Qi Wanyu. It's better to use an ordinary Z first. Duke looked at Seduk after inlaying the ordinary Z pure crystal on the Z bracelet. Are you ready? It is done. Duke nodded, let's get started. At the same time, Duke quickly went through all the knowledge and content about Z moves in his mind. To launch Z moves requires a full posture. And? The so-called full power posture is that the trainer guides Pokémon to launch Z moves through specific actions and with his own physical strength. This is also the difference between Z moves and Mega Evolution, that is, the trainer also needs to pay physical strength. For Duke, though, the full strength posture doesn't matter at all. It only takes a thought to mobilize power. As soon as the idea came up, the Z bracelet on his wrist glowed, and at the same time, under the radiance of the sun's light, the power hidden in the Z pure crystal was quickly mobilized. What's more, what is visible to the naked eye is that there are cracks on the surface of ordinary Z pure crystals at this moment. You must know that this is just the beginning of mobilizing energy. Immediately afterwards, this power was transmitted to Seduk with Duke's traction. Seduk, who was preparing, felt a huge force pouring into his body, and at the same time, his whole body was rippling with a different kind of energy light. Seduk, whose body was floating in the air, was surrounded by energy rays all over his body. When he rose to a distance of 1 meter from the ground, the energy rays on his body surface were rapidly compressed, turning into an energy coat like a holy cloth. Next second. Gah! Seduk let out a cry that pierced through the sky, and flew out like a cannonball. It was also at this moment that the Z bracelet on Duke's wrist cracked, and the ordinary Z pure crystal was directly weathered and shattered. Obviously, it couldn't bear Duke's power, and the power Duke mobilized was too powerful, crushing ordinary Z pure crystals to pieces. Boom! On the other side, Seduk crashed head-on into a dune while leaving a long ravine in the desert. After a loud noise, the dune exploded into dust and disappeared completely, while Seduk collapsed on the yellow sand, panting heavily with his mouth wide open. The yellow sand flying all over the sky fell down over time and buried Seduk, but Seduk's eyes flashed and he returned to Duke. It's so exciting! It's so exciting! Reminiscing about the explosive power of the moment just now, Seduk's eyes were full of aftertaste, and he smacked his mouth and shouted happily. Duke glanced at the Z bracelet in his hand, smacked his tongue and said, you enjoyed yourself, but the Z pure crystal shattered. Don't you want as much as you want? Siduk waved at Victini, let's do it a few more times, it's a great feeling. Victini sent energy to Siduk, and helping hand raised him up again. Seeing that he was so attentive, Duke simply took out a Z pure crystal and inlaid it on the Z bracelet again. Then encore. Half an hour later, the sand dunes in front of Duke seemed to have been bitten by a monster, and a huge deep pit appeared, and there were only a few pure Z crystals left in the Z crystal box in Duke's hand. Before it was all used up, the Z bracelet on his wrist was the first to break into slag. Only Siduk was lying on the sand with a satisfied face and aftertaste. Duke looked at the Z crystal box and then looked at Siduk, and said melancholy, I wanted to try out the Z move, but I didn't expect the two of us to add up to become Z pure. Crystal Crusher. It seems that if you want to use Z moves in the future, you have to prepare yourself 180 Z pure crystals. I agree, but where can I find it? Duke blinked. Chapter 103. Directly go to the wholesaler of Z pure crystal. Duke blinked, and Siduk turned over and sat up from the ground, nodding vigorously, go to them, go to them. Victini also came over, are you going to fight? Bimmy. Take me one, take me one. No matter who the Great Silver Demon King is going to persecute, the other party will try to defeat Duke at all costs before they have fully seen the horror of the Great Silver Demon King. In this process, the will to win will produce a strong victory fluctuation. Even if the opponent fails in the end, the victory fluctuations generated by the opponent's will to survive in the battle can still make Victini full. In this case, Duke glanced at the sun and estimated the time. Then let's go. We just want to go to Celadon/Rainbow State after the game. Let's go there now. Let's pave the way ahead of time. Duke immediately made up his mind to go to the Kapu family and have a friendly exchange with them. But after a friendly exchange, when he leaves, the other party will definitely graciously persuade him to stay, but he must not be able to stay for a long time. In this case, the other party will send some souvenirs to Duke as a souvenir. As for souvenirs? Well, I understand everything. Walk. Duke unleashes a biological force field, envelopes Siduk and Victini and soars into the sky, heading straight for Celadon/Rainbow State. As a tropical archipelago, Celadon/Rainbow State was a subsidiary of the Lighthouse State 30 years ago. It's just that after the arrival of a huge island mystery, everything has changed. It was not uncommon for secret realms to descend in that era. There were new secret realms descending every moment, and the number of secret realms descending above Wangyang was far more than that on land. Originally, when the secret realm of the islands came, everyone thought that this secret realm was not much different from other secret realms, except that it was larger in size. And if the area is large, there must be a lot of resources. This is the consensus of almost everyone. At that time, the Lighthouse country was the closest to the secret realm of the islands. They forcibly blocked the entry of trainers from other countries on the grounds of eliminating danger, and entered the secret realm first by themselves to search for resources. Then, they yelled. The secret realm of the islands is different from other secret realms. In other secret realms, you can at best kill the secret realm overlord in the secret realm, and then you can make this secret realm take whatever you want. However, there are not only overlord Pokémon in the secret territory of the islands, but also the guardian angels of the islands. As soon as the people from the Lighthouse country entered, they were taught a lesson by reality. First of all, countless overlord Pokémon swarms attacked them. The overlord Pokémon, which were huge in size and had a dominant field, almost defeated the exploration forces of the Lighthouse Kingdom immediately. When the Lighthouse Kingdom regained its momentum, it moved out its own country's champion-level combat power and planned to sweep the islands. As a result, the Kapu family, the guardian gods of the islands, stood up. Then, the 3 champion-level fighters of the Lighthouse Kingdom were slaughtered, and all the high-end fighters who went there were wiped out. After that battle, The vitality of the Lighthouse Kingdom was severely damaged, and it has not recovered completely until today. I can only boast that I am the best in the world in science and technology, but in fact I know everything. And it is the lessons learned from the Lighthouse country that let people from other countries understand that this is not a secret place that can be fooled around. After learning about this, the Dragon Kingdom Association immediately sent that generation of aura envoys, and successfully met the island patron saint, and learned everything there. Since then, the secret land of the islands has come into the sight of the whole world, and after the secret land of the islands merged with the main world, they occupied Celadon/Rainbow State, forcing the Lighthouse country to lose its wife and soldiers. Then, the king of the islands was confirmed, and the tour of the islands was confirmed, and it has been followed until now. Even, Celadon/Rainbow State, which combines the secrets of the islands, has become a holy place for training sets in the world today. Just because Z pure crystals, Z bracelets, and Z moves are produced here. In the annual parade of the islands, hundreds of thousands of people participate in the audition alone. As for the final selection of those who can participate in the parade of the islands, there are only a few dozen people. But even so, there are still many people flocking to it. And today, an uninvited guest came over Celadon/Rainbow State. This is Celadon/Rainbow State. Duke, who was wrapped in a biological stance, stood high above the sky, overlooking the Celadon/Rainbow State below. Seduk nodded, but Victini leaned against the biological force field and tried his best to look out. Because of his particularity, Ho-Oh has always ordered him not to leave the area of Tianzu Mountain, otherwise, if he is discovered by outside humans, he may be arrested and do bad things. Although Victini can create unlimited universal energy, its own combat power is not strong. Even the exclusive move V Hot Bomb is not enough to protect him. After all, this little guy is only half a step champion now. It can be said that he is at the bottom of Tianzu Mountain's combat power ranking, even Shaman is better than him. He is not a little bit stronger. Of course, as a recognized charge treasure, Victini doesn't need too much combat power. But if you want to go out, you need to be accompanied by a strong combat force. Like Ho-Oh, or Duke. Others, no. Not qualified. Of course, Ho-Oh doesn't have time, Duke doesn't come to Tianzu Mountain, and the main purpose of these two conditions is to limit Victini. Don't let this little guy run around. It is rare for Victini to come out now, so naturally he has to take a good look at the scenery outside. At a glance, you can see a crowded coastal town. Under the hot sun, there are big emerald green palm trees. Keep going back and forth, the soft waves with white foam can't stop rushing. Brush the sand. The delicate and magnificent sandy beach and strong men and beautiful women wearing sexy swimsuits and surfboards showing good figures on the beach accompanied the trip. Bimmy! Victini looked at all this with wide eyes, all this was so novel to him, and it also attracted its attention. Duke glanced at Victini and didn't care. Anyway, he couldn't fall in the biological force field. Duke looked around. Stopped directly on the highest mountain on the island, and began to release his momentum. In an instant, the terrifying aura was like mercury pouring down the ground, suffocating the air, and all the surrounding movements disappeared at this moment, whether it was mosquitoes, mice, ants, or Pokémon living in the bushes, they were all under Duke's aura. Passed out under. The silence spread quickly like a plague, and soon attracted the attention of a guy hidden on this island. Duke waited quietly. For a powerful Pokémon, there are two things that cannot be given up, nor can they be taunted. The first is the territory, and the second is the spouse. But now, Duke's behavior of standing on the mountain and releasing his momentum is tantamount to running on the territory of a hyena, urinating and yelling. Soon, a powerful aura rushed towards Duke. After feeling this aura, Duke grinned, this method is really tried and tested. The next second, Kapu Ming Ming, who was covered in electricity, rushed out of the jungle and came to the open space. As soon as he appeared, the violent electricity seemed to be pouring out of a reservoir, covering the entire highland. The iron powder rich in the soil on the highland ground is sucked out by the Fulner field generated by the strong electric field, and floats in the air. As soon as Kapu Ming Ming appeared, he immediately glared at Duke with a questioning look in his ferocious eyes. After all, they invaded their own territory for no reason, even if it was other legendary Pokémon, Kapu Ming Ming would still hit it. As for whether you can fight or not, if you can beat it, then press and rub against the opponent firmly. Can't beat it, do you know what it means to have a family united as one, and its benefits cut through gold? Tapu. Kapu asked Duke loudly, why did he come to make trouble in his own territory? Duke said directly, I'm looking for you to wholesale some Z pure crystals. Tapu. Kapu Ming Ming opened his eyes wide, wholesale Z pure crystal, who do you think you are? Kapu. Then I might as well give you my older sister and younger brother too. This is fine too. Kapu. Yes, sir, you are too arrogant. Kapu Ming Ming closed his hands, and the shells on each arm were also closed together. When Kapu Ming Ming opened his arms again, a bright thunder shot out. The lightning scorched the air, filling the mountain with the smell of ozone. At the same time, Victini and Seduc in the biological force field saw only a flash of light, and the next second the lightning landed on the biological force field. Victini covered his eyes subconsciously, but when he soon found that there was no problem, he looked at Kapu Ming Ming curiously, wondering how long this weird-looking guy could last. After the shock wave, Kapu Ming Ming's eyes remained angry, but within his expectation, this rude guy must have been injured. But when spark dissipated, the biological force field still stood in place, which made Kapu Ming Ming's eyes widen. How is this possible? It turned out to be unscathed. You can't beat me alone, call all your brothers and sisters here. Duke's voice came from the biological force field, and Kapu stared. As the most combative member of the Kapu family, how could he do what Duke said? Kapu! Kapu roared, put his hands together, and the shell on his arm closed immediately, and the spark on the electric field under him continued to crackle. Spark centered on Kapu Ming Ming, and kept gathering towards him. At the same time, a powerful aura floated endlessly on Kapu Ming Ming's body, and quickly materialized, transforming into a saffron-colored energy coat. Tapu. After a low growl, Kapu Ming Ming disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the biological force field. In the biological force field, Duke stretched out his arm, and raised his hand to firmly catch the impact of Kapu's screaming. Yes, use the electric field to accumulate strength, use the brave bird to slam, and at the same time use the electric field as a launcher, and shoot yourself out like a zap cannon bullet. It's actually very good. But it's too fancy. Duke walked out of the biological force field holding Kapu Ming Ming in one hand, and pressed Kapu Ming Ming to the ground. I said, call your family members together. Duke pressed Kapu Ming Ming into the ground like a nail, and Kapu Ming Ming, who sank down a little bit, was full of disbelief. How could this be? I was actually suppressed by a human being in terms of strength? This is impossible. Is this guy really human? Kapu Ming Ming looked at Duke with disbelief in his eyes, and at the same time saw the joke in Duke's eyes and the mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Now, call your family over, and show me your exclusive Z movement Alola, the Giant Guardian. Chuan. Chapter 104. Call your family now, then show me your exclusive Z movement Giant Guardian Alola. Duke pressed Kapu Ming Ming's head, his voice mixed with ridicule, and his superior eyes made Kapu Ming Ming feel humiliated. Kapu. Kapu Ming Ming fought hard, while the electric energy continued to surge. Duke watched him quietly, while Seduc and Victini watched from the side. Seduc looks wildly excited, this is what he's been dreaming of all along. Powerful, incomparably powerful, so powerful that it looks down on everything, everything must submit. Victini was stroking his belly, staring at Kapu Mingming, secretly cheering him up. Don't give up so quickly, keep going, keep fighting against the Silver King. The stronger your will to win, the more satisfied I can eat. Come on, Kapu Mingming. Fight hard. While Victonai waved his little hand to cheer up Kapu Mingming, all the electricity in the electric field was converging towards Kapu Mingming. Pu. Kapu roared, and a thunderbolt fell out of nowhere in the clear sky. The light of thunder tore apart the sky and the earth, and the sound of thunder resounded within 100 miles. It's just that the target is not Duke, but Kapu Mingming himself. Kapu Mingming, who was bathed in the thunder, tried his best to absorb the power contained in the thunder, and while absorbing the power, he also tried his best to resist Duke. At the same moment, somewhere on Melomeli Island, Qi Fengtian, the old man of the Qi family, stood up suddenly from the reclining chair, looked in the direction of Luo Lei, and Qi Wanyu, who was accompanying him by his side, asked curiously, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The patroness is fighting." Qi Fengtian opened his eyes wide, and tried his best to look in the direction of Luo Lei. He was very familiar with the power of Kapu Mingming, and that thunderous sound was obviously a symbol of Kapu Mingming using all his strength. Qi Fengtian and Kapu Mingming worked together to study the technique of using the electric field to attract the thunder in the sky, thereby charging oneself and bursting out powerful power. But now, what kind of enemy did Kapu Mingming encounter to use this technique? On the other side, Kapu Mingming, who was covered in thunder, also used the power of the thunder to strengthen himself to resist. Kapu Mingming, will never admit defeat. Kapu Mingming burst out with more powerful lightning, and the electric current was like fireworks, continuously sputtering from his body, and each time a sputtering, it would leave a scorched black mark on the ground. Kapu Mingming squeezed all the strength in his body and pressed back against Duke's palm. One eruption is enough to smash a mountain into pieces. Then failed to push. Tapu opened his eyes wide and burst out with power again. Kapu, I control my own life. And then still can't push. Pu, open it for me. And then he still couldn't move. The panting Kapu Mingming and the teasing Duke looked at each other, and Duke smiled and said, "I thought the second move of the Z move was a convention, but I didn't expect it to be rooted in you patron saints. Is there any other quotations from Domineering Secondary School? Let's listen to it." Kapu Mingming glared at Duke, "You can break my spine, but you can't bend my pride. I, Kapu Mingming, will never give in. Today, Groudon came out of the volcano, and Kyogre came out of the sea. And my words are here. I, never give in." Hee, the little eyes are still very stubborn. Duke's brain collapsed on Kapu Mingming's forehead, causing him to be severely injured immediately, and he felt dizzy, shaking everything he saw. Duke looked at Kapu Mingming, who was shaking his head with great interest, and there was a lot of evil in his eyes. "Tapu, I will not give in." Duke raised his hand and flicked his fingers, another brain collapsed. "Tapu, kind of you beat me to death." Duke's brain collapsed again, and Kapu's headache was splitting, but his mouth was still stubborn. Pu. Come on, kill me." Duke was about to shoot again. Kapu Mingming shook his head to see Duke's strength, but he didn't know where the strength came from, and broke free from Duke's hands. Duke relaxed his strength in a timely manner, allowing him to break free and fly into the sky. "Kapu, my family, I was bullied, come here." It was just a cry, and there was a response in an instant. Yula Yula Island, in a ruin, a black and red Pokémon left the ruins and came towards Melomeli Island. Akara Island, a pink Pokémon, Glacia Island, a purple Pokémon, all took to the sky, heading towards Melomeli Island. In just a moment, all the four major Kapus of the Tapu family arrived. They are Tapu Mingming, Tapu Butterfly, Tapu Momu, and Tapu Fin. Nanai. The pink Kapu deity came to Kapu Mingming, swayed healing energy, and while curing Kapu Mingming, she also asked him what happened. After receiving Kapu deity's treatment, Kapu Mingming shook his head and pointed at Duke on the ground. Kapu. Someone smashed the field, he said that he would turn us into a wholesaler of Z pure crystal. In a word, it caused the other three Tapu to look at Duke with the same hatred. Tapu deity was the most angry. As a pink Pokémon with a black inside, she likes to fight with Pokémon the most. After being beaten to the brink of death, she will be healed. Then beat them to the brink of death, and the cycle repeats. But now, how can he not be angry when he hears that the eldest brother of the family is being bullied? Woolen cloth. I only give you one chance. Duke looked at the Tapu family in the sky, and said lightly, it's best to use your Tapu family's exclusive Z move together, otherwise, I will be very tired if you beat each other. Nanai. Kapu deity immediately glared at Duke, damn human, dare to be so arrogant, believe it or not, I beat you to death? Facing the impulsive Kapu deity, Kapu Mingming immediately stopped her and shook his head at her. This human being is very strong, and we cannot defeat him. Tapu Momu and Tapu Finfin watched quietly, the former was serious, low-key, and lazy, while the latter was devoted and caring. These two can be regarded as the opposite type of Kapu Mingming and Kapu deity in the Tapu family, but as long as Tapu Mingming and Kapu deity decide what to do, they will unconditionally support them. As a family, everyone prospers, and everyone loses. Nanai. What should I do then? Kapu. Kapu Mingming looked at the other three family members and could only use that trick. Kapu deity was taken aback for a moment, and then yelled twice with joy, that trick hadn't been used for decades. The other two taps are non-committal, since they need to be used, then use them. Kapu Mingming took a step forward and looked at Duke. Kapu. Human beings, regret your arrogance. Arrogance and what you have done. Duke scratched his chin, why is this patroness so bad, I can't see it. Soon, the four patron saints of the Tapu family swooped down and quickly landed on the four directions of Duke in the southeast, northwest, and faintly wrapped it in it. To the east of Duke, Tapu Mingming is a legendary Pokémon of the Electric and Fairy series. To the south of Duke, Kapu deity is a legendary Pokémon of the Psychic and Fairy lines. To the west of Duke, Kapu Momu is a legendary Pokémon of the Grass and Fairy series. To the north of Duke, Tapu is a legendary Pokémon of the Water and Fairy series. The four legendary Pokémon stand at the four corners, surrounding Duke in the middle. At the same time, the four began to spread their auras one after another. In the blink of an eye, the electric field, psychic terrain, misty terrain, and grassy terrain appeared on this high ground. As soon as the four venues appeared, they began to merge with each other, and quickly intertwined into complicated and gorgeous colors. And when all the colors intertwine, a natural field arises, enclosing Duke in the middle. The first time the natural field appeared, the control over the natural energy here was also taken away by the Kapu family coefficient. Being in the natural realm, Duke suddenly noticed that the air became thicker, the natural energy began to alienate him, and there was a kind of suppressing force falling on him. And the next second, a violent thunder, a beam of Sice Hawk, a giant tree, and a torrent of water all came towards Duke. After releasing the first attack, the four major Kapu looked at Duke proudly. This was just an appetizer and a warning. Use the strongest force. Soon, the ground under Duke's feet was pierced by a gigantic giant log, and the giant log growing at an extremely fast speed turned into a spear rising from the ground at this moment, which was about to pierce Duke, and the thunder and water merged to submerge Duke. The last Sice Hawk pointed directly at Duke's brain, threatening to shatter his head. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a powerful energy storm rose from the ground, and Saduk, who had already taken Victini into the air, held it high above the sky. Seeing the energy turbulence burst, he propped up Reflect for defense. However, the joint attack of the 4 legendary Pokémon also made Psyduck's defense last for less than a second before it exploded. Fortunately, with the Victini brand charge treasure, Psyduck rose again under the installation of Victini's power, and used Protect to protect himself and Victini. Is this the power of the legendary Pokémon? Psyduck was shocked. He thought he was already very strong, but now seeing the performance of the Kapu family, he understood the truth that there are people beyond people. And Duke, who was at the center, raised his hands and clapped his hands, and the applause came out crisply, instantly suppressing all the energy turbulence and taking away all the sounds between heaven and earth. When all the light and smoke dissipated, Duke stood on the spot intact. The expressionless god on earth twisted his neck and said in a deep voice, "I said, use your exclusive Z. Are you kidding me now?" Before the words fell, the aura like the abyss like the sea erupted suddenly. The ground under Duke's feet collapsed and disintegrated. Except for his foothold, the rest of the ground collapsed sequentially. The clouds in the sky were also shaken by the aura, and 1,000-mile clear sky. The 4 Kapus of the Kapu family felt the aura of Duke, and the horror in their hearts occupied the peak. Everything in front of their eyes was distorted under the terrifying aura of this human boy, the air collapsed, the space distorted, and everything was quickly moving away from them, leaving only the only existence in sight. God among men. You only get one chance to take advantage of. The voice of the god on earth came into the minds of the 4 Tapu, and they were also shocked. The psychological shadow of death hits my heart. If I don't meet this guy's request, I will really die. Chapter 105. You only get one chance to take advantage of. The voice of the god on earth came into the minds of the 4 Tapu, and they also stood up one after another. Their eyes were like earthquake, trembling crazily, and at the same time they understood one thing. If you don't meet this guy's requirements, you will really die. The 4 Tapu looked at each other, and they all understood the determination contained in their eyes, and they really had to show their true skills, otherwise, they might be shot to death on the spot by the strong and shameless man in front of them. After exchanging glances, the 4 Tapu reshaped their expressions one after another. With serious expressions, they closed their eyes and groaned softly. Kapu. Nana. Da. Tch. Tapu Mingming, Tapu Didi, Tapu Momu, and Tapu Fin were already blown to the extreme in their hearts under the pressure of Duke. When the 4 are connected with each other, they work together to bring the whole highland together. No, it should mean that the entire Melomeli Island, together with the huge natural energy of Ula Ula Island, Akara Island, Glacia Island, and even the secrets of the entire islands, began to gather frantically. Huge natural energy gathered in the ground under the 4 Tapu, and at the same time, the power of the 4 giant natural incarnations emerging from the ground enveloped them. This is exactly the Z movement that Duke asked them to show, which is exclusive to the Kapu family giant guardian Alola. Under the pressure of huge natural energy, the earth was broken and cracked, as if some terrifying giant underground beast was about to break out of the ground, and smoke and dust rose from the cracks in the earth and rocks. At this time, 4 headless energy giants in gold, pink, green, and blue climbed out from the fissure, shook the earth and rocks, and stood on the ground. As soon as the 4 giants appeared, they had already displayed extraordinary power just by standing there. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Psyduck and Victini in the sky widened. This kind of terrifying power is really appalling. The condensed energy fluctuations erupted from the 4 giants, and the corresponding 4 Tapu of the Tapu family also echoed with energy. As the electric current surged on Kapu Mingming's body surface, he dropped the shell into the neck of the golden giant, and used his body to become the brain to control the giant. At the same time, Tapu Butterfly, Tapu Mu, and Tapu's fins also moved in the same way, and they all quickly filled with the power corresponding to miracles. For a while confusion, grass leaves, and water splashed endlessly in the void, the 3 also learned to tap. Pu Mingming withdraws his body and falls quickly to act as the giant's head, thereby controlling the giant's actions. When the Tapu family merged with the giant guards they summoned, the 4 giants of different colors seemed to be alive, and they rushed towards Duke with heavy steps. This kind of power is simply beyond my imagination. Seduc's face, which had always been blank, now showed a rare expression of shock, surprise, and puzzlement on the surface. Just when the 4 guardian gods of Tapu used the exclusive Z of the Tapu family, the island kings scattered around Melomeli Island, Eula Eula Island, Akara Island, and Glacia Island looked at each other in response. Directions to Melomeli Island. Qi Fengtian stroked the loose skin on his bronze-colored arm, his eyes filled with astonishment and fear. What's the matter, Grandpa? Qi Wanyu, who was in her 30s, acted like a little girl in front of Qi Fengtian, who was in her 70s. Faced with his granddaughter's confusion, Qi Fengtian raised his hand to sense the flow of air, looked up at the sky, and watched the sudden change in the sky. The guardian gods of the islands are angry. The natural energy of the islands has been taken away by them to strengthen themselves. The war should have started now. The patron saint of the island, going to war. Qi Wanyu was taken aback. The 4 patron saints of the islands in Celadon/Rainbow State are symbols of invincibility. What kind of enemies would make them angry and use their full strength? Could it be related to our family curse? Qi Wanyu thought of a possibility, so she blurted it out. Qi Fengtian shook her head with a complex expression. No, the island guardians won't go to war for this matter. While speaking, Qi Fengtian looked at the warship of the Lighthouse Kingdom in the distance at the junction of the sea and the sky. Could it be that what they were looking for was born? While Qi Fengtian was wondering, Qi Fengtian's cell phone rang suddenly, and when he picked it up, he saw that it was a call from the king of the island of Eula Eula Island. Hey, old Qi, do you feel it? I feel it, and you too. Which member of my family ran away from the beginning? When I came to pay tribute today, I just saw her fly away. It looks like something big is going to happen. Then call everyone. Call everyone, block martial law, and prepare to fight side by side with the island patron saint. Understood, I will contact the other 2 guys immediately. Just as the island kings started to move, Duke looked at the giant guard walking towards him with a look in his eyes. It's okay to see it, but that's all it is. While Duke was speaking, he stretched out his right arm and spread his 5 fingers. He let go of his perception and began to sense the nearby gravitational waves. Gravitational waves are everywhere, and he only needs a little sensing to capture them. When Duke caught the first gravitational wave straight forward with one hand, he controlled the gravitational wave within his palm with pure strength, and began to gradually bend his 5 fingers. As Duke continued to release his power, the gravitational wave showed a spiral rotation in his palm. At the same time, he slowly clenched his palms tightly. As the gravitational waves in Duke's palm were continuously compressed, a gravitational collapse phenomenon that only existed in the universe appeared in Duke's palm. After gravitational collapse, the gravitational wave coefficient is swallowed by the collapsed central point, and then a black sphere appears directly, and expands rapidly. Seduc felt his jaw drop when he saw this. Hand rub the dark void. Can you exaggerate a little more? The dark void in Duke's palm seemed to expand endlessly, just for a moment, towards his original 4 giant guards. It was captured by the gravity field released by the dark void, and pulled towards the center of the dark void. In an instant, the 4 giants seemed to be broken porcelain, their huge bodies were quickly shattered under the tearing force of the dark void, and the energy turned into light spots were swallowed by the dark void. Not long after, the 4 giants disappeared, leaving only 4 Tapu frantically trying to escape the capture of the dark void. Duke watched all this indifferently, holding the dark void in his hand, standing on the spot. Because of the dark void, the surrounding space was distorted to varying degrees, and the 4 Tapu captured by the gravity field also distorted to varying degrees due to the distortion of space. Seeing that the 4 Tapu were about to be devoured by the dark void, Duke also said, "From now on, you are no longer the Tapu family, but my wholesaler of Z Pure Crystal. Any comments? Tapu Mingming, Tapu Didi, Tapu Mumu and Tapu Fin nodded frantically, and if they were a little later, they would be devoured and shattered by the dark void. As for Z pure crystal wholesalers, isn't that what they do? Why not agree? Agree, agree, agree too fast. From now on, we can pay you tribute every year, no, every week. Seeing the four Tapu nodding repeatedly, Duke didn't annihilate the dark void immediately, but quietly watched them being attracted by the dark void and heading towards the center. 0 Please ask for flowers 0. Soon, Tapu Didi came to the edge of the dark void, her figure was almost twisted into noodles, and she was about to be swallowed. She screamed and begged Duke like crazy, and Duke also closed his fingers at this time to annihilate the dark void in his palm. Just 1 hour after dark void, the surrounding space quickly returned to its original state. The space stretched to the limit suddenly bounced, and quickly returned to its original shape. Correspondingly, the four Tapu were also directly ejected due to the turmoil of the space recovery. But even if the four were thrown out, they did not dare to escape privately. Facing the ruthless man rubbing the dark void, they didn't dare to resist. Those who ride horses can rub the dark void with their hands, who knows if you can do any earth-shattering operations. When the four Tapu with lingering fear in their hearts came to Duke, Tapu Didi, Tapu Momu and Tapu Finfin all stared at Tapu Mingming fiercely. Where did you provoke such a great god? It's not good for you to be beaten up, and it also caused us to be beaten up. Leaving aside the physical damage, the psychological fear alone is incalculable. From now on, you will provide me with Z bracelets polished with Z pure crystals and brilliant stones. I don't care where the things come from, but a certain amount must be handed in every month. Same. There was a hint of majesty in Duke's voice that he couldn't easily detect. You are my Pokémon from now on, no one can bully you except me. It doesn't matter if Arceus comes. Understand? The four Tapu nodded their heads, expressing their understanding, and Duke also nodded slightly. Remember my name. Silver. Now, let's deal with those people. Duke looked in one direction, and many people were rushing towards this direction, including Chi Wanyu's grandfather and grandson. Duke disappeared with Saduk and Victonai in a flash, and the four Tapu collapsed to the ground, looking at each other with fear in their eyes, as if they were alive after a catastrophe. But soon, the eyes of the other three Kapus fell on Kapu Mingming, and the three exchanged a look, and the next second they all rushed towards Kapu Mingming. What are you doing to provoke such a strong person? I was hurt by you today. Just when Chi Fengtian and the other three island kings arrived, they happened to see the scene of Tapu Didi, Tapu Momu and Tapu Fini pressing Tapu Mingming and beating violently on the ground. And Kapu Mingming couldn't fight back yet, after all, it was really his fault. He wanted to explain that the other party came to find fault on his own initiative, but he couldn't explain it. Alas, anyway, it was just a beating to vent anger, at most the skin was bruised and the face was swollen, just bear it and pass. In this way, the Tapu Mingming who was beaten with his head in his arms and the other three Tapu who beat him fell on the island's dot in the eyes of the king. Chi Fengtian rubbed his eyes, my family's patron saint is being beaten by the three of you. This. It's probably for fun. Do you want to ask? Ask. Chi Fengtian took a step forward, and just about to speak, Kapu Didi swept over with murderous eyes. What do you want to do? Chi Fengtian had no choice but to take a step back resentfully, and waved his hand to signal you to continue. Kapu Didi scanned the crowd, turned her head and sent an aromatherapy treatment to Kapu Mingming, clearing all abnormal states, and another heal pulse cured Kapu Mingming. After being cured, Kapu Mingming was stunned, and then he was pressed to the ground by the other three Kapu and beat him. The other three Tapu, today, if you don't hit you for 3 to 5 hours, don't even try to stand up. Towel. Chapter 106. July 14th, Sunny. Ginger Soup Medical Hall. Duke, are you ready to go out? Zhang Tang, holding a tablet and watching the official comment section of the Giant Wristband Challenge, noticed the neatly dressed Duke. Duke was standing in the entrance, adjusting the arm guard with his left hand, and Railu, who was still recovering from his injury, followed him. Bandages can still be seen on Railu's body, but they are mostly covered by a small gown with Lucario's pattern on it. At the same time, Lucario has a bib around his neck and a satchel full of poke blocks on his waist. Having this satchel is mainly to allow Railu to supplement food as much as possible. It is best to eat a little fatter during the recovery period. Pokémon eating fat is not only rich in nutrition, but also more energy accumulation. If Railu has energy accumulation, it will be more beneficial for his next training. This set of clothes was made by Zhang Tang for Lucario. Duke came back after work yesterday and was a little surprised to see Lucario's suit. Zhang Tang, an old Chinese doctor, has such a set of skills, which really surprised him. But it's right to think about it carefully. There is acupuncture and moxibustion in Chinese medicine. People who can prick people with silver needles, let alone embroidery needles. Ready to go out, I plan to start Seduct today. Railu is watching the game by my side. Come on, I bought you to win. Zhang Tang clapped the tablet in his hand. Duke rolled his eyes. Dr. Zhang, why are you playing this trick? Have fun. Okay, then invest more, and I will let you make a lot of money. Duke smiled at Zhang Tang. Today, Mo Hong, I'm the starter, and I want a series of 3, so you can press this. Then I thank you in advance. It's nothing. The car from the arena is here, and I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. It is good. After Duke went out, Zhang Tang looked at the tablet in his eyes, rubbed his palms together, and quickly opened the quiz website listed on the official platform. There are avatars of Duke and today's players on the website, and there are various options under each person. Zhang Tang slid all the way down, found a string of 3 options, and then poured 2/3 of his bank card savings into it. After finishing all this, Zhang Tang put down the tablet, sat on his chair, squinted his eyes and said to himself, Duke, you have to work hard. I will expand the botanical hall in the second half of the year, and the hope of opening up the wasteland of the medicine garden is all gone. It's on you. Shuezong Arena, Auditorium. A somewhat special spectator brought a Pokémon to the auditorium. While walking down the aisle, he also smiled shyly at the people around him. Sorry. Take your foot off, thank you. Excuse me. The squint-eyed young man whispered to the audience as he walked, and everyone who saw him was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at him longingly. To be precise, he looked at the Pokémon behind him. Resembling a jet plane, the red Pokémon Latias has a streamlined body. Oh my god! Phantom Beast, the legendary Phantom Beast. I didn't expect to see the Eudemons. Too lucky, this is too lucky. Ah, the Phantom Beast brother Sen's Hizzy came to the auditorium to watch the game, this is also friendly. I touched Latias, I won't wash my hands from now on. Amidst the noise of people around, Sen's Hyming, who was following Latias, was like a shy big boy, smiling at everyone from time to time. Seeing him so unassuming, everyone became more enthusiastic, and countless fiery eyes fell on him. On Latias. However, Latias was a little timid in the face of so many people's eyes, but under the encouragement of Sen's Hizzy, he still mustered up the courage to face everyone's gaze with his head held high. This scene fell into the eyes of all the guests in the guest seat, and it also brought smiles to their faces. This young man is very sensible. It's great to actively cooperate with the hype. Yet, what the Giant Wristband Challenge needs now is heat. If we can bind the Giant Wristband Challenge to Shuezong City through the heat, it will be of great benefit to us. Who came up with such a thing? Let him go to the people. It's not the old man. A trainer with powerful Pokémon is unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people. Now that a trainer with a legendary Eudemons enters the crowd actively, he will also be labeled as a friendly person. Label. When the time comes, it will be put into operation, and the matter of the giant wristband challenge will be safe. Haha, very well said. Such a young man is a good young man, compared to him, which one to reign in Articuno just. Young people, young and vigorous, understandable. However, I don't know when he will take out the Articuno. You know, which second-level god is also registered for the competition. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes. In the entrance passage, Siduk was beside Duke and relayed the conversation of the people in the guest seat, while Ryalul was eating poke blocks while watching the conversation between the two, silent as always. At the end, Siduk said, "These guys seem to be determined to praise Senshizi. They can't hold it up." Duke was playing with a few glass beads. This is a special camera device. He had bought it in Shanghai before, but those few were crushed by Siduk. These few were obtained by him, Twaki Wenli. That's right, with these things, that Senshizi will be in big trouble. Siduk looked at the glass marble in Duke's hand, with mockery in his eyes. Human beings are really hopeless. Okay, let's score, it's time to play. Duke looked at the indicator light that was on, and took Siduk back into the poke ball. After Siduk turned into a red light and returned to the ball, Duke also stepped on the indicator light and led Ryalul into the field step by step. The moment he entered the arena, the audience cheered thunderously. Duke's accumulated popularity now ranks in front of all the players, and his title of Great Demon King in the Shanghai Rookie King competition has still been used to this day. After all, both his acting style and his fighting style were too brutal. Duke the Great Devil is already in place, and today he brought Ryalul with him. Looking at Ryalul's outfit, he probably won't continue to participate in the competition today, but it doesn't matter, because I think everyone has introduced Ryalul's heroic appearance into their own heart. Now let's give Big Devil and Ryalul a big round of applause. The commentator Hua grabbed the microphone and was extremely excited. Since Ryalul can't play, I don't know if the Big Devil will start with Gyarados today. Can we witness Mega Gyarados again today? Look forward to it, viewers. With a few simple words, while igniting the audience, Senshizi, who was carrying Latias, also clapped his hands cooperatively, but the smile on his face was a little stiff. At this moment, Latias groaned. She had recognized Duke. "What's the matter, Latias?" Sen Mingzi noticed Latia's strange behavior and asked quickly, but Latias immediately looked away and shook his head. "I didn't expect to see Master Bian here. What a surprise! As for Master Bian's outfit, is he playing a trainer game?" Latias's thoughts were messy, but Sen Mingzi remembered this scene in his heart. Latias was his saffron ticket to a bright future, and there should be no accidents. He also does not allow any accidents. And Latia's abnormal behavior is because of that kid? Sensheiming turned his gaze to Duke, who was also standing firmly on the players' bench at the moment. This time, his opponent was a thick and bold man, who looked quite bold. The rules of this game are 3-on-3. When 3 Pokémon on one side lose their ability to fight, or lose their will to fight, they will be judged to lose. The referee raised the flags representing the red and blue sides, and said loudly, "Now, please send out Pokémon. Go, Swampert." The burly man took out the Ultra Ball and pressed the switch, and Swampert, with blue head, black fins, white belly, extremely muscular body, and special arm guards on both arms, appeared on the field. Crack! With a low growl, Swampert stood up, and then slammed into the ground with both fists equipped with arm guards. Boom! After a dull and heavy bang, the stones on the battlefield all flew up 0. The calm player started Swampert, and Swampert, who is good at Macamp, showed his strength as soon as he came on the court. As soon as the explanation of Hua finished, Alamos immediately said, "In addition, the normal Swampert is 1.5 meters tall, and the calm player is about 1.7 meters. Obviously, he has been bred extremely well. So, who will be the first Pokémon of the Great Devil Duke? Duke took out an ordinary red and white ball, and after pressing the switch, Psyduck jumped out of it. As soon as the expressionless Psyduck came out, the commentators Hua and Alamos stared. Duke, the Great Devil, actually sent Psyduck. What kind of operation is this? Is it really possible to use Psyduck against Swampert? There was also an uproar in the auditorium because of Duke's operation. Why is he playing like this again? Yeah, isn't this a commotion? You take Gyarados, what Psyduck? Golduck is okay, are you kidding me with a Psyduck? That's it, I've bought all the tickets, can you show me this? Mother Ganlin, refund the ticket. I want Gyarados. I want to see Gyarados. If Gyarados doesn't come out today, you and I will die. It seems that the audience doesn't seem to be very optimistic about Swampert. It's no wonder that the Great Demon King never takes the usual path. I don't know what surprises this time will bring us. The two commentators tried their best to save the field, while the referee waved the flag. The blue team calmly attacks first, and the battle begins. Following the referee's whistle, Shen Shen immediately pulled off his clothes, revealing the rich gold chain around his neck. As he pulled out the local tyrant's gold chain, a keystone connected in series was also revealed. Hate the sky without a ring, hate the ground without a handle. Swampert, Mgia evolution. As the calm words resounded through the audience, his eyes, holding the keystone with one hand, shone brightly, and the arm guards of Swampert's hands also began to echo. Just in the blink of an eye, two bright lights burst out from Shen Shen and Swampert. The ever-extending flow of photons converged in the void, and in just one breath, Swampert was overwhelmed by the glow of evolution. Under the flickering of the evolution glow, Swampert's appearance changed rapidly. While his body and arms became thicker, his muscles also grew explosively. As the two black fins on the top of his head extended into three pieces, the evolution glow quickly shrank. Crack! The roaring Mega Swampert clenched his fists again and slammed the ground. As the ground cracked, the dust scattered. Mega Evolution, it's Mega Evolution. The Giant Wristband Challenge, the second Mega Evolution owner has appeared at this moment. I wonder if the Duke player regrets his idea of using Psyduck first. You know, it's not too late to replace Psyduck with Gyarados. Facing the speech with taunt in the commentary, Duke silently took out the Z bracelet made by the Kappa family overnight and clasped it on the wrist of the armband. Wait a minute, the Duke player brought a prop, what is that? The camera zoomed in and landed on Duke's wrist, and the white Z bracelet also fell into everyone's eyes through the big screen. It's the Z bracelet. At the same time, Duke twisted the arm guard, turned the lower end up, and slid the surface along the way, revealing the 36 pure Z crystals embedded inside. He took 10 sets of Z pure crystals from the Kapu family, and put 2 sets in the gauntlets. For him and Psyduck, this thing is pure consumables. It was also at this time that 2 sets of 36 Z pure crystals appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the 2 sets of 36 Z pure crystals, and even dropped needles in the arena. Can be heard. I don't know how long it took, the crackling sound of explaining the fireworks resounded through the audience. Sure enough, the Duke player once again brought us a huge surprise. 2 sets of combined attacking 36 Z pure crystals, my god, what a big deal this is. Duke, God forever. Chapter 107. Inside the arena. When the commentary's broken sound growl resounded through the audience cheered thunderously. Such a turning point was unexpected by everyone. For the first time in the history of the Giant Wristband Challenge, Mega Evolution vs Z moves. Who wins? Let us wait and see. The commentary was still stirring everyone's nerves, and all the audience looked at the field full of anticipation. Some roared uncontrollably, their necks were full of blood, their voices were hoarse and they didn't even realize it. I wipe, Z move. Mega evolution against Z moves. I thought I would be fed shit this time, but I didn't expect it to be shit, it's obviously gold. Duke, God forever. Come on. The atmosphere in the entire arena became even more heated. Hearing the sound calmly, he smiled boldly at Duke from afar. Brother, I wanted to fight with your Mega Gyarados, but now it seems that the Z move is not bad. Duke took out a Fire Z and inlaid it on the Z bracelet. After the Z pure crystal was installed, he also nodded slightly towards his composure. Then I won't be polite. Go ahead. He waved his big hand calmly, quite boldly, and Duke was not too vague when he saw this, snapping his fingers one by one with his left hand, affecting the power of the Z bracelet and the Z pure crystal. In just an instant, fine cracks appeared on the surface of Z pure crystal, which seemed to be about to shatter soon. But as Duke stretched out his hand and pointed forward, he mobilized the power of the Z move and poured it into Seduc's body. Seduc's eyes flashed blue, and he immediately floated up. Fire Z. As soon as Duke finished speaking, the fiery energy dispersed on the spot, and the Fire Z also shattered into slag in the blink of an eye, turning into fine sparks and spilling into the air. Z pure crystal can't bear his strength at all. No matter what kind of 07Z pure crystal is, it is a consumable for him. Although the Fire Z was consumed, all the power was transmitted to Seduc without any difference. Although water type, Seduc, who can occupy the main body with psychic energy, uses his mental power to control this violent fiery energy, and dots of sparks flicker from the void, gathering towards Seduc like tired birds returning to their nests. I don't know what kind of changes the destructive gene, which is a mutant gene of Mew, has caused to Seduc. This deadpan guy basically knows all kinds of departments, but the power of psychic is the most commonly used. Other Pokémon's skills will accumulate into a skill pool, but his is a skill C. At the same time, a blazing fireball in front of Seduc gradually took shape with the gathering of sparks. The blazing fireball exuded scorching heat like the sun, blown by the heat wave, and the audience in the auditorium felt an unspeakable heat. Swampert, surf. Calmly feeling the fire energy inside and outside the venue, he pointed at Mega Swampert without hesitation. When Mega Swampert hit the high splash on the ground, the sound of water flowing in the void was endless. Boom! The Mega Swampert landed on the ground, smashing the ground with both fists, and the turbulent water flowed out from the cracks, quickly lifting the Mega Swampert up. The Mega Swampert, who was riding the torrent, looked at Seduc full of fighting spirit. Crack! Facing Duke's Huozi Super Extreme Explosive Bomb, Shen Shen and his Swampert chose to use Surf to deal with it. Who will win in the collision of water and fire? In addition, Duke player didn't use the full power posture at all when using the Z move. He just snapped his fingers to mobilize the power of the Z move. Could it be that his proficiency in the Z move has made him no longer need to use the full power posture? Impossible, the Z move must be used by the trainer and the Pokémon at the same time. It can only be activated. It is impossible without using the full posture. In addition, the director here also found some minor problems. It is the Duke player. The Z pure crystal on the Z bracelet on the Duke player's hand has cracked. Following the startled voice of the commentator, the broken Z pure crystal on Duke's Z bracelet was immediately replayed on the big screen. Could it be that this is why the Duke players carry 2 sets of 36 Z pure crystals? The commentator felt that he had discovered a blind spot, and all the audience gasped in unison. I thought 2 sets of Z pure crystals were exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more exaggerated. Using Z pure crystal as a consumable, Ning is the legendary Krypton Gold Warrior. Krypton Gold Warriors are not as good as you can make. At this moment, the battle in the arena also reached a feverish stage, and the Mega Swampert who summoned the wave, under the command of calmness, raised his head to the sky and roared again. Swampert, rain dance! Under the Mega Swampert's snarl, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and the originally clear sky became extremely gloomy. Little raindrops fell from the sky, and soon appeared continuously, weaving a thick rain curtain. The ultra-powerful ultimate explosive bomb suspended in front of Seduc was still quietly suspended in front of him, and the rainwater was also evaporated in an instant. Seeing that Mega Swampert had completed all the arrangements, Duke lightly swung his arm forward. Do it! Gah! Confusion fluctuated in Seduc's eyes, and at the same time as he pushed forward hard, a super-powerful extreme explosive bomb burst out. The huge fireball rolled away, crushing all obstacles in front of it with an unstoppable force. The ground that was originally wet by the rain was steamed and dried by high temperature in an instant, and the rain was turned into water vapor and escaped. Swampert! The calm roar briefly overwhelmed the rain curtain, and Mega Swampert drove the wave straight to the super-powerful extreme explosive bomb. Next second, the two forces of water and fire intersected and produced a violent reaction. The earth-shattering explosion immediately turned into a mushroom cloud and rose slowly. At the same time, the impact of the explosion turned the air into a strong wind, sweeping the entire battlefield. For a moment, the audience all closed their eyes subconsciously, and their ears were buzzing from the explosion. Watching other people play games is asking for money. Watching these two guys play games is terrible. When everything calmed down, the battlefield became a mess. Seduc was still standing in the distance, but Mega Swampert had several burn marks on his body. Panting heavily, Mega Swampert thumped the ground vigorously, with a wild and unruly look in his eyes. Crack! Go on! Come on, face me! Facing Mega Swampert's taunt, Duke silently took out a straw Z and installed it on the cracked Z bracelet. Seeing Duke's movements, Shen Zi twitched his mouth first, and then slapped himself on the face as the camera pointed at the big screen. It's Grass-type Z Pure Crystal. The Duke player took out the Grass-type Z Pure Crystal. Looks like it's time to end Mega Swampert. However, a normal Pokémon is exhausted after using a Z movement once. Does Seduc still have strength? The composure on the opposite side is now wishing to punch his own Mega Swampert to death, to make you a bitch, and to make you taunt. Don't you know what your physique is? If you ride a horse on grass that is 4 times weaker, you can hit the street on the spot if you roll around on the grass. Good now, yes, they took out the Grass Z, you wait to be abused. Duke snapped his fingers again to mobilize the energy of Drafting Z. As soon as the energy responded, Seduc immediately opened his hands, and gorgeous and colorful flowers grew under his feet, quickly spreading across the field. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was covered with flowers. Do it! Next second, a light ball full of grass-type energy fell from the sky and went straight to Mega Swampert. The moment the green light shines on the audience, the colorful flowers covering the battlefield are also scattered in an instant. When the flowers are flying around, it is even more confusing to everyone's eyes. Soon, with the exhaustion of the energy of the grass system, the flowers dissipated, and on the battlefield, Mega Swampert had degenerated into a Swampert, lying on the ground, covered by flowers and grass. Seeing that one leg was still twitching, Swampert retracted it calmly and helplessly. Horse riding, let your mouth stink, now you will be punished. However, there are still 2 Pokémon. He calmly took out a heavy ball, pressed the switch, and a hoarse roar echoed on the battlefield. Onyx, whose body is made of many rocks, appeared in the field. This one, how are you going to deal with it? Staring at Duke calmly, he has already used the Z movement twice, so he probably has no energy. If he still has the energy to use the Z movement, I will admit defeat and abstain. I'm here to play a game, not to be a target for your Z moves. Facing the calm gaze with burning eyes, Duke silently took out a Water Z. The camera faithfully broadcast this scene on the big screen, and everyone who saw it twitched the corners of their mouths. Horse riding, CO author, you really came to the competition to shoot targets. This Seduc is actually a Z movement machine gun wearing a Seduc skin. Water Z. As soon as Duke's words fell, the water-type Z pure crystal immediately shattered into slag. At the same time, the water vapor that had been accumulated over the battlefield due to Mega Swampert's use of rain dance was all gathered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was directly submerged in water. On the calm water, the Seduct panel floated expressionlessly, blue eyes flickering. Next moment, a terrifying waterspout rises from below the surface of the water, engulfing Onyx straight away. After calmly watching Onyx being defeated by one blow, Duke waited for him to cast Pokémon's eyes, and suddenly his mind exploded. 3 times. Horse riding, 3 Z moves. Are you not tired? Are your physical strength unlimited? Show. I won't play with you anymore. Referee, I admit defeat. Shen Shen took back Onyx without hesitation, and raised his hands in surrender. It was embarrassing enough to be pressed and beaten, and he was not a fool, so how could he continue to be a target for Duke? The calm player admits defeat, so the winner of this game is the Duke player. The contestants raised the flags in their hands, announcing that Duke had won. At the same time, there were also boos in the arena, all of which were calm. Facing the booing calmly, he didn't care. Instead, Snarl put his arms around his hips. If you have the ability, you come up and get beaten yourself. Is it fun to watch me get beaten? I'm a rough guy, but not a fool. Showing the composure of the middle finger to the audience, he turned and left. When he left, he didn't put his middle finger down. Obviously, the mentality was completely broken. Seeing that he left the field calmly, Duke also raised his hand to take back his Seduct, turned around and left with Railu. This time, Seduct insisted on 3 Z moves with his own physical strength. With the assistance of Victini before, he used it 13 times, and the Z bracelet was overwhelmed and shattered. Judging by his appearance, he should still have some strength left. It seems that the next cultivation direction of Seduct can also be determined, that is to specialize in Z moves, not to mention anything else, at least like the Tapu family, they can use Z moves independently. Just as Duke entered the player channel, the phone suddenly rang. He picked up Duke and saw that it was Chi Wenli's perverted number, so he immediately picked it up. What's wrong? Just as Duke finished speaking, Yan Ren's voice came from the other end, help. Chapter 108. Chi Wenli, Chi Wenli, Chi Wenli was robbed by the overlord of the secret realm to become Mrs. Yazai. Yan Ren's anxious shout came from the handset of the mobile phone, causing Duke to frown and take away the mobile phone at the same time. Say it again, what happened to Chi Wenli? At the same time that Duke turned on the speakerphone, Yan Ren quickly said, Chi Wenli was captured by an overlord Abamasno to become Mrs. Yazai. Duke squeezed his eyebrows when he heard the sound. So, instead of hurting Froslas, you're hurting Abamasno. Abamasno, how can you do it? Duke is helpless with these 2 perverts. Abamasno is equivalent to slaking in the general department. Let alone such a large tonnage, you can still talk about that appearance? If you have this thought, why don't you just go to the botanical garden and find a pine tree to hug and talk about love? What exactly is going on? We were going to the ice and snow cave today to collect news, but we didn't expect a group of Abamasno to rush out and kidnap Chi Wenli without saying a word. Well, I see. Duke responded calmly, and Yan Ren said, if you know, hurry up and bring Artie Kuno to save the scene. Don't worry, wait for me to report a funeral to Chi Wenli's house first. What? At the same time Yan Ren stretched his voice, Duke also hung up the phone. Those who are on horseback, these 2 disturbing perverts are really pissed off. But that being said, it can't be ignored. Leaving aside the pervert Yan Ren, he also has to take care of Chi Wenli. But, why was Abamasno caught and left? This is puzzling. What the hell did you do to the Pokémon in Rift? Leo. Railu looked at the sad-faced Duke suspiciously, not understanding what could make the Silver Demon King show such an expression. Duke rubbed Railu's little head. Don't ask too much, it's not good for you to ask too much. Okay, let's go back to the hospital first. As for Chi Wenli who was captured by Abamasno? Don't worry, anyway, he will lose his virginity and integrity at most, which is not worth mentioning to Chi Wenli's sad wind. Perhaps, he will open the door to a new world because of this. Later, Duke took Ryalo back to the Zhongtang Medical Center under the escort of the arena's special car. As soon as he entered the door, Duke saw Zhongtang who was hugging Audino and cheering happily. Standing at the door, Duke looked at Zhongtang delicately. Zhongtang put down Audino in his arms and coughed, "Then what? I'm getting carried away." "But you came back very early today, was it for training or something else?" Seeing that Zhongtang took the initiative to talk about other topics, Duke was silent for a moment, and then said, "Chi Wenli was abducted by Abamasno, the overlord of the ice and snow cave. I will come back to pick up Articuno, and bring back Ryalo and Seduc rest." Storm Abamasno. Zhongtang was also shocked. "I'm so good, these two guys are so good at playing, Abamasno can do it. I think these two people are developing, I guess Phoebus will talk about it. Probably have to add a MOOC. Agree." After a moment of silence between the two, Duke turned his head and went to the botanical hall in the backyard, took Articuno's ball away, leaving Seduc and Ryalo behind, left Zhongtang's medical hall, and went straight to the ice and snow cave. When Duke left, Seduc, who had held on for a long time, fell down on the ground. It was finally at the place, and he could finally take a breather. 3Z moves, almost squeezed him dry, but fortunately he survived. Seduc, not bothering to even think about it, glanced at Ryalo, who was watching him, and pointed to his open mouth. "Poke blocks." Ryalo nodded, turned his head to find a funnel, and under Seduc's horrified eyes, inserted the funnel into Seduc's throat, and poured the poke blocks that restored his strength into it. Horse riding, where did the dog learn this trick? Seduc, who was directly choked by the poke blocks, waved his hands and feet indiscriminately. Before he could speak, Ryalo, who saw him choked, took out a toilet lever from behind. Seduc immediately opened his eyes wide. "You step on the horse, I have never harmed you, right?" Next second, the toilet seat fell down, and while Seduc's face was flushed, there were thousands of mud horses galloping past in his heart. Lao Tzu's fame was ruined on your Ryalo's toilet stick. Shuezong City, East District. The entrance and exit of the secret realm of the ice and snow cave. Yan Ren, who was standing outside the checkpoint, anxiously walked around outside the checkpoint, waiting for Duke's arrival. If he had to say who among the powerful trainers he knew, besides Zhongtang, it was Duke. Among other things, this brother can be regarded as an absolute ruthless man if he can subdue a second-level god Articuno. Level 2 god, most people don't even have the courage to throw the ball when facing such a Pokémon. "Why don't you come?" Yan Ren looked towards the front of the road, anxiously looking for Duke's figure. If he slowed down, Chi Wenli might even have a child. The guard in charge of guarding at the checkpoint was also very curious when he saw Yan Ren's appearance. He usually saw him like this, but it was all for the purpose of harming Pokémon in the secret realm. But today, how uncharacteristically. Is this a reformation? Yan Ren was considered a legend in the entire Shuezong City. Because of him, the number of trainers harmed by Froslass plummeted. What kind of Pokémon is Froslass? It's a ruthless character who can abduct the trainer away from the player's house. But this guy alone reduced the number of people who were harmed by Froslass by 60 or 70%. When I met Froslass, I said Yanren came, which is more useful than anything else. "Boss Yan, what happened today?" The guard walked out of his pavilion, stepped on the snow to Yan Ren's side, handed him a cigarette. Yan Ren took it, lit it up and took a puff, then said, "My brother was caught and ran away by Abamasno. Sorry." The guard immediately showed empathetic expressions. Although Froslass loves to catch people play house wine, but at least their lives are safe. In the hands of Abamasno, it basically has no good end. What a pity, I'm sorry, my brother probably laid eggs with Abamasno. Yan Ren, who stomped his feet vigorously, looked at the intersection again. The guard on the side blinked. He dared to take a bite of his eyes and fell into the snow, but he didn't care about picking up the cigarettes. Egg. You do not say. Fuck, I have to report such a big matter quickly, what's your brother's name? The guard took out his mobile phone and was about to dial the number on it. Seeing this, Yan Ren felt a little warm in his heart. It seems that there is still true love in this world. My brother's name is Qi Wenli. But you don't need to call someone, I have already called the helper. What's my name? I have to spread the news quickly. Maybe in the future, some trainer will meet the wild Abamasno and use your brother's name to prevent disasters. Yan Ren's expression froze quickly, and after taking a fierce puff of his cigarette, he cursed in a low voice. I thought that there is true love in the world, but I didn't expect you to have this idea. At this time, Duke also descended from the sky on Gyarados. He got off Gyarados, took it back, and looked at Yan Ren at the same time. Seeing Duke coming, Yan Ren immediately said, you can be regarded as coming, if you don't come, I'm afraid Wenli will even have children there. Humph, who made you two mess around like this? Look, it's overturned. Stop talking about this, let's go. Yan Ren dragged Duke into the ice and snow cave and didn't pay the entrance fee, but it didn't get in the way, and the guard didn't care about it anymore. There are great gods who can hold down the Abamasno group, isn't that more important than a little admission fee? After Duke and Yan Ren entered the ice and snow cave, the wind and snow here far surpassed the secret realm where Articuno was. The high wind mixed with Osiris directly drilled into the collar of the person, and at the same time the unimaginable low temperature is constantly plundering your body temperature. If you are not careful, you will be severely frostbite. However, the level of medical treatment in this world is very developed, and severe frostbite does not require amputation. One heal pulse to relieve the injury, one aromatherapy to eliminate the negative state, one life dew to enhance the vitality, and the rest is to get the needle to recover, and then you can be discharged from the hospital. Yan Ren and Duke were walking in the icy and snowy field. Seeing that Duke was still in the shape of shorts, and boots, Yan Ren couldn't help asking, aren't you cold? Practice fighting skills, cold and heat will not invade. Duke replied indifferently. Yan Ren wanted to ask again, but just as he opened his mouth, he was poured by the wind and snow, so he had to close his mouth resentfully. Come out, Articuno. Seeing the wind and snow getting bigger and bigger, Duke could stand it, but Yan Ren's small body couldn't stand it either, so he simply threw Articuno's master ball. With a flash of blue light, Articuno appeared, and just a cry suppressed the wind and snow. Seeing Articuno Red's eyes, Yan Ren quickly shrank his neck, but Duke said directly, a friend was kidnapped by Abamasno to be my partner. I hope you can help me find it. Articuno blinked. Even as a second-level god, she was a little confused. Duke's friend was kidnapped by an Abamasno to be his companion? Are humans and Pokémon playing so much these days? It's not that Articuno has never seen the combination of Pokémon and humans, but it's been a long time ago, especially such a combination requires a lot of courage. However, it is generally the combination of psychic Pokémon and humans. But how good are Duke's friends to be favored by Abamasno? Articuno expressed curiosity, she must see for herself. See who this warrior could make Abamasno fall in love with. Not long after, Abamasno held 2 ice belts in his claws, and Duke and Yan Ren sat in the sled, being pulled away by Articuno. Duke let go of his senses, sensing Qi Wenli while guiding Articuno. Not long after, Articuno took the 2 into the depths of the ice and snow cave that few humans have set foot on. And here, Duke and the others could see all kinds of Pokémon converging in one direction, and Duke asked Articuno to ask. In the end, it doesn't matter if you don't ask, but Duke and Yan Ren are confused when they ask. They say they're going to the wedding of an overlord Pokémon. Human and Pokémon wedding? Hey, is Pokémon so good at playing? String. Chapter 109. Ice and Snow Cave, Deep. Groups of Pokémon of different races are braving the wind and snow, heading deeper into the ice and snow cave. The Glolly group and the Froslass group with Snorant, Cubcoo followed Beartic, looking like a curious baby. A Valage walked with Bergmite on his back, and every step would leave clear footprints. Several Piloswine also protects Swinub and walks among many Pokémon. Besides, there are many types of Ice-type Pokémon. Duke even saw a Glacian inside, presumably it was released in this secret realm, or the trainer hiccuped, and has been living in the secret realm ever since. All Pokémon are on their way with muffled noises, and they all carry different things, such as berries, non-melting ice, or other ice-related props. Articuno and Duke watched the scene, followed behind the group of Pokémon and followed. Not long after, a huge iceberg appeared in front of Duke, Yanran, and Articuno. The huge iceberg covered the sky and covered the sun, exuding a bitter cold air. From a distance, it looked like a huge gem mountain, but the top was covered with thick snow. And this huge iceberg, under Duke's perspective, found that more than 60% of it was made of unmelted ice. At the foot of the iceberg, there is a group of Abomasnow receiving visiting Pokémon. Whenever a group of Pokémon come here, Abomasnow will accept the gifts they bring and take them into the ice cave at the foot of the mountain. Duke glanced around the iceberg, but he didn't expect to see a familiar figure in the mountain. I didn't expect that Kay had already arrived. It seems that life here is very nourishing. Duke looked away, and Articuno led him and Yanran to move on. Yanran didn't know what to say at this moment. He looked up at the iceberg with his mouth open and murmured, "So the legend is true." "What legend?" "That is Swezong is a legend that has been passed down for a long time. It is said that in the depths of the ice and snow cave, there is a huge iceberg made of unmelting ice. Inside the iceberg lives an extremely powerful Pokémon. This Pokémon guards the unmelting iceberg and does not allow any Pokémon to set foot on his territory. Once you set foot on it, you will be hit hard and turned into an ice sculpture." Listening to Yanran's words, Duke thought of the guy he saw in the depths of the iceberg, and nodded in sympathy. "It seems that the legend in your Swezong city is probably true, even if it is drained moisture also has a reliability of 70% or 80%. But aren't legends used to deceive children?" Yanran blinked his eyes, with an expression that "I don't read much, so don't lie to me. Since a certain event can be passed down, it means that this event may have actually happened, but because of the subjective assumptions of word of mouth and the passage of time, the legend itself has been exaggerated and demonized." Foresaw. As soon as Duke said this, Articuno looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this kid to have such strong knowledge besides being able to fight. "What kind of eyes do you have?" Duke noticed Articuno's eyes and smacked his tongue. "Am I not right?" Clang. Articuno shook his head, saying that what you said is correct, but in her opinion, human life is too short, which leads to their great forgetfulness. Generally, certain things will be lost in only 2 or 3 generations. Even under the operation of some people with ulterior motives. Some things that should have been handed down were distorted. "You're right." Duke nodded. Among other things, he said that the royal family of the Galar region in the original book was a complete lie, and the ancestors of those guys were not heroes at all. It just took advantage of the people's fear of Eternatus and their blind trust in them to become king. But there are negative examples as well as positive examples. For example, Bonji, who has been pursuing Ho-Oh in the original world, believed in the legend of the Rainbow Hero and spent his whole life pursuing Ho-Oh. It's a pity that he missed an opportunity and could never become the hero of the rainbow, but in the end, the idiot helping hand became the hero of the rainbow, thus meeting Ho-Oh and fulfilling his long-cherished wish. While Duke, Yanran, and Articuno were talking, they also came to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, other Pokémon had already entered, and Abamasno at the door began to transport the gifts brought by the Pokémon into the cave by category. And when Articuno appeared, several Abamasnos outside the cave immediately knelt down, not exaggerating, but kneeling literally. Articuno, who has the strength above champion, also serves as the god of ice. The natural coercion is already a kind of crushing for these ordinary Pokémon, and now Articuno specially released his aura, which also made several Abamasno. He looked at the great god in front of him in horror. Ahem! Duke got off the sled and said to the Abamasnos in front of him, "We're here to find Chi Wenli." While talking, Duke took out his phone and found a photo of Chi Wenli. In the photo, Chi Wenli hugged Gardevoir's thigh with a look of disgust, and frantically rubbed Gardevoir's thigh with an idiot expression. "It's him." "Oh." An Abamasno knelt and nodded, "Just this kid, I know him, this is the groom of the king of our clan." "So that's how it is." Duke, who understood the meaning of Abamasno, touched his chin. He has a Superman template, and he can easily understand Pokémon role the meaning to be expressed. And Yanren, who was behind him, poked his lower back and whispered, "We are not here to save people, why are we still talking? Ha, when you two bastards were having fun, why didn't you think about this?" Duke cast a sideways glance at Yanren. "It's better to let Chi Wenli suffer a little bit, so as not to worry about it in the future and attack some Pokémon that shouldn't be messed with. Among the Pokémon, the good-looking ones are not just 1.5 stars. Let's not talk about Gardevoir, just talk about Maluita, Diamond Princess Diancie, and Zoroark, who can change into Mega. From now on, if these two people really lose their heads and provoke one of these three, if nothing else, they won't even give you a chance to take off your pants on the spot, and your ashes will be thrown away." "But..." Yanren wanted to say more, but Duke said in a dark voice, "If you dare to push me more, I'll let them arrange a female Berdic for you." Google. Yanren swallowed, thinking of Berdic's huge body. His small body couldn't last around. Seeing Yanren shut up obediently, Duke also nodded in satisfaction. If these two bastards don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid they won't have a long memory for the rest of their lives. Although the laws and regulations against Pokémon are sound, there are no laws and regulations that harass Pokémon. The main reason is that normal people can't think of this. Who would go to Pokémon to lay eggs when they have nothing to do? So, in order to prevent Yanren and Chi Wenli from becoming the first batch of unlucky people who were sentenced to death for harassing Pokémon, let them suffer more. Yanren, who shut up obediently, watched Duke and Abamasno negotiating honestly, only to see Duke say, "We are Chi Wenli's family, and we are here for him and Wang Hexi of your ethnic group, and we also brought gifts." While Duke was speaking, he raised his hand to pluck a feather from Articuno's body. This action made Articuno cry tears of pain, but thinking of Duke's strength, she didn't dare to move at all, so she could only use murderous eyes staring at Abamasno in front of him. "As a gift of Articuno's feather, I think your king will be very touched." "Abamasno, don't dare to move, dare not move." With such a great god staring in front of him, he really didn't dare to move. Duke patted the feathers in Abamasno's hands forcibly, and brought Articuno and Yanren into the cave. When Articuno passed by the Abamasnos, the hearts of the Abamasnos almost jumped to their throats. "Don't be too hard on your old man, try our saltiness." Fortunately, Articuno didn't have much experience with them. After all, the culprit was Duke. If he wanted trouble, he had to find Duke's trouble. What's the point of making trouble with these little Karami? After Duke, Yanren, and Articuno entered the cave and walked through the twists and turns of the cave, their eyes suddenly brightened. Inside this iceberg is a huge space equivalent to the size of 2 football fields, and all kinds of Pokémon are gathered together in it, which is completely different from the usual tense appearance. Snorant and Cubcoo and Swinub are chasing and fighting, while the adult Pokémon form a group with each other and use roar to communicate. For a time, roars and growls continued throughout the interior of the iceberg. As soon as Duke and Yanren appeared, they attracted the attention of many Pokémon. They looked at them with unkind eyes, especially some Froslass. If the eyes could kill, Yanran would have been cut into pieces. But when Articuno appeared, the aura of the second-level god swept the audience, and immediately made all the Pokémon shudder. At this time, there was only Abomasnow, who was more than twice the size of ordinary Abomasnow, and was more than 5 meters tall. The more people come out. Staring at the wreath above her head, she came to Articuno step by step, and at the same time exhaled a cold breath. When Yanran saw this Abomasnow, he immediately hid behind Duke. It was this guy who forcibly defeated all their Pokémon and kidnapped Chi Wenli. Duke's eyebrows also twitched. This guy turned out to be a champion, very powerful. It can be said that it is not easy for wild Pokémon in the wild to grow to this point with their own efforts and opportunities. Not to mention the average Pokémon in Abomasnow. Oh! Several Abomasnows who were receiving gifts at the door and leading the way rushed in. One of them held Articuno's feather in his hand and handed it to Abomasnow. "Boss, this is a distinguished guest, a gift." Abomasnow looked down at the feather sent by his younger brother. Duke picked up the feather with his backhand, jumped and stuck it on Abomasnow's head. "I'm here on behalf of Chi Wenli's family. I wish you a happy wedding and a happy marriage for 100 years. After a happy remark, 2 blushes could be seen on the face of this huge Abomasnow, obviously a little shy. Yanran on the side almost exploded seeing this scene. "You are blushing with a bubble teapot. Who beat my Camerupt with a fist? Who's that?" Chapter 110. Not so polite. Duke with a bright smile was dragged by Abomasnow to sit down at an ice table, and several Abomasnows also brought berries as a treat. Yanran, on the other hand, was fidgeting by Duke's side. He scanned the field 6 or 7 times, but he couldn't find Chi Wenli. This made him wonder whether Abomasnow had already boarded the bus first and was now preparing to pay for the fare. But Duke didn't bother to pay attention to his small thoughts. Compared with people, he still prefers to get along with Pokémon and communicate with each other. After all, most Pokémon are pure and kind, and they will carry out one thing if they believe in it always. Unlike human beings who are duplicity and inconsistency. Call the groom out to see. After Duke sat down, he picked up a tree fruit and gnawed it. Articuno also sat down gracefully, but she habitually made a swing for herself that would not move, and then stood on it. Pecked a tree fruit and tasted a few mouthfuls. Seeing Duke and Articuno's behavior like this, Abomasnow didn't hesitate, and immediately turned to find Chi Wenli. "You really plan to let Chi Wenli marry this Abomasnow?" Yanran asked Duke again. Duke rolled his eyes and pointed at the back of Abomasnow who was leaving. "This guy, champion class. Do you know what that means? Will it be even worse to be ravaged?" Yanran's expression became even more astonished, and Duke shook his head. "This means that Chi Wenli will have a champion-level Pokémon who will obey him in the future." "What?" Yanran blinked. He found that he couldn't keep up with Duke's thinking. Wasn't Chi Wenli kidnapped and forced to marry Abomasnow? How did it come to Duke that Chi Wenli was about to have champion-level combat power? He didn't understand a little bit, and he was very puzzled. "Let me ask you, how many steps does it take to subdue Pokémon?" Duke gnawed a mouthful of the fruit, and asked Yanran vaguely. Yanran snapped his fingers and said, "A total of 3. First determine the target you want to subdue, then conduct Pokémon battles to subdue him, and finally lose the ball to subdue him." "Yeah, isn't that what it is now? Can it be the same?" When Yanran slapped the table, Duke rolled his eyes. "Look, Abomasnow has taken a fancy to Chi Wenli, right?" "Right." Yanran nodded. "Isn't this the first step, finding the target you want to regain?" Yanran tilted his head, and Duke continued, "Then Abomasnow, who fell in love with Chi Wenli, defeated all your Pokémon and took him away, right?" "Yes." "Look, isn't this the second time Pokémon defeated the opponent? Then now Abomasnow is going to marry Chi Wenli, how do you explain this? Yanran felt that he had found a blind spot. Duke squinted at Yanran and said, throwing the ball is just a form, to ensure that Pokémon will not escape. Now Chi Wenli is forcibly tied up by Abamasno to hold a wedding, and so many Pokémon are invited to witness. Isn't this exactly the same as throwing a ball? Aside from anything else, at least Chi Wenli wants to run, and any Pokémon he sees along the way will send him back to Abamasno. Isn't this the same nature as Pokeball? So, Chi Wenli is about to own a champion-level Pokémon. Do you have any questions about this? I always feel that there is something wrong with what you said, but I can't tell what is wrong. Yanran rested his chin and thought while Duke also said. You just fell into a strange circle of thinking. Who said that only humans can tame Pokémon, but Pokémon can't tame people? Isn't it right to be the first time? Yanran retorted, and Duke glanced at him. Then do you agree that Pokémon and humans are equal? I agree, after all, I have learned this way since I was a child. Then why can't Pokémon conquer people? Why do humans dominate the Pokémon relationship? Clearly advocating the harmonious coexistence of human beings and Pokémon, both sides are equal, but they are doing the same thing on the surface. Duke looked at Yanran, what do you think? Yanran fell into silence, and Duke continued, then let me ask you again, why do you think you like to be shy with Froslass? Of course it's because I love them. Then a Berdic fell in love with you and wants to be shy with you, do you agree? No, I can't accept it. Yanran glanced at the Berdic not far away, and a Berdic just happened to look over and smiled evilly. Thinking of what Duke said, Yanran immediately shivered and shook his head hastily. So, from the bottom of your heart, you don't agree with the so-called statement that all Pokémon are equal. You just put yourself in a dominant position and enjoy the pleasure of bullying and ravaging the inferior. But, Yanran wanted to refute for a while, but couldn't say anything. Duke patted him on the shoulder, this is called double standard. Give you a piece of advice if you really love Froslass, then stop doing those shameful things. Think carefully about how to deal with the relationship between yourself and Pokémon. Remember, the relationship between Pokémon and humans has always been mutual. People can tame Pokémon, and Pokémon can tame people. Regarding Duke's exhortation, Yanran fell into a deep silence, and Articuno also looked at Duke in surprise. Duke's remarks pointed out the key points of the relationship between humans and Pokémon. I didn't expect you to have such an idea. Articuno's voice sounded in Duke's ears, with the taste of the iceberg royal sister. Duke glanced at Articuno, strange. There are some, according to the Ho-Oh, in your power, you can completely control everything, but you choose another path. The altitude determines the pattern, and the pattern determines the vision. Dominating everything sounds very tempting. But one person said a word, and I gave up. What did you say? Standing so high, your wiring is cold. Duke smiled and said such words, causing Articuno to take a deep look at Duke, and whispered, you are indeed very different. Haven't you seen those trainers who moved you? Yes, but very few, compared to the total number of you humans, it seems that there are so few that don't exist. In that case, are you interested in teaching such a trainer? Teach. That's right, I have a gym, and I plan to invite a beast like you to be a mentor. I'll be your mentor. Articuno was a little surprised. Duke nodded and said, that's right, you can teach the knowledge of the ice system, and you can also teach which type of trainer you like. What do you think? Is there anyone else besides me? There are also Hone who can't fly and is easy to catch, the 3 dragons of Tao, the double dragons of time and space, X Deer, Y Bird, Z God, and many legendary Pokémon. 0 Please ask for flowers 0. Articuno was silent for a moment, then asked again, what if they don't agree? Duke clenched his fist and smiled brightly. They'll agree. I understand what you mean. Articuno nodded, it seems that he must go. However, she is also looking forward to the gym that Duke said, where all the legendary Pokémon gather together, and she doesn't know what interesting things will happen. At this time, Abimasno also brought Chi Wenli to Duke and Articuno. Chi Wenli had a mournful face, and there was a very obvious contrast between him and Abimasno with a shy expression on his face. "Officer Groom, don't be so sad on the wedding day." Duke teased Chi Wenli teasingly. Chi Wenli glanced at Abimasno, who was more than 5 meters tall, and then choked up when he heard Duke's words, "Stop making fun of me, hurry up and find a way to take me back. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Duke looked into Chi Wenli's eyes. "This Abimasno has champion-level strength. Once the two of you get married, then your Chi family will have a new champion-level battle power from now on. If the one here is your sister, I think she will accept it calmly." But Chi Wenli wanted to say more, but Duke shook his head and said, "Think about it first, think about it carefully, don't just think about yourself. Also, is your so-called love for Pokémon just to this extent?" Duke pointed to Abimasno at the side, and stood up. Chi Wenli didn't know what to say for a moment. He once boasted that he had love for all Pokémon. But now it seems that Duke has successfully slapped him in the face with his words. "Think about it." Duke left his seat. "I'm going to use the bathroom, I'll be back later." Duke left here in a few steps, and Articuno thought about it and flapped his wings to follow. This guy must have found something, otherwise he would not find a reason to leave. And just like that, Articuno caught up with Duke. "What did you find out? Guess it." "A little. Have you heard of the 3 toilets?" Articuno blinked Red's eyes when Duke said this. "What the hell are the 3 toilets?" "It's Regirock, Regis, and Registeel. Isn't that the 3 divine pillars?" "Yeah, but don't you think the Regigigas who created them look a lot like toilets?" Duke's words made Articuno fall into silence. If San Shenzhou and Regigigas heard such a nickname, they would have to fight Duke desperately. He even said that if such an ugly nickname fell on him, then he would definitely not be able to accept it. "I am Articuno, one of the 3 holy birds. Fortunately, I have never heard such a weird nickname like the 3 toilets." Looking at Articuno's appearance, Duke knew what she was thinking. After thinking about it carefully, he still didn't put Zapdos. The nickname of the 3 silly birds of Articuno and Moltres came out. If she said it, she would probably explode. Fried hair in every sense. Not long after, Duke took Articuno to the lowest level of the inner space of the iceberg, and here was a more ruthless cold air, and the cold fog permeated here visible to the naked eye. And in the depths, Articuno saw a golem-like ice giant quietly soaking in the mist. 3 horses. Va. Regis, one of the 3 divine pillars. Regis. Towel. Chapter 111. In the deep cold fog, Regis, which is made of solid ice all over its body, stands in it, like a statue that existed in ancient times. Really Regis. As he gets closer to Regis, Articuno can more clearly perceive the power that is similar to her but very different. Her ice power is to freeze everything, freezing at 0. But the aura of ice power exuded from Regis gave her a feeling of being as immovable as an iceberg, and as moving as a rock slide. "That's right, it's the ice toilet." Duke nodded, and walked forward ignoring the cold fog. Articuno immediately followed, and as the two got closer to Regis, the outline of Regis became clearer. This guy has a body made of ice and a face with a plus pattern made of 7 yellow dots. K has tapered legs, with 3 crystalline fingers on each end of cylindrical arms. In addition, there are 4 ice spikes on the back, 2 on each side. It's just that the plus-shaped pattern on Regis's face is now colorless and dim, as if in deep sleep. He is also a legendary Pokémon, can't you respect it? Articuno gave Duke a blank look, and Duke shrugged his shoulders indifferently. It's just a code name, don't take it so seriously. Mohong, starter, legends say that Regis and his two brothers were made by Regigigas using special icebergs, rocks, and lava, so these three also have the same ability to make their own raw materials. But how did you find out he's here? Just glanced at it and found it. Duke's statement caused Articuno to roll his eyes, and he found it with a casual glance. Why didn't you say that you can detect the entire universe? If you don't believe me, pull it down. Duke didn't care whether Articuno believed it or not, he wouldn't lie anyway. When he came to the ice toilet Regis, this lump of ice seemed to be completely unaware of any changes in the outside world, as if he was dead. Duke sized up Regis, and then said to Articuno, "Will he react if I throw the ball at him now?" There was a trace of contempt in Articuno's red eyes. "Everyone is sleeping like this, you still want to persecute him, what about it? Try it, it's just a matter of a ball anyway." With one hand vertically forming a knife, Duke poked open the space around his body, opened his own interspatial bag, and took out a master ball from inside. Hitting Regis's head with the master ball, Regis turned into a beam of red light on the spot and was absorbed by the master ball. Duke, who was holding the master ball, looked at the master ball that showed the success of the master ball without shaking his hand, and blinked. It seems that he has completely fallen asleep. Duke, who weighed the master ball, shrank it and stuck it on his armguard. Articuno looked at the newly added master ball on Duke's armguard, and said curiously, "You tamed this guy for your own sake. Gym ready?" "Well, Gym lacks a toilet." After hearing Duke's words, the corner of Articuno's mouth twitched slightly. "Why are you so hurt?" "It's fine to ask someone to use the toilet, and I plan to ask him to go to the toilet. The rogue panda will starve to death after seeing you, and you have taken all the bamboo shoots." Duke looked around again to make sure he had missed nothing, and then he turned around and took Articuno back to Abamasno and Chi Wenli's wedding scene. After returning one by one, they found that Chi Wenli, who had been crying before, was chatting happily with many Pokémon in the venue together with the overlord Abamasno. Although Chi Wenli, the Pokémon fish, talked about it like chicken and duck, Chi Wenli always nodded cheerfully on his face, and there was no sign of impatience. Yan Ren was by his side, doing what a best man should do. "How long have we been down?" Seeing Chi Wenli like this, Articuno blinked. Duke calculated the time, and said uncertainly, "It seems like it's only 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Articuno pointed to the smiling Chi Wenli and said, "I always feel like we've been down for 10 years. This." Duke pondered for a moment, and returned to his seat with Articuno. "When this kid comes over, ask him in detail." "All right." Articuno, who flew on the swing he made, looked at Chi Wenli and Yan Ren curiously. The former originally resisted Abamasno in every possible way, and the latter also wanted to help hand the former out of the sea of suffering. Why in the blink of an eye, these two people seem to have changed their appearance, and they have become one with the Pokémon here? Not long after, Chi Wenli was holding a cup carved from ice cubes in his hand. The cup contained fruit juice, which seemed to have just been squeezed out. "Duke, come have a drink." Facing Chi Wenli who handed him the juice, Duke smelled it, and there was no smell of alcohol or psychedelic drugs, so what do these two guys look like? Do you understand? Duke took over the ice glass, and the berry fruit juice had been icy with ice after being chilled in the glass made of solid ice, but it didn't affect drinking, and even had a different flavor. As for where the juice came from? Duke looked not far away, where one or two Abamasnos were still squeezing juice on the spot, and berries were placed inside an ice cube with a circular groove. Served, followed by ice condensed mallets for juicing. The cup was placed in the notch of the drainage channel, and soon a glass of juice appeared. These Abamasno not only know how to play human, but also play very well. How many trainers have been kidnapped by robbery to conclude this? Suddenly, I felt that the trainers in Shuezong City had a hard time. Duke looked at the juice in his hand, paused and said, "Do you understand now?" "I figured it out." Chi Wenli nodded, and said with a melancholy expression, I used to think that my love was great, it crossed racial boundaries, and it was incomprehensible to mediocrity. But just today, just now, I was awakened by you. Chi Wenli grabbed the arm of Abimasno who was beside him, and said loudly, love should not be limited, it should not be limited to race, it should not be limited to appearance, and it should not be restricted by all the opinions in the eyes of the world. Love should be great, regardless of race, regardless of high or low, regardless of appearance, and go straight to the heart. From now on, I, Chi Wenli, will personally practice the love between humans and Pokémon. The greater future of Pokémon and human beings starts with me. Me too. Yan Ren, who was at the side, heard Chi Wenli speak so enthusiastically, and immediately took a step forward, with an enthusiasm that made Duke's neck feel cold when he saw it. Duke, I also want to thank you for waking me up. That's right, I used to harm Froslass just for excitement, curiosity, and pleasure, but from now on I won't. I want to use my most sincere and passionate love to influence every Pokémon I see, and eliminate their grudges and hostility towards humans. The harmonious coexistence of people and Pokémon starts with me. Yan Ren glanced at Chi Wenli, the hands of the two were clasped together, it was extraordinarily strong. Start with us. From now on, we will stand on the same front and have the same dream as a family. Brother. Chi Wenli patted Yan Ren's hand, and Yan Ren held Chi Wenli's hand tightly. Little brother. Brother. Little brother. From now on, for the sake of more beautiful Pokémon compatriots, we must work together. No matter who it is, as long as he intends to destroy the most sincere relationship between people and Pokémon, we will fight him to the last breath. Yes, little brother. Yan Ren patted Chi Wenli's hand. I was wrong. In the past, my understanding of love was too one-sided. To love someone is not necessarily to own him. To protect all beautiful existences, and to protect Pokémon is my true wish. Great love is boundless, and goodness is like water. Goodbye, yesterday's me. Today, I have realized the mystery of true love. Duke turned his head away, unable to bear to watch this scene. Under his enlightenment, these two bastards went farther and farther on the path of perversion, and even disappeared forever. I obviously want them to wake up and let them return to the normal track. Damn, what did I do wrong? Why did I create two epic metamorphoses? Do you want to travel through the timeline? Go back 10 minutes ago and warn yourself, don't meddle in your own business, just laugh at them. Duke's eyes flickered, and he already had the idea of going back in time. As for Articuno, who was shocked by the two people's remarks, he couldn't close his mouth. Articuno looked at Duke, questioning in his eyes, what kind of monsters did you create? From tonight onwards, Pokémon will not only have to deal with greedy humans, but also such perverts. If he had known this earlier, he should have given these two people to karma in advance, and it would be over once and for all. At this moment, Chi Wenli and Yan Ren both looked at Duke, who turned his head to look elsewhere and planned to restart the timeline. With gratitude in their eyes, they also bowed deeply to Duke. Duke, thank you again for waking us up. You are simply the angel sent by the gods to guide us, the light on our way forward, and the mentor of our lives. The two raised their heads and looked at Duke with longing in his eyes. Duke saw the expressions of these two people and understood that even if he restarted the timeline, these two people would eventually walk on this path. Because, what I said actually enlightened them. Turned on the switch for them to become sad wind. Even if the timeline is restarted, these two people may still have some kind of relationship. Fate will take this path. Even without Duke, there are Zhang Ke, Li Ke, and Lu Ke. Wipe. Now these two perverts have transformed into sad wind, a brand new existence. While the corners of Duke's eyes twitched slightly, the two sad winds said again, Duke, as our mentor on the road of life, is there anything else you want to warn us? Duke thought about it. Pay attention to safety measures. Chapter 112. That afternoon, a exhausted Duke returned to the Zhongtang Medical Center. As soon as he entered the door, he went directly to the end of the bench where patients were waiting for consultation and sat down, then fell heavily to this side. Those two who are on the horse, Qi Wenli and Yan Ren. No, the three views shown by these two sad wines, even Artie Kuno saw them, and wanted to put them on the ground and kill them on the spot. Duke was physically and mentally exhausted from dealing with them. He would rather destroy the galaxy than mix with these two tragedies. If you stay with them for a long time, you will be polluted. What's the matter? Seeing Duke's appearance, Zhongtang couldn't help stepping forward to ask. Duke waved his hand, closed his eyes and said, "I'm so tired." "What about Yan Ren and Qi Wenli?" Although Zhongtang was asking Duke, his tone was very firm. Those two people were the only ones who could make Duke express his fatigue. "Yes, these two." Duke spoke halfway, and instead of continuing, he sighed heavily. "Anyway, you'll know when you see them later." "Then where are they now?" "Ice and Snow Cave." Duke told the location of the two sad wines, but he didn't say what they were doing. It's better for him to endure this kind of destruction of the three views in silence, so don't talk about destroying Zhongtang. Seeing that he had a grudge, Duke didn't want to say anything, and Zhongtang didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said, "Since you feel annoyed because of them, then change your mood." "What's wrong?" Duke, who heard something in Zhongtang's words, sat up, and Zhongtang pointed to the second floor and said, "You have a guest here." At this time, Sen's Hizi, who was carrying Latias, appeared from the stairs leading to the second floor, and 07 nodded slightly to Duke with a shy smile. "Are you Sen Mingzi?" Duke stood up, forgetting about the tragedy of Qi Wenli and Yan Ren, looking at this shy young man with squinting eyes. He didn't look for him, but he came to his door instead. "Hello." Squinting eyes, Sen's Haiming came down the stairs, followed by the timid Latias. Latias hid behind Sen Mingzi, with dodge in his eyes. The look of wanting to look at Duke, but not looking at him was very endearing. But the more you look at it, you will find that Latias looks like a little girl who went out to play secretly and was caught by the elders at home. Duke looked at Sen's Hizi. This guy was dressed like a big boy next door, and his squinting eyes gave him a strong affinity. Just one glance will make people feel good about him. While Duke was looking at Sen's Hizi, the latter was also looking at him. Under the slightly curly hair, there is a handsome face, and the matching of facial features seems to be personally created by a world-class sculptor. The more you look at it, the more delicious it is. And those eyes are like a night sky full of stars, attracting people's attention. Coupled with that casual expression, they can be called killers of women of all ages. Up to 99, down to just able to walk, there is no one who will not fall in love with him. Moreover, according to the information he obtained, this guy is not only the champion of this year's Shanghai Rookie competition, but also the top scorer in their province, and recently tamed a second-level god Artie Kuno. Obviously, she can rely on her face to make a living, but she relies on her talent to get ahead. It makes people feel ashamed when compared with him. Duke nodded indifferently, ignored the outstretched palm of Sen's Hizi who was going downstairs, and went up to the second floor on his own, while glaring at Latias. "Let's talk on the second floor." Seeing Duke's attitude, Sen's Hizi couldn't help touching his nose, but he didn't show much embarrassment, and immediately followed Duke up to the second floor. Seeing the two going upstairs, Zhongtang shook his head. He didn't like this Sen's Hizi. He always gave him a feeling of duplicity and deep city. If he felt that way, then Duke must have noticed it too. Presumably, this is why Duke has such an attitude towards him. Thinking of this, Zhongtang no longer cared about these things, but instead went to his own botanical pavilion in the backyard. As soon as he entered the botanical hall, Zhongtang saw Saduk sitting on a chair with a blank face, and in front of him was Ryla who kept doing push-ups. It's just that the air around Ryalo has been distorted to varying degrees. It is obvious that Saduk used the gravity skill on Ryalo. In the gravity field generated by Saduk, Ryalo is training hard, and Saduk still looks like a veteran coder. Coupled with his indifferent expression, it will always make people feel that this duck should not enter. Continue. Saduk's voice echoed in Ryalo's head, keep doing it. You haven't reached your limit yet, go on. Ryalo gritted his teeth and continued his push UPS in the gravity court. Saduk looked at him like this, turned his head away, the little pup actually hit his throat with a funnel, and dared to lick his face with a toilet. It's so daring, if you don't peel off your skin in my gravity field today, you don't even think about going out. Anyway, no one can fault him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tang sighed. Although he suspected that Saduk was avenging himself, he had no evidence, so he should do his own thing well. Zhang Tang deftly picked up the hoe on the side and walked to her medicine garden. It's time to take care of the cute baby herbs. On the other side, Duke and Sen's Hizi came to the tea room on the second floor. The former sat skillfully in the host seat, while the latter sat in the guest seat cautiously. Duke, who was boiling water to make tea, stared at the kettle with lowered eyelids, and at the same time said directly, "Those people have seen you. Who are you talking about?" Sen's Hizi kept his posture very low, and Duke said again, "Don't play dumb, people like Luo Qiushui have contacted you, right? You're talking about Aunt Luo, we've already met. It's very affectionate." Duke, who opened his mouth with a hint of sarcasm, raised his eyes to look at Sen's Hizi, and with just one glance, Sen's Hizi, who met Duke's eyes, opened his eyes immediately, feeling as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and his heart stopped in despair at the same time. A different feeling gripped my heart. The fear of death. He looked away after only one glance at Duke, but Sen's Hizi let out a long breath and collapsed on the seat. Duke ignored Sen's Hizi and turned to look at Latias. "This is the trainer you chose." Latias lowered his head and let Duke teach him the lesson. "A trash! How long have you been away from home? Don't you know that your family cares about you?" Duke continued to reprimand Latias. "Because of you, your brother is missing now, do you know?" When Duke said this, he slapped the tea table. When the tea table shook, Latias also trembled. In front of Duke, she was like a junior, allowing herself to be reprimanded. And Sen's Hizi, who came back from the side, looked at Duke with a dazed expression. "Brother! This is my Pokémon, why are you like training your grandson? Don't save me any face?" That. Sen's Hizi just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Duke directly. "You have no place to talk here, I'm talking to her. You are old too, don't let your brother worry about you all the time, okay?" Duke hated iron and steel and said, "Because you left without authorization, now you don't know where your brother has gone. Do you have the heart to do this?" Latia's head drooped, looking ashamed. Seeing this, Duke also softened his tone. "I know you are yearning for the outside world, but you can't leave without saying anything like this time. If you want to come here to play, you can come to me. Why did you sneak away by yourself?" Latias continued to remain silent, but Sen's Himing on the side mustered up his courage and said, "Latias is my Pokémon, I don't allow you to say that about her. Besides, what right do you have to reprimand my Pokémon? What qualifications do I have?" There was a mocking smile in Duke's eyes. "Then let me ask you, Latia's trainer, do you really treat her as a family member? Or, do you think of her as a ticket to help you climb higher, to a better level, and a level that ordinary people can't reach? How can you say that?" Sen Mingzi blushed, slapped the table, stood up and pointed at Duke and said, "I regard Latias as my sister and my family. How could you insult me like that?" "Insulting you?" Duke crossed his arms, disdainful. "Boy, I'm not insulting you, I'm just stating the facts." While Duke was speaking, he also took out a few special chips and threw them on the table. Do you know what this is? What? When Senshizi saw these chips, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Isn't this a memory chip used by a special camera? Could it be that he has been being watched by this person in front of him for the past few days? Give you a chance, kid. Duke said to Sensheiming, hand over the Pokeball and liberate Latias. I will not hold you accountable. You want to snatch my Pokémon? Sen Mingzi's eyes widened, and Duke snorted, Snatch took your Pokémon? You're not qualified yet. I'm not handing over Latias, absolutely not. Senshizi looked at Latias with warmth and trust in his eyes. Latias is my sister, my family, I will not abandon her, never. Put gold on your face. Duke opened his mouth, showing a set of white teeth. You're very interesting, kid. Sensheiming paused for a moment, and then said, I don't care what relationship you have with Latias, but your current behavior has not only hurt me, but also hurt her who trusts me. Do you know how much this hurts her? Duke looked at Latias, who had been silent from the beginning until now, and said lightly, What do you think? I want to try. Latia's voice rang in the ears of Duke and Senshizi. She looked at Duke with burning eyes, and said telepathically, For a long time, whether it is my brother or everyone on Tianzu Mountain is protecting me, I don't want to be like a little Kangas Khan, under your care and in a pouch all the time. The little girl from back then has grown up now, and wants to see the outside world. Duke shook his head, and Latias said very firmly, Although you have taken good care of me, my lord, I want to give it a try. Try what? I want to prove to you the strength of me and Sensei's bonds. Latias and Duke looked at each other with firm eyes. And Duke looked at Latias with firm eyes, and smiled slightly, In that case, then I will give you a chance. I'll be waiting for you in the semi-finals the day after tomorrow. Duke got himself a cup of tea, and while holding it in his hand, there was also a strong mockery in his eyes. Waiting for you to prove it to me, the so-called bonds in your mouth. Chapter 113. July 15th, sunny. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Duke slowly exited the field. In the 10 minutes just now, he once again completed the game in a row of 3 and advanced to the quarter-finals. Tomorrow morning, he will advance to 4 in 8, and in the afternoon, he will advance to 2 in 4. As for Duke's opponent today, he was carried out with a look of lovelessness. Megagurados Water Pulse plus Dark Pulse plus Dragon Pulse, one child at a time, is simply not human. Play against others, lose the most and start over again, play against Duke, if you lose, you don't want to touch the battle again. It was so torturous. Duke, who habitually returned to the players' lounge, was planning to call Siduk back to the medical center to continue training Ryalu. Off the court of Siduk's gravity, Ryalu made rapid progress. Under the pressure of gravity with 360 degrees in all directions and no dead angles, Ryalu must firmly complete the training goal while bearing the damage of gravity to the body. The first class exercised the body and strengthened the spirit. Not to mention killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the speed of progress is still fast. Not to mention, the flame of life that Duke got from Ho-Oh is still in the interspatial bag, not used by Ryalu. After Duke gave the fire of life to Ryalu to use, this little guy will improve even faster. But when Duke entered the players' lounge, he found that the woman Luokia Shui was already drinking tea in the lounge. Hehe, what wind brought you here? Duke, who entered the players' lounge, closed the door, and Siduk's voice came to Duke's ears, You just finished the game, and she came here to wait for you. Duke, I'm here this time to talk to you. Artie Kuno. No, it's Sen Mingzi. It turned out to be him. Duke looked stunned. It seemed that what he said to Senshizi yesterday gave him a sense of crisis. In order not to miss Latias, the ticket to the top, this kid directly contacted his backer. That is, the group of people behind Luokia Shui. We have invested a lot in Senshizi, and we don't want our achievements to fall short. Luo Qiushui put down his teacup, stood up from his seat, and came to Duke with a warning in his eyes. You don't agree with our invitation, but you can't smash our plate. If I smash it, what can you do? Duke took a step forward, and Luo Qiushui couldn't help taking a step back under Duke's approach, and his mind became flustered. But Luo Qiushui suppressed the panic in his heart, pretending to be calm and said, Duke, no matter who is behind you, you have to understand that rules are rules. If you don't eat the food on the plate yourself, you can't let others not eat it, and even smash the plate. Duke looked at Luo Qiushui, who was pretending to be calm, but his eyes were flustered, and lightly snorted, Go back and tell them. I don't care about others, but Sensheiming is doomed. If you want to stop the loss in time, then withdraw quickly, otherwise. After showing a meaningful smile, Duke raised his hand to greet Saduk and left the player lounge. Looking at the closed door of the players' lounge, Luo Qiushui took 2 steps back, sat on the seat, panting heavily. Damn it, where did this kid come from? How could he have such a strong power? Aren't the successors in those holy places not born yet? Just when Luo Qiushui was puzzled, Duke and Saduk got on the car back to the hospital. That woman is afraid of you. I can tell. Duke looked out the car window, and as the car started, it quickly drove out of the underground garage smoothly. When passing by the square, Duke saw a large group of people gathered together in the square, as if they were watching and discussing something. Duke, who wanted to take a look over there, quickly froze his gaze. He saw that Yan Ren was wearing an Pokémon shirt, and his Pokémon was holding a huge banner behind him, and was also distributing leaflets to the people around him. Judging by the way this guy looks, he seems to be saying something to the people around him. It's just that his enthusiastic face is in stark contrast to the people around him who seem to be looking at garbage. Soon, the Pokémon police with Arcanine came to the square and took Yan Ren away. This scene completely fell into Duke's eyes. Slap your forehead, this kid really dares. Fortunately, Qi Wenli was not involved in this matter, otherwise his family would break his leg. At this moment, a figure passed by Duke's car. Qi Wenli ran fast, and shouted loudly while running, Pokémon is true love. Human beings are only for reproduction. Abandon secular concepts and join us. Stop, you pervert. The Pokémon police lady led Arcanine to chase after him, and Qi Wenli ran in front. She chased him and fled, but he couldn't escape. Horse riding, Arcanine even used extreme speed, how could Qi Wenli run away? Then you take my mobile phone. Duke stuffed the phone to Saduk who was beside him, not giving Qi Wenli and Yan Ren a chance to call him. Once those 2 bastards call, you know what to do. Saduk put away the phone. At this moment, Duke's phone rang suddenly, and Saduk saw that it was Zhang Tang's call. Ginger soup. Saduk, who handed the phone back to Duke, looked forward. At this moment, the gate of the arena was completely blocked because of the chaos caused by Qi Wenli and Yan Ren. A traffic policeman brought his own Pokémon to evacuate the traffic. On the other side, Arcanine dragged Qi Wenli and Yan Ren into the police car. They really dragged each other. They bit one of their legs and dragged them on the ground, face down. Tisk, how miserable. Nice job though. Glancing at the 2 sad whines dragged away by Arcanine, Duke connected Zhang Tang's call. Hey, what's the matter? Duke, your new Pokémon jumped out of the ball and is making a fuss, come back quickly, Articuno and him are about to tear down my plant house. Hey, don't touch that, it's the old mountain ginseng I transplanted back, and it won't work over there, the herbs over there are more precious. I managed to graft a successful tree seedling. My medicine garden, my lifeblood. Duke, come back quickly, if you don't come back, my precious lifeblood will be destroyed. Hearing Zhang Tang's wailing, Duke blinked, the ice toilet woke up. Saduk looked at Duke, and Duke directly raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder, go back to the hospital. A blue light flashed in Seduk's eyes, and he took Duke to teleport and disappeared in place. The driver who was waiting inadvertently glanced at the rear-view mirror, but found that the guest he was going to escort was gone. Turning his head to confirm several times, he scratched his temples. So, can I get off work? In the medical hall, in the botanical hall. The extremely cold air filled the air, and no matter who came into contact with the freezing air, it would be covered in solid ice in an instant. Regis, whose face was like a N sign with 7 yellow dots flashing disorderly, approached Articuno with heavy steps. While the extremely cold air of Constrict on its body froze the ground, it also quickly created a favorable terrain for him. Stop it, I don't want to fight you. Articuno hovered in mid-air, Regis's face shone with a cold light, and soon the slender but deadly ice beam pierced the void, heading straight for Articuno. The air is thus frozen. Articuno raised his neck and screamed, and a light appeared on his body to block Regis's ice beam. Can't communicate at all. There was a flash of anger in Articuno's red eyes, and even she was a little angry. This damned ice toilet, after waking up, broke free from the pokeball, and then fought towards the surroundings without hesitation. Now I can't even hear a word. Since you insist on fighting, then I will not be polite. Articuno's wings spread out, an icy wind lingered between them. At the same time as sharp ice edges emerged, Regis also raised his head. Zai-hum! The bright yellow beam of destruction began to gather strength and lock on Articuno. This guy! Just as Articuno was about to make a move, there was a flash in front of his eyes, and Duke and Seduk appeared in the field. Seeing the severely damaged botanical hall, Duke scratched the back of his head. The botanical hall has been destroyed like this, it's really troublesome. Duke. Seeing Duke coming, Articuno also slowly gathered his strength and stopped attacking. Okay, leave it to me to solve it. Duke walked towards Regis where the hyper beam was stored, taking off his shirt as he walked. I thought you would be sleeping for a while, but I didn't expect to wake up so soon. I wake up so noisy, is it because of getting up? Or, are you drowsy? Sizzling. Regis didn't show any emotional fluctuations, and hyper beam was also fully accumulated at this moment, but when he was about to release, Duke flashed up in front of him, raised his hand and pressed his face. Now, be honest. Duke, who forcibly annihilated hyper beam, grabbed the head of the ice toilet and carried him out. Jing Tang, I'm really sorry, wait for me to have a good chat with it, and then I'll help you fix your botanical house. Duke, who was carrying Regis, walked towards the outside of the botanical hall, and was caught by himself. Zhang Tang, who was guarding the Pokémon behind him, looked at Duke who was dragging Regis like he was dragging a suitcase, and he was so relaxed and freehand, and swallowed his saliva. That is a second-level god, why is it being dragged away in your hand like a suitcase? Duke, who walked out of the botanical hall along the wall that Regis shattered, walked aside, and then put Regis down. Sizzling. Regis raised her hand and pointed at Duke, and the moment the 3 crystalline fingers closed, there was also a condensed cold air. Ice punch in Farmer's 3 punches. Still unwilling to be honest. Looking at Regis, who was still vicious, Duke clenched his fists, punch a few times, you shouldn't be broken. As soon as the words fell, Regis was punched in the face by Duke. With just one punch, Regis's whole body was shaken, but soon Duke's second punch arrived. Boom! The strength of the fist penetrated the body, and the end sign on Regis's face emitted light spots in a mess. Looking up at Duke again, the chaotic mind also became sober. He was actually crushed and beaten by a human? I can't understand. I can't understand. As soon as this idea appeared, Duke's third punch also came. You have to be an obedient and good thing, otherwise you will become a dead thing. I told you to look east, you can't look west. I let you sit on the toilet, you can't be a refrigerator. Understood? If you understand, just squeak. Duke punched, and Regis was completely rubbed against the ground, unable to fight back at all. Every time Regis punched, Regis's legs would tremble. The movement outside also attracted the attention of the people in the botanical hall and the Pokémon. Whether it was Zhongtang or Articuno, they all came to the gap to look out, and after just one glance, they silently looked away. Articuno remembered the day he woke up, and Zhongtang fully understood why Duke could subdue an Articuno. Horse Rider, hit the Pokémon on the ground, are you really human? Regis, can't understand, unable to understand reason string. Regis, I've given up on thinking, so do what you like. Chapter 114 Swezong City, Aome Club. Inside the tea room. The smoke in the incense burner is curling up, and the tea soup in the kettle is rippling. Several people gathered in front of the tea table, staring at the teacup in front of them in silence for a long time. Luo Qiushui stood aside, lowered his head, waiting for their reply. The kid refused. Yes. Luo Qiushui said in a business-like tone without any personal emotions. He warned us that Sensei is doomed, and asked us to stop as soon as possible and stop the loss in time. Oh, stop the loss in time. The old man who was holding Haxorus crutches shook his head. Young man, it's always like this. With a little achievement, you swell. So what are we going to do next? A middle-aged man stroked a string of Buddhist beads. We paid a very high price to win Sensheiming over. If we are disturbed now, it would be a waste of all our previous efforts. Yet, let's not talk about who is behind that kid, but the Articuno in his hand is enough to defeat most Pokémon. It's hard. Yes. If you want me to say, just come. A man showed a stern face, and made a movement of slashing with a knife, but the old man directly swung his cane and knocked on the head of the man who made the sound. Your brain is filled with mud, and you still think about fighting and killing. Do you think this is more than 20 years ago? Do you think we are the group of stupid young people in the devil's capital? Someone from above has already contacted this kid. Since then, this kid's information has been encrypted layer by layer. The information that can be seen now is all forged, and those people from the earthly branch have personally handled it. You have not yet. Do you understand what this means? You mean? To deal with this kid, we have to be prepared with both hands. The old man was stroking the crutch in his hand, while Luo Qiushui was listening without making a sound. She was only responsible for delivering news and information, acting as a messenger, and more questions were beyond her control. Then how do we do it? We agreed from the beginning that Ping Sensei took the position. Could it be that you just give up the fruit that is now at your fingertips? That's right, it's a big gimmick for a trainer who owns New Demons to win the extreme challenge, which can bring us huge profits. It would be a pity if we just give up like this. So, what we can do now is to make a name for ourselves in the game. The competition party is directly under the jurisdiction of the superior. How can we intervene? Petition from the people, change of competition system. The old man spat out the 8 words slowly. The people around were stunned for a moment, and then they all understood what the old man meant. Could it be that they want to control public opinion, influence the Challenger League, and change the competition system? In some major competitions, once there is a bias in public opinion, the competition will change the competition system according to the bias of public opinion. That's right, use our human and material resources to change tomorrow's 2 games into team games as much as possible. That kid's Pokémon are very good, but it's not the same as today's mainstream group. However, there is a big gap in the tactical composition of team battles. It can be said that no decent team tactical system can be formed at all. Let's start from this. We can influence the game restructuring in a very short period of time, but he probably won't be able to think of a suitable tactical system in a short period of time. That is to let him retreat in spite of difficulties. That's right. At that time, you can still sell favors. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Just do it. Medical hall, restroom. Come on, look at this. Regius and Duke, who were covered in cracks, stood at the door of the bathroom. Duke pointed at the toilet in the bathroom and patted Regius on the shoulder affectionately. This is the toilet, the prop that humans and Pokémon use to excrete. Sizzling. Regius, who had been educated by Duke, nodded vigorously, indicating that he knew that this was a toilet, a place for excrement. If you're disobedient and mess around again in the future. Duke smiled and said, I'll turn you into a toilet. Regius. Understand. Regius glanced at the white toilet, then at his hands, and a picture of squatting in the bathroom instead of the toilet appeared in his mind. Whenever there is a need for Pokémon and humans, he has to open his mouth obediently, and then. Regius, who shivered suddenly, nodded quickly like a chicken eating rice, expressing that he understood. Now that you understand, we will be a loving family from now on. In the future, I will find your brothers Regirock and Registeel, as well as your father Regigigas, and reunite your family. Of course, if the other three of your family are also disobedient, I'll put you in a public toilet as a toilet. Regius followed Duke's words and thought again. He waited side by side with his brother and father for someone to go to the toilet. The 7 yellow dots on his face flickered in fear, and he patted his body that was about to be torn to pieces, expressing his understanding. It's good if you know, go and help Zhongtang restore the plant hall. As soon as Duke finished speaking, Regius rushed towards the botanical hall. He didn't want to become a toilet. After finishing Regius, Duke turned around and went to the tea room on the 2nd floor. While drinking tea slowly, he also watched Seduc training Railu in the tea room. Now it is triple gravity, and Railu's whole body is exposed to the gravity field. Under multiple gravity, his skin, muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs are all suffering tremendous torture. Every push-up made his bones creak. How many more? Duke sat in the main seat, and Seduc was opposite, sipping tea slowly. Seduc said without thinking, it's 67 short of 300 push UPS. It's pretty fast. The main reason is that he is about to get used to triple gravity. He has squeezed his potential through gravity field training in the past 2 days, coupled with the nourishment of various top poke blocks. This kid is almost approaching the edge of evolution. If it wasn't for Everstone's suppression, and his own subjective dislike of evolution, it is estimated that evolution could be Lucario very early. After accumulating for a period of time, he will go further with a lot of accumulation. Duke picked up his teacup, and before he took a sip, Zhongtang rushed up to the 2nd floor with the tablet in his arms. Duke, what's wrong? Look at this. Zhongtang handed the tablet in his hand to Duke, who took a look and immediately raised his eyebrows. Chunching jinx, the current games are so exciting. Fulner suspending Imalga, but it always feels almost meaningless. I'm Onyx, not Big Loach. Yes, individual battles are really exciting, but it would be even better if we can see team battles. Saint here across, now that you put it that way, I also kind of want to watch team battles. Lalo Bulas, yes, team battles are more enjoyable. Fatty Gang, Mom, I want to watch the team battle. Dodrio can't fly, petition team battle. Duke continued to scroll down and found that many netizens' comments revolved around team battles. He looked up at Zhongtang and said, do you think the next game will become a team battle? Yes, in the event planning form issued by the Alliance, there is a clear mention that once there is a bias in public opinion during the game, the competition team must adjust the event according to the bias of public opinion. Most netizens are now leaning towards team battles. I think tomorrow's game and even the finals may be restructured into team battles. Who came up with this stupid regulation? Duke put the tablet on the table. Zhongtang also sat beside him, and said with a wry smile, this is a problem left over from history. When the league was first established, the competitions held by the league were to raise funds, so the competition regulations were not perfect, and it was impossible to copy the existing competition rules at that time, so we could only cross the muddy water. At that time, the league officials were also doing whatever they wanted to do for the sake of money, but the result of doing so was the revenue of the game. Benefits are often not ideal. Even I can't make ends meet. After a game, my income is not as much as my expenses, and I even have a lot of debts because of it. This also makes the poor financial situation of the alliance established in the early stage even worse. Later, the first upper echelon of the alliance listened to the opinions of the public and established the rules for changing the competition system that public opinion favors. In short, the audience has paid for it, and what the audience wants to watch, the competition has to make corresponding adjustments. Do you want to make money? It's not shabby. Because of this regulation, the league quickly turned losses into profits, and this regulation was written into the competition regulations, but now few people mention it. After all, the physique of the current competition is getting more and more mature, and the competition team will prepare everything in advance, so that the initial situation will not happen. This regulation will be useless for a long time. The most recent time was 5 years ago, when the competition party operated in secret, which led to public outrage, and finally changed the competition system under the bias of public opinion. Judging from the current form of public opinion, it is obvious that there will be urgent changes to the competition system, and you will receive relevant information shortly. After Tang Zhong spoke in a fit of anger, he also picked up the teacup on the side and drank tea to moisten his throat. Duke looked at the tablet on the table and fell into deep thought. Team battle, he really didn't think about it. At present, the conquest and cultivation of Pokémon are all based on his interests. Gyarados was caught in no man's land to cope with the Earl Dervish Pokémon. Seduc was sent to the door by himself, and Riolu was sent in a game. As for Articuno and the newly acquired Regis, they are not even the second and third teams, because they are prepared for the Beast Gym. Therefore, if the competition system is really changed in the future, he will have to focus on team battles for tactical design and thinking, and train Gyarados, Seduc, and Riolu to form a complete tactical system team in a short period of time. Most of the current mainstream tactics revolve around weather teams, such as Rainy Team, Sunny Team, Sandstorm Team, Storm Team, and special teams like Space Team and Shout Team. And most trainers who are good at team battles start to plan their own team tactics system before confirming the first Pokémon, or even earlier. These people will subdue 3 teams of Pokémon. The first team is the main team, the second team is the backup team, and the third team is the support team. Take the first team as the main force and the second team as the support, or the second team as the center and the third team as the support. The team is arranged like a pyramid, and the Pokémon to be subdued are complementary in terms of ability, characteristics, or cultivation direction. They will purposefully subdue Pokémon according to the team tactics system they want to gradually. Of course, when encountering a powerful Pokémon, some people will form a team based on this Pokémon. Now, Duke has to plan ahead, taking into account the establishment of the team's tactical system. What are you going to do? Zhang Tang looked at Duke. Although the competition system may not necessarily be changed, I think we still need to think about it. At this moment, Duke's cell phone vibrated, and when he picked it up, it was a text message from the competition. Dear contestant Duke, due to the bias of internet public opinion and public petitions, the 8-in-4 and 4-in-2 competition system is now changed to team battles. Please be prepared. After reading the text message, Duke handed it to Zhang Tang. The team competition has been confirmed, and there will be 2 games tomorrow. It seems that I have to create a complete tactical system based on the existing 3 Pokémon. Chapter 115. The team competition has been finalized. The 8-4 competition in the morning and the 4-2 competition in the afternoon are both team competitions. Duke handed Zhang Tang the phone in his hand, and Zhang Tang looked at the text message on the phone, also lost in thought. As soon as I finished speaking, the competition system changed immediately, which is too coincidental. I always feel that someone is behind this matter to fuel the flames. Otherwise, it's impossible for a good individual competition to suddenly turn into a team competition. Zhang Tang put Duke's cell phone on the table, but Duke said indifferently, "It doesn't make any difference to me from an individual match to a team match. Anyway, Seduc and Gyarados are enough to deal with various situations at this stage. Furthermore, I still have Articuno and Regis in my hands. It's okay to just take them out and crush them directly. The team competition needs to see the cooperation between the teams. You can't throw 3 at will. It's easy for the referee to judge you as passive and negligent, and thus disqualify you from the competition." Zhang Tang smiled wryly. Duke's behavior was too rough, even with Pokémon. The scene of pressing Regis to hammer on the ground before frightened him. People use Pokémon battles to subdue them, and what is even more exaggerated is to throw a group of Pokémon out to beat one. But it's very rare for you to subdue it yourself. See you. Even those fighters are not as crazy as you. There was a news before that it was exaggerated enough for fighters to tame Onyx with bare hands. You are directly hammering on the ground according to the second-level god. Zhang Tang really doesn't know how to evaluate it. Yeah, there's more to this. Duke nodded. The team competition is not just about throwing 3 Pokémon on it. In order to watch the game, the 3 Pokémon must have relative coordination and cooperation ability. But in the team competition, throwing 3 at random, the first round is not over yet. In one game, he was sentenced to lose. Because this is fooling the audience, the referee will send you off directly. It seems that I can only make tactical ideas based on the current 3 Pokémon. It can only be this way. Zhang Tang stood up. I still have to go to the botanical garden, so I won't bother you. You should think about it yourself. It is good. Zhang Tang turned and left, while Duke continued to meditate. At this moment, he glanced at Ryulu at the side, and then at Seduc in front of him. Seduc calmly took a sip of his tea and said lightly, "Don't look at me, I've always fought alone." Tisk. Listening to Seduc's voice transmission, Duke scratched his head. It seemed that he had to find the common point of the 3 Pokémon, and then use it as a breakthrough point. So, what do the 3 Pokémon have in common? Gyarados, as the wild overlord Pokémon in No Man's Land, is different from the overlord in the secret territory of the islands under the control of the Kapu family. In this world, there are several different classifications for overlord Pokémon. The first category is Gyarados, which have a different height and body than the same kind of Pokémon. And this kind of body is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary Pokémon. Normal Gyarados are about 6.5 meters in length, but Duke's big worm has a body length of nearly 16 meters, and because after following Duke, the resources have been tilted, and they continue to grow. They are ordinary Gyarados more than 2.5 times of that. The second type is the overlord in the secret realm of the islands. Although the body is not as abnormal as Gyarados, they all have the overlord aura. The overlord's aura is equivalent to a mega buff, which can improve certain strengths of Pokémon just like passive skills. Moreover, the root of the overlord's aura is actually the same as the root of the Z move, which comes from the light energy of the radiant god, and because of the particularity of the secrets of the islands, only the Pokémon there can master the overlord's aura. With the blessing of the overlord's aura, not only the overlord Pokémon has improved in strength, but also its potential and room for improvement have been stretched. It can be said that the overlord Pokémon in the secret realm of the islands is the strongest type of overlord Pokémon recognized by everyone in the world. As for the last one, there are those special Pokémon who are born extraordinary, have outstanding talents, and can lead an entire race of Pokémon. Overlord is a title for them. To be more precise, it is the king. Born to be king. There are very few such Pokémon in the world. To give a simple example, Pokémon such as Diamond Princess Diancie. As the overlord Pokémon, Gyarados, in addition to being different from the same kind of body and physical fitness, the most prominent feature is the mastery of water-type energy and weather skills. In addition, because of the Mega Evolution, the progress of Gyarados in dark skills is also normal in one day. And Psyduck. Duke looked at Psyduck, who had a blank face on the surface, but actually enjoyed hot tea and newspapers. This guy was carrying the mutant gene extracted from the Mew fossil, the destruction gene. It can be said that all his current strength comes from destroying genes. And Mew, needless to say. Compared with the general Psyduck, this guy is more like a pure psychic Pokémon, with extremely strong mental power, and even the number of skills he has mastered makes Duke feel astonished. The energy changes of the other 18 departments have been dabbled in, and the most proficient and good at it is psychic. Other than that, everything else is pretty much the same. Psyduck noticed that Duke was looking at him, and couldn't help but glance at him, but quickly looked away, not caring about Duke, just maintaining the gravity field and continuing to hone Riolu. Duke's gaze shifted from Psyduck to Riolu as well. This little guy can be said to be the youngest in the Duke team. Gyarados said that his evolution has gone through 3 or 4 seasons so far, not counting his years in Magikarp. Psyduck said that he spent at least 5 years in the experimental base, which was still in an experimental base without a clear concept of time. You know, in his impression, all he can face is the incandescent lamp on the ceiling and the smell of disinfectant in the air. Eat when you are hungry, rest when you are sleepy, and be in a daze when you wake up. You can't feel the passage of time at all. Riolu has been doing it until now, and he was born less than 4 months ago. But in these 4 months, Duke has cultivated him to the point of senior top, half-step expert. When other Pokémon are 3 to 5 months old, they are just beginning to be cultivated. And the trainers are still racking their brains to mobilize their enthusiasm. Riolu currently specializes in only 3 directions: Aura, Awakening Lightning, and Punching Gun. Aura is his own talent. Hidden Power continues to stimulate the body. Duke intends to let him use this method to obtain a strong explosive ability. The punching method is also the biggest focus of his current practice. But the main thing is to train the body. Duke stared at Riolu, and went through the characteristics of the 3 Pokémon in his mind, trying to find the point of building a tactical system from the commonality of the 3. How do we do this? Duke stared at Riolu, who was sweating profusely in the gravity field at the moment, his eyes filled with blue light, which was the performance when mobilizing the power of Aura. Looking into Riolu's blue eyes, Duke said abruptly, "Psyduck, do you know how to use the power of Aura?" "You mean this?" "0 please ask for flowers 0. Psyduck raised his hand, the power of Aura fluctuated in his palm, and quickly condensed into a dazzling blue light ball. It is Lucario's famous skill Aura Sphere. You know how to use Aura? Duke raised his eyebrows, as expected of the Mega Duck God. Excellent. During the 263rd time I was tested, those lunatics dismembered more than 10 Lucarios and extracted important gene fragments. Psyduck said the words that made the spine shudder. Then, they used these gene fragments to try to create Pokémon that can use Aura, and tried to mass-produce it. I was also an experimental subject at the time, and was implanted with Lucario's gene fragment. Although it succeeded in the end, I haven't used the power of Aura much. The reason, I think you can know." Psyduck's words made Duke fall into silence. The power of Aura is essentially a kind of psychic energy, and Aura can perceive the emotions and hearts of others. Psyduck is in that environment, and all he perceives is crazy and cruel thoughts and hearts. Over time, he became resistant to Aura. Moreover, according to the setting of the original book, Aura exists in everything. In theory, everyone has Aura, but the difference lies in whether Aura can be perceived, successfully stimulated, and used flexibly. As for the perception of Aura, most people in the world are stuck. Therefore, there are very few Aura envoys, and the few are almost pitiful. That's why those people valued that Aura girl very much during the Magic Capital competition. Psychic people often have it, Aura envoys don't. Psyduck waved away the Aura sphere. Duke also looked at Psyduck at this time and said, "Since you can use the power of Aura, Can you connect other individuals through the power of aura? Can do. Siduk pointed to Railu. For example, I can connect his mind in a blink of an eye, or even in a shorter time than the blink of an eye, and even use this as a medium to manipulate him. However, you are an exception. Your spiritual power is too strong, and I can't even do the most basic telepathy with you. Don't talk about you, Ho-Oh can't use telepathy on me. Duke laughed and thought about how to arrange team tactics reasonably. Noticing Duke's smile, Siduk was stunned. You don't mean to? Well, I have already thought of how to arrange team tactics. Duke stood up and said to Siduk in front of him, what needs to be done now is to turn my vision into reality. Where are you going? No Man's Land. Shuezong City, Zikan District. In front of the gate of a community. Senshizi stood on the side of the road, as if waiting for something. Not long after, a luxury car slid smoothly in front of him. When the window was lowered, Luo Qiushui's face was revealed. Didn't I tell you that you can leave here? Luo Qiushui glanced at the neighborhood behind Senshizi, and Senshizi smiled shyly, not yet. If you have your own considerations, I won't say more, this is the Pokémon assigned to you by the above. Luo Qiushui took out 2 Pokeballs, cooperate with your Latia's Tailwind team, both of them are Pokémon who are proficient in airflow, which can assist your Latias to play a good match. Thank you. You don't need to thank you just need to win the champion of this game and show your value. Luo Qiushui looked at Senshizi expressionlessly. People who are worthless will only be discarded, remember this. Towel. Chapter 116. No Man's Land, among the snow-capped mountains. Sizzling. The icicle god Regis, whose body was sinking downward, let out a cheerful voice. It is cold here, which suits him very well, and the natural energy is abundant, allowing him to repair his damage. You know, he was almost broken by Duke. His whole body was covered with cracked lines. If Duke hadn't stopped at the last moment, Regis would have turned into Wang Guang's crushed ice. Now that he finally came to a land with abundant natural energy, he had to quickly absorb the natural energy and recover from his injuries. Regis sank into the thick snow, and Articuno also used the excited light to make himself a shelf similar to a horizontal bar. The whole bird stood on it, squinting at Duke and the 3 Pokémon not far away. Next, you have to complete a tactical idea I conceived. Duke didn't talk too much nonsense, and got straight to the point. This tactical system is named the Trinity Three-Headed Dragon by me. As soon as these words came out, Gyarados suddenly stood up. This tactic seemed to focus on himself. That's right, a tactical system centered on Gyarados. Duke looked at the stiff Gyarados and nodded, while Railu and Siduk were waiting for Duke's next words. The focus of this tactic is on the aura that can be used by Railu and Siduk. Emohong, start, power up. Railu is a born aura Pokémon, who can use aura from birth, and Siduk also has the power of aura because of acquired experiments. The power of aura possessed by the 2 of you is the most important part of the 3-headed dragon strategy. As for how to implement it, first of all, use aura to connect the hearts of the 3 of you to achieve the state of the Trinity. That is, you know me, I know him, and he knows your triangle structure. In this tactical system, Gyarados is the main body and Siduk and Railu use aura to assist Gyarados. At the same time, the focus of this tactic is not only aura, but also a more important point, that is, energy sharing. You have to share the energies of the 3 of you, but not completely. It's like a parallel circuit. Once one party loses the ability to fight, the other 2 will not be affected. Of course, this mainly relies on Siduk. Duke looked at Siduk. Siduk is the one who is most proficient in energy changes among all his Pokémon. Not only can he use all 18 types of energy changes, but his strong mental power and the destructive genes in his body have already allowed him to surpass Pokémon. Psychic Pokémon of the same strength level. In this process, Gyarados acts as the hardware and carries everything, Psyduck acts as the software to control everything, and Riolu acts as your talent and acts as the siren to supervise everything. Understand? As soon as Duke finished speaking, Gyarados and Riolu in front of them nodded half understanding. These two are not the type who can use their brains. If they are asked to look at people, they will be very straightforward. But let them use their brains, then you might as well kill them. Psyduck held his head and pondered for a moment, the gloomy and hoarse voice echoing in everyone's ears. I probably understand it, but how to operate it requires field practice. Whether you can turn your vision into reality, you need to keep trying. Duke nodded, you're right, let's try first. In that case, let's start. Psyduck's eyes glowed with a blue light representing the power of aura. Riolu also closed his eyes and calmed down, and began to perceive and mobilize aura. Only Gyarados looked down at Psyduck and then at Riolu from time to time, feeling rather disturbed. The success of this tactic depends on whether the three of them can do what Duke said. Not long after, Psyduck's eyes glared, and the power of aura spread, and it entered Riolu's heart in an instant. After Riolu sensed Psyduck's aura power, he resisted for a while, but soon Psyduck's voice echoed in the heart. Don't resist my power, follow my guidance and mobilize your aura. When Riolu heard Psyduck's pointing, he stopped resisting immediately, instead mobilized his own aura, followed Psyduck's guidance, and extended outward again. Soon, Gyarados was also invaded by Psyduck and Riolu's aura power. Under the guidance and connection of the power of aura, the minds of the three directly entered a common state, and every thought between the three can be perceived by the other two. Duke on the side saw the blue force field representing aura spreading between Gyarados, Psyduck, and Riolu, and smiled knowingly. It seems that with the guidance of Psyduck, the first level is easy to succeed, but the next step is the highlight. The energies between the three are connected in series, and only when the energies of the three are connected to each other can the three-headed dragon strategy be fully launched. After the success of telepathy, Psyduck quickly began to guide the energy of the three to merge with each other. In the blink of an eye, a halo of dark blue energy representing psychic diffused from Psyduck's body towards Riolu and Gyarados. The power in Gyarados was mobilized first, and was drawn to Riolu by the psychic energy. The most active fighting energy in Riolu's body also flowed out of the body under the pull of the two, and the three merged with each other, just like kneading dough, and began to knead quickly as one. But soon, the fusion of energies became disordered and began to repel. Next second. Boom! The originally fused energy exploded rapidly, driving Psyduck, Gyarados and Riolu were blasted out. The explosive power of this energy was extremely violent, and even the violent explosion caused landslides in the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Seeing this, Articuno began to pay attention to the surrounding situation to prevent them from being flooded by snow. Duke ignored Avalanche and looked instead at Psyduck. Did something go wrong in that link just now? The conflict between psychic and fighting led to energy disturbance. Although Riolu's fighting strength is very slight, the two energies are still different in essence. This conflict in difference led to this failure. Psyduck summed up the reason for the failure just now, and said again, however, we can save a lot of time and effort after finding the point of failure. In addition, the water attribute of Gyarados played a great auxiliary role in the fusion just now. I think it should be the water attribute's inclusive property that is working. This time, I will replace the energy attributes I released to coordinate and match again. But because of this failure, I also thought of some ideas about this tactic. After Psyduck finished speaking, Duke nodded, then continue. It is good. Psyduck repeated the previous process again, and this time converted his energy type to a general attribute that does not conflict with fighting and water type. Soon, the energies of the three merged quickly, and under the mutual traction of the energies, Psyduck and Riolu floated up, and quickly moved towards Gyarados. Under the control of the sharp compression, the three are wrapped together. Not long after, a Gyarados wrapped in an energy coat and with three dragon heads appeared in front of Duke Zero. Very good. It was initially successful after only 2 attempts. Next, we need further tests and experiments. We need to dig deeper to see where the limit of the 3-headed dragon strategy is. Duke looked at Articuno at the side. Okay, Miss Articuno is here for you to play, let's test the nascent 3-headed dragon tactic. Articuno rolled his eyes, knowing that it would be no good to bring himself out. Alas, I still have to be a target. Bird life is so helpless. July 16th, in the morning. Thunderous cheers from Shuezong Arena resounded through the sky. In the commentary booth, the commentator Huo Hua said to the microphone in front of him, "Welcome everyone to the Shuezong Arena. Now it is the quarter-finals of the Giant Wristband Challenge. We will decide the semi-finals this morning. And in the afternoon, tomorrow's finalists will be determined among the semi-finalists." Alamos immediately picked up, and said in his usual calm tone, "Now, let's talk about today's game rules and competition system. According to the request of the general public, we will all adopt the team competition system for today's competition." Alamos glanced at the fireworks beside him, and the two said in unison. In other words, today everyone will see Pokémon Smash. First of all, let's take a look at the list of players who will start today. Fireworks picked up the competition schedule on the side, glanced at it, and said with an exaggerated expression, "Today's first game is still our old friend Duke, the Big Devil, who will start. It seems that the contestants of the competition are still very fond of Do definitely start every time. But I have to say that the strength of Duke's players is obvious to all." Alamos said, at the age of 18, as a high school student who just graduated, he rushed to the top 8 in such a grand competition, and also showed his superb dominance and oppression. It's really scary for newcomers. I don't know where he can go in the future. Haha, we can't say for sure. However, we may be witnessing the birth and rise of a legend. The dialogue between the two commentators also successfully aroused the audience's anticipation for the first game. The first game is still Duke. Can we see Mega Gyarados this time? I want to see Psyduck more. His Psyduck has always been deadpan and super strong, it's so cool. I like Riolu, he was named a god in the first battle when he played with an injury, I love it. I don't know what kind of team game tactics Duke will use this time. The team competition is about the cooperation and coordination between Pokémon. His 3 Pokémon don't seem to have anything in common. How do we fight? I don't know, but it is precisely because I don't know that people are excited about the next game. Wow cool. Dumb. At the same time as a sound resounded throughout the arena was suddenly plunged into darkness, and beams of light swayed back and forth in the arena. Bang! With a loud bang, the home team's battlefield in the arena split open, and at the same time as the battlefield for this match rose from below, 2 figures also followed the elevator upwards, appearing in front of everyone. At the same time, 2 beams of light hit them, allowing everyone to see their appearance clearly. Chapter 117. The contestants are on the stage, the game will start now. As the elevator brought Duke and another player onto the stage, many guests in the guest seats also had strange expressions whispering. Petition from the people, the change of the competition system. I remember it was a regulation established when the alliance was first established, why now? That's right, this is an old calendar for many years, and the most recent one was 5 years ago. Yes, I remember my grandfather told me that the birth of this regulation can be traced back to after the end of the First War of Warcraft. At that time, the alliance was just established, and the startup funds were insufficient. No one was willing to pay for it, for fear of breeding tigers. Later, the alliance had no choice but to plan to develop the alliance by holding competitions to make money and make profits. That's when people are most afraid of Pokémon. At that time, Pokémon was still called Warcraft and was feared by people. Except for some trendy people born in response to the trend of the times and the group of people who were close to Pokémon, the people very much rejected Pokémon. But who would have thought that the initiative of the Alliance to hold competitions to raise initial funds inadvertently demonstrated the controllability and powerful power of Pokémon to the people of the world, and also played a positive role in dispelling the public's fear of Pokémon. It even played a certain stimulating role in the first training session later. However, at that time, everything was a grassroots creation, and the Alliance was just a grassroots team. Many things were not perfect. Many measures that seem to be magical strokes now are just accidental hits. I still remember the way people cheated at that time. At that time, Pokeball technology was not yet popular. Some people raised a polyper, stuffed Pokémon into the mouth of the Big Build 07 Gull to play games, and even created a polyper. A joke about the world's strongest polyper. Haha, I know about this too. It was also at that time that the regulation to change the competition system was established, but it's been a long time ago, and this regulation is about to be abolished. I didn't expect it to be mentioned now. Someone is fueling the flames. All of a sudden, the guest seats fell silent. Instead of continuing to dwell on this topic, they started talking about other topics. Although the conversation was very interesting, there were some things that were unclear. On the battlefield, with the elevator in place, Duke also saw his opponent on the other side of the battlefield. A girl with braids, black-rimmed glasses, and a slightly cautious expression. She clasped her hands together on her lower abdomen, looked down at her toes, and looked away from time to time when she made eye contact with Duke. Go, little blushing. Now the players are in place, and the referee is ready to be in place. Several referees left from the referee's bench and stood in various places on the battlefield. Except for the referee's seat in the middle, the other referees either flew up on Pokémon, or wandered around the edge of the field and waited. Because we are about to enter the semi-finals, many aspects of the game have changed. Whether it is the way of appearance, the number of referees, or the change of the battlefield, there have been changes in response. Start reading the rules of the game now. The venue for this competition is grassy terrain. The rules of the match are 3-on-3 team matches. The winner is determined by one round. Now, players from both sides are asked to release Pokémon. After a 10-second countdown, the game will begin. Go, Venusaur, Rosalia, shoot tree owls. 3 Pokeballs were thrown by the ponytail girl opposite, and with a flash of blue light, Venusaur, Rosalia, and Sniper Tree Owl appeared one after another. Wow, I didn't expect Yeting's team to be Team Kinko, and this time the venue happens to be grassy terrain. Doesn't this mean that she has the advantage, which is a big disadvantage for Duke player? Seeing the 3 grass-type Pokémon thrown by the ponytailed girl Yeting, the commentator Hua slapped the table, and Alamos continued, that's right. The right place is on Yeting's side, unless Duke player comes up with a grass-type Pokémon that can restrain the grass. The team of the team, otherwise, will suffer a lot. But as far as I know, the Duke players currently have only 3 Pokémon. These 3 seem to be unrelated. I can't figure out what kind of team Gyarados, Psyduck, and Riolu will form. Faced with such a situation, what will Duke players think? The 2 commentators successfully aroused the audience's curiosity about Duke's true face, and at the same time, they used the comparison of the advantages of the 2 sides to create a sense of difference. And in this atmosphere, many people are whispering. Yeah, the green grass team met grassy terrain, isn't that crazy? That's right, and Venusaur, Rosalia, and Sniper Tree Owl all have attacking, receiving, and depleting aspects. How will Duke fight? Could it be that he will take out the other 3 Pokémon? Who knows? If you don't have a certain amount of cooperation, you will be sentenced to lose if you come up. Duke is in danger this time. Facing the unfavorable situation in front of him, Duke did not show any expression of panic as others said, after all, it was time for the good show to start. Come out! Duke threw 3 Pokeballs instantly, and Gyarados, Psyduck, and Riolu appeared on the field with a flash of blue light. Gyarados at the back looked like a cobra, with his lower body curled up on the field, his head protruding forward, and his eyes carried a different kind of murderous intent. Seduc still looked expressionless, but Railu clenched his fists as soon as he entered the stage, looking at the 3 Pokémon ahead. This is their opponent. Now. The chief referee at the referee's seat raised the flag, looked left and right, and shouted loudly, "The match begins." Venusaur uses Ingrain, shoots tree owls flying high, Rosalia uses toxic spikes. Yeting, who said all the knowledge in one breath, looked at Duke nervously, and Venusaur, Rosalia and Sniper Tree Owl also started to do what Yeting said. While Venusaur stomped on the ground with his limbs, he also grew roots to drill into the ground, and Rosalia sprinkled toxic spikes with toxic while dancing. Duke was indifferent to Yeting's arrangement, but slowly raised his right hand, pinned his thumb to the middle finger, put his index finger on top of the middle finger, and squeezed hard. Snapped. In the crisp snap of fingers, Duke said indifferently, "Do it." Roar. When Gyarados roared and rushed forward, the blue light in Seduc's eyes flashed. And the power of aura flowed out, instantly connecting him, Railu and Gyarados. As soon as the blue light of aura's power rippling, Railu, Seduc, and Gyarados revealed energy fluctuations of water type, general type, and fighting type. 3 strands of energy of different colors rose up, converging in the air and blending with water and milk. At this moment, the bodies of Seduc and Railu were drawn by the energy and moved closer to Gyarados. Seduc is on the left of Gyarados, Railu is on the right of Gyarados, and Gyarados is in the center. As the 3 of them approached each other, the fused energy filled Gyarados' whole body in an instant, and also enveloped Railu and Seduc. The energy enveloping the 3 was quickly compressed under Seduc's control, and condensed into substance, turning into a layer of energy coat, and as soon as the energy coat was generated, layers of ripples appeared. Thin scales the size of copper coins covered the energy coat, and Seduc and Railu also slowly distanced themselves from Gyarados. The energy coat covering the 2 also changed shape, turning into a ferocious dragon head. In the blink of an eye, Seduc, Gyarados, and Railu merged successfully, and a vicious 3-headed dragon appeared on the field. Roar! The moment Gyarados roared to the sky after the fusion, Seduc also looked down on Yeting's 3 Pokémon indifferently. And this scene, which fell in the eyes of the audience, made them all silent, but then there were loud cheers. "It's a fit, it's a fit, they're a fit. How on earth is this done? The breath and energy of the 3 Pokémon are combined into one, and there is no repulsion or conflict at all. I'll go, this is too handsome. Photographed as a souvenir. But how on earth is this done? This tactic is unscientific." Not only the audience, but even the commentators and the people in the guest seats were stunned. 3 different Pokémon merged into one, and even merged into a 3-headed dragon. Is it because we didn't wake up, or did we do the wrong scene? The set of Monsters vs. Bumpman is next door. It's amazing, it's a genius idea. At the guest table, Xiao Haiqiang, the CEO of the SBS Consortium, leaned forward slightly. This muscular man with a black hat stared at the 3 Pokémon in a 3-headed dragon state, and he was beyond shocked. This tactic has already involved the field of energy change, energy exchange, and deeper energy interaction. This is a field that only the top trainers will study. How old is he? I remember just graduating from high school, only 18 years old. What were we doing when we were 18? I'm playing racing. I'm picking up girls. I'm dating a Pokémon. After a man spoke, everyone glanced at him and moved away silently. Something is wrong with you. But in the end everything fell into silence. Is this genius? No, this is an evildoer, a monster. When you are half a step ahead of the times, you are a genius. When you are 1 step ahead of the times, you are a lunatic, and when you are 10 or even 100 steps ahead of the times, you are an inhuman existence that the world cannot understand. Compared with the silence in the guest seats, the two commentators in the commentary seats couldn't care so much. No matter what your reasoning is, no matter how you do it, they only know 3 words: blow it up and it's over. If you want to gain attention, arouse emotions, and stir up the atmosphere, all you have to do is keep flattering yourself. Unbelievable, incredible. Duke's 3 Pokémon merged into one and turned into a 3-headed dragon with Gyarados as the main character. I seriously suspect that I went to the wrong set. In the eyes of ordinary people, the 3 Pokémon, which could not cooperate at all, were merged into one in the hands of the Duke players. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, I don't know what to say anymore. I just want to say that Duke has used his own strength to prove that he has the potential and power to rule an era. Today's battle, he will be crowned. The title of Great Demon King is well deserved. Let us cheer for Duke players and witness another miracle created by Duke players. Chapter 118. On the battlefield. Yeting heard the audience cheering and admiring Duke, and couldn't help wiping her sweaty palms vigorously with the corner of her clothes. Although she has already occupied the geographical advantage, it is obvious that Duke now occupies the people and harmony. The gap between the two sides was instantly reversed after the 3 Pokémon, Psyduck, Gyarados, and Riolu merged, and Duke even overwhelmed her. Looking at the 3-headed dragon on the other side of the battlefield, Yeting felt as if there were small insects crawling all over her body, thorns and scratches, and her whole body was uncomfortable. Psyduck, Riolu, and Gyarados wrapped in the energy mantle were connected and ready. Duke's Trinity tactic not only succeeded, but they also carried out in-depth excavation and exploration. Although the training time is not long, but under Articuno's helping hand, the Trinity 3-headed dragon mode, these 3 guys are already familiar with it. As for Regis, this guy fished all the time, just to repair his damage. Knowing his injury, Duke didn't make it difficult for him and let him go. While Yeting took a deep breath nervously, she also looked at her Pokémon. Rosalia, Bulbasaur, and Sniper Tree Owl all looked at her. Looking at the Pokémon, Yeting seemed to feel a force in her heart that was constantly coming up. With her head down, she took off her glasses, and swept her ponytail back with her hands. When her hair was loosened and her glasses were taken off, Yeting seemed to be a different person. Her eyes were no longer timid as before, but filled with aggression. Venusaur growth, continue to increase strength, Rosalia continues to sow toxic spikes, Snipe Tree Owl focus energy. Hearing Yeting's strong and confident words, the 3 Pokémon responded one after another, but Duke on the opposite side narrowed his eyes. This guy's aura has become different. Changed my mentality through psychological suggestion. Duke looked at Yeting, who had taken off her glasses and let her hair loose. When she narrowed her glasses, she could also see through Yeting's body. In Yeting's brain, there was a subtle energy flow that permeated her whole body. At the same time, Yeting's physical state is also changing. It turned out to be a psychic with a psychic, but I guess she didn't realize that she still has this ability. Duke detected the reason for the opponent's change, and the commentary also let the camera show Yeting. Contestant Yeting actually took off her eyes, untied her braids, and her aura has changed a lot. Does Yeting have any hidden cards? The commentary used one sentence to push the atmosphere of the audience to a climax. Layleen. Rosalia danced the blue and red roses in her left and right hands, and the grass-type energy splashed out with Rosalia's dance, turning into toxic spikes in the air, and the toxic spikes fell on the grass, shining with vicious light. Chow! The Sniper Tree Owl let out a long roar, his breath began to surge, and his eyes became sharper. Come on! The huge flower on Venusaur's back is constantly flashing light, accumulating energy. Facing Yeting's actions, Duke and Sanchong watched quietly. Shoot the tree owl, suiting. As soon as Yeting finished speaking, the left wing of the Sniper Tree Owl grabbed the belt on his chest, and the moment it was stretched into a bowstring, an arrow was pulled out and rested on the bowstring. The sniping tree owl with extremely sharp eyes pulled the feathered arrow hard until it reached the maximum strength, and at the same time let go in an instant, allowing the feathered arrow to fly out, straight for the shadow under the three-headed dragon. While everyone's attention was attracted by the feather arrow, Yeting spoke again, "Rosalia poison sting, the most poisonous." Snatch! The feather arrow nailed to the ground, freezing the shadow of the three-headed dragon. Next second, the poison sting exuding a stench was like a machine gun shooting over. The poison sting densely covered the three-headed dragon and hit the opponent in an instant. At this time, the camera is on the side of the three-headed dragon. Facing Yeting's fierce attack, Duke player didn't even think about moving. The three-headed dragon was still standing there. Could it be that they uphold the spirit of a gentleman and let the opponent get 3 points? Inside the outermost energy coat of the three-headed dragon that is still standing still is Rosalia's poison sting, but these poison stings are being slowly squeezed out. Go! Gyarados was sticking to the ground, swimming forward like a long snake, and at the same time, he easily broke free from the restraint with an arrow. What? It turned out that it wasn't for her to make 3 points, but that player Yeting's attack couldn't cause any damage to the three-headed dragon at all. No wonder she acted like this, it's really too strong. How will contestant Yeting deal with this situation now? The voice of the commentary echoed in Yeting's ears. She observed the three-headed dragon calmly for a moment, and said calmly, "Rosalia sunny day, shoot the tree owl brave bird, Venusaur uses synthesis to continue accumulating energy." Layleen. After the roses in Rosalia's arms touched each other, the next second, a scorching sun ball was sent into the sky by him, and it exploded directly. At the moment when the scorching sunlight diffused, the sniper tree owl also quickly took off to the highest place, and then folded its wings and sprinted down quickly. With the sprint, the sniper tree owl's body was covered with a layer of flame, the flame continued to deepen, and finally turned into a cold blue flame, as if a comet hit the earth. The sniper tree owl hit the belly of the three-headed dragon. Boom! As soon as the two came into contact, a huge explosion resounded throughout the audience, and the smoke and dust rose up loudly, covering everyone's eyes, but Yeting still did not stop her offensive. "Rosalia, solar beam!" Layleen. Rosalia stretched her arms forward, and 2 roses, one red and one blue, instantly transpired with scorching sunlight. While the sunlight continued to accumulate, Rosalia took a step forward. A solar beam as thick as a bucket shot out, piercing through the smoke and dust in an instant, and also hit the three-headed dragon. The scorching solar beam made even the spectators closest to the battlefield feel the heat wave rushing towards their faces, making their mouths dry and anxious at the same time. However, this blow still didn't work. The three-headed dragon stood still, silently enduring the impact of the solar beam. Not long after, the solar beam dissipated into the void, and Rosalia, who had been attacking all this time, also bent down and panted heavily. Seeing this, Yeting said to Rosalia, "You subsorb on Venusaur. Shoot the tree owl, you also withdraw." When the smoke and dust dissipated completely, the three-headed dragon was still the same, without any appearance of being hurt. At this time, Duke also stared at Yeting's grass team with great interest. Venusaur is not only the pressure-bearing face of the team, but also the nurse. Ingrain and growth at the beginning were for Venusaur to keep accumulating energy and stamina. Sunny Day was also prepared for him. Under the triple effects of synthesis, ingrain and growth, Venusaur can allow himself to accumulate a huge amount of energy. Rosalia is the quick attack and consumption in the team, using toxic spikes to create field advantages, create positions, and use powerful poison skills to continuously consume disgusting opponents. Sniper Tree Owl is the core of the final team. Whether it is Brave Bird, Xiuying or others, they all show Yeting's dedication to the conception and training of this grass team. Still, it didn't work against the trinity of Riolu, Seduc, and Gyarados. The observation time is over, let's get rid of them. Duke waved his hand in a disinterested manner, and Gyarados immediately roared, and while walking close to the ground, he approached Yeting's Pokémon in the blink of an eye. The plants all over the grassy terrain were destroyed by the strong winds brought by Gyarados' actions. Roar! Gyarados, who opened his bloody mouth wide, condensed a pair of frost fangs, and at the same time, the dragon head controlled by Riolu and Psyduck also gave out a pair of energy fangs. It's just that Gyarados' is ice type, Psyduck's is dark, and Riolu's head is steel type. Although it is a steel type, it is a variant of Metal Claw. The three-headed dragon that attacked in the blink of an eye, and the Pokémon in front of bite with lightning speed. In less than a heartbeat, all of Yeting's Pokémon were restrained, and Gyarados began to curl up inwards, with the three dragon heads facing inward, constantly squeezing the three Pokémons. After a few seconds, the three-headed dragon stretched out and slowly backed away, leaving only three Pokémon that had completely lost their fighting ability. Seeing this scene, Yeting blinked in disbelief, and she subconsciously rubbed her eyes as she kept blinking, but she always felt that her eyes were covered with a layer of fog, and she couldn't see clearly. Putting on the black-rimmed glasses, her powerful aura just now disappeared, and she turned back into that shy girl who was as timid as a deer. Duke looked at Yeting's changes and touched his chin. It's a very interesting ability, not only can change the personality, but also involves the aura, but he didn't discover his own ability. Maybe think it's just a psychological change. The three Pokémon of Yeting from the blue team lost their ability to fight. Duke won the first match of the 8-4. As soon as the referee finished announcing, the commentator Hua immediately jumped up and shouted. Again! Duke, the Great Devil, once again brought us an extremely wonderful performance. Audience, let us give them applause. The audience cheered and applauded like thunder at the same time. At the top of the arena, Luokia Shui looked expressionlessly at Duke, who was enjoying the flowers and applause below. I thought I would move out the old calendar and guide public opinion to influence the competition system. But I didn't expect this guy to give everyone astonish again. The three unrelated Pokémon, under his cultivation, showed such a terrifying team tactics system. Although, as a trainer, Luokia Shui's strength is not very strong, but this does not mean that her eyesight and vision are not good. After all, she is the messenger of those people. She has also met many excellent trainers and excellent Pokémon over the years. But she has never seen such an outrageous trainer and Pokémon. Luokia Shui, who silently turned and left, walked in the safe passage, took out his mobile phone, and said to the human being on the other end of the phone, "The plan has changed, and the goal has once again demonstrated capabilities beyond our understanding and resolution. I request to find the match party to change its schedule, postpone the Duke's NY's match to the finals, and make contact again." I see. An indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone, and then the call was cut off, and some fell silent. Luokia Shui put away his mobile phone, stepped on a pair of high heels and continued walking along the safe passage. A real genius, but unfortunately he is not in the same way as us. Chapter 119. At noon, Wenmei Restaurant. Aoxu Hall. Duke, who was sitting in the huge private room, glanced at the glass beside him, through which he could see Gyarados swallowing all kinds of delicacies. What Gyarados eats is that this restaurant provides high-end cuisine, which can speed up physical recovery, and long-term consumption can also make Pokémon stronger. The most important thing is that it tastes good, and it is favored by many trainers and Pokémon. Psyduck was sitting at a dining table not far from Gyarados, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, with a napkin around his neck, slowly tasting a sori. While the two big brothers were having a good time, Riolu on the side could only eat the poke blocks tailored for him in the 3-layer lunchbox. Each one is made by Psyduck according to his current training progress and physical condition. It is not only beneficial to his body, but also strengthens his internal organs, bones, muscles and blood vessels. After all, the current daily training is Riolu in the gravity field, and he must eat according to a specific diet. In addition, the poke blocks made by Seduc can also increase his resistance to various types of energy and enhance his affinity for fighting and steel energy. These poke blocks are all made of the top berries. In order to find these berries, Duke did not know how many overlord Pokémon from No Man's Land. But compared to Gyarados who was wolfing down and Seduc who was tasting red wine, Ryolo's meal looked a bit shabby. Even the poke blocks in Ryolo's lunchbox are worth 10 meals for them. Duke withdrew his gaze and let the 3 Pokémon enjoy the rest time, while he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. His original plan was to go to a certain restaurant for dinner, but he was sent here halfway, saying that someone invited him to meet and have a meal. As for who it is, Duke can probably guess. It's just that this guy would rather let himself wait here than hide in the side room and peep. It's really rude. Fortunately, his Pokémon has been properly arranged, so Duke has the patience to play with these guys. At the same time, in the room next to Duke, an old man with a Haxorus cane was watching Duke's every move through the monitor in front of him. Duke, who was extremely quiet, was drinking tea in his seat. The service staff at the side had changed the tea for him several times, but this kid's expression remained the same, his calmness remained the same. Is he really 18? Looking at Duke with the old god around, a middle-aged man next to the old man couldn't help but say, this tea has been changed several times, and if he can drink it so leisurely, he doesn't have his own temper. Not without temper. The old man shook his head, stood up on crutches, took a deep look at Duke on the screen, and said, I just know that this is to give him a blow, so I just stopped. You are not young, and the city is not young. If you grow up in the future, you will be a character. The old man left the room with a cane. Luo Qiushui, who was guarding the door, opened the door and followed the old man into the Aoxu hall where Duke was. I've been waiting for a long time. As soon as he entered the door, the old man greeted Duke and said, I'm getting old, my body is failing, and I was delayed on the road. Really? Duke looked at the mural on the side of the Aoxu hall, and directly pointed at the old man. I see that when you were peeping at me next door, you were full of vigor and energy, and you didn't look like you were in poor health at all. As soon as Duke said this, the expressions of the people behind the old man suddenly changed, but the old man's expression remained the same. The perception is very keen. The layout of this private room is too simple. Duke picked up the teacup and looked at the amber tea soup in the cup. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Eat first, it's not too late to talk at the dinner table. The old man was not as direct as Duke, but sat opposite Duke. Luo Qiushui was arranged to sit next to Duke, and the rest of the people also sat around the old man. The order of how many people are seated from the looks of it, the old man is obviously the one talking, and the closer he is to him, the stronger the right to speak. Are you Loxie's immediate family? I'm her grandfather. Well, the taste and smell are very similar, and it really is a direct bloodline. Duke took a sip of the tea soup. Not only can he observe everything he wants to know through vision and hearing, but he can also use his sense of smell to perceive. Even, sometimes, Duke can lock on a person by memorizing a person's location. As long as he remembers the taste, he will find it wherever he flees. That girl is too capricious, but it's very similar to when I was young, so I just let it go. Loxie is a very free person. When Duke thought of Loxie, the old man also nodded, yes, as long as she is for what she likes, she can do whatever it takes, and that's what I like very much. Ms. Luo Qiushui said that she once sold her father for the Dynamax crystal. That's right. At that time, Loxie's father and his mother had some emotional entanglements. Loxie has been independent and self-reliant since he was a child, and he didn't care about his parents' entanglements. At that time, they even had a divorce. However, Loxie's mother regretted the divorce, and she found some extremely large crystals from somewhere. After Loxie found out, she grabbed his father from a certain woman's bed that day, tied her up and sent her mother back. Speaking of this, Loxie's grandfather, the head of the Luo family, also shook his head and laughed. Duke also nodded, and Luo Qiushui beside him was also secretly surprised when he saw Duke talking and laughing so happily with the patriarch. This young man is very courageous. You know, the old patriarch was notoriously hot-tempered when he was young. It can be seen from his main Pokémon that even though he is old, he just hides his fiery personality under the seemingly gentle surface. Once angered, the outburst of anger will be unbearable for anyone. But even with such a character, the old head of the Luo family is the core of the entire Luo family, just because his resolutions and decisions on certain matters are astonishingly accurate. So, what price do you need to let Sen Mingzi go? After the patriarch of the Luo family and Duke finished their homework, they went straight to the core. Duke heard, "Let him go." "I won't let him go, it doesn't matter what price you pay. This person is dead." Duke and the head of the Luo family looked at each other calmly. The head of the Luo family smiled and said, "Duke, you are still young, and you may not be familiar with our rules. Not familiar with the rules of this world. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. As long as the price is established, everything can be negotiated and communicated." "That's what I said, but I only have one thought. Sen's Haiming must die, no matter how much you invest in him, no matter what plans you have, no matter what you want him to do." Duke paused and said, "He must die. Why, give me a reason." The head of the Luo family leaned back and looked at Duke opposite. "Because Latias. I have no problem with him taming other Pokémon, even mythical beasts. It's his ability to tame him, but he absolutely shouldn't put his mind on Latias. Latias is your Pokémon. It's old with me." Duke briefly talked about it, but didn't go into details. After talking too much, none of these people can leave, and they all have to die here. It's true that he can't lie, but that doesn't mean he won't make people shut up. But Latias chose Sen Mingzi, and if a trainer with a legendary Pokémon released Pokémon so easily, what do you think? The head of the Luo family narrowed his eyes. The moment he subdued Latias, he was already on the key training list of the association, and all we did was invest in advance. But now, your behavior is not only in Taunt us, but also in the Pokémon Association of the entire Dragon Kingdom in Taunt. Do you understand? I understand, but I don't agree. Duke spread his hands. He wants to release Latias, and I want to send Latias home. This is a preordained thing. I won't give up whoever comes. So, there is no need to talk about this matter. Hand over Sen's Hizi and liberate Latias." Duke's jaw sank slightly, and while his eyelids drooped, he said flatly, "This is an ultimatum for Luo Xi's sake." "I'm sorry, young man." The patriarch of the Luo family shook his head, "This is impossible in my opinion, even if I don't do it, no one will let you do this nonsense. No one can stop what I want to do." Duke stood up and looked at the old man in front of him. "As for whether you believe it or not, you can try it. You are a very outstanding young man, but you can't stop the general trend of the world." The head of the Luo family closed his eyes and waved his hands casually. "The general trend, no one can stop it." Duke got up and walked out. When he passed by the head of the Luo family, he stopped and raised his hand to pat the head of the Luo family on the shoulder. This action fell into the eyes of others, but it was shocked. This kind of action of elders to juniors, superiors to inferiors, appeared in a young man and the head of the Luo family. This boy is too courageous. You better take care good health, after all, sometimes accidents come earlier than tomorrow. For example. The old man of the Luo family tilted his head and looked at Duke, who grinned. Meteorites falling from the sky or something. Patting the old man of the Luo family on the shoulder again, Duke left the Aoxia hall, but the old man of the Luo family's eyes were constricted at this moment, as if he had been stimulated by something. As soon as the boy left, someone stood up on his back. How dare this kid? Is this too rampant? No, he must be taught a lesson. I'm going to call someone. Sit down for me. The old man of the Luo family suddenly spoke, and everyone shut their mouths, quietly waiting for the old man to speak. The old man of the Luo family closed his eyes, leaned against the back of the chair and pondered for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice. Get out! Old man, what did you say? Withdraw from Sen's Hizi, and withdraw completely. No matter how much you invested before, you don't want it now. Get out! But... No but... The old man of the Luo family scanned everyone around very severely, and everyone he saw turned their heads away, avoiding their eyes, and did not dare to look at him. Yes. Chihiro Mid-Autumn Festival Welfare. One person nodded in agreement, and the rest fell silent. The old man of the Luo family waved his hand. Okay, let's all go out, Qiushui stay. The rest of the people left, only Luo Qiushui was left. Old man, what's the matter? Go and find out, which companies were involved in the previous meteorite incident, what were they doing before, and the list of people involved, all for me to find out. Yes. Luo Qiushui left the private room, leaving only the old man of the Luo family. The old man looked out the window and remained silent for a long time. Finally, a sigh came out. Just hope, my instincts are all wrong. Chapter 120. A complete victory. Explaining the excited growl, the three Pokémon in the three-headed dragon began to distance each other. Seduc and Ryola fell to the ground with undissipated energy, and the energy coat on Gyarados gradually peeled off, dissipated into the void. At the same time that the three-color energy dissipated, the red light of the Pokeball also fell on the three Pokémon, taking them all back. Facing the cheers and thunderous applause from the audience, Duke left the stage with a calm expression. In the semi-finals of 4-2, his opponent was replaced by another person. Sen's Hizi took Latias to challenge others, and he and Duke also won the ticket to the final. Tomorrow is the final moment. After Duke left the arena, the cheers in the arena continued for a long time. The other side. Sen Mingzi approached Luo Qiushui with a look of confusion and bewilderment. What do you mean? It's all the old man's order, and I'm just responsible for delivering the news. Luo Qiushui faced Sen's Hizi with a calm face. Sen's Hizi frowned, gritted his teeth and walked back and forth a few times, then asked Luo Qiushui, which Duke is the reason? Part of it, but not all of it. But we clearly agreed, how can you go back on your word? Sen's Hizi looked at Luo Qiushui with a flailful face. People headed by the Luo family are his biggest investors and also his ladder to a better future. But now, these people want to unilaterally terminate the cooperation and withdraw quickly. What is this called? Even if he has been on the key training list within the association, it doesn't mean that he can sit back and relax. He needs to use his own efforts and hard work to prove his worth before he can get the corresponding resources. Being on the key cultivation list doesn't mean you can lie flat. In contrast, you need to put in several times more effort than your peers. Because there are too many incidents of hurting Zhongyang caused by having a powerful Pokémon, the association will not provide them with free resources. Just give them a chance and a platform. In other words, the benefits given to him by the association require him to realize it by relying on his own talent. But he has a fart talent, and everything he has now is just obtained by deceiving the inexperienced Latias. But what the family headed by the Luo family can provide is huge benefits that can be seen and felt right now. Now that the other party said that they wanted to terminate the cooperation, wouldn't this cut off most of his interests? I said, this is the old man's order. If you have any objections, you can go to the old man. But... No but, Sen's Hizi. While putting on the sunglasses, Luo Qiushui said to Sen Mingzi, if you want resources and support, then prove your worth and strength. When you show the value we want to see, we'll reconsider it. That's it, let's concentrate on preparing for the game. Luo Qiushui stepped on high heels and left with a swaying waist, leaving behind Sen Mingzi with a flail face. Sen's Hizi, who punched the wall with his fist, looked at Luo Qiushui's plump back with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. I'll take back everything that's mine. Absolutely. Medical building, tea room on the second floor. Duke, who had just finished dinner, was sitting in the tea room drinking tea to digest his food. Siduk was still sitting opposite him, holding a newspaper, and in front of one year-to-date enamel cylinder. The botanical hall was still being repaired because of Regis's riot, and Duke offered compensation, but Zhang Tang said that he had wanted to expand the botanical hall for a long time, so he could just take this opportunity to repair the botanical hall. Hearing what he said, Duke still paid him some money silently. After all, it was the trouble caused by Regis, and he had to clean the ass of the ice toilet. On the side, Ryelu was still sweating profusely in the gravity court. At the moment, it is 3.5 times gravity, which is gravity for ordinary people, not to mention the sweaty exercise, and you can only stay in it for a short period of time before you have to leave the gravity zone. Otherwise, blood vessels will burst, internal organs will bleed, and they will die soon. With the blessing of many resources, Ryelu's acceptable gravity limit is still increasing. The current him, with blue light in his eyes, is training his body while comprehending the flow of aura in his body. Glancing at Ryelu's appearance, Duke asked Siduk, "How long is it before Ryelu masters the aura sphere?" Siduk put down the newspaper in his hand when he heard the sound. Turned to look at Ryelu at the side, and said flatly, "It's just a step away. Before you came on the field with an injury, you said you missed the goal. It's still the same now. I suspect you are shaking me." Duke stared at Siduk quietly, and Siduk coughed, "This is his own problem, I'm just telling the truth about what I observed." "So, you have a lot of moisture in this finishing touch, right?" "It depends on him." Siduk picked up the newspaper again, and Duke sighed, "According to this momentum, I'm afraid only after evolution can comprehend and use aura sphere." "Then how about?" Siduk looked at Duke, and tentatively said, "Do you want to encourage the growth? What are you going to do?" While Duke and Siduk were talking, Ryelu also pricked up his ears. He also noticed the bottleneck of his aura cultivation. Obviously, when he mobilized aura, it was very smooth. He could perceive and strengthen the 5 senses, but he just couldn't mobilize aura. "Get up and form the means of attack." Siduk raised a palm and a dark blue aura sphere was born. "Bomb him with aura spheres until he can fire aura spheres." When Siduk said such a crazy method, Ryelu immediately looked at Siduk, "Are you a devil? You must be a devil. What does it mean to bombard me with an aura sphere, and I can comprehend the aura sphere? This doesn't work at all. You are no longer counterproductive, you are using the name of touching the face to destroy the underage Pokémon." Duke looked at the aura sphere in Siduk's palm, touched his chin, and thought about the setting of aura at the same time. According to the description of aura in the original book, aura is a kind of spiritual energy and the embodiment of spiritual power. And in the world view of Pokémon, everything has aura, whether it is people, Pokémon, or the stones and weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. But even so, the number of aura envoys can be said to be very small. Because if you want to become an aura envoy, you must first have the talent to perceive and control the power of aura. Not everyone can use aura. Otherwise, everyone is a world of aura messengers, and Mew would have a snot bubble in his dreams when he sees it. However, if it is Duke's own words. Duke glanced at his palm, Silver Superman almost had unlimited growth potential. So, can the power of aura be mastered by him? As soon as this idea came up, Duke looked at Siduk, "I'm going to do an experiment." "What experiment?" While Siduk swung aura away, he also looked at Duke curiously. Duke said directly, "You bombard me with aura sphere, and I'll see if I can comprehend the power of aura. If so, you can use this method to train Ryelu." 0 Please ask for flowers 0. "Well, you can try it." While Siduk nodded, he was also curious. If it was Duke, he should be able to awaken the power of aura, but after awakening, How strong will his aura power be? Seduc's aura talent comes entirely from genetic experiments, inheriting key gene fragments from the dismembered Lucario. However, because of his own experience, he has never delved into this ability, and he is limited to bombarding people with aura sphere, or using aura for perception, heart measurement, and telepathy. He can obtain the power of aura because of the destructive gene in his body. Now, Duke is going to try to see if he can awaken aura, and Seduc thinks it is necessary to try. Just like that. One person and one duck quickly went downstairs. Railu hesitated for a moment, and followed. The three came to the botanical pavilion, where most of the hard ice was cleared away, and the damaged walls were also sealed by Regis with ice walls. Just not after all, the ginger soup was bitter, and most of those precious herbs and precious plants were frozen to death. Fortunately, there are seeds left, and they can be cultivated again. When Duke came to the botanical hall, he also distanced himself from Seduc. After standing still, Duke waved to Seduc. Seduc quickly condensed the aura sphere, and the blue aura power gathered in his palm, spinning rapidly, and expanding rapidly. As soon as the aura sphere as deep as the deep sea condensed out, Seduc pushed towards Duke. The aura sphere quickly flew through the air, landing directly on Duke. Boom! The moment the aura sphere exploded, the power of aura quickly became disordered and violent, and began to cause strong destructive power. Such a movement caused Zhang Tang in the medical hall to come out to check. As soon as he came to the botanical hall, he saw Seduc continuously condensing the aura sphere and blasting towards Duke. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tang turned pale with shock. What are you doing? Do an experiment. Duke, who had been hit by 5 or 6 aura spheres, twisted his neck and walked towards Seduc. Zhang Tang pointed at the smoke that hadn't dissipated, and said in a broken voice, "You let your Pokémon bombard you with aura spheres, what do you say? Is it an experiment?" "It is indeed an experiment." Duke came to Seduc and reached out to him, "Teach me your aura." "It is good." Seduc passed aura to Duke immediately, feeling the power of aura transmitted from Seduc, with a different kind of spiritual power in order. He felt as if he was close to the heart of the truest Seduc, and quickly realized the truest thoughts in Seduc's heart. Fanaticism, longing, yearning, covet. At the same moment, Duke's clothes moved automatically without wind, and the blue power of aura flowed out from his body, and rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a boundless starry sky and covered everyone's heads. "This is..." Zhang Tang opened his eyes wide, looked at the starry sky above Duke's head where the power of aura was condensed, and murmured to himself, "The power of aura. Are you an aura messenger?" Duke opened his eyes at this moment and withdrew all the power of aura. After feeling the disordered and violent power of aura in aura sphere, and the orderly and peaceful power of aura delivered by Seduc, awakened the power of aura directly. It wasn't before, but now it is. Duke spread out his right hand, and an aura sphere condensed in the palm of his hand. Looking at the aura sphere, which was as bright and vast as a dark blue starry sky, Duke turned his head to look at Railu. This method works, and then you can comprehend aura sphere under Seduc's helping hand. Railu, Sigma, LLL, Tau. Chapter 121. July 17th, Shuezong Arena. The Giant Wristband Challenge, the final moment. Inside the lift room, Duke held the phone to his ear. "Railu, please. What the hell were you thinking last night? Railu was just a kid." Duke hummed silently, and Zhang Tang on the other end of the phone sighed. "Forget it, you can concentrate on the game, I will take care of Railu." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." After hanging up the phone, Duke put the phone away and sighed at the same time. Last night, after he awakened and broadcasted, he immediately started training for Railu to comprehend the aura sphere. Then, under the repeated bombardment of Seduc's aura sphere, the little guy was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Deadpan Duck hit hard last night and showed no mercy. Then, Poor Railu knelt down. During this period, not only did Railu fail to comprehend Aura's sphere, but he was seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Siduk, who was the culprit, didn't have any embarrassment or shame. On the contrary, he kept stimulating Railu. Then, with the last bit of physical strength, Railu condensed an aura sphere the size of a ping-pong ball and stuck it on Siduk's face. It's really outrageous. His mother opened the door for Outrageous, and Outrageous got home. Under hard training, Railu failed to master the aura sphere. As a result, under the stimulation of Siduk's words several times, the simple Guza comprehended the aura sphere because of excessive emohong, the first starter, and rage. If he had known this earlier, he would have pulled out all the Pokémon from the team and taunted Railu in turn. It takes so much effort. Fortunately, Railu has successfully comprehended the aura sphere. After he recovers from his injury, the next stage of training can begin. Oh, I have to prepare a team doctor. Thinking of Railu, who was seriously injured twice in 3 days, Duck felt he needed a team doctor on his team. As for where to find it? Of course, it's a big market for talents in no man's land, where the Pokémon has a good personality and a nice voice, and Duke likes it so much. Of course, Duke also likes Rayquaza in the sky. She turned her head and went to give him warmth. I wonder if Rayquaza likes Master Ball, Ultra Ball, or Luxury Ball. Forget it, let him choose by himself. Just as Duke was thinking about the team doctor and Rayquaza, the waiting staff also came to Duke. The game will start in 30 seconds, please get ready. I see. Be careful when the lift goes up. It is good. After the staff left, the elevator under Duke's feet immediately lifted up, supporting him slowly up, and at the same time as the ceiling above his head slowly opened, the sound of the auditorium also came. Duke, who entered the arena accompanied by sound waves, came to the arena in a short time, under the eyes of everyone. When the elevator came to a complete stop, the battlefield used for the finals also appeared in the arena. As the elevator came to a complete stop, a battlefield made of high-strength mixed alloys. Even withstanding the bombardment of earthquake skills, it can be intact. In the finals, the hard power of the players and Pokémon is to be competed, so those fancy battlefields will be abandoned in the finals. Instead, it is the most basic and most durable battlefield. The players on both sides are already in place now, just wait for the referee to announce the start of the game. And now the referee has also entered the field. The commentator, Hua Hua, lay on the table at the commentary stand, trying her best to look into the arena. One side is the great Devil Duke, who has never been defeated all the way, created countless miracles, and at the same time demonstrated his dominance. On the other hand, there is a trainer who follows the legendary Phantom Pokémon. He came from the bottom and went through countless hardships, but in the end he succeeded in overcoming all difficulties relying on his own belief and hard work. He is Sen's Hizi. With the sound of the commentary, busts of Duke and Senming jumped out on the big screen in the arena, as well as their respective Pokémon. Duke is familiar with the 3 favorites, Sen's Hizi is the well-known Latias, and there is a Farfetch'd and a Clefable, but Sen's Hizi always uses Latias in a row, and the other 2 Pokémon appear not many times. At this time, the chief referee was already in place, holding the flags representing the red and blue sides in his hand, and the rest of the second and third referees were scattered around the field. The final of the Giant Wristband Challenge is ready to start. Now the rules of the game are announced. The system of this game is a 3-on-3 individual battle. When one player's Pokémon loses all fighting ability or loses fighting spirit, he will be sentenced to lose. Now both players release Pokémon. Go, my partner Latias. Sen's Hizi took the lead in throwing a classic red and white ball. After the red and white ball flew out, it paused in mid-air, and then opened automatically. A blue light flew out from the Pokeball and landed on the ground. Woo! As soon as Latias appeared on the stage, she showed extraordinary fighting spirit. In this battle, she wanted to prove herself to Duke, to prove the trainer she chose, and to prove the bond and emotion between herself and the trainer. Oh, Sen's Hizzy started Latias, facing Sen's Hizzy's Latias, which Pokémon should Duke player start? Is it Psyduck, the Mega Duck Racer, or Gyarados, the Mega Murderer? In the voice of the commentator, Duke took out Articuno's Master Ball and pressed the switch. With a flash of blue light, Red's eyes, the crown feather fluttering on his head, and Articuno with a terrifying aura lingering around him appeared in the field, and he cried out. Kang! Just a cry, and the sunny day maintained by many employees of the Shuezong Meteorological Bureau quickly dissipated, replaced by snow all over the sky. Articuno, who caused changes in the celestial phenomena just by the power of his appearance, directly shocked the audience, and everyone stood up involuntarily, just wanting to see Articuno on the field clearly. It's Articuno! Articuno, one of the legendary 3 holy birds. Wow, another legendary Pokémon, will this final turn into a showdown between beasts? It's too powerful. As expected of the great Demon King, he can take out the divine beast Articuno at will. Ah, Duke, I want to give you a monkey. Duke, I want to give birth to monkeys for your Pokémon. Duke, God forever! Compared to the commotion in the audience seats, many guests in the guest seats fell silent. This should be the Articuno mentioned in the latest arrival in the secret realm. It looks right. A lot of people are looking for a friend, but they didn't expect to end up in the hands of a young man. Luck, strength, and talent are indispensable to conquer Articuno. It's a pity that there is no way to become a fellow all the way. Everyone fell into silence again, waiting for the game to start. The referee shivered because of the sudden drop in temperature. He looked at Latias and Articuno who were facing each other on the battlefield. The most glorious day ever. When you are old in the future, you will have something to brag about to your children and grandchildren. Back then, when Latias and Articuno fought in front of my eyes, your grandpa and I didn't even bat an eye. While thinking, the referee raised the flag high. Battle, start. Latias, Tailwind. Ugh. Latias immediately let out a long whistle, and soon there was a strong wind howling in the audience. Under the pressure of the wind, the audience in the auditorium could not help but stretch out their hands to cover their faces. What an amazing tailwind skill, worthy of the legendary Pokémon Latias. Articuno, Ice Beam. Clang! Articuno fluttered its wings and flew up, its beak slightly opened, and spit out an exciting light that could freeze everything, and the ice blue light traversed the void in an instant. Zero. As a result, there was a crackling sound in the void. Facing the menacing ice beam, Latias dodged just now, but who would have thought that Ice Beam would keep chasing after her as if his eyes were swollen. Latias, who was riding the strong wind, kept dodging in the arena. Under the continuous pursuit of Ice Beam, the entire battlefield was also frozen, and the snowstorm in the sky was getting bigger and more violent. In the end, Ice Beam's rear strength failed and dissipated into the void. Seeing this, Latias just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Duke say, "Sheer cold." With a very penetrating growl, Articuno burst out beams of dazzling white light. Dodges of white light poured down, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. No matter how Latias dodged, it was not as fast as Articuno's sheer cold. With just one heartbeat, Latias was frozen into a sky blue ice cube by Articuno and fell off. And the whole site was covered with thick ice. All kinds of strangely shaped icicles rose from the ground, and the cold air continued to spread. Sen's Hizzy looked at Latias who was frozen into ice, bit his lip, and reluctantly took out the poke ball, and took Latias back. He started Latias in the opening game, but he even lost. Is this guy a monster? Such a strong Articuno can be easily controlled. Unexpectedly, Latias, who had just been put into the ball by him, jumped out again and landed beside him, looking stubbornly at Duke on the opposite side, but she was also holding on at the moment to prevent herself from falling down. In this regard, Duke's expression was calm. Sen's Hizis Latias was eliminated by Articuno in less than one round. Although she still has the strength to run out of the Pokeball, I believe she must not have the strength to fight again. So, how will the next Sen's Hizi deal with Duke's Articuno? Listening to the voice of the commentary, Sen's Hyming's face became ugly, and he glanced at Latias beside him. He knew that he must not show timidity now, nor could he show fear of Duke. Otherwise, everything he has done in the past will disappear in smoke. You know, the image he established in Latia's heart is the image of a trainer who is not afraid of failure and hardship. If you show your timidity here, the image you have cultivated so hard will plummet. If you lose, you have to lose completely. Sen's Hizi threw Farfetched's Pokeball to the side. As soon as Farfetched came out, he held his own green onion and let out a squawk. But at this time, Duke picked up the Pokeball and took back Articuno. This move made everyone stunned. Wait a minute, after eliminating Sen's Hizis Latias, facing Sen's Hizis Farfetched, the Duke player chose to take back Articuno. Could it be that Duke players don't want to bully the weak? Still, the Duke player recognized Sen's Hizis' spirit of not being afraid of failure and fighting hard. If so, what an admirable character, what a... The impassioned voice of the commentator was suddenly interrupted, like a big cock being strangled by someone. The reason is because he saw Duke took out Regis. Duke took back Articuno, then threw another tier 2 god. Knock mud horse, what is this? You are going to be brutal to the end, right? Seeing this scene, the commentator held back for a while, and said with difficulty. How cruel, worthy of being a Duke player, the eternal devil. Chapter 122. Sizzling. As soon as Regis appeared from the blue ray, the 7 yellow dots on the face began to flash in circles like indicator lights. From N to 1 and back to plus. Seeing the new Regis, many people try their best to stretch their necks. It seems that this can't get a full view of him. Regis, who has fine cracks all over his body, has not recovered from his injuries. According to Regis, there are only 3 ways to make him fully recover. The first point is to provide him with long-term non-melting ice to fill his own body, at least a century-old non-melting ice to start, so as to recover from the injury. Of course, other ice-type resources are also available, as long as the ice-type energy is sufficient. The second point is to bury him in a certain glacier, and he will sleep in it for 100 or 80 years, and his injuries will heal. The last point is to find his father, the Toilet King. As the father of the 3 toilets, the Toilet King is their source, so naturally they can be easily repaired. For Duke, it is okay to say that the ice does not melt, but it is a bit difficult to find the old ones. Although there is an iceberg in the depths of the ice and snow cave that does not melt ice, Duke can't make up his mind about that iceberg. Because that iceberg is one of the pillars of the secret realm, and it is also part of the ecosystem where the Pokémon living in the secret realm live. If the iceberg is demolished, the environment in the secret territory will be out of balance, and many Pokémon will be affected. Displacement is light, and extinction is not impossible. Duke is not so crazy to destroy the living environment in a secret territory just to take an ice toilet. As for the second method, you want to recover from the injury, and you obviously want to run away. As for the third one, Duke felt that he could still try it. He didn't know how to find the Horse 07 Toilet King, but he also had to find the other 2 toilets. After all, the toilets of Divine Beast Gym cannot live without toilet administrators, toilet cleaners, and toilet repairmen. On the other hand, Sen's Hizi gritted his teeth when he saw Duke took out the ice toilet. He thought that the one who picked up Latias was the one of heaven's favored ones, but he didn't expect that people would die if they compared people, and goods would have to be thrown away. Farfetched, Air Cutter. Ice Beam. Farfetched waved the green onion. Before he could cut out the air cutter, the ice beam had already arrived before him, instantly freezing it into a lump of ice. Seeing that Farfetched was frozen without any resistance, Sen's Hizi gritted his teeth, retracted Farfetch'd D, and released Clefable. As soon as Clefable came on stage, Regis released Ice Beam again. The piercing white light pierced through the void, leaving a series of irregular icicles on the already frozen battlefield, and then hit Clefable. Without saying a word, Clefable followed Farfetch'd's footsteps on the spot and turned into a lump of ice. And the moment Clefable turned into ice, the referee raised the flag representing the red side and waved it vigorously. Sen's Hizi has lost all 3 Pokémon, so the winner of this game is Duke. Since then, the champion of the Giant Wristband Challenge has been decided, and it's the Duke player. As soon as the referee's energetic voice echoed in the arena, the entire arena reverberated with huge cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami, and the camera was also shown on Duke. All of a sudden, the big screens inside and outside the arena were full of Duke's figure. He maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, took out the Master Ball and aimed it at Regis, and a red light appeared from the switch, hitting the ice toilet, confining his body, brought back into the ball. Champion is born. Explaining Huohua is just like his code name, with an infectious and passionate voice. This year's Giant Wristband Challenge has a total of 8,687 participants, and this time the champion is a Duke player from Baoan City, Yi Province. Let us applaud him. At this time, the sound of gun salutes exploded over the arena, and fine-colored flowers fell from the sky, covering Duke's body. But Duke didn't show any expression of joy. The moment he raised his hand, the audience was silent for a short time. Everyone was a little puzzled. What did the newly born champion want to say? When the audience was silent, Duke's voice was also heard. Now, complete the agreement, Sen's Hizi. Bring Latias back and I'll take her home. As soon as the 2 words came out, the audience was in an uproar. What? Latias is Duke's Pokémon? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that the Great Demon King said he was going to send Latias home? Hey, send Latias home, who is this big devil? Damn it, big news, absolutely big news. The Great Demon King must have an extraordinary background, and there may be a holy place behind him. Oh my god, a shocking reversal. Even if the Tianbeng Fisher flows back today, and the old Wang next door gives me a cuckold, I won't leave. I'm sure I'll eat this melon. Brother Dei, is it convenient to tell me the house number of your house? Roll. At the guest table, all the guests looked at each other with strange expressions. The 2 sentences just now are very informative. Let's not say what the agreement between the 2 is. This kid can tell the news of sending Latias home, which is enough to prove one thing. Son of the Holy Land. Isn't it time for the Holy Land to open? The nearest one is the Dragon Sacred Land. According to the news, the Dragon Sacred Land will be separated from the parade in the Secret Realm by the end of this year and will be docked along the coast. No matter where he comes from, this teenager is not something we can think about. Agree. So, isn't the old man of the Luo family's sudden decision to evacuate? Fuck, he is the one who rushes the fastest, and he is also the one who runs the fastest. The old man of the Luo family will not die within 10 years, and the Luo family can thrive for at least another 30 years. However, even though Duke has an extraordinary background, he asked for Pokémon in public, didn't he? Look quietly, this is not something we can get involved in. Agreement. Sen's Himing whispered, and Latias on the side looked at him worriedly. Master Bian's words must be obeyed, and no one can bear the consequences if he does not obey. That big green one that lives in the ozone layer. Ahem, Rayquaza dared not offend Lord Bian. Latias, who actively approached Sen's Hizi, rubbed his cheek, then grabbed the Pokeball from his waist, turned and flew towards Duke. Mine. Sen's Hizi looked at Latias who was heading towards Duke with his Pokeball in his mouth, and felt an unspeakable emotion constantly gnawing at his heart. This emotion is called hatred, unwillingness, and rage. Losing Latias, he went back to the past, turned back to the ordinary trainer who was useless and lost his smile everywhere. This is what he can't bear, and he doesn't want to see it. Don't go. Sensei took a step forward and reached out to Latias. Latias, please don't go. Latias stopped walking and turned to look at him, with the same tenderness in his eyes.